It all started like something out of a movie. A guy in a suit walking down the street, just coughing and coughing. Then, he suddenly dropped to his knees, gasping for air. A moment later, he coughed up a spray of blood. Everyone around him just stared, totally confused. Some guy even walked over to ask, "Hey, are you okay?" His girlfriend tried pulling him away, saying, "Honey, let's go." But before she could finish, they saw the man's face twisted into something monstrous. He'd become a zombie. The thing lunged, biting anyone it could. The emergency alerts on our phones came way too late. New pandemic spreading in Seoul. Stay indoors. Avoid contact. Yeah, real helpful. Then a boot just stomped down on that phone, crushing the useless warning. The entire street erupted in screams. Zombies poured in, way too fast, way too many. Those of us still human just ran for our lives. "They're coming, run." That's all you heard. People scattered to survive, to build some kind of shelter. Gunshots finally started cracking from a high wall made of containers. Eventually, the government sealed everything off around Busan. The Busan border became the last line of defense. And that was it. So, looking at this messed up world, what's the biggest problem? The 30 million zombies outside the walls? Nope. It's the so-called safe zone, a refugee slum in Busan. This is where all the survivors are crammed together, fighting like animals over supplies. "That's mine, you bastard. Give it back." Adults beat up kids just for their food rations. "Hand it over." People turned cruel just to live another day. Then the thief gets knocked out from behind. A crew geared up from head to toe shows up and restrains him. They call themselves the Rebellion and declare, "We're occupying this place." Their leader gives the order, and a slaughter begins. Down here, it's a bloodbath. But way up in the skyscrapers, the lights are still twinkling. Inside those towers, the rich are still partying. Is the problem a useless government that sees us as a burden? No. The real problem is housing prices. With a flood of refugees pouring into the city, everyone desperately threw money at trying to buy a safe place, pushing prices beyond imagination for people like me. Housing costs are now 100 times higher than before. A row deposit is 47 times more. A gone deposit has jumped 30 times. That's the kind of money you need for a private villa. And for those of us with no home, outside the walls, you're just zombie food. But even inside the safe zone, people are starving and freezing. It's hell everywhere. And me, the main character of this story, I'm homeless. My name's Cheolsu, 23 years old, a day laborer. I may be poor, but I'm built. Yeah, what are you looking at? Never seen a homeless person before? I'm just like you, the person watching this story. On a sign over there, a house with no yard is listed for 39.5 billion won. So I stand here, warming my hands by a fire barrel, just staring at those signs. Feeling totally helpless, I can't stop myself from doing the math. Morning, afternoon, and deep into the night. It's always the same cycle. I count my savings. I have 4.5 million won. To save up 39.5 billion, without spending a single one, it would take me. I imagine a mountain of cash, and the time it would take to earn it 731 years. That number is absolutely terrifying. It's impossible. It would take dozens of lifetimes. I go quiet, staring into the fire. I look at the burning logs and mumble. Honestly, I don't think I can ever just earn enough to buy a house. I let out a long sigh of defeat. I pull my jacket down, and my eyes drift to an advertising poster in the distance, and I think to myself, there's only one option left. On it, big letters read, "Your country wants you." The 17th Territory Recapture Movement at the Pohang Steel Industrial Complex. In the ad, some host with wild, colorful hair starts his speech. "You, watching this right now, are you starving? Tired of being homeless? Zombies are the reason for all this suffering. Don't you hate it? I've got something just for you, the Territory Recapture Movement. Stop living oppressed by zombies. Go outside the safe zone, kill them, and you'll earn 5 million for every head." The guy gives a wink. "Get out of the safe zone," he says, "and you'll have a chance to change your life." He had a point. There was nothing for me here anyway. Next thing I know, I'm at the train station. The woman at the counter asks, "So you saw the ad for the movement, huh?" I just nod. She holds out her hand. "Train ticket and your physical rights waiver form, please." I quickly hand over the papers. The cash counter whirs and she confirms it. 1.2 million won, confirmed. A ticket slides out. One ticket to Pohang, departing from platform 3. I take it, realizing that 1.2 million was my entire emergency fund. A shovel I stole from a worksite clanks in my backpack. I clench the ticket in my hand, crumpling it. I blend into the crowd, thinking I have to go all in. The question in my mind is simple: become a zombie, or own a house and be free. Today, I'll make my choice, I tell myself. At that exact moment, someone rushes past, and their gear snags on me. The collision sends a girl tumbling to the ground. Her backpack spills open, and arrows scatter across the floor. She's wearing a gas mask. She looks up at me and yells, "Hey, are you a truck? That really hurt?" Before I can react, another guy steps up, startling her. He shouts, "Pick up those crossbow bolts!" Her eyes widen. "Wait, those are mine." The man just shrugs calmly. "Well, I'm on my way to hunt some zombies. Extra weapons can't hurt." She lunges, trying to grab them back. Even if the world has gone insane, you should at least try to hide your rotten intentions. Then what am I supposed to use to hunt zombies? Before she can grab a single arrow, a huge hand clamps down hard on her head. The big man snarls at her. "A weak girl like you can't even protect your weapons? What are you gonna hunt? Take your crossbow and get lost." He suddenly freezes for a second, then a nasty idea crosses his mind. He grabs her hair, dragging her away. "No, on second thought, you'll be our bait," she screams over and over. "Let go of me." Just then, a hand shot out and grabbed his wrist. My hand. We locked eyes, pure killing intent flashing between us as veins popped on his furious face. "Who the hell are you?" he snarled. "A hero of justice?" I glared back as he kept talking. Why not just turn a blind eye? Then, I suddenly let go of his arm. The guy jolted up. What the hell was his problem? I delivered a slap so hard it nearly rearranged his face. He went flying, clutching his head in pain from the raw power in my hands. I gave him a final warning. I can't focus on killing zombies. If people like you hunt your own kind instead of the dead, you're no longer human. I turned to the girl. "Go clean up." She just stared at me, eyes wide with confusion. Still, she got up and managed a word of thanks. By then, I was holding the crossbow. I answered her, "Don't thank me. I just figured it would be better to have at least one long-range weapon. Couldn't buy one, they're too damn expensive." But who knew I'd get this lucky? The girl was stunned, only managing a single word, "How?" before my sharp glare made her flinch. Just then, a soldier shouted from a distance, "What's all that noise from the rebels?" Another one told his comrade to just ignore us, saying it wasn't worth their breath. They're all going outside anyway. Right now, they're the poorest people in Busan, just trying to survive. Cut them some slack. I heard them scoff. They're only excited because they don't know the real purpose of this operation is population control. What a bunch of idiots. Meanwhile, I started moving. Outside the residential area, the deathly screams of zombies filled the air as the scene shifted to the 17th Territory Reclamation Campaign in Gapohang. The container door creaked open, revealing the faces of the people inside, all getting ready. I heard them muttering, "What? Is this Gapohang? Where are the zombies?" They asked each other, confused. "Where are the soldiers? What am I supposed to do?" I stayed inside, gripping the crossbow tight as the girl kept trying to grab it. A voice boomed over a loudspeaker, announcing the participants of the 17th Territory Reclamation Movement. Everyone jumped. What the hell is that? Why is it so loud? Are they insane? Don't they know zombies are sensitive to sound? The announcement continued. "Thank you for coming all this way. As you all know, Busan has a dense population. Therefore, we have concluded that we need to reduce the population to ensure more land area per person." Then, a piercing screech blasted from the speakers. The sound was so intense everyone had to cover their ears in pain. One of them gritted his teeth and yelled, "What's going?" Before he could finish, his eyes froze. A massive horde of zombies, drawn by the sound, was swarming towards us. The noise kept blaring. "Musan and the government will remember your sacrifice. The next step of the campaign is simple: chaos." People slammed their hands on the glass, looking in and screaming, "You bastards! Turn off the speaker! The zombies are coming!" At the same time, the two train cars suddenly detached. An old man was thrown off balance, screaming curses, "Stop, you bastards!" The next second, he fell flat on his face. He tried to lift his head, crying in terror. He watched the train car pull away, asking, "Why would you do this to us?" Just then, a zombie with blood-red eyes appeared. On another side, a man was pinned in the closing door, screaming, "Help me! At least save me!" The others were pushing him out while trying to force the door shut. "Get down, you bastard! The door won't close!" Suddenly, a shadow appeared in the gap before their terrified eyes. A zombie squeezed through, sending everyone scrambling back in fear. This was truly hell on earth, and I was standing safely on one side, just watching. I handed the crossbow to the girl. "It's mine. I'll lend it to you." "The rent is 10 zombies." She gasped. "What? You're going out to fight? You're telling me to go out there?" I stated a number. 7,900 zombies. she breathed. What? I quietly walked out, reaching for the shovel on my back. I gripped it firmly in my hands, feeling its solid strength. Then came a shower of blood and a piercing scream. That got the attention of the zombies nearby. I successfully took one down with the shovel and stomped it under my foot. I frowned and continued, "That's the number of zombies I have to catch today, and here comes the main cast." The horde was rushing madly towards me. Light glinted off the brand new shovel I stole from my old company, now coated in blood. A single, powerful swing, and the shovel sent a monster's head flying. They leaped forward without a hint of fear. I tightened my grip and continued my work. Another vertical slice chopping a zombie to bits. Right after one monster fell, another with glowing eyes immediately took its place. My determination didn't waver. Shovel in hand, I thrusted it straight through its neck. I swung my arm, and the zombie's head flew into the air. The monster's body slammed into me, throwing me hard against the train car. Pain exploded in my chest as I coughed up blood. Above, the masked girl looked down and saw me lying motionless. The train car behind me was deeply dented, warped around my body. She froze, her eyes wide with what looked like a flicker of worry. My vision went blank, then my pupils slowly refocused. The shovel was lying on the ground. My bloody hand reached out and grabbed it once more. I used the shovel to push myself up, my eyes flashing with fierce resolve. I was about to face a wave of zombies even more intense than before. I started swinging again. Pure instinct and raw power. I roared. At this point, I was just an upgraded version of them. I brought the shovel down, splitting a monster's head in two. I slashed a zombie's mouth, tearing it wide open. My strikes became a blur, dicing their bodies into pieces. I just kept attacking, driven by my one single goal. I don't know how many I killed. There was only the sound of slashing, the spray of blood, and my own ragged breathing. After a while, everything gradually settled down. The screaming stopped. The girl jumped down from above. Her eyes widened in absolute shock at the scene. In front of her was a mountain of zombie corpses, and I was sitting right on top. I stuck the shovel beside me, panting heavily. After a moment of silence, the girl asked, "Are you okay?" My body was covered in monster blood. I demanded in a low voice, "Shut up and count how many zombies I just killed. I have to get my money." She asked, "Why would you go this far just for money? Aren't you afraid of dying?" My lips moved, giving her the last answer she expected. "To buy a house." The girl stared, a look of shocked disbelief on her face. I waved a hand and added, "With a yard, if possible." And there I sat, on my mountain of monsters. On some screen, I probably looked like I was glowing against the distant sunset. The Territory Reclaim Movement Surveillance Team, Team 3, watching me through their cameras. The manager slams his hand on the table. "How many did that bastard take down?" His subordinate answers, "By my count, it's around 8,000. And just like that, our main character achieved his dream in a single episode. We cut to the 4th district on the Busan border, inside the Duijiang quarantine zone. Below a towering wall of stacked containers lie fields of zombie corpses impaled on barbed wire fences. And up above, 2 soldiers stand guard. One of them is dozing off. The other scans the horizon with binoculars, then urgently shakes Sergeant Kim awake. Startled, Kim jumps up. "What is it? What's wrong?" The spotter reports, "Looks like a zombie at 12 o'clock. Sergeant Kim stands, grabbing his shoulder. "Just one?" His partner replies, "Not one, I think it's." Kim smacks him on the head. "What's this? Never seen a zombie before?" he scolds. "It's 2 of them walking, and you panicked enough to wake me up for that? You idiot." He snatches the binoculars to see for himself. Sergeant Kim stares at the 2 figures below, wondering. Look at that. He's carrying a backpack with a zombie inside. And why is he covered in blood? He gives the order, "Call the squadron commander and request permission to fire," but then he stops. Sergeant Kim spots a waving arm. "What is that?" A girl in a gas mask screams. "We're human. We're human. Don't shoot." Meanwhile, Chun Shu just stands there, his expression cold as ice. The scene is a stark contrast. On one side of the container wall, modern skyscrapers. On the other, total devastation and fields of the dead. We cut to the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport Reception. Inside, Chun Shu sits across from a man in glasses. The girl in the gas mask stands nervously beside him while he remains perfectly calm, holding an inventory sheet. A total of 890,541 zombies eliminated, the man reads. At 50,001 each, the grand total is. He trails off as a suitcase packed with cash is snapped open. The amount Kim Cheolsu receives is staggering, 44 billion won. Faced with so much money, both he and the girl are just stunned. He reaches out, touching the fortune he made from a single cleanup job. The team leader speaks up. Before you receive the full payment, we have one request. Please maintain absolute secrecy regarding this territory reclamation operation. An employee slides over a non-disclosure agreement. Sign here, please. The subordinate leans in and whispers, Sir, this is no small expense. Do we really have to give it to him? The team leader mutters back, This madman is the one who killed all those zombies, remember? He adds, If we don't pay him, who knows what he'll do next? We could be his next target. The assistant listens with a grim face. For now, we pay him. The team leader's eyes narrow with cunning. And then, he'll have to return every last one. We can't be wasting taxpayer money, after all. Chun-Shu, on the other hand, doesn't overthink it. He's already signed. A smug smile spreads across the team leader's face. After all, it's a citizen's duty. Outside the government building, their business is done, and they prepare to leave. Chun-Shu is now carrying 4 massive suitcases filled with cash. The girl asks, So, where are you going now? He puts the suitcases down. Kim Cheolsu opens one and pulls out a thick stack of bills. He tosses it to the girl. 30 million, minus the crossbow rental fee. We're settled. Kim Cheolsu points a finger at her. From now on, don't follow me. And with that, he walks away, leaving her standing there alone, watching him go with a completely bewildered look. Suddenly, she calls out, A house. You're going to find a house, right? When you buy it, invite me over. I'll bring a housewarming gift. And after spending billions, our main character buys a house with a small yard near Seosan, Busan. An old man leads him to the home he always dreamed of, smiling. It's all yours now. Chun-Shu's expression remains cold, utterly devoid of emotion. He reaches for the doorknob, and slowly the gate swings open. Chun-Shu steps into the yard, looking around before opening the front door. He stands there, telling himself he's going to live happily, yet his face shows nothing, not joy, not sadness, only deep thought. He walks inside and flips on the lights, but if the story ended here, it wouldn't be very interesting, would it? He's barefoot, and a sharp spike suddenly appears on the floor. Noticing something is wrong, he steps on it. Chun-Shu's gaze is filled with confusion. He lifts his foot, already bleeding, and his attention fixes on the spike on the ground. Chun-Shu realizes the blood on it is black. He flashes back to the meeting. The team leader had asked for his bag and crossbow. Please leave those here. The man's reason? Items contaminated with zombie blood could pose a security risk. Right now, black veins are starting to spread all over Chun-Shu's body. He instantly understands the treachery and curses those bastards under his breath. The transformation forces beads of sweat down his face. His hands begin to cramp, losing control. The zombie blood is spreading through his entire system, causing unbearable agony. His eyes snap open, glowing a furious red as he screams in pain. He remembers the past. His older brother looked at a young Chun-Shu and said, Chunu, we got separated from mom and dad during the evacuation. I think they're still alive. The little boy just kept chewing his food, oblivious. So I'm going to buy a house, his brother declared. A confused Chun-Shu asked, A house? His brother nodded. Yeah, one with a yard. We'll put up a sign with our family name. The idea was simple, so their parents could find them. Back in the present, the team leader steps out of a car, holding a small megaphone. He's gathered a massive police force, surrounding the house Chun-Shu just bought. The team leader speaks into the megaphone. Can you hear me in there? A survivor of the 17th Territory Reclamation Operation. He says with a sinister smirk, Mr. Kim Chun-Shu is currently infected. His assistant questions him, Sir, do we have to provoke him? What if he breaks out, and doing this on the day he moves in? Is this really necessary? I don't think this is very humane. The team leader calmly replies, If rumors about a survivor get out, they'll try to recruit him before we can. Surrounded by heavily armed police, the team leader is brimming with confidence, and even if he does break out, what can he possibly do? He continues into the megaphone. According to Article 1, Section 3 of the Anti-Zombie Act, we will now apprehend the infected Kim Chun-Shu. The police squad advances grimly toward the house. The team leader adds, and according to Article 3, Section 7, we will confiscate the assets of the infected. At that exact moment, Chun-Shu opens the door and steps into the yard. He's panting heavily, black veins pulsing all over his body. The team leader smiles. Look at that. It's already spread everywhere. Chun-Shu's mind is a battlefield, fighting against images of zombies. Then, flashes of the poverty that forced him into grueling labor. Chun-Shu screams. Now the government. He clutches his shirt, stammering, "You're going to take it away." The team leader laughs. "What is this zombie babbling about?" Chun-Shu roars one more time, "I want to own a house." Is this dream just too big for this world to handle? The pressure crushes down, making the group standing by extremely anxious. He rushes towards them, screaming, "A house for my family to live in." The pain is so intense, Kim Cheolsu bursts into tears. Why is the world so cruel? The scene shifts to Hindi Aqua City, a towering skyscraper. Meanwhile, water trickled inside a room where a familiar crossbow was propped by the door. A beautiful girl was enjoying a hot bath when suddenly, a voice called out from outside. "The CEO's 5:30 appointment is here." The girl called back, telling them to wait a moment. Secretary Park immediately complied, returning to the guest room. The guest is waiting anxiously in the living room, his face pale and his hands clenched tightly. Just then, the bathroom door opens and a cloud of steam billows out. The CEO's bare feet step past the crossbow propped against the door. The guest's head snaps in her direction, startled, as she walks gracefully towards the living room, still damp from her bath. This woman, she's the same one who wore the gas mask. She speaks up, apologizing for the wait. "Choi Gang Hunter Company, CEO Choi Ah-dong. And this is my secretary, Park," she adds. Dong Myung-ho coughs. Dong sits down and asks, "Yes, Mr. Dong Myung-ho, why have you come to our company?" He replies that it's nothing too serious. Myung-ho continues, "I just heard that your company can retrieve things from zombie-infested areas." She lets out a small laugh. "I see. Well, you've come to the right place. Choi Gang is a company that specializes in handling zombies. They're experts in various missions, like clearing out zombie zones and recovering items or people from within them. I manage a lot of skilled zombie hunters," she says, just as Secretary Park presents a file. Myung-ho's focus shifts, flipping through the pages. His brow furrows, a massive question mark forming in his mind. The numbers staring back at him are staggering: 5.12 billion, 16.2 billion, 78.2 billion. In his head, Myung-ho is screaming, "This is a total ripoff." Dong's voice cuts in, coolly explaining that the fixed price can vary depending on the size or location of the item he's looking for. Retrieving a 200-kilogram iron box from a city teeming with zombies will be more expensive. Her words hit him like a punch, and his eyes dart nervously to the side. "Here," Myung-ho says. "Yes, but I didn't hear anything about a commission." Just as Dong is about to sip her tea, he speaks up again. "Right now, I only have about 1 billion in cash." That wipes the smile right off her face. She slams the teacup down and calls for Secretary Park, annoyance written all over her face. Dong snaps. "Are you going to let me waste more time by letting this beggar sit here? Why haven't you thrown him out yet?" But Myung-ho quickly says, "Wait, it's worth more than 50 billion. He quickly explains, "Before the zombie outbreak, I bought some coins for fun. When the dollar and gold collapsed, the value of those coins shot up by thousands of times. So, let me get the hard drive with those coins, and I'll transfer you a share of the profits from selling them." Hearing that, Dong's expression instantly changes, her eyes lighting up with excitement. "Is that so?" Myung-ho then asks his question. "However, the rates for your hunters are a bit high. Is there anyone cheaper?" She considers it. "A little cheaper? Yes, there is a rookie I'm quite fond of. I'll ask him." That makes him a little nervous. "A rookie?" Back inside the office, Myung-ho's business card sits on the table, a reminder of his desperate plea. "Please, I'm counting on you." With that, he leaves the beautiful young CEO and her secretary alone. Secretary Park looks confused. "A rookie? I haven't heard anything about one." "Ma'am, have you been recruiting again for the recapture campaign?" Dong replies. "Not exactly recruiting. I have to go. Please prepare my things for going out while I get changed." She then asks, "Ha Sang-shu, have there been any requests for the bodyguard lately? He assaulted a client the other day, and now a nasty rumor is spreading through the industry." "Yes, I'll arrange everything right away," Secretary Park replies. Dong hesitates, startling her secretary, then gives a playful shrug. "Prepare some tissues for the housewarming party." Meanwhile, Kim Cheolsu, despite his body showing signs of turning, still clings to his humanity, screaming through his tears. "I want to own a home. Is this dream so big that the world won't allow it?" Seeing him completely lose control, the soldiers in their hazmat suits break out in a cold sweat. Kim Cheolsu barrels towards them, gasping for air as he shouts, "A house for my family to wait for me in. Why are you so cruel to people?" He roars in helpless fury, tears streaming down his face. "Don't push people to the edge." There's a single rule that circulated among the military and politicians after the quarantine zone was formed. Even a cornered rat will bite back, because you never know what will happen. Kim Cheolsu, completely out of control with his eyes blazing, sprints forward. In an instant, he slams one of the soldiers down onto the pavement. Faced with this situation, the government officials can only stand there, frozen in utter shock and confusion. The soldier pinned beneath Kim Cheolsu, his face drenched in sweat, screams, "You damn zombie!" The moment the words leave his mouth, he swings his weapon directly at Kim Cheolsu. But Kim Cheolsu effortlessly blocks the attack with his powerful hands. And they crossed that line a long time ago. With a somewhat dazed look, Kim Cheolsu thinks to himself, "Ah, that's right, I'm infected." The thought barely finishes before his eyes flare with light. He lunges straight for the man beneath him. Without a word, Kim Cheolsu sinks his teeth into the soldier's neck. In a split second, streams of bright red liquid gush from the man's neck, followed by horrific screams that leave everyone else completely stunned. Immediately, they all rush in, trying to drag Kim Cheolsu off the soldier. "Kick him! Come on! Let go! Let go!" One of the men curses as he tries to pull Kim Cheolsu away. But Kim Cheolsu doesn't budge an inch. He is now performing the true work of a zombie. The blood flows endlessly, and the bitten man's screams turn to desperate wails. After a struggle, the soldiers finally manage to throw Kim Cheolsu off, grinding their teeth in frustration. This madman, the bitten soldier, is already transforming, his eyes turning completely white in a flash. Seeing this, the fat official cries out in terror. "He bit him! That thing is intentionally infecting people, just like I said." Munsik hurriedly speaks into his radio. "If that bastard tries to bite again, shoot him in the head. That damn zombie is hard to deal with because he's still lucid, but give it 3 minutes. He'll be fully infected in 3 minutes. Corner him until he loses all reason." Hearing the orders, everyone stares intently at Kim Cheolsu, not daring to get any closer. This infuriates Munsik. He screams at them instantly. "There are a dozen of you, you bastards! Stop being scared and move! Don't you want to get paid?" As the men tremble in fear, a single word echoes in Kim Cheolsu's mind: money. He struggles to his feet and manages to speak. No one. Seeing him talk, the soldiers freeze in place, utterly shocked. Meanwhile, Cheolsu staggers to his feet, his body a complete wreck, but his voice is solid iron. "No one can take it. No one can make me leave here." Under the current circumstances, Munsik's face just goes blank. Cheolsu continues, his voice unwavering. "Because this place is my home." As he finishes, he looks up, his eyes sharp and filled with a terrifying, indescribable hostility. One man about to turn, a battle brewing between soldiers and a man desperate for his dream. But here's the problem: that man is the same monster who wiped out 8,000 zombies. In an instant, Cheolsu slaughters every soldier in a horrifying massacre. Some aren't even left with intact bodies. Others turn into zombies, attacking their own comrades. A scene of pure terror unfolds. The moment Munsik sees it, he's so scared he drops to his knees, completely paralyzed. The fat soldier is being brutally torn apart by his own zombified squad, and all he can do is cry and beg for his life. "Captain, please, save me." But as the words leave his mouth, his eyes widen in shock. Then, streams of fresh blood spray everywhere. Seeing this, Munsik's face turns deathly pale, his fear overwhelming. It was just one guy. Just one. How did it end up like this? Just then, a voice rings out from the roof of a nearby car. Well, this is quite a party." As soon as he sees the figure, Munsik stares in total confusion. The person who appeared is none other than Sang-shu, standing proudly on the car's roof, making Munsik incredibly curious. "Who are you?" Sang-shu doesn't answer, just calmly opens his case. In a flash, all the locks pop open. Sang-shu's details appear. Choi Gang, third-class hunter, Ha Sang-woo, the lawnmower, with 77,890 zombie kills. The moment he processes this, Munsik gasps in disbelief. The lawnmower is Hunter Ha Sang-woo? Was he hired by the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, and Transport? As the thought crosses his mind, he quickly speaks up. "Never mind that. I'm Kim Munsik, commander of Team 3 for the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, and Transport. Please, save me." Sang-shu doesn't even spare him a glance, turning to ask someone behind him, "What should I do with this one?" Then, a woman appears, a weapon on her back, answering with amusement. "Isn't this just perfect?" That person is none other than Dong. She's glaring at Munsik, her face dark and her eyes ice cold. At this point, Munsik still doesn't get it, sweat pouring down his face. Meanwhile, Dong continues, these days even zombies know how to talk. The more he hears, the more confused Munsik becomes. What are you talking about? Hearing her words, Sang-shu obviously understands. He lets out a cold laugh, raises his lawnmower weapon, and says cheerfully, got it. In a heartbeat, the machine roars to life, getting closer to a terrified Munsik. You know who I am. But Sang-shu doesn't care. In one clean motion, he eliminates him. The sound seems to attract a horde of zombies not too far away. Instantly, they start moving fast, roaring as they charge straight for the two of them. Sang-shu, like a true hero, deals with them easily, not even leaving them in one piece. One loses its head, another its torso. Within seconds, Sang-shu has slaughtered every last one of them. Though the scene is utterly horrific, the sky above remains a peaceful, clear blue. By now, Sang-shu's lawnmower is dripping with blood. He can't help but let out a tired sigh and say, I'm done cleaning up. What about the homeowner? His eyes are cloudy. I think he's about to turn. Should we just call it a failure and cut his throat? Hearing this, Dong quickly steps forward to intervene. Wait a second. As she speaks, she focuses, thinking about the man kneeling before her. I put aside the whole turning into a zombie thing earlier because I wanted to deal with that other group first. His willpower is incredible. If he became a hunter, I could sell him for a high price. With that thought, she speaks up with excitement. He's mine. If you touch him, I'll cut your pay. This, of course, forces Sang-shu to agree. Even so, he lets out a few complaints. A pay cut is a real pain. At that moment, Chun-shu's face is completely blank, devoid of any emotion. Seeing this, Dong waves her hand to greet him. Can you hear me? At the sound of her voice, Chun-shu looks up, seeing her blurry figure through his fading vision. Still, he clearly hears her question. Hey, do you want to live? As soon as she says it, Chun-shu suddenly coughs up a mouthful of blood. This makes Dong repeat herself urgently. If you want to live, you have to answer me. Chun-shu immediately responds. Huh? What do you mean? I'm turning into a zombie, can't you see? Dong calmly explains. We're a service that specializes in handling zombies. We're called hunters, just like you, who went through so much to get here. And like me, who survived the first campaign. It's a job reserved only for the chosen few. Outstanding individuals who excel at capturing zombies among the survivors of the territory reclamation campaign. It's a high-income job. If you get a request from a company, a lord, or a politician to reclaim territory outside the lockdown zone, you get a bonus. After listening for a moment, Chun-shu argues back, Hey, didn't you hear me? I said I'm turning into a zombie. Dong pulls something out of her pocket. It's a small syringe. She states clearly, if you say you want to live, I'll give you the antidote. In return, you'll pay for it by becoming a hunter. I'll ask again. Even if this world is horrific, even if you have to become someone's loyal dog. At this, Dong pauses for a few seconds. Then she asks, do you want to live? Instantly, Chun-shu snaps to his senses and screams out in desperation, live! Hearing them talk back and forth, Sang-shu seems to have lost all his patience. He snatches the syringe from Dong's hand and says, this is annoying. Who in the world actually wants to die? Just stick it in him already. Without a moment's hesitation, he jabs the needle into Chun-shu's neck, injecting the drug into his body. This causes Chun-shu's body to convulse violently. And then, a second later, he collapses unconscious on the ground. Seeing this, Dong just says, well, I guess I owe you one. Sang-shu replies calmly, wow, it's pretty ruthless to demand a contract in a situation like this. Dong reminds him sternly, the antidote you just used costs 500 billion per dose. Sure, life is more important than money, but no matter how many people there are, a deal is a deal. 500 billion. The more Sang-shu hears, the more he helplessly agrees. Yeah, who wouldn't be crazy for money? Anyway, you're just one pitiful bastard. Still, it's better than being dead. As he speaks, he stares intently at Chun-shu's unconscious body on the ground before him. My eyes slowly opened, and the second I regained consciousness, I let out a scream of pure, panicked confusion. I seemed to be sitting in some kind of small car. The driver, seeing I was awake, immediately spoke up. Oh, you're up? I was completely dazed. Who are you? Where is this? The driver just calmly replied, what do you mean? It's a taxi, what else? He said. What do you remember? The more he spoke, the more confused I got. What do I remember? A second later, I started telling him everything. I went to Pong to hunt zombies to buy a house. As soon as I said it, the horrifying memories came rushing back. The image of my own eyes, bloodshot, red and veiny, terrifying. Remembering that, My eyes shot wide open in disbelief. The next second, I was frantically touching my body all over, trying to check myself as doubt flooded my mind. Wasn't I infected with the virus? The thought had barely formed when my eyes widened even more, my jaw dropping as I stared into the mirror in front of me. I looked completely normal, which only confused me more. I wasn't sick. Seeing my reaction, the driver cut in. Whoosh, your memory's still there. Remember the girl with the silver hair? Hearing that, I just froze in stunned silence. Instantly, an image of Dong and her words flashed in my memory. Do you want to live? Then, with a face as pale as a sheet, I grabbed my head and spoke up. The person in the gas mask. I know I was infected. I'm sure of it. I was in the house. Just as I finished speaking, the driver interrupted. Then try touching the tablet. There's a video on it. Most of your remaining questions will be answered by that. I can't explain in detail because I have to focus on driving. I looked outside and saw why the streets were swarming with zombies. One with glowing eyes let out a guttural roar. Instantly, the driver yanked the steering wheel, skillfully swerving through the horde. Inside the car, I was just trying my best not to be thrown around like crazy. Meanwhile, the driver just kept talking. Anyway, we're stopping. I looked out the window to see we had parked in a cemetery, filled with tombstones and wandering zombies. He tossed me a few weapons and said, your mission is to follow that path down to the Yongdu Registration Center and get a hard drive. I'm not even going with you. I'll be waiting. Call me when you're done. Don't think about anything else. Just find a house with a yard full of zombies. If you want to get back to Busan, just do what you do best. Hearing that, I couldn't help but grit my teeth in frustration. But the driver just added, I mean killing zombies. Following his words, I finally put on the gear and got out of the car. I hadn't taken more than a few steps before I hit my first roadblock, a whole horde of zombies blocking my way. It was so infuriating I couldn't help but curse. Me, Kim Chun-shu, I came to this lockdown zone because I hate zombies. That fact would scare most people, but I hate being poor even more, which is why I left the lockdown zone to begin with. There was a check sitting on a table, and now I've been dragged back out here to earn money to pay off a debt. And in this situation, the one who benefits the most is obviously that woman, Dong. She was probably smiling to herself, feeling pretty smug. I could just imagine her thinking, now get to work, my slave. This whole situation was ridiculous, but what could I even do? The world always forces the weak to choose. And little did I know, at her place, she was casually painting her nails while talking on the phone. Go ahead, Chu, she said. The driver on the other end quickly answered. The delivery's done. He seems angry, but he's quickly sizing up the situation. The guy will handle the job. Hearing that, Dong was apparently overjoyed, replying, ah, thank you. I'll cover the travel fees with the books, and don't forget to get some drone footage. The driver quickly agreed. Got it. After they spoke, her secretary, Park, who was standing beside her, couldn't help but ask, that rookie, you think he'll act as we expect? He hasn't been trained, yet you gave him a mission. Dong's answer was cold. He'll do fine. He has the scent of a real hound. Besides, he has no other choice. Back with me. The zombies were aggressively charging forward. I quickly pulled out my weapon and just screamed in pure rage. This is absolutely insane. But on Dong's end, I'm sure she was filled with anticipation, smiling and adding that this wasn't some debt I could pay off by pushing a liquor cart at Heaney because this was 500 billion. My eyes suddenly lit up with fierce determination. I tightened my grip on my weapon, let out a roar, and took a powerful leap, launching myself straight into the aggressive horde ahead. I moved like a blur, stepping from one zombie's shoulders to the next, driving deeper and deeper into their formation. Suddenly, one of them grabbed my leg, making me glance down. My reflexes were scarily fast. I immediately brought up my other leg for momentum and stomped down perfectly, right in its face. Using the force from that blow, I vaulted over the heads of the other zombies. When another one lunged at me, I spun in a flash and delivered a powerful kick to its body. Smash! That zombie was sent flying back, crashing into its buddies and knocking the whole group to the ground. They growled in rage, trying to scramble up, but I gave them no chance. I swung the shovel and cleaved it right into the face of the nearest one. Crack! But in that moment of distraction, another zombie crept up behind me for a sneak attack. I whipped my head around, glaring at the attacker. With a single swing of my shovel, I easily sent it to the afterlife, crushing it completely. Its lifeless body immediately collapsed onto the dark ground. In the blink of an eye, I had cleared out the entire group of zombies in this area. One was still twitching on the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, I stomped hard on its back, finishing them all off for good. I leaned on the shovel, gasping for breath, completely exhausted. High above, A fly cam had recorded everything. The image of me taking on an entire horde of zombies all by myself was being streamed live to a large screen, and Dong just gently swirled her wine, a proud smile on her face. "Nice performance," she must have said. "I thought he'd be trembling since he's a rookie, but look at how he handles those zombies." Through the phone, the driver smiled and asked, "Is this camera angle good enough, boss?" Dong was apparently very pleased, replying, "Not bad. We still need to shoot a promotional video, so don't forget to keep recording, driver." With that, she gently tapped her wine glass against the screen, toasting the successful debut of the hunter nicknamed Siam Jian Shovel. Cheers. Meanwhile, back on my end, after wiping out the zombies, I just started screaming curses. That crazy witch, that psycho, how the hell can she stick an unconscious person with a 500 billion debt? At a glance, it might have looked like I'd accepted my fate and started working to pay it all back. But really, I was just furiously taking out my anger, stabbing my shovel into the back of a dying zombie. My rage just completely exploded. I slammed the shovel down again and again, pinning the unlucky zombie's body until it was torn in two. Zombies, poverty, the government, and now he's a debtor. Junshu grinds his teeth, veins popping on his face as he screams. This was all a damn scam. Now some unlucky zombie has become a punching bag for all his pent-up rage. I'm the weakest, so I die first? Are you serious right now? Why would you all treat me like this? He choked back his anger, taking it out on the empty corpse. Sweat poured down as he realized there's no way he could ever repay 500 billion. An image flashes in Junshu's mind, a dong chaining him up, forcing him into a life of slavery to pay off his impossible debt. Then he imagines himself slamming a dong to the floor, pressing a cold shovel blade against her throat. No, instead, I'm going to find that bitch. She'll tear up that IOU the second I show up with a shovel and threaten to smash her skull in. A nice thought for a moment. But then reality hits. Where do I even find her? How am I supposed to get back to Busan? Thinking fast, Junshu hatches a plan. Maybe if I pretend to be obedient, I can see her in Busan after this mission. The target address, 406 Jeonjusi. Jeon Book, 11th floor. Without a second's hesitation, Kim Cheolsu moves, cutting through the piles of corpses to get inside. I hate being ordered around, but I'd better finish this mission fast. Ahead of him are old high-rises, their walls covered in a web of cracks. Another unlucky zombie gets kicked out of his way. Junshu grabs the walkie-talkie, shaking it slightly as he mumbles. Jeon 406, 11th floor. He pauses in front of a towering building, taking a moment to survey it. Meanwhile, the driver is still piloting the flycam, tracking his every move. He's in the building now. Should we stop recording? Suddenly, the driver leans back in his seat, lost in thought. There are people like him, blessed with everything. For a moment, he thought of the others. Intelligence, instinct, endurance, and strength, the things everyone craves to become an expert zombie killer. The boss has a sharp eye. The people she chooses are all absolute monsters. Just then, he pulls out his phone to look at a picture of his daughter and smiles warmly. I hope I can make a lot of money so she can live a good life. Right, my princess? Thwack! A strange object suddenly flies through the air, slamming hard against the car window. The driver immediately senses trouble, quickly drawing his weapon. He scans his surroundings with Dingteek, clutching his weapon tight, ready to take down anyone who dares approach. But looking closer, the thing that hit the glass wasn't a rock. It was meat. What is this? A piece of meat? He rushes out of the car to check, noticing a clean cut, clearly made by a sharp blade. After observing a bit longer, the driver grows suspicious. No way a zombie did this. They just bite and tear. He comes to one definite conclusion: a human did this. His expression instantly becomes incredibly tense. He looks up at the roof where the strange sound came from. The driver is stunned, wondering, who is that psycho up there? At that exact moment, the phone in his pocket lights up and starts ringing loudly. The driver freezes, realizing the danger. His eyes are wide with alarm, nerves stretched taut. The ringing won't stop. Hearing that sound, the starving zombies immediately bolt towards him like arrows. He curses angrily, looking back toward Kim Cheolsu, who made it inside but now has a problem of his own. With all these computer parts piled up, who the hell knows which one is the hard drive? Junsu yells out in frustration. The zombie apocalypse hit before I could even learn computers. I dropped out of elementary school. How would I know what a hard drive looks like, not knowing what he's looking for? He just grabs everything in sight and hauls it all outside. 30 minutes later, his arms are full of all kinds of junk, even a gas mask. No, that damn creditor. I won't let you get away. He grumbles, clutching the pile of random parts. How dare she torment me like this? I'm seriously gonna kill her. He pulls out the walkie-talkie. The item or whatever the hell it is, I took everything because it all looks the same. Come pick me up. If you tell me to walk, I'll deal with you too. Junshu's curses echo through the walkie-talkie. But he has no idea that on the other end, the driver has already been torn apart by zombies. You're not going to answer? Hey driver. A mysterious man in black appears near the car, drawn by the sound of the radio. He leans through the window to hear better. I said I got the stuff, so hurry up and get over here. After hearing that message, the man instantly understands the other person's goal. He wouldn't come to Gyeongju just for sightseeing. Just as I thought, he's here for an item. With that, he pulls out another piece of fresh meat. Well then, let's go steal it back. That man is none other than Park Sang-chun. Sang-chun takes out his phone and sets a countdown timer. He shoves the ticking phone into the piece of meat. His background is anything but ordinary. A former C-rank hunter from Choi Gang, Park Sang-chun, codename Ghost. He has a record of eliminating 2,037 targets. He used to be a hunter, but now he hunts people just like he hunts zombies. C-rank hunter, Ghost Park Sang-chun, a specialist in zoning and creating events. A 2 billion gold commission is pocket change, which is exactly why he's now a former hunter. Sang-chun grabs the meat with the device inside and quickly leaves. Every move he makes revolves around one thing and one thing only: money. He used to work under a dong. Thank you for your hard work this month. The ghost holds a stack of large bills in his hand. Sang-chun looks completely stunned. A dong holds her own stack of money and explains calmly. You didn't do much this month, and even if you did, it was a joint commission with other hunters. You know the committee gives clients discounts, right? Not to mention the 30% company commission, plus taxes and fees. So your actual take-home is 5 billion. Hearing her twisted logic, Sang-chun furiously clenches his fist, crushing the bill in his hand. A dong slams the money on the table, calling him by his codename, Ghost. She gives him a stern look, then mocks him, saying if making money is this hard, he should try ranking up. Because this pathetic amount is only enough for a C-rank hunter to get by. Hearing her sarcastic words, Sang-chun goes quiet, calculating. Maybe I really do need to take on some dangerous jobs. As he says this, a dong flashes a smile, winking knowingly as if nothing happened. I'll be looking forward to your results next month. Though Sang-chun was seething with rage, there was nothing he could do. That's the price for never getting past C rank. Back in the present, he raises his binoculars to survey the situation ahead. He silently tracks Kim Cheolsu's every move from a distance. All of that stuff is her loot. Completely unaware, Junshu is still diligently carrying the heavy bags. You're so dead. I am going to finish you. Without a second thought, Sang-chun pulled out a piece of meat he'd prepared. He was probably thinking, I'll crush that crazy bastard and make a fortune selling off his loot, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. With that thought, he hurled the strange object forward with all his might. This is exactly why he can't quit this dirty line of work. The chunk of meat flew through the air and slapped me right in the face. It fell to the ground as I stared, completely baffled. Meat? A phone, cleverly hidden inside the meat, suddenly blared to life, shattering the silence. Every zombie nearby heard the sound and immediately charged straight for me. I roared in absolute fury. What kind of dirty, underhanded trick was this? It all made sense now. Sang-chun must have raided phone stores, collecting dozens of these devices. He'd just stuffed them all in his bag. He knew perfectly well that zombies are extremely sensitive to sound. The guy even minced meat to use as bait. Then he washed himself to hide his body odor and put on a full head-to-toe protective suit. To be extra cautious, Sang-chun even used bleach to erase his scent. Thanks to that, he could walk right past the undead hordes unnoticed. In other words, his entire plan was to hide his scent and lure all the zombies directly to his target, me. The undead swarmed my position like moths to a flame. I picked up the meat, shaking it while I cursed it out. This damn thing. Why is a piece of meat making noise? Is it made in China? This is like being a sitting duck for zombies. The dead weren't just coming from the front. They ambushed me from behind, leaving me no time to react. I knew Sang-chun was out there, watching with a smug look on his face. That's just his style. Seeing the horde swarm his prey, he probably came to a simple conclusion. He's definitely a goner now. I bet Sang-chun was watching the whole thing through binoculars, thinking that even an A-rank hunter couldn't possibly survive an assault from thousands of zombies. While waiting for the perfect moment, Sang-chun hid behind a car. He was planning to use more bait to finish off the zombies once he saw if his newbie had what he was looking for. Suddenly, something flew past him, making him jump. He immediately went on guard, whipping his head around to check behind him. I had broken through his encirclement. I sent an entire pack of zombies flying straight into the air. It was only then that Park Sang-chun realized far too late that the pathetic hunter he'd written off had just unleashed an absurdly powerful awakening skill. My eyes began to glow. I gritted my teeth, filled with rage. I am absolutely not the third-rate hunter he thought I was. Sang-chun stared in disbelief, muttering, "That crazy son of a bitch. Damn it, at this rate, blood's gonna get all over the loot." This guy was a true monster, one with the power to reach the #1 spot. Fueled by fury, I tore through the horde, slicing zombie after zombie into pieces like I was mincing vegetables. Sang-chun watched the gruesome scene, sweating absolute bullets. Damn it, what the hell is that monster? He's completely different from the taxi driver from before. Is he a human blender or something? With this many zombies around, you're supposed to stay quiet. He tried to calm himself, ducking behind the car and prepping another piece of meat with a phone inside. It's fine, he probably thought. He'll run out of steam if he keeps attracting this much attention. After all, Giyong is a massive city, and the zombies are as numerous as ants. Sang-chun jumped up, getting ready to throw another stuffed meatball my way. But just then, I noticed something wasn't right. He froze instantly, like he'd been turned to ice. We just stared at each other, our eyes locking across the sea of undead. My voice was dripping with venom. "Was it you who threw that damn meat?" Caught red-handed, Sang-chun trembled with fear, but he decided to risk it all. He immediately swung his arm and threw it right at me. "To hell with it, eat this." The meat smacked me right in the face again, a direct hit. The zombies immediately had a new reason to swarm me. I roared, absolutely livid. "I am going to end you. Just you wait." Sang-chun just threw another one. That gift from above slammed into me again. I went completely berserk, charging forward with my weapon, carving through any zombie that stood in my way. Sang-chun held another piece of meat, patiently waiting for an opening to throw it. This repeated over and over, until he ran out of bait while I still had plenty of fight left in me. In fact, the more I fought, the more fired up I got, splattering blood absolutely everywhere. After throwing so many, Sang-chun finally realized with a jolt of panic that he didn't have a single piece of meat or phone left. Damn it, I'm out of phones and meat. He was so terrified he was about to turn and run. I have to get out of here. That guy's not human. Suddenly, a zombie head landed right in front of him, blocking his escape route. Even more terrifying, the zombie's head was still moving. Its mouth let out a bone-chilling growl. He looked back in horror as I shouted, charging toward him at an incredible speed. "Where do you think you're going, you little punk?" I grabbed a zombie and hurled it at him. "We still have unfinished business." Sang-chun's face went pale with fear as he scrambled to run away. In the food chain, zombies stand above humans. He vaulted over a fence, landing neatly, but hunters stand above zombies. And I am the one who hunts those hunters. The world outside was pitch black, with just a few zombies shambling down the street. I threw another one, blocking his path. The ecosystem of the selfish was now complete. When he glanced back, he saw me chasing him relentlessly, my face a mask of fury. Sang-chun cursed out loud. "Why does a monster like you even exist?" I fired right back at him without missing a beat. "You're the psycho who provoked me first, and did you kill that taxi driver?" The moment he heard my question, he went dead silent. He couldn't say a single word. I gritted my teeth, my face filled with rage. "So not only did you piss me off, you killed my driver. You'll pay for that with your life." Sang-chun stammered back, his hand secretly digging in his pocket for something. You insulted me." Cheolsu is instantly on high alert. A gun? Not taking any chances, he hurls the shovel in his hand straight at Sang-chun. This is not going to end well for him. With a throw so precise it seemed guided by a god, the shovel sinks deep into his shoulder. He stumbles backward, a massive wound on his shoulder, but a twisted, chilling smile spreads across his lips. Sang-chun slowly pushes himself up, his eyes showing he'd rather die than let someone else walk all over him. He pulls a remote from his pocket, his finger pressing the button, declaring they'll all go down together. The theme park's announcement system instantly kicks in, a familiar welcome message echoing through the empty grounds as the giant Ferris wheel lights up and starts to turn. The carousel follows, spinning to life as a cheerful voice rings out, "Welcome, everyone. Let's make some wonderful memories today." Over and over, the speakers broadcast that same greeting, inviting everyone to make beautiful memories in Giyong. Seeing Kim Cheolsu nearly exhausted, the man flashes a triumphant smirk. Just think a single cell phone could attract dozens, even hundreds of zombies. His eyes narrow, sizing Kim Cheolsu up with a cold calculation. So what happens if an entire amusement park is destroyed? Hearing this, Kim Cheolsu roars in absolute fury. Hey, you bastard! But cornered, Sang-chun's eyes turn crazed. Gyeongdu has a population of 260,000. Forget about surviving. Drawn by the blaring sound from the speakers, the undead swarm in, stampeding madly toward the two men. Just then, a strange man appears in the area, his voice cutting through the chaos. Who is Seom-jeon, the gravedigger? Startled, Kim Cheolsu spins around, but when no one answers, the man's temper flares. Are you all deaf? The middle-aged man, carrying a large bag, points a finger straight at them and demands again. Who is Seom-jeon, the gravedigger? Seeing someone just walk right into this mess, Kim Cheolsu is completely stunned. What the hell is this old man doing? How did he even get in? No, more importantly, why is he here? The man keeps asking for Seom-jeon, only to be interrupted by the ridiculously cheerful welcome song from the speakers. He patiently asks one more time, and again, the speakers cut him off with a wish for everyone to make beautiful memories. Pure rage ignites in his eyes. His hand reaches behind his back, grabbing his weapon as his anger boils over. How dare it interrupt an elder while he's speaking? A sword flashes out of its sheath. In a blur of sharp, precise strikes, he completely demolishes the blaring speakers, finally ending that damned beautiful memories loop. Kim Cheolsu and Sang-chun witness this display, both of them frozen with a mix of awe and sheer terror. The man, now truly enraged, roars and points his blade right at them. Which one of you lunatics owes Choi a dong and isn't planning to answer me? An A-rank hunter, Kim Chiller Seom, has exterminated 112,700. Panicked, Kim Cheolsu quickly raises his hand. I think that would be me. The scene shifts to another room, where a cup of steaming hot tea is placed on a table, the stage for a tense negotiation. Chiller Seom holds his cup, eyeing the person across from him. You want me to rescue a rookie? A dong nods, explaining the situation. Yes. I've lost contact with the hunter who was with him. Did he run into a mutant? Chiller Seom takes a sip of his tea, lost in thought. He probably ran into a hunter stalker, he guesses. The moment she hears this, Adong's expression becomes incredibly tense. Secretary Park places a large case on the table. Adong speaks. I've sent a helicopter to the airport. It'll be there in half an hour. The mission is to rescue the new hunter known as Seom-jeon, the gravedigger. The case pops open, revealing stacks upon stacks of cash. If you take this job, you'll earn 50 billion. But Chiller Seom immediately slams his hand down on the lid. No, this isn't right. His face turns serious as he looks at Adong. Little boss, have I ever taken a job just for money? He shoves the case aside and makes a single demand. The antidote. Adong is visibly furious at his request. Wait a minute, no matter how urgent this is, that demand is just unreasonable. She shoots up from her chair, slamming her hands on the table. An item like the antidote, even with a discount, is still worth up to 300 billion. But Chiller Seom remains perfectly calm, taking another sip of tea. Little boss, am I the one outside the quarantine zone? He knows exactly what she truly cares about, and he uses it against her. Isn't your new little toy the one who's currently outside the quarantine zone? Chiller Seom tosses an item toward Adong and says, the person in a desperate situation has no right to set the terms. Those are decided by the one in the less desperate situation. Unbelievable. At a time like this, he dares to negotiate back. Give me the antidote, and I'll save him. I'll even throw in training him for you. Adong holds the check in her hand, her face a mask of pure astonishment. I'll add another 200 billion as a commission. Holding all the cards, Chiller Seom speaks with complete ease. I'm a busy man, little boss. So, are you going to do it or not? Back in the present, outside the quarantine zone, he holds his weapon aimed at the two men and yells, Who is the crazy bastard that owes Choi A? Oh, so you're not going to answer me? Kim Cheolsu awkwardly raises his hand. I think that's me. The moment he sees him, the old man breaks into a satisfied smile. So, I've come to the right place. Chiller Seom quietly observes his target from head to toe. His build is good for someone who does manual labor. Is that natural? Kim Cheolsu silently sizes him up in return, noticing a subtle hint of malice in the old man's eyes. Chiller Seom's attention then shifts to Kim Cheolsu's scarred hand, a hand so rough and calloused it's proof of all the hardship he's endured. Suddenly, he remarks, just an ordinary toy. But he possesses all the right qualities. A dozen questions immediately flash through Kim Cheolsu's mind. This old guy just keeps staring. He knows his creditor sent him, but he still purses his lips and asks, Who are you, old man? Chiller Seom's voice booms unexpectedly. Consider me your master, kid. Hearing that, a look of utter shock appears on Kim Cheolsu's face. What? You're not here to take me to Busan? This is so sudden. Outside, the undead continue to snarl, clawing desperately to get through the barricades. The number of zombies grows by the second. They howl aggressively and charge straight forward. Seeing the monsters closing in, Kim Cheolsu's only instinct is to turn and run for his life. Damn it, old man. We can talk later. Let's deal with them first. Chiller Siam suddenly stops and swings his fishing rod, landing a painful blow on Kim Cheolsu's head. He scolds him mid-rant. Your master isn't finished talking and you're already running off. Watch your mouth, you shameless brat. Not backing down, Kim Cheolsu immediately snaps back. And who gave you permission to call yourself my master? More importantly, how do we get out of here? Chiller Siam's reply comes instantly, laced with biting sarcasm. Your boss hired me to teach you. So why are you trying to leave before the lesson is even over? Don't you go to school? Junshu sighs, completely fed up with the man in front of him, just another creep like his creditor. He puts on his gas mask as Chiller Siam sizes him up with a judging stare. Kids these days, they just don't bother listening to what other people have to say. A moment later, he stands in front of Junshu, blocking his path with a fishing rod while facing the zombies. Kid, he says, this is your first lesson, so let's start simple. Catching zombies and catching fish, what do they have in common? The question leaves Kim Cheolsu completely lost. Fish? What on earth does that have to do with this? Chiller Siam quickly pulls out a fish and hooks it onto the line. Then, he casts the bait far ahead. He casually reels it back with one hand, muttering that this is what makes it fun. Once again, he slams the rod down, and the fishing line zips out, weaving through the horde of zombies. The zombies keep charging relentlessly, yet the old man maintains a calm, almost comfortable expression. How should I enjoy this moment? Chiller Siam's eyes suddenly glint. He channels all his strength into his arm and forces the rod down. Junshu screams in panic. That's not important, old man. The zombies are right behind you. By then, Chiller Siam is completely surrounded by the undead, with seemingly no way out. Yet the old man remains composed, gripping his fishing rod with the unshakable air of a master. There's one unbreakable rule you must remember. Only pull the line at the decisive moment. He suddenly barks an order. Get your head down, kid. The unexpected warning makes Junshu freeze on the spot. Before he can even understand what's happening, Chiller Siam's hook hurtles back at a terrifying speed, whistling through the air. Junshu doesn't hesitate, dropping to the ground as instructed. Chiller spins on his heel, swinging the rod expertly around him. The razor-sharp fishing line had somehow wrapped around the necks of all those zombies. Finally, Junshu understood the insane method behind Chiller Siam's strange actions. His eyes widened in utter disbelief. A zombie is decapitated by the thread-like line, its head flying off. Hundreds more share the same fate, their heads severed from their necks. Huddled in a corner, Junshu feels the line whistle just over his head, breaking out in a cold sweat. An entire zombie army was wiped out cleanly, falling like harvested wheat. Kim Cheolsu still couldn't recover from the display. One swing had taken out an unbelievable number of them. Chiller Siam slings the rod over his shoulder and calmly replies, a 30-meter range, so probably 1,000 of them. Hearing that, Junshu can't believe his ears. 1,000? One shot wiped out the whole nest. No, this skill was worth tens of billions. Staring at Chiller Siam, he realizes he's in the presence of a hidden master. The old man talks nonsense, but his hands are a literal money-making machine. Junshu stammers, about to ask a question, totally unaware that behind him, a giant zombie that wasn't quite dead is starting to get up. From the rubble, the zombie lets out a terrifying call. Hey, that's Sang Chun after he mutated. He screams, hey, I'm still standing right here. Seeing Sang Chun's pathetic state, Junshu is once again wide-eyed. What the hell? A zombie? I thought he turned into one after getting hit by that bloody shovel. But his eyes stayed locked on the monstrous form. Chiller Siam calmly explains, that's a mutation, a rare case that occurs with a certain probability among zombies. He then adds coldly, from the looks of it, it's only a partial mutation. He's a C rank at best. Openly disrespected, Sang Chun explodes with rage, gritting his teeth. C rank? Memories of Adong's words suddenly flood Sang Chun's mind. You want a higher rank because you're having trouble making money? That pay is enough for a cheap C rank. A furious rage erupts, and he charges forward like a madman, screaming about that damned C rank. Chiller Siam's face remains like ice, showing no sign of alarm or fear. Sang Chun locks onto his target, ramming forward like a runaway bulldozer. At the moment of impact, Chiller Siam meets the terrifying collision head-on. I hate cocky rookies like you the most. Chiller Seom is buried under a pile of solid concrete. Sang Chun continues to scream, and I despise top-rank hunters like Kang Tae Gong. As he roars, tears stream down his face. So before I black out, I'm going to finish you all. A cold voice suddenly cuts in. What nonsense are you talking about? Jun Shu tightens his grip on his weapon, his sharp eyes fixed on Sang Chun. I can't understand a thing because your voice is so messed up. Enraged, Sang Chun raises his massive arm to deliver the final blow to Jun Shu. You little brat! Facing Sang Chun's fierce attack, Jun Shu frowns with worry. He's much bigger and faster than normal zombies. Can I really handle this? Sang Chun roars and throws a devastating punch forward. But suddenly, his arm stops in midair. His whole body starts shaking violently before collapsing to the ground. Kim Chiller Seom's fishing line had sliced through Park Sang-chun's descending arm, instantly severing it. Both Jun Shu and Park Sang-chun are stunned by the sight. Kim Chiller Seom speaks up from a short distance away. Getting hit jogged my memory. Haven't we met before when we were hunters? Hearing this, Sang-chun turns to glare at him, growling in frustration. Kim Chiller Seom sits on the ground, looks at him and continues. Weren't you called the Ghost? A cowardly kid who used to wear a protective suit? Chiller Seom remembers passing by him once, seeing him in safety gear. He continues, You didn't want to face zombies. You were a spoiled brat, stealing supplies while other hunters wasted their time. Looking at the surrounding zombies, Chiller Seom says suspiciously, and when that wasn't enough, you started hunting hunters. And now you've become a mutant? You ungrateful traitor. Hearing what he said, Sang Chun immediately flies into a rage, his face contorting horribly. He then raises his one remaining arm and lets out a loud roar in front of Chiller Seom. His fishing line whips through the air once more, and in the next second, it slices clean through Sang Chun's body. A perfect cut. And just like that, he was taken care of. He walks over to pick up his bag from the ground and calls to Jun Shu. As he slings the bag onto his shoulder, he asks the kid, What were you saying earlier? Hearing this, a confused Johan Su replied, Something about zombies, fishing, and taking it easy? Kim Choi Sam then looks at him and says, Remember one more thing. He walks past Sang Jun's undead body, leaving it behind as he continues, Even if others accuse you of being a butcher who kills former humans for money, you don't have to become a real monster. He turns back to Johan Su. Let's go. Choi A-young is waiting. The scene flashes back to the past, with Choi Sam relaxing by a lake, fishing. He holds up a huge fish he just reeled in, his face beaming with satisfaction. You, my friend, are one magnificent prize. Suddenly, the cheesy ringtone from his phone breaks the silence. I'll be a real man, holding my wife and kids in my arms. No one can stop me. Choi Sam winces, annoyed, and reluctantly answers, Who dares to interrupt me now? But the screen shows a loving nickname, Little Princess. Seeing his daughter's call, his entire attitude flips, becoming cheerful and bright. Isn't it my precious little darling? It's been so long since you called your old man. What's up? Fighting with your husband again? Or calling to say you can't visit for the holidays? But from the other end of the line, chaotic sounds make his heart sink. Dad, Choi Sam's face changes, his eyes glued to the phone. What is it? What the hell is happening? His daughter's voice trembles in panic. My husband, he was bitten by Dai Sung. He's bleeding so much, and he's foaming at the mouth. Hearing this terrible news from his daughter, Choi Sam's heart feels like it's being crushed with anxiety. What are you talking about? Ja Young, calm down and speak slowly. His daughter, sobbing, asks, What do I do? I can't get through to the emergency line. I'm hiding in the bedroom. But Dae-sung keeps banging on the door, trying to get in. The door starts to rattle as someone jiggles the handle. Realizing his daughter is in mortal danger, Choi Sam shoots up like a spring and dashes off to save her. He tries to stay calm. I'm coming right now, just stay put. But his daughter keeps screaming for help in sheer panic. Dad, I'm so scared. Just then, an emergency alert flashes on Choi Sam's phone. He roars into the device. Ja-young, can you hear me? The screen displays an alert from the CDC, reporting a new zombie plague spreading at terrifying speed throughout the capital area. It orders all citizens to stay indoors and avoid all contact. Back in the present, Choi Sam is seated inside a military helicopter. The chopper touches down on the roof of a skyscraper. Slayers, we've arrived at the top of Aqua City Tower, the pilot says with deep respect. I've heard of your legendary achievements, sir. It's an honor to fly with you. Choi Sam yanks off his headset, looking away with clear annoyance. Honor? What a load of nonsense. On the building's helipad, a man is already waiting. "Greetings, sir. Are you here to see Miss Choi?" He gives a short, simple nod of confirmation. That's right. Choi Sam and Johan Soo step into an elevator. The surrounding atmosphere is chillingly silent. Suddenly, Johan Soo turns and asks, "Hey, old man. Who are you, really?" Choi Sam calmly replies, "I'm just a slayer like you, making a living by cleaning up the undead." Still curious, Johan Soo presses on, asking why an old man has such monstrous power and why everyone seems to respect him so much. He even hesitates, wanting to know how he too could reach that incredible level. Because after witnessing Choi Sam's display firsthand, Johan Soo understands this old man is absolutely no ordinary person. Hearing this, Choi Sam looks up and laughs, saying the kid is asking too many silly questions, but all of them can be answered with a single truth. He then brings up the zombie plague that's spreading like wildfire, a disaster that doesn't care if you're rich or a homeless person huddled in a cardboard box. Everyone, at some point, has lost something precious. After speaking, he turns to look Johan Soo dead in the eye, emphasizing that only those who dare to rise up and reclaim what they've lost can become truly strong and earn respect. As he finishes, Choi Sam pulls back his hand, lightly taps Johan Soo's chest, and asks, "Now let me ask you a question, kid. What did you lose?" The sudden question makes Johan Soo freeze for a moment, unable to answer. "What I've lost?" Instantly, images of his family, his parents, flood his mind. He remembers the horrifying moment they were swept away by a panicked crowd, and he couldn't possibly catch up. Then, he recalls his poverty-stricken childhood, a time of constant struggle just to survive. He also remembers the brothers in arms who fought by his side, those old friends, now all turned into disgusting zombies. And the most painful memory of all, he thinks of his own flesh and blood, his brother. The image of his brother dying, impaled by a spear, is a haunting memory he can never forget. Choi Sam watches him silently, guessing the kid must have lost so much to be this hesitant. Seeing him still lost in thought, the old man speaks again to guide him. "Try thinking about it this way, kid. What do all the things you lost have in common? What is the very first thing you want to get back?" At this, Johan Soo's lips barely move as he answers, "My home." An image of a happy family of four suddenly becomes crystal clear in his mind. His dazed expression slowly turns to one of deep sadness and melancholy. Back then, the happiest he ever felt was when he still had a home. Suddenly, A-Young dangles a set of keys in front of his face with a mischievous grin. "About that house, I'll be taking it as collateral. It's not yours anymore." Johan Soo is stunned, refusing to accept it. "What?" He explodes in rage, screaming that A-Young is a damn hag. "Who gave you the right? You can't just steal my house like that." The moment A-Young hears herself called a hag, she snaps. "Excuse me? Did you just call me a hag?" Furious, A-Young pulls out a calculator and starts punching in numbers, adding up all of Johan Soo's debts. The medical bills alone come to 500 billion, not even counting the fee for hiring an A-rank slayer to save him. Next is the insurance payout for the deceased taxi driver and the additional cost for dispatching the helicopter. She shoves the calculator in his face. The total damages exceed 800 billion won. Then she insults him for being dirt poor. Finally, she presses him, "And you dare to come back empty-handed after losing the client's cold wallet in that fight?" As she says this, A-Young slams her hand on the desk with a loud bang. She screams, asking him who the hell he thinks he is to talk to her like that. "Are you a brainless zombie or just some wild animal model?" But Ju wasn't about to back down. He fires back that he never begged for that medicine, and he sure as hell didn't choose to go to Yong's shoes alone. Calling her a crazy bitch, he slams his hand on the table, a clear show of force. He gets right in An Yong's face, demanding she return his key through gritted teeth, his voice still deceptively polite. The troublemaker immediately snaps back. "Oh, really? And what if I don't? You think you can actually hit me?" An Yong flashes a wicked grin, challenging him. "You really think you stand a chance against me?" Enraged, Ju is about to launch himself at that piece of trash. But just then, a voice rings out, stopping him cold. "Don't even think about it." Choi Sam reaches into his bag, pulling out his fishing rod as a warning. "Careful now, you might lose a hand." He threatens in a low voice, confirming the boss's calculations were spot on. "So what's there to complain about?" Ju spins around and yells at Choi Sam, telling the old man he's making no sense. It's his house, and whether he turns into a zombie or not is his own damn choice. He can't swallow his rage, absolutely furious that this witch is taking away everything that belongs to him. Choi Sam calmly replies, "Then give her the money. It's simple. Just win back what you lost. All you have to do is kill as many zombies as you can to earn cash. Choi Sam keeps laying out the options, do odd jobs for her, find lost items, take over territory, or even suck up to the government. There are plenty of ways to pay off a debt. With that, Choi Sam even promises his support, reminding Ju that he agreed to be his master. Hearing this, Ju slowly, reluctantly, unclenches his fist. Choi Sam lets out a quiet sigh of relief and puts his fishing rod back in his bag. Ju turns his head away, glaring at An Yang with pure frustration. He swears that the day he pays off the debt and gets his house back, he'll beat her half to death without a second thought. She just sticks her tongue out, taunting that she's looking forward to the day he can actually pay her back. After saying her piece, An Yang takes out a dose of medicine and gives it to Choi Sam. A promise is a promise, she says, and she's only giving this to him because she trusts that shotgun-wielding idiot will cover all her losses. She tosses the vial towards Choi Sam, warning him that next time, she won't accept such an unprofitable deal. He catches it and thanks his boss. An Yang then turns back, looking concerned, asking if he's really sure he can teach the kid. She remarks that he doesn't understand how the world works, can't even control his temper, but besides those points, he's tolerable. Choi Sam says with certainty that Ju will become at least as good as Ha Sang-woo. With that, he turns to leave, business concluded. But An Yang immediately calls him back. There's one more thing. An Yang points at Ju and orders Choi Sam to bring the brat along to the Slayers event tonight. She explains that he needs to meet more people to understand his place in the world. True to his word, Choi Sam quickly agrees. Fine. On the way out, he reassures Ju about losing the house. Staying with him is better than wandering the streets with nowhere to sleep. With no other options, Ju has to accept the temporary arrangement, vowing to get his house back soon. Then, he turns and asks about the event she just mentioned. Choi Sam explains grimly that the killers in Busan make a living slaying zombies, but some are a cut above the rest, ranked B or higher. He continues breaking down the hunter ranking system for him. A ranks have over 100,000 kills, B ranks have 30,000, C ranks have 5,000, and D ranks start at 100. Choi Sam concludes that the meeting is basically a gathering of all those bastards. Fired up, Ju follows Choi Sam out the door. The long climb up a huge flight of stairs starts to get on his nerves, sweat pouring down his face. Ju points ahead and asks if that's the old man's house. Before them is a small, dilapidated house perched alone on a steep hill. Choi Sam just nods. Yep, hurry up, it'll be pitch black soon, and you won't be able to see the steps. The house is so run down it lacks a single shred of dignity. The door is so crooked it looks like it's about to fall off its hinges. No one would believe this dump is home to a master who can make billions with a flick of his wrist. The moment he steps inside, Choi Sam tosses his fishing rod backpack into a corner. He announces he's taking a shower, reeking of rotten corpses. The two shirtless men start bathing right out in the open yard. This scene is a world away from anything Ju had ever imagined. After his shower, Ju quickly throws on a white t-shirt and picks up his jacket, dusting it off. As night falls, the two men eat a simple meal under a sickly yellow light. There aren't even separate rooms, so they have no choice but to squeeze onto one cramped bed together. Unable to sleep, Ju finally speaks up. Hey, old man, can I ask you one more question? After a moment's hesitation, he continues, You've killed a ton of zombies, right? Choi Sam, eyes still closed, just hums in agreement. Ju immediately turns to look at the old man. So where in the world did you blow all that reward money? He blurts out exactly what he's thinking. Don't tell me you spent it all on this dump of a house. Look at that outdoor shower. It couldn't have cost much. He continues, adding that Choi Sam doesn't look like a gourmet who feasts on lavish meals, and his face doesn't scream playboy who burns cash on women either. Hearing this, Choi Sam knows exactly what Ju is thinking. He calmly replies, Remember when I said all slayers are pathologically obsessed with something? Just like you, risking your life outside the walls just to buy a house. Ju's curiosity is clearly piqued. So what are you obsessed with? Did you pour all your money into that? Just then, the old man's eyes snap open. He sits up with lightning speed. Here, let me show you, so you don't have to guess. Choi Sam walks over to a massive wooden cabinet, a heavy iron lock hanging from it, guarding whatever secrets are inside. The old man pulls out the precious key he always carries with him. He slides the key into the lock and turns it with a loud click. Ju immediately sits up, craning his neck, curious to see what the old man is about to show him. The cabinet doors swing open. Inside are carefully preserved family photos. This is my ambition, he says. My daughter and my son-in-law. Choi Sam begins to reveal what he's been risking his life to earn money for. The thing she gave him? A miracle drug that costs 500 billion for a single injection. He bows his head, his voice heavy with sorrow. That's right, it's the cure. Ju's eyes immediately flick to the photos next to the medicine. What about these pictures? Is that your daughter? Choi Sam's hand trembles as he touches his daughter's photo, his gaze full of love. They are my entire family. Choi Sam looks at the picture with grim determination, revealing his seemingly insane plan. I'm going to Seoul. I'm going to turn my family back into humans. Hearing this, Ju freezes, a million questions flooding his mind. The zombie hellscape outside unfolded right before his eyes. How in the world did that old man get past the 10 million zombies swarming soon? The undead horde was as thick as ants, blocking every possible path. And that's not even counting the endless swarm waiting to ambush anyone trying to get in. Chan Shu considered the worst case. What if Chu Sam got the cure but still couldn't save his family? Even if he made it to soon, would the medicine even work? But he stopped himself. There was no reason to voice such a cruel question. Chan Shu's gaze went distant, lost deep in his own thoughts. Memories of his older brother flooded back. He had also desperately wanted to buy a house, a place to wait for their parents who were never coming back. Chan Shu had risked his life to fulfill that wish, stepping outside the walls just to buy that specific house. Looking back, both of their goals were equally insane and unrealistic. After a long silence, Chan Shu finally spoke. So this is what you meant when you said everyone clings to some crazy ambition. Chu Sam slammed a cabinet door shut and turned to face him. If you have something to say, spit it out like a man. But Chan Shu's courage vanished. He leaned back on the mattress to avoid the topic, saying, It's nothing. Thanks for the speech. I'm going to sleep. Chu Sam didn't even bother arguing. I thought you had some last words. The next morning, Chon Shu sat perched on the roof, enjoying the breeze. Hearing a click behind him, he turned to see Chu Sam stepping out in a full, elegant suit, making Chon Shu's eyes go wide. Whoa, you're dressed to kill. Is it really necessary to go that hard for a simple get-together? The old man adjusted his tie and casually replied, It's fine. Social gatherings like this are the true battlefields where all the madmen clash. And the more lunatics that gather, the crazier they get for these meetings. Chanshu shot back indifferently. Dress like that and you'll be an outcast immediately. He retorted blankly, We're professional zombie slayers. What the hell do clothes have to do with our skills? The old man closed his eyes and said with finality, Just go. You'll understand. Just as he finished speaking, a car sped towards them. It screeched to a halt right in front of the two, and a well-dressed man in polished shoes stepped out. He immediately circled to the other side, opening the door with immense respect. Chandi bowed politely. Good morning, the esteemed Mr. Kim Chu Sam. The old man briskly got inside. Thanks, Chandi smiled back. Of course, sir. Just as Chan Shu was about to scramble in, Chan's arm blocked his path. He slammed the door shut and said coldly, I'm only here to pick up Mr. Kim Chu Sam. Chan Shu furiously banged on the window, yelling, What the hell? How much of your precious gas will one more person use? Hey, old man, say something. Chandi immediately grabbed his wrist, his face twisted in annoyance. Stop this nonsense. Your manager is coming soon, so just wait there. This world has an order, a hierarchy. The car sped off in an instant, leaving Chon Su standing there all alone, completely stunned. He watched it go and yelled after it. Is that guy insane? And what the hell is a manager? Suddenly, a woman on a heavy-duty motorcycle stopped right beside him. She asked if he was the Reaper from Seo Miyong. Chonshu let out a weary sigh. Can't anyone let that ridiculous nickname go? The woman got off her bike and formally offered a business card. A pleasure to meet you, Reaper. I'm Min Ari, your personal manager starting today. I look forward to working with you. Seeing his baffled expression, she began to explain what a manager and a slazer are. Ari slowly described the process of exchanging zombie corpses for money, stating that to the company, slazers are a goldmine. They are a precious resource, as long as they have the strength to slaughter zombies. Meanwhile, the manager is the reliable support system, handling all the small details so the slazer can focus on fighting. She rattled off a long list of duties, from tactical planning, weapon upgrades, and vehicle prep, to managing money, accounting, and even physical training. Finding it reasonable, Chon Shu finally reached out and took the business card. So that's what a manager does. With that, Ari took off her massive helmet. She stood tall and offered a bright smile. I am the one who will be responsible for you, Mr. Chan Shu. Min Ari, C-rank manager of Team Kim Chu Sam. The scene then shifts to a magnificent, luxurious room. Secretary Park was carefully zipping up Aeyong's dress. Unexpectedly, Secretary Park spoke up. "Ma'am, I have a question." Aeyong looked surprised. "What is it?" Secretary Park couldn't hide her curiosity. "Mr. Cheolsu, didn't you plan on managing him personally? Why assign him a separate manager?" Hearing this, Aeyong calmly replied, "I once walked this path as a manager, but my position now is chief executive officer." After speaking, she turned to her secretary and continued, "My responsibility now isn't just protecting a single C-rank slazer, but also looking after the other 44 slazers in our company," the former A-rank manager Hoi Aeyong affirmed. Aeyong reassured her, "Don't you worry about Miss Min. She possesses a keen sense of smell, one that's just as sharp as mine." Secretary Park was surprised. "A sense of smell?" Aeyong turned back with a knowing smile. "Exactly. She can smell the scent of success." Meanwhile, Ari was taking Cheolsu through the streets at full speed. After a while, the two finally arrived at their destination, the most glamorous 5-star H&D hotel, the Beijing Hotel. Inside, staff were bustling about, rolling out a red carpet while others moved countless items. Security forces were also out in full force to maintain order. Outside, 3 cars approached the gate in a line, led by Chu Sam's black car, followed by a truck and another white car. Employees stood in 2 neat rows along the red carpet to welcome the A-rank slazers. Deok Chun stepped out of the car and immediately started grumbling. "Damn it. This isn't a social gathering. It's a place where you have to see faces you absolutely despise." GDC Group's A-rank slazer, Elder Gang Deok Chun, kill count 100,059. Standing nearby, Chun Sik spoke up. "If you hate the party that much, then get lost. My dogs will eat your share." Freelance A-rank slazer, Dogmaster Park Chun Sik, kill count 108,027. Park Yuin chimed in with a laugh. Why is everyone so hot-headed? We're colleagues, not enemies, my good brothers. The ones we should hate are the zombies, not our own kind." The Holy Knight of God, A-rank slazer, Pope Yuin, kill count 0. Cho Yong, standing beside him, spoke coldly. "Your mouths stink just as bad as the zombies. Please do us a favor and shut them." Choi and Kang Company's A-rank slazer, the young prodigy, Lee Cho Young, kill count 110,119. Guang Taek shot a glare at the other 3. "The kid's right. Shut your mouths, you religious nut. If it weren't for the zombie pandemic, you'd be rotting in a prison cell for fraud." Meet Lieutenant Lim Guangtaek, an A-rank Kim Cheolsu from the Ministry of Defense Special Task Force, with a kill count of 110,119. And from the Jigalchi Fish Market Small Business Association, we have another A-rank, Kim Cheolsu, the old fishmonger Han Jianghua, with a kill count of 100,063. Choi Sam joins the party. "Looks like all the heavy hitters are finally gathered, doesn't it? The real event is about to begin." From the Choi and Jang Company, A-rank Kim Cheolsu, the iron angler Kim Choi Sam. His kill count? A staggering 112,700. Before him, 2 guards respectfully swing open a massive gate. Inside, an announcement echoes through the hall for the Kim Cheolsu networking event at the H&D's most lavish 5-star establishment, the Beijing Hotel. To prepare, staff meticulously check the guest list before making their report. But then, an unfamiliar sight catches an employee's attention. It's Ari, pulling up on a motorcycle with Cheolsu riding behind. The employee rushes over. "Excuse me, miss. Are you a Kim Cheolsu or a VIP guest?" Ari smiles and introduces them. "This is the demon of Seomyeong District, a Kim Cheolsu." She then steps off the bike, adding, "And I'm Min Ari, his manager." The hotel staff glances back at his list and says, "Your name isn't on our guest list." He then asks, "Could you please tell me your rank?" Cheolsu immediately scowls and snaps at him. "My rank? Do I look like a piece of meat at the market to you?" Ari quickly interjects to smooth things over. "He's a C rank, but Miss Choi." The second he hears C rank, the staff's entire attitude changes. He scoffs with pure disdain, shocked that a C ranker would even wander around here. He sighs, waving them off like shooing flies. Only B-rank Kim Cheolsus and above are allowed, and you need a VIP invitation. This is a place of luxury. Stop embarrassing yourself and get lost. Suddenly, another voice cuts through the argument. "A VIP, you say? Are you perhaps referring to me?" Ah Young steps forward and gives an order. "Let them in. I invited them." The employee jumps in surprise. "Director Choi!" Cheon-soo glares over with pure disgust. It's her. The employee forces a pained smile. But he's only a C-rank Kim Cheolsu. We should maintain a certain image. Ah Young gently places a hand on the employee's shoulder and says, that rookie is a survivor of the 17th Territorial Reclamation Campaign. Cheon-soo just clicks his tongue, annoyed. She continues. He jumped from D rank to C rank overnight. And he's also a toy that I am extremely fond of. Hearing that, the employee breaks out in a cold sweat. Ah Young goes on, I bet the Kim Cheolsus and esteemed guests inside have heard the rumors and are dying to meet him. I did promise to bring him along. With that, she lowers her voice into a threat. Do you really want to spoil my fun? And theirs? Entering the grand hall, she turns back to Cheon-soo. Next time someone gives you trouble, just say, you're with me. I permit it. Cheon-soo clicks his tongue, completely unfazed. I was actually hoping to get kicked out and go home early. Ah Young lets out a mocking laugh. It seems our little puppy still doesn't understand his master's voice. She dangles his debt over him. You have to obey me until that 800 billion won is paid off, darling. He's left with no other choice. Cheon-soo can only let out a frustrated sigh. Fine, the banquet tables are covered in all kinds of exquisite delicacies, and even the waiters are dressed in impeccable, high-class attire. The assassins at the party gather in groups, chatting and getting acquainted. Cheon-soo looks around and remarks, this party is incredibly lavish, a real playground for the wealthy. Ari smiles and replies, calling it just a party isn't quite accurate, she explains. Every Kim Cheolsu here is at least B rank and has killed a minimum of 30,000 zombies. Ari continues, and the B rank and higher managers, they're here to find ways to recruit those very Kim Cheolsus. She also mentions a third group, the VIPs, and a final one, the ultra-rich VVIPs with the power to recruit both. Ari explains the real reason for the gathering. They are all here for business, you see. And these deals are not small. A single contract can be worth several billion, sometimes even tens of billions. She looks at Cheon-soo with a serious expression as she says this. Unlike other industries that collapsed after the Great Calamity, this is the only sector that's still thriving in Korea. Cheon-soo scratches his head, confused. Why are you suddenly telling me this? Ari leans in. I'm telling you so you can adapt. You should be proud to become an expert in this industry, Mr. Kim Cheolsu. She steps closer, her eyes filled with anticipation. And I need you to be professional enough to ignore the disgusting, filthy things you are about to witness. Cheon-soo casually picks up a glass of wine. Why so serious? He lifts the glass to his lips. I grew up in a refugee camp. Trivial matters like that won't faze me. You don't need to worry. Kim Cheon-soo's past was incredibly difficult. He was a refugee from the absolute lowest class in this post-apocalyptic world. He believes his tolerance for hardship is second to none. He has personally witnessed the absolute worst of humanity, seeing people trample each other just for a few scraps of food. He's also seen the upper class living in absurd luxury amidst the apocalypse, spending lavishly while the outside world starved, all thanks to their dark and illicit contracts. Just then, a man approaches them to talk. I've heard about your 9 recent achievements. You handled 8,000 zombies alone, correct? I'd like to hire you to retrieve a few items. Ari leans close to his ear and whispers, that's the chairman of the VF group. He's placed a total of 24 contracts before. He's a VIP of VIPs. She immediately flashes a business smile, hoping to secure the job. So, what do you need retrieved? The man speaks slowly. My wife was bitten while we were hiding in a bomb shelter in Daegu. I'm in the middle of dividing her stock shares, but I need her fingerprint to finalize the papers. Hearing those words, both Cheon-soo and Ari are completely stunned, unable to understand how he can talk about his wife in such a cold, flat tone. I think she's still in the shelter, so I just need you to go there and bring her finger back for me. Without saying a word, Cheon-soo immediately turns and walks away, leaving Ari staring in disbelief. His eyes are filled with cold contempt, ignoring all the fake pleasantries. But as he turns, he accidentally bumps right into another person. That man instantly flies into a rage, roaring at him. So you're the new rookie everyone's been whispering about, huh? Without another word, he grabs Cheon-soo by the collar and lifts him clean off the ground. Don't you watch where you're going, or do I need to teach you how to act? Just as the atmosphere becomes dangerously tense, a hand suddenly appears, resting lightly on the man's shoulder. A young man steps out to intervene with a mocking voice. Hey now, cool down. No one wants to see an old man trying to pick a fight with a kid. This is a member of the GDC group, B-rank Kim Cheolsu Yuk Sajang Hui, the man who has taken 31,207 lives. The man sees who it is, grunts in frustration, and lets go. He storms off, muttering curses about the GDC under his breath. Jiang Wei casually walks over, throws an arm around Cheolsu's shoulder, and says with a grin, "Hey, long-haired friend. Around here, we always give newcomers a warm welcome just like that." He keeps talking as he walks. "They're all very interested in you, but don't you worry, the event about to happen will draw all of their attention away from you." As soon as he finishes, the stage lights erupt, revealing an MC standing proudly at the center of the illuminated stage. He smiles, lifting the microphone to stir up the atmosphere. "Honored guests, how are you finding the party tonight? A little bland and boring, am I right?" Down in the crowd, Ah Dong's annoyance is clear. "These arrogant jerks are a real pain. We came here to work, not to party." The MC on stage cheerfully continues. "But don't worry, because we at the GDC group have prepared a special little auction for you all." Confused, Cheolsu turns to Jiang Hui. "An auction? Are you planning to sell weapons to Sla?" Jiang Hui immediately waves his hand, dismissing the idea. "No, GDC Group will be selling merchandise far more exciting than that." At that exact moment, something appears on stage that makes Cheolsu freeze in his tracks. One by one, 3 female zombies are brought onto the stage. The MC clears his throat to introduce them. From the left, this is the famous actress. Oh, wait. I mean the zombie that was the famous actress, Miss Jin Hunji. And next to her is the idol adored by millions, Mew. And the final face is the one and only Seo-hee. With that, he announces the price. We had a very hard time catching them. So the starting bid will be 5 billion gold, that's about 88 trillion Vietnamese dong. The moment he sees the zombies, Jiang Hui is ecstatic. This batch is top quality. This fan is definitely going to make a fortune. In total contrast to the crowd's fervor, Cheolsu is completely uninterested. He coldly turns to leave. Seeing this, Jiang Hui loudly taunts him. "What's wrong? Not your type? A young guy like you. You probably don't have enough cash to buy them anyway, right?" Cheolsu keeps walking in silence, not bothering to reply, but inside him, rage is boiling over. Sure, everyone has the right to spend their money on whatever they want. He casually pulls a knife stuck in a nearby table. But this sick joke has gone far beyond his limit. Cheolsu grips the sharp knife and marches straight for the stage. Ari, watching from the side, is breathless with tension, and she desperately calls out to him, "Cheolsu!" The MC sees a stranger rushing the stage and panics. "Sir, please place your bids from the audience." Meanwhile, Ari pushes through the chaotic crowd, screaming, "Stop!" But by now, Cheolsu's eyes have rolled back, his face a mask of terrifying, murderous intent. Without hesitation, he raises the knife and swiftly deals with the female zombies. Witnessing this crazed scene, Ah Dong spits out the water he was drinking, while Sang Chun just smirks with a hidden meaning. Choi Sam remains perfectly calm, silently watching his every move. The horrified MC stumbles back, stammering, "What the hell is this?" He's so panicked he drops the microphone on the floor, which emits a piercing sound. The entire hall suddenly falls silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop as all eyes fix on Cheolsu. Cheolsu slowly bends down and picks up the microphone. He puts it to his mouth and yells into it, his voice echoing everywhere. "You are all a bunch of disgusting pigs." He unleashes a torrent of harsh curses. "You flatter these VIP guests and praise them to the high heavens. Fine, that's okay. You ignore me, you look down on me for being a rookie, just some fodder. I can tolerate that too." Cheolsu points the dripping knife in his hand straight at the head of the zombie's corpse, growling. "But this is something I cannot accept." He screams again in a rage, "I thought you bastards were supposed to be hunting zombies. Isn't that the job of so-called experts like you?" As he speaks, his eyes scan the crowd below with extreme contempt. "Are you really going to lower your own honor just for money? To this extent?" He doesn't stop, hurling sharp, angry insults at the people present in the room. Finally, he raises the knife one last time and yells, "Remember this well. Hunters are those who hunt zombies, not those who turn them into a sick joke for money." In that moment, a memory of his older brother suddenly floods Cheonsu's mind. He despises this society. While people like his brother had to live their entire lives in poverty, just waiting for death to slowly erode them. He stands tall on the stage, looking down on them. The extravagant lives of these rich people made him feel that it was even more disgusting and rotten than the miserable lives of the common people. Ari stands lost in the sea of people, trying to shout a warning. "Get down now. Hurry up." Before they can realize what just happened, a hunter in the crowd who had been insulted finally snaps back. "That's right. So what if we lower ourselves for money? What are you going to do about it, you arrogant little brat?" The other hunters around him scowled, their cold eyes all fixed on Cheolsu. Jang Deok-chun frowns in annoyance. What can you do, you little pup? This man is a member of the GDC SLA group, A rank. The big boss, Jang Deok-chun. The man who eliminated countless zombies is none other than Jang Deok-chun, the renowned chairman of the GDC group, and also one of the top-tier A-rank slavers. The scene shifts to the headquarters of a huge corporation. He was once the center of a grand opening ceremony, but that halo of fame could not reveal his true face. The media was abuzz with news of the GDC building's grand opening. Ironically, it was a party of decadent luxury where the uncultured rich were trying to play the part of businessmen. An employee pushes open the door while he is focused on some documents. The employee reports that everything is ready. Deok-chun coldly asks about the stock situation after that mocking article. The employee immediately reports, "Sir, we've lost 1.2 trillion. Hearing the damage report, his face twists into pure rage. He crushes the newspaper in his fist, curses, and orders them to lead the way. Night falls over the deserted container yard as a line of supercars pulls up. Duke Chun steps out of one, and his men quickly open a container, clearing a path for their boss. Inside, a man is held captive. His body is covered in blood, bound tightly to a chair with thick, heavy ropes. All of this, just for being a reporter. Duke Chun signals for him to speak, and his men brutally rip the tape from his mouth. Sangdu immediately starts screaming curses, calling him a son of a bitch thug and asking if he really thinks he can get away with attacking a journalist. Duke Chun couldn't care less. He casually pulls up a chair, sits down opposite Sangdu, and declares with chilling clarity, "I'm not going to kill you." With those words, he pulls out a syringe. A smirk plays on his lips as he explains he just wants the reporter to live on in a different form. Sangdu sees the murky black liquid inside, but instead of fear, he smiles. He recognizes it, zombie blood. He scoffs that Duke Chun will always be a thug, adding that he expected this outcome when he wrote the article. Duke Chun immediately injects the grotesque fluid into Sangdu's body. The reporter just laughs defiantly, vowing to bite Duke Chun first when he turns, as a final service to his country. He taunts him, saying that even if this satisfies his anger, Kang Duke Chun will never be anything more than a common gangster. Duke Chun replies instantly, claiming the reporter has seriously misunderstood. He isn't angry about being called a petty thug at all. The virus begins to spread, blue and purple veins bulging on Sangdu's neck. Duke Chun snarls that he's furious because that trash article made his company's stock value plummet by 1.2 trillion. Sangdu starts to tremble from shock and pain, barely managing to stammer out, "What?" Duke Chun coldly adds that the revenge doesn't stop at just turning him into a zombie. Duke Chun turns to his men, coldly ordering them to bring them out. It turns out he's taken Sangdu's entire family hostage. Sangdu's eyes fly wide with horror as he sees his loved ones, and he lets out a desperate, heart-wrenching scream. Duke Chun approaches his trembling prey, mockingly wishing him a happy family dinner, or more accurately, a dinner made of his family. The poison digs deeper. Sangdo screams, begging them to kill him before he turns into a mindless monster. Duke Chun ignores his pleas, coldly turning his back as they lock his family in with him. Sangdo's cries tear through the night, partly from the physical agony, but mostly from the absolute terror of hurting the people he loves. Outside the container, Duke Chun calmly lights a cigarette, muttering that he spared the man's life, yet he's still complaining. So ungrateful. He orders his men to check the scene in the morning, take photos, and send them to the press to intimidate them into writing articles that will restore his stock price. Kang Duke Chun isn't just good at calculations, he forces every calculation to go his way, and the scene cuts back to the stage, where Kim Cheolsu is facing off against Duke Chun alone. Ari rushes over, begging Mr. Kang to calm down. Before she can finish, she's hit with a lightning-fast slap to the face. The blow sends her flying, sprawling across the floor. Her head smacks hard against the wall, leaving a massive red bruise. Witnessing this, Kim Cheolsu roars with fury. Duke Chun glares back, his eyes full of killing intent. He curses, then snarls, asking if Kim Cheolsu has a problem with the way he makes money. Kim Cheolsu grits his teeth, suppressing the rage boiling in his chest as he retorts, "If this is your only way of doing business, then you're no different from those rotting zombies." He swears he will shatter that twisted ideology. With that, Kim Cheolsu lunges forward with his knife, ready to strike, but Duke Chun dodges with lightning speed, leaving Kim Cheolsu stunned. Even more terrifying, he reads the knife's path and catches it with ease. Then, with just 2 fingers, Duke Chun shatters the sharp steel blade. He mocks him, saying he talks big, but it's time to shut up. Immediately after, Duke Chun throws a powerful punch straight at Kim Cheolsu, who quickly raises his arms to defend himself. Duke Chun suddenly changes his move, bringing a devastating overhead punch crashing down on his opponent's head. A deadly, murderous glint flashes in his eyes. Kim Cheolsu bites down hard, straining to withstand the immense force. Duke Chun just keeps adding pressure, pressing down harder and harder. The dry, sickening crack of breaking bones echoes. Kim Cheolsu realizes with horror that his arms have been crippled. Cold sweat soaks his entire body as his face contorts in agony, but he still tries to endure it. Finally, his arms give out completely, dropping uselessly to his sides. Kim Cheolsu grinds his teeth, pure terror now visible in his eyes. Showing no mercy, Duke Chun follows up with a thunderous kick straight to Kim Cheolsu's jaw. The impact sends him flying several feet, blood spraying from his mouth. The power gap is just too massive. Kim Cheolsu is utterly defeated. Duke Chun stands over the motionless body on the floor and orders an employee to calculate the total damages. The employee reports the value of the 3 auction items is around 12 billion, which is about 212 trillion Vietnamese dong. He taps away on a calculator, adding 50 billion for damage to the event's image, 884 trillion dong, plus 50 million for the MC's psychological treatment. The final number hits 62.05 billion, converting to 110 million trillion dong. Duke Chun tells him to add another item to the bill, gesturing with his blood-stained foot. He silently curses, wondering if that bastard was a zombie with a bite that strong. The employee finalizes the bill, adding another 1.2 million, around 21 billion dong. The man slowly crouches beside Kim Cheolsu, declaring he'll make the sponsor compensate for all damages and treatment costs. As soon as he finishes speaking, he coldly reaches out to tear Kim Cheolsu's throat out, certain the 50 billion compensation for this mess would be covered if he made an example out of him. In that exact moment, a pure white thread zips through the air, wrapping tightly around his neck. Cheel Sam has finally made his appearance, much to Duke Chun's annoyance. "What the hell are you doing?" he growls. "Can't you see I'm collecting damages, old man?" Cheel Sam just smiles faintly. "You and your crude behavior, I am simply following my orders." Just then, Ah Dong also steps out leisurely. She smiles and speaks up. "Duke Chun, do you happen to have a spare 800 billion? In Vietnamese currency, that's about 14 million trillion. Ah Dong knows perfectly well that Duke Chun is the type of man to cling to his precious calculations, whether in life or death. Hearing this, he whips around, his eyes wide. 800 billion? What the hell are you talking about? Ah Dong calmly replies. "That's the only price to stop him, the guy you're about to tear apart," she adds. "He owes me 800 billion won." The man stomps forward, spitting his words with every step. "Damn it, 800 billion? Are you kidding me?" With his massive frame, Deok Chun towers over Ah Dong, accusing her of making it up to protect her employee. But even facing the crushing pressure from this terrifying man, she keeps her composure perfectly. "No, I'm serious. If you don't believe me, I can show you his IOU right now." The girl behind her immediately hands Ah Dong a piece of paper. Taking the document, she holds it out in front of him, and just like that, Deok Chun snatches it to see for himself, falling silent as he reads every single line on the debt note. Ah Dong's voice turns to ice. "If the debtor is killed, I'm forced to collect from the one who killed him. So, will the GDC group be writing me a check for 812 billion? Her tone gets sharper. "Go ahead, kill him, if you think you can afford it. It's more convenient for me. You'd save me decades of waiting for him to pay me back." Hearing Ah Dong's provocations, Deok Chun roars like a wild animal. "You think I don't have the guts?" He furiously throws the IOU aside. His huge body lunges forward. "I'm Kang Deok Chun. That paltry sum is nothing to me. Damn it, with my money, why would I worry about this?" Deok Chun violently shoves his hand down Cheonsu's throat. Secretary Park witnesses this and panics, shouting, "Wait!" But Ah Dong remains perfectly still, arms crossed, watching as if it's all just a fascinating show. He won't do it. No matter how hot-headed he is, he still has a brain for calculating risk. And just as she predicted, Deok Chun's hand suddenly freezes. He glances behind him, realizing that if he backs down now, both his and his company's reputation will be destroyed. A curious crowd is still gathered around, watching to see what happens since he failed to follow through on his threat. But then, thinking of that colossal number makes him mad all over again, grinding his teeth. 800 billion is 800 billion. Deok Chun shoves Cheonsu's limp body away, growling in frustration. "Damn it, This is exactly why I hate coming to these kinds of events. Though slightly worried, A-dong smirks victoriously. But catching that look, he instantly lunges and grabs her by the head. Are you laughing at me, you little brat? Just then, another person appears, blocking his path. The tables officially turn as Deok-chun realizes he's surrounded by an elite force. Jo Rang lets out a murderous aura, threatening him. If you dare lay a single finger on her. Sang-soo continues the warning. It doesn't matter who that person is. And finally, Chu Wol-sam finishes with an ice-cold promise, you will die. Faced with guns and the weapons of three masters, Deok-chun can do nothing but grit his teeth. He still has A-dong's head in his grip as he spits a final threat. One day, when my company is strong enough, I will kill you and your entire crew. With that, Deok-chun turns and storms away. A-dong immediately orders her subordinates, take Miss Min and Mr. Cheolsu to the nearest hospital, now. She doesn't forget to add, and inform the organizers that we will compensate for all damages from this incident. Secretary Park steps up to ask, will we continue with the event, ma'am? The schedule still has the VIP meeting and the ex-recruitment. A-dong is quiet for a moment. Then, she speaks as she turns to leave. No, I've lost interest. There's no reason to stay at this ruined party. Inside, she's still fuming, thinking, this is insane. Amidst the thugs, Cheon-su's furious voice rings out. I thought you bastards were supposed to be hunting zombies. Isn't that a job for professionals like you? Veins pop on his forehead from pure rage. Do you really have to lower yourselves for money to this extent? The scene shifts to another place, amidst the desolate, ruined cityscape. A voice speaks up. A-dong, why don't we create a new profession? In a blood-soaked suit, Suho continues enthusiastically. We'll create a specialized job for people who make an honest living by killing zombies. The founder, Choi, and the S-rank Divine Spearmaster, Kang Slaw, were both personally killed by Kang Suho. Remembering that image and Suho's passionate words, A-dong unconsciously stops in her tracks. He would definitely say something just like that. By now, Cheon-su has been taken to the hospital for treatment. He glances to his side and sees Minari, also injured and bandaged, diligently peeling an apple for him, so he just stays silent. After a moment, he puts a hand to his forehead, saying guiltily, I'm sorry for dragging you into this mess. Minari keeps her eyes on the apple and replies, it was partly my fault too. I should have watched you more carefully. I'm not the one you need to apologize to. After everything that just happened, he feels completely powerless. I can't stand seeing people like that hold a higher status than me. In his mind, Cheon-su sees the image of high-status people chained up on a stage. From left to right, the famous actress. Wait, I mean the zombie who used to be the famous actress, Queen Hui. Next to her is the idol, Min, and Miss So-hee as well. It doesn't stop there. Just thinking about how many people are living in misery while the rich enjoy themselves on that suffering makes his blood boil. Finally, he speaks up. So I need to ask you this. Cheon-su slowly opens his eyes. Is this company just like those rotten scumbags, or are they simply enduring this? Ari holds up a single finger in front of him and calmly says, there are two things that determine a hunter's value. An image of Deok-chun appears. First is the ability to kill zombies. In other words, combat skill. Ari continues, second is the amount of wealth they earn from that job. Recalling their failure, she concludes, you lost to Kang Deok-chun because he surpasses you in both aspects. That's also why we were completely helpless against him. Our strength and our finances are not yet on a level to defeat him. She continues, speaking of a bitter reality. Until that day comes, we can only stand by and watch. Hearing this, Cheon-su scoffs. Just watch? You make it sound so easy. You're just an outsider after all. Then Ari suddenly remembers something, and her gaze darkens. Cheon-su, you're not the only one who thinks this society is rotten. A painful memory flashes through Ari's mind. The image of those zombies chained on the stage from before she was just a little girl then. She looked up in anguish at a familiar figure on that stage. She hugged herself tightly to calm down, her voice trembling. That's my sister. Back in the present, Ari's heart still aches. You grew up in the slums of Hani, and as your manager, I feel the same way you do. She stands up and walks over to Cheon-su's bed. Hone your skills and get rich, so you can either slam your justice down on their heads, or just smash this twisted world and force it back onto the right path. Hearing that, he slowly pushes himself up, ripping the bandages from his hands to reveal pulsing, powerful veins. I'm ready to start dropping zombies right now. Just give me the mission. Ari flashes a knowing smile, happy to indulge him. That's a manager's duty after all. Her eyes land on a nearby apple, She tosses it to him with a casual warning. I hear apple peels have tons of vitamin C, and hey, your reflexes are pretty sharp, she calls back while opening the door. I'll find you a few jobs by next week. Cho-yu takes a huge bite of the apple, muttering to himself with satisfaction. She didn't have to say it quite like that. Suddenly, Ong storms in, yelling right in her face. What jobs are you talking about? Ari is completely floored. What? That's impossible. I just gave a whole speech promising I'd find him work. Ong shoves a chart in front of her. Turns out, that bastard Dukchun has threatened all their VIPs and potential clients into blacklisting Devil Cho. One look at the order graph for Choi and Kang is enough to give anyone a headache. Ari quickly pinpoints the core reason their company is failing. They're slashing prices to steal every contract on the market, charging 10 to 30% less than us. Aong rubs her temples, completely stressed. It seems we've really kicked the hornet's nest. Miss Min, Ari insists, desperately trying to find a way to get Cho-yu a job. We have to build up Devil Cho's brand reputation. It's the only way he can pay his debt to the company and stop Dukchun's harassment for good. And to do that, he absolutely needs a job. Finally, she swallows her pride and bows low, begging for an opportunity. No matter how pathetic the commission, we'll take it. Please, just give us a job. Hearing this, Aong pauses to think. Ari has a point. Devil Cho needs a solid track record and client trust so that Dukchun has no excuse to mess with them. After a moment, she asks, are you absolutely sure you'll take any job? Even grueling physical labor that pays almost nothing? At that, Ari's eyes light up as she nods furiously. Absolutely. I will convince Devil Cho to do it, no matter what. Aong pulls out a dusty old file from under her desk that looks like it's about to disintegrate. Here's the job. Get to Jinny. Immediately. And with that, the memories of Jinny's past come flooding back. The 12th and 13th Territory recapture campaigns were fought in Jinny, helping nearby cities expand their control, but the cost was fire and total devastation. This should have been a cakewalk of a mission. Its proximity to major cities meant getting supplies from Busan would be incredibly easy. A man named Dong, a B-rank slazer known as the Flamethrower, was busy burning everything in sight, having already eliminated over 36 targets. A few people run up to him, firing off questions. Hey Dong, are you done cleaning this area? How many did you kill? Did you meet the quota for payment? He retracts his flames and turns to them. There are no mutants around here, so farming cash from these zombies is a piece of cake. But suddenly, Dong's eyes catch something strange. Right at his feet, a massive pillar of flesh erupts from the ground. The crowd looks up in absolute horror as the mutant actually begins to speak. The earthworm scans the crowd with its blood-red eyes, growling as it demands more. This is a BZ-177 class mutant. Everyone is frozen in terror at its sudden appearance. The emergence of the BZ-177 mutant, the earthworm, instantly plunged everything into chaos. The other two slazers immediately turned and fled for their lives. A mutant! Run! They scream. In the end, 31 slazers and 3,700 civilians were wiped out. The mutant just kept looking around, muttering for more food. The sudden appearance of that monster had turned Jinny into a living hell. It was only then that Dukchun and his crew finally showed up, asking, what in the world is that thing? Is it an insect or something else? It wasn't until Dukchun, the super rookie of his time, and 50 elite employees from the GDC Corporation arrived that the mutant was finally defeated. And of course, they all line up in two perfect rows to snap a photo commemorating their glorious victory. Everyone, look this way and smile. A man finishes recounting the tale. And that's the history of how the Great Wall of Jinny we see today came to be built. Cho-yu has lost all his patience. Yeah, I get it, he says, waving his hand. Ditch the charts and pictures and just tell me what I'm here to do. The man simply offers a warm smile. I'll explain right now. Please, step outside for a look. Beyond the door is a chaotic scene, where countless workers are toiling away without a moment's rest. This is the massive construction site for the Jinny Wall. We are building a defensive barrier to encircle the entire city. It's a similar design to the one in Busan, the man explains, pointing off into the distance. We just need to complete the western wall, and the project will be finished. When this project is done, the land shortage in Busan will be eased, he continues enthusiastically, meaning more housing for the homeless. Cho-yu, however, looks completely bored. Housing, huh? Right. A shelter's a shelter, I guess. At that, the man's expression turns grim. But Cho-yu raises an eyebrow, suddenly paying attention. Is there a problem? The man explains that the construction noise has attracted zombies, and their numbers are growing daily. We've had to run the site 24/7 to speed up progress. But sometimes, the zombies still launch attacks in the dead of night. The man sighs heavily. Our security forces and workers have fought hard to hold them off. But if they keep coming like this, I don't think we can last much longer. Finally, he concludes, that is why we need you to handle this, Slazer Nim. But just then, Minari cuts him off. Hold on a minute, sir. She starts connecting the dots and challenges him. If only the western wall remains, that means the north and east sections are done. So how did you defend the site while building those? The site manager quickly explains. The Nakdong River flows around the north and east of Jinyi. Furthermore, the Busan wall connects to the southeast, so building in those directions wasn't a problem. After explaining, he hangs his head in shame. Back then, we had the budget to hire professional slazers, unlike our pathetic situation now. The comment instantly makes Cho Yu's blood boil, and he grinds his teeth. What do you mean, unlike now? Ari quickly intervenes to diffuse the tension. Let me be blunt, you're out of money, aren't you? The site manager nods. Yes, that's correct. Which is why Choi and Kang's company offered to be paid with land in Jinyi instead of cash once the wall is complete. She finally understands just how messy this job is. No wonder Miss Choi was so hesitant to even accept this contract in the first place. A single slazer is expected to defend this entire massive project alone. Ari keeps thinking, and if the construction is delayed or cancelled because of zombies, they'll pin all the blame on the slazer in charge. Noticing her sudden silence, Cho Yu calls out, Hey you! He presses on, What are you hesitating for? Didn't you say I had to reach a position that could change the world? You remember, right? So tell me, will this job get me there? Ari's answer is firm. Yes. You have to take this. Hearing that, Chonshu immediately tightens his grip on his weapon. He then steps forward confidently, a defiant smile on his face. All right then, let's fight. No reason to be scared. The mission's objective is actually pretty simple. The Slazer will guard the construction site 24/7, killing any zombie that dares threaten the workers. The reward is 6.48 hectares of prime land in Jingyi City, managed by Consim rank Slazer service provider Min Ari. But both of them stare, wide-eyed, at the scene unfolding before them. The man leads them to a tiny, tiny room. This is the mansion you'll be staying in for the next 2 months. Ari's eyes go wide with disbelief. There's only one room? He just forces a laugh. I'm so sorry, but even our own workers barely have a place to stay. They step inside to check and are immediately speechless, with absolutely nothing to say. The man says his goodbyes and closes the door. Sleep well. I'll buzz you on the radio if anything happens. Chonshu and Ari just stand there, frozen, for a long time. She quietly turns and asks him, Is this going to be okay? If you're uncomfortable, I'm ready to leave right now. But Chonsu immediately claims his sleeping spot. I'll take this corner. The rest of this room's territory is all yours. He adds one more thing. You're in debt because of me. I won't let you suffer for it. Hearing those words, Ari lets out a small, satisfied smile. Her clear voice echoes in the cramped space. Well then, if you don't mind, have a quiet and peaceful evening. But moments like that are exactly when bad omens love to strike. Chonshu's eyes snap open, and he springs to his feet in an instant. Ari is jolted awake by Chonshu's sudden movement. The demon sparrow urgently cries out, The zombies are here! A series of frantic, rapid knocks sound from the sliding door. He leaps up, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Looks like we're completely surrounded. Mean Ari is clearly stunned by this sudden turn of events. You mean they broke in? But they haven't even sent us a warning signal. Chonshu slowly walks towards the door. We fight our way out the second I open this door. Stay close so I can protect you. Minari braces herself, ready to face what's coming. Yes. He slowly counts down. 3! Ari grits her teeth in tension, while a flash of worry crosses Chonshu's eyes. The moment he says one, he kicks the door open and charges out. Chonshu swings his weapon with every ounce of his strength, mercilessly cutting down a crowd of dark figures in front of him. And then, his eyes freeze, as if he's just realized something. His weapon stops just inches from a person's neck as a birthday cake tumbles to the ground, splattering everywhere. One worker is pinned under a table on the floor, while another trembles, hands raised to block Chonshu's sharp blade. Both sides are completely baffled by this bizarre, unexpected situation. The other man looks like he's seen a ghost, bawling with tears and snot running down his face. It was just a welcome party. Ari and Chonshu hear this and are frozen stiff. Or maybe not, the narrator is just messing with you a little bit. The next question comes up. Describe your work environment. The young man with a beard thinks for a moment before answering. What's that word kids use these days? That's right, it's like a living hell. In his mind, he sees images of miserable people toiling away just to survive. Working 2 shifts every single day is nothing short of torture. He's even seen workers who have to stay alert for monsters every single night. But that's not even the only problem. Having to constantly worry about zombies while working makes us 10 times more stressed. While the workers are focused on their jobs, one of them suddenly notices something's wrong. Strange sounds from the distance make 2 of them uneasy, and they slowly approach to investigate. At this point, the young man lets out a heavy sigh, raising his beer can in lament. That's why we always have muscle aches the next day. The work is tough, yeah, but it's the extreme stress that's really killing me. The next question is asked. So, is the pay decent? The young man bursts out laughing in surprise. Pay? What pay? We don't get paid a single cent. This leaves the interviewer completely bewildered. But they said they pay you guys. The poor souls just shake their heads, describing a living space that's no better than a slum, with trash piled high. No, not at all. We're provided with food and a place to stay for our work, but that's it, nothing more. He just bows his head helplessly, picking up his beer. It would be great if they paid us something, but what can you do? I heard the power's going out back home again this month. This makes the interviewer even more confused. Then why do you keep working here? The young man looks away, embarrassed, and explains, well, I brought this on myself. But then, his lips curve into a proud smile as he holds up an ultrasound photo. I'm going to be a father. The interviewer can only reply, congratulations. The man quickly glances outside, sharing a private thought. Honestly, I'm not even sure if this is worth celebrating. After all, they promised that the construction workers would be the first to get houses after the wall is finished, and it seems he's always dreamed of a brighter future for his small family. Nobody here gets paid a salary. We all risk our lives working for a future with a roof over our heads. It's not just him. Everyone working here is just as optimistic and cheerful as if nothing bad has ever happened. The people here are either doing it for their families or they're just sick and tired of a homeless life on the streets. That's why we're all gathered here. Finishing his thought, the worker raises his beer, laughing. So please, make sure you protect us. Slazer Chonshu just stays silent, at a loss for words, while Ari glances at him with a hidden meaning. After they step outside, the 2 of them are silent for a very long time. Neither says a word. Finally, he lets out a slow sigh and speaks. Why did you ask them such silly questions? Hearing all that just made me depressed. Contrary to what he expected, she remains perfectly calm as she analyzes the situation. Managers have a rule. Don't let emotions get involved when a slazer has to slaughter zombies to reclaim lost territory. Some people even risk their lives to protect little children from the hordes of the dead. Ari sighs. But when you need to rescue or protect others, you have to appeal to a slazer's emotions and awaken their compassion. She stepped forward, a confident smile on her face. Once they realized what they needed to protect, she knew they would become exponentially stronger. Something like that, anyway. As Cheolsu walked, he glanced at her and commented, nice speech, but it sounds more like you're trying to work me to death. Hearing that, she took it as a joke and laughed. That's right. You caused a scene at the exchange, so you'd better make up for it with some hard work. After a moment of thought, Cheolsu warned her, don't let them drink for too long. I need to rest up for when the zombies show up. He then walked briskly to his room. Behind him, Ari simply nodded, following her commander's orders. When he reached a deserted corner, he leaned against a container, lost in silent contemplation. The streetlights flickered, a faint glow mirroring the lives of the workers here. Blending into the night, he felt the world around him still turning. Remembering what the worker had said earlier, he mused to himself. A house? If that simple thing is all they wish for, then I have to protect them. The scene shifts to the next morning. Inside a room, Cheondu is training intensely, hammering out endless push-ups. But outside, massive zombies have already arrived, preparing to assault the area. The moment one of the workers saw the grotesque monsters, he jumped back in pure terror. Before panic could spread, Cheonsu shot outside, shovel in hand. He launched a powerful kick straight to a zombie's head, instantly logging it out of existence. But he wasn't satisfied. He spun around and charged at the next wave of zombies, unleashing a flurry of relentless strikes. Cheonsu's attacks were devastatingly precise, wiping out each zombie with clean efficiency. Even with just basic moves, he sent the entire horde to meet their makers. In less than 5 minutes, Cheonsu had completely annihilated the zombie swarm. He let out a soft sigh and started to walk away. But he didn't realize that right behind him, a new zombie was silently stalking him, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. When it saw its chance, it lunged forward with a horrifying roar. Blood splattered through the air. Turns out, the zombie was already impaled on Cheolsu's weapon, its blood staining him red. The continuous fighting was starting to wear him down. Just as he was about to head back inside to rest, he caught the admiring gazes of the crowd. The workers were cheering wildly. That was amazing. Mr. Slaw, thank you so much. Come have a drink with us later. Faced with their overwhelming enthusiasm, he could only sigh and say, "Don't thank me. I'm just doing my job. Now just get me that ladder. I forgot to bring it down earlier." He went back to rest until he was called upon again, going over his notes. Ari reported that he had taken down 8 zombies today, earning another 40 million. To put that in perspective, that's over 743 million Vietnamese dong. Right then, Chiller Sam appeared, just as Cheon was training with some wire. With just a few basic moves, Chiller Sam easily tied up Cheolsu with the wires and began to criticize him. "You're still too slow, boy, and you need to learn to use physics instead of just brute force." Chiller Sam continued his lesson. Imagine your enemy is prey caught in your trap. He then demonstrated, skillfully manipulating the wires with his bare hands. The cords tightened around Cheolsu's body, leaving him completely immobilized, even lifting him effortlessly into the air. Cheolsu could only gasp for help. "Let me go, old man." The old man just chuckled before finally letting go, sending Cheolsu crashing painfully to the ground. During their training, Kim Chiller Sam asked him a question, and Cheon finally answered. "I've never thought I'd be satisfied with this Kim Cheolsu or Slayer job." High above, the other workers were still on the job. One of them pointed, directing the crane. "Yeah, over there, not there." As Cheolsu sat resting, he continued talking to Chiller Sam. But having something to protect, it isn't so bad. Hearing this, the old man looked over as Cheon added, "I don't want them to go through what I did." Kim Chiller just listened in silence. Then, without warning, he raised his hand and smacked Cheolsu hard on the back, making the young man jump. Immediately after, he turned to leave. But before he went, he left one final piece of advice. "Then you'd better work harder." Cheolsu sat on the ground, rubbing his aching back in complete confusion. Just then, Chiller Sam tossed him a coil of rope and said, "I'll help you with something." Cheolsu caught it, staring at the coil in his hands and muttering, "A rope?" Chiller Sam looked back, pointing at him. "Didn't I tell you to learn a long-range weapon? It's too soon for you to control the crane, so start with this." The scene changes to a desolate, ruined road where a single car is driving. It's Chiller Sam's car. He sat in the back seat as the driver spoke up. "Sir, I know it's not my place to ask, but why do you care so much about that kid? You didn't need to spend so much time on him." Hearing this, Chiller Sam replied, "You'll see, Chan. The day I go to soon, he will become the pillar of Busan in my place. He's improving very quickly." The scene cuts again to a skyscraper, the JDC Group's main headquarters. Inside, a golf tee stands ready. A man with arms covered in tattoos swings a golf club, sending the ball flying. Just then, another man opens the door and announces, "Mr. Chairman, Na Sang-deok, the chairman of the Busan Real Estate Association, has arrived." A moment later, a man is escorted into the room, looking incredibly timid. At the chairman's office, Na Sang-deok sits across from the tattooed chairman of JDC. The JDC chairman is the first one to break the silence. "The Busan Real Estate Association. You people own all the buildings, land, and apartments in Busan. What could a bunch of rich guys like you possibly need from our zombie hunting company?" Hearing this, Na Sang-deok leaned in and said, "Chairman Kang, please, keep what I'm about to say a secret." Chairman Kang leaned back in his chair and replied, "Of course, I'm not a fan of other people hearing about my money-making opportunities." Once he agreed, Na Sang-deok finally asked, "You know about the wall being built in Jinhae, right? It's almost finished. They only need to build one last small section. Model." Hearing this, Chairman Jang lets out a long sigh. "Is that right? They've been building it for 2 or 3 years now, but what has it accomplished?" Na Sang-deok, sweating buckets, hesitates. "I'm not sure if I should say this, but can you swear this stays between us?" The chairman instantly snaps, "Do you have a trust problem? Just spit it out, old man." And so, Na Sang-deok reveals the truth. Once the wall in Jingyi is finished, real estate prices in Busan will plummet by 20 to 35%. It's a simple rule of thumb. Prices fall when supply is greater than demand. That's why our association members want to intervene. Hearing this, a surprised Chairman Jang asks, "Intervene how?" Na Sang-deok finally gets to his point. I mean, we have to force the construction to a halt. Just imagine it. What if zombies suddenly appeared and turned the construction site into total chaos? At those words, Chairman Jiang's expression changes. A second later, the chairman shoots up from his seat, laughing wildly. You want me to unleash zombies to destroy it? Are you insane? Do you have any idea what happens if you get caught? You'll be executed for treason. That's far worse than some petty criminal charge. Holy hell, you've completely lost your mind. As the chairman rants, Na Sangdeo counters with a single number, 10%. He holds up a piece of paper, continuing, I'll give you 10% of all assets owned by our members. You must have a way to do it. The workers hired a slayer, so we're going to need a massive number of zombies. Faced with this unbelievable sum, Chairman Jiang's mind races. The association's total assets are around 200 trillion won. 10% of that is 20 trillion. And if this plan succeeds without a hitch, he can demand even more from them. At that thought, the chairman's entire attitude shifts as he speaks up. Forget everything I just said. I'm in. But if anything goes wrong, the association takes full responsibility. Na Sangdeok immediately agrees. Of course. But I need you to gather enough zombies to guarantee success. Like I said, they hired a slayer. The rumor is he single-handedly annihilated 8,000 zombies in a single night. Hearing this, Chairman Jiang's thoughts immediately jump to Chu. 8,000 zombies? It has to be that bastard. A vein bulges on his forehead at the thought. He smirks. That's even better. I'll release something special to make sure this little venture is a complete success. The scene shifts to a room filled with countless bio-containment pods when suddenly a flashlight beam cuts through the darkness. Inside the pods are cocoons, each bearing the shape of a human face. As the light sweeps over one, a ground crawler inside reacts, its eyes slowly cracking open. Sang Daok wonders what trick he's got up his sleeve. Daok Chun calmly mentions the name Zhonghua, the substance rumored to be the cure for the plague. Both men are thinking about the miraculous antidote for the undead. Rumors have spread far and wide, all saying it's extracted from mutated zombies. That's why hunters are constantly searching for live mutated zombies to sell to research labs. Even slayers earn money by supplying them to pharmaceutical companies. In exchange for these monsters locked in glass cages, fortunes are made. Medical staff and research teams work to bring zombies into quarantine for containment. For the huge profits from a cure, pharmaceutical companies are willing to make shady deals right inside their own buildings. A perfect plan forms in Daok Chun's mind, and he can't help but feel pleased with himself. He proposes they just steal one mutated zombie and release it in Jingyi. All their troubles would be handled in a flash. Before leaving, Sang Daok can't hide his anxiety as he pleads. Daok Chun nods, promising to arrange everything smoothly. But then he remembers something important and calls him back, making Sang Daok freeze awkwardly. His face becomes terrifying. He gives a chilling warning that if the plan is exposed, he is to keep his mouth shut. Take it to your grave. Do you understand? After that threat, the man quickly scurries away, leaving him alone in the large room. Daok Chun immediately orders his subordinate to call Jiang Hui, mentioning the pregnant ground crawler they captured in Jingyi. At the same time, we see a mutated monster slowly regenerating. He gives a cold, vicious order. Bring that monster out and eliminate every single witness at the scene. His subordinate bows. Daok Chun adds another cruel instruction. Find 10 homeless people from the slums, the kind of people nobody would miss if they died. Every move is part of his plan, because the government would definitely get suspicious if a mutated strain suddenly appeared for no reason. The subordinate praises the plan, then hurries off to prepare the bait. In a pitch-black basement, a horrifying sight makes someone drop their flashlight in pure terror. Before him is a mutated zombie, its appearance so hideously grotesque it's bone-chilling. Just one look at the monster is enough to make the security guard shake like a leaf. But even more terrifying is a strange man with a weapon, busy slaughtering the research staff. Jiang Hui looks up with a sarcastic sigh, cursing about why these people had to be so damn dedicated to their jobs. Why not sneak off to play, or nap in the main hall? After muttering to himself, he turns to a victim, claiming he never wanted to be the bad guy. He just came for one thing, but their stubbornness forced his hand. These crazy words terrify the guard, who quickly begs, promising he saw nothing and will go straight to sleep upstairs if he's spared. Before he can even finish, Jiang Hui forces the man to apologize. Apologize for working too hard. Shaking, his limbs weak with fear, the man stammers out the bizarre apology, admitting it was his fault for being too dedicated. Hearing the satisfying answer, Jiang Hui's mood seems to improve, and the guilt in his heart fades just a little. He looks at the guard, walks over slowly, and leans in to whisper that he'll make it quick and painless. Facing what looks like death itself, the man collapses to his knees, begging desperately. But sadly, no amount of pleading can move this cold-blooded killer. After dealing with everyone in his path, Jiang Hui picks up his phone to report to his boss, "I've got the package." At that same moment, a group of homeless people have been gathered in an empty lot. They look up, confused and surprised, as a luxury car screeches to a halt in front of them. Model, Deokchun's secretary, and two bodyguards step out of the car, pinching their noses in utter disgust. He scoffs that these people stink to high heaven, then casually tosses a contract onto the ground. Inside, all the details about the job and its benefits. He adds coldly that the salary will be sent directly to their families the moment they sign. And with that, the secretary arrogantly throws a pen on the ground. "Sign it." The homeless people shove each other, scrambling to sign, and just like that, the curtain rises on a tragedy. The stage was set, the mutated zombie had been successfully captured, and these poor souls had officially become sacrificial pawns. Deokchun smirks, completely satisfied with what he believes is a perfect plan. But life rarely goes as expected, because there's one small variable he never saw coming. Right now, Kim Cheolsu is still sound asleep, completely unaware of the storm about to hit. The main actor doesn't even know the show has started when a hand urgently shakes him awake. He slowly sits up, takes off his eye mask and grumbles, "What is it? More zombies?" But when he turns his head, what he sees is the bright smiles of the factory workers. Kim Cheolsu just stares back, confused. "Are you guys trying to have a party in here?" A worker laughs and replies, "You've been here for about a month and a half. We figured we should throw you a proper welcome party. Come on out. We've prepared a real feast." And so, the party begins. The rich aroma of a fat roasting pig fills the air. Ari is also busy in the kitchen, happily preparing all sorts of delicious food. Seeing Kim Cheolsu still lost in thought, the worker pats his shoulder. "We've got to fatten you up, at least. You're always out on missions. It'd be nice if the zombies would schedule their attacks, wouldn't it? But you know life's not that simple." With that, they pull him down to a table overflowing with food. "Sit down." A flicker of awkwardness crosses Kim Cheolsu's face. He raises his head and glances around. In front of him are simple, honest people who, just for this moment, seem to have forgotten all their worldly burdens. He can't help but wonder, when was the last time he sat down to eat in such a warm, lively atmosphere? Happy memories from his past suddenly rush back, perhaps from his own birthday party. Seeing Kim Cheolsu still dazed, the person next to him shoves a huge pork leg into his hand. "Why aren't you eating? What are you thinking about, our great Kim Cheolsu?" He cheerfully explains, "We caught this pig in the forest and saved up for the other stuff. Don't worry, nothing's stolen." Hearing this, Kim Cheolsu glances at the fragrant, glistening pieces of meat on the table. The workers around him are all watching with hopeful eyes, waiting for him to accept their kindness. Not wanting to disappoint them, he opens his mouth and takes a huge bite of meat. Ari, standing nearby, smiles gently. Kim Cheolsu's eyes suddenly sting, tears welling up. He says with emotion, "This is delicious, so good I could cry." The man beside him bursts out laughing, raising his beer cup to tease him. "You said that before you even swallowed a single bite, see? Always trying to act tough, but this food is so good even you have to admit it, right? But seriously, you're strong. Everyone eats with gusto, their cheerful laughter filling the air. In this place, there are no barriers anymore. Everyone treats each other like the closest of friends, and that sparks a bit of regret in Kim Cheolsu's heart. If only we had more time together. He looks over at Ari, who is still enjoying this rare, small moment of joy. Everyone at the construction site is laughing and talking as if the world outside were still at peace. And maybe this moment helps him temporarily forget the brutal reality. Kim Cheolsu looks up at the night sky as troubled thoughts return. About his dead brother, his parents who will never come back, and this cruel, heartbreaking reality. Just as he's lost in thought, music suddenly rings out. Someone exclaims, "There's music too? You sure the contractor won't chew us out for this? Do we really need to go this big?" The foreman is just as stunned. "What music?" We always try to maintain absolute silence on this site. In an instant, a dead silence falls over the area. No one can say a word. A tipsy worker manages to speak up. The sound isn't coming from inside the site, it's from outside, from massive speakers blasting a bizarre noise. It's coming from the other side of the wall. A speeding car tears past, with a frantic horde of zombies chasing relentlessly behind it. The aggressive undead charge forward like a pack of ravenous beasts. At the same time, the cars race on at an insane speed. The defensive wall, still under construction, is suddenly smashed to pieces by those armored vehicles. The scene descends into absolute chaos as the terrified homeless people pour out of the trucks. They have no idea they are just sacrificial pawns. The zombies immediately seize the opportunity and launch into a vicious feeding frenzy. A scene straight out of hell unfolds before their eyes, the body count rising with every passing second. One of the zombies suddenly notices a strange light coming from the construction site in the distance. Like a tidal wave, the entire horde changes direction and madly rushes toward it. From high above, Jiang Hui coldly watches the whole bloody show. He scans the surroundings and gives an order. The alarm has rung. It's time to release the larva. As he finishes speaking, the vial containing the experimental zombie specimen is dropped to the ground. In a flash, the mutated zombie monster is finally unleashed. A massive, grotesque zombie emerges, towering over the ground. It opens its eyes wide and lets out a guttural roar, as if summoning its kind. Inside a container, workers are in a deep sleep after a long, tiring day, thinking they would finally have a peaceful night. But feeling an unusual tremor, one worker jolts awake in terror. What the hell is that? An earthquake? And then tragedy strikes. The entire room shakes violently before being tossed into the air, leaving everyone stunned and weightless. Turns out, that mutated zombie had opened its colossal mouth and swallowed the entire container whole. Its razor-sharp fangs crush the container as if it were chewing on a piece of candy. The horrifying scene is beyond description. The monster lets out a satisfied roar. It's the signal that the bloody slaughter is about to begin. Everything descends into absolute chaos. What a cruel twist of fate. But just as everyone's enjoying the party, a horde of zombies swarms in. Of course, every time he finds a shred of meaning in life, Kim Cheolsu just stares, frozen, as his world crumbles again. What the hell is this? Did the music lure them here? Seeing the panic on his face, Ari immediately tries to calm him down, telling him to get a grip. The people will lose all hope if they see a slayer freaking out in front of a zombie mob. She glances at a room nearby and says decisively, "I'll go get your shovel. We have to evacuate everyone first." But Kim Cheolsu is still drowning in despair. That tiny spark of hope he just found gets crushed to pieces just like last time. The horrifying memories come flooding back, the sticky ground covered in syrup, and the rabid horde chasing down innocent people. Kim Cheolsu's father looked back, saw the insane danger, and his face filled with dread. He clenched his jaw, ready to make a life-or-death choice. He had no other option. With every ounce of his strength, he shoved his son into a safe spot. While everyone else was frozen in fear, he chose to sacrifice himself to protect his children. Junmin, Kim Cheolsu, I'll see you both in Busan. But the next time Kim Cheolsu saw his father, he was just a cold, lifeless corpse. The same pain just keeps repeating. The scene was a total nightmare, and only after everything was over did the army finally decide to show up for cleanup. Once again, Kim Cheolsu is hit with a bitter, cruel truth about the world, and there's only one thing he can do. He looks over at Ari, giving her a firm, resolute nod. He gives a slight nod, understanding her intent perfectly. I need a shovel and a rope. Ari immediately bolts into the next room to search. As she goes, he makes sure to add one last crucial instruction. After you get my weapon, run straight to the main office. Order a full evacuation for all workers. He's already formulating a plan for this monster. Not wasting a single second, Kim Cheolsu yells out, "Everyone, get out of here now! I will hold them off!" On his way, he snatches a large bone from the table to use as a makeshift weapon. In that exact moment, an 8-packed zombie charges him like a crazed animal, but Kim Cheolsu doesn't back down an inch, gripping his weapon, ready to fight. His speed is blinding, cutting through the air as he lands a series of devastating blows to the giant zombie's head. Under the relentless barrage, it collapses to the ground, but other zombies just keep pouring in, and the rage inside Kim Cheolsu just burns hotter. He bellows out a declaration, "You dare ruin my party? You're all about to lose your heads." Remembering everything they've done just makes his fury boil over. He swings the bone club wildly, smashing back the zombies that are swarming him from every single direction. But right in the heat of battle crack, the bone can't handle the force and shatters, catching him off guard for a split second. In the blink of an eye, Kim Cheolsu is calm again, his gaze darting around, looking for a way to turn this around. If the bone is broken and he can't use it to smash them anymore, he'll just use the jagged, sharp end to pierce their skulls. Finally, he's forced to drop the last of his weapon. This time, he's completely empty-handed, with nothing to defend himself against 7 more zombies. As he's trying to figure out his next move, thwump! A familiar shovel slams into the ground right beside him. It's Ari, pulling up on a motorcycle. "Hold your ground," Slayer. Her voice is calm, but you can hear the worry underneath. She quickly explains, I'm heading to the office to start the evacuation and call headquarters. With that, Ari speeds off, leaving Kim Cheolsu to face the intense battlefield all alone. As she disappears from view, he takes a deep breath. His eyes harden with determination, preparing for the bold moves he's about to make. Gripping his trusty weapon, he roars a challenge at the crazed monsters. Get ready for round 2, you uninvited party crashers. Meanwhile, the other workers are running for their lives, talking worriedly among themselves. I don't see any zombies following us. Hearing this, the others finally stop to catch their breath, gasping for air. You're right, that Slayer must be risking his life to hold them back for us. But then, one of them realizes something, his face filled with a new kind of dread. But wait, you guys. If the wall gets destroyed or the project is put on hold, what's going to happen to our homes? That question lands like a thunderclap, and the others begin to panic. I guess they'll just cancel the whole thing, won't they? The deal only activates after we finish this wall. And just like that, the mood plummets. A heavy silence falls over everyone, choking any words. Suddenly, one of the group just turns around and starts walking back, throwing the others into total confusion. What the hell are you doing? Where do you think you're going? A man quickly grabs his shoulder, trying to stop him. Don't you see the zombies over there? Going back is just asking to die. But when the man turns to face them, helpless tears are already streaming down his face. It doesn't matter if I die here or if I get back inside the wall. Either way, it's a dead end. As he talks, the despair in his voice deepens, remembering their past. This was our last chance at a decent life. If we give up now, we'll die soon enough, living like animals anyway. Finishing his sentence, he tries to calm himself, wiping away his tears. I'm going back to help Slazer and protect the wall. I know how to use these work tools, and I'll turn them into weapons to fight. In front of a stunned crowd, he seems to have made a decision that can't be changed. I'm not forcing you to follow me, but I'm choosing to go back. I will fight for my home. After hearing those heartfelt words, the group is left speechless, throats too tight to even make a sound. One man among them bows his head in thought, obviously fighting a brutal battle within himself. Then, his eyes suddenly turn incredibly firm. He steps forward to stand next to the young man. You're right. We deserve a better life. If we have to die, at least we'll die gloriously. That sentence was like a shot of pure dopamine, lighting a fire of determination in the others. All at once, they turn and follow the first two. Back at the battlefield, the situation is still extremely dangerous. Kim Cheolsu is struggling, fighting off zombies that are swarming him from every single direction. He promises himself that he will protect everyone. While fighting with all his might, he spots a worker being chased down by zombies. Without wasting a single second, Kim Cheolsu immediately ties a rope to the handle of a shovel. He swings and throws the shovel toward the zombies surrounding the man. That gesture moves the worker to tears as he offers his thanks. But Kim Cheolsu immediately cuts him off. Don't waste time thanking me, get out of here. In his head, he's already thinking about more important things. I have to protect the office and the dorms. Those places could easily become new nests. The number of zombies keeps increasing, and he starts to feel helpless in the current situation. Watching the workers slowly turn just adds to his turmoil. People have started getting infected. In other words, the number of undead is rising faster than he can possibly kill them. He turns his head cautiously, searching for Ari, but he still can't find her, making him even more restless. Where did that manager go? Why haven't I heard an evacuation announcement yet? Right at that moment, he realizes that worker zombies have appeared all over the walls. The scene immediately plunges into extreme chaos as sections of the wall come crashing down. Kim Cheolsu freezes, stunned by the sight in front of him. From behind him, heavy-duty trucks slowly appear. The people driving the vehicles are all incredibly skilled. They use large containers to form a barricade, stopping the zombie assault in its tracks. Witnessing the sudden turn of events, Kim Cheolsu can't help but be amazed. The workers quickly jump down from the trucks, holding handmade weapons tightly as they advance. Smelling the living, the zombies become even more frenzied, more agitated and excited than ever before. But unfortunately for them, before they could even reach their prey, the workers had already set them on fire, burning them to ashes. They all gathered in one place, smiled, and said clearly, "We've come to help you." S.L. Kim Cheolsu stammered, completely unable to understand what was happening. But why? One person quickly tightened their grip on their weapon and replied, "This is the place where we will live, so we have a responsibility to protect it." Each person held a different weapon, staying on guard while speaking up. "The hole in the wall is getting bigger. We figured you could use some extra help." Damn it, everyone wanted to fight, so I couldn't just leave them behind. Stop complaining, old man. You handled a ton of zombies alone before Slazer even got here. Kim Cheolsu knew he couldn't send them away anymore and could only sigh, accepting the situation. Listen, I won't go easy on you if you turn into zombies. I'll really chop your heads off. Hearing that, the workers just looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Regaining his momentum, Kim Cheolsu immediately dashed toward the undead, shouting orders. Watch that hole and stop them. I'll clean up any zombies that dare to get near the wall. And he also realized something: they were no longer fighting for their own selfish reasons. They all followed his orders, absolutely. Because these workers, they had built the wall for their very own future home. The workers strained to block wave after wave of zombies, constantly shouting encouragement and reminding each other to keep fighting, that we absolutely cannot let them pass. Kim Cheolsu was silently grateful they chose to fight, instead of running away like cowards. The scene before him grew more chaotic as everything got messy, but this battle was still far from over. Elsewhere, Ari was panting from exhaustion as she witnessed the scene before her. She was completely helpless as she saw the office container was completely destroyed. The communication equipment was all inside the container, but now it's been tossed aside like this. There's no way ordinary zombies could do this. Her intuition told her something was extremely unusual, definitely something not human, a high-level mutant. But because she was so worried about Kim Cheolsu, Ari immediately decided to change direction. That maniac can't handle this alone. He's only a C-rank Slazer. We need reinforcements from Busan urgently. Her face turned cold, her seriousness visible in every line. But as soon as she saw a horrifying sight that she would never want to witness in her entire life. A mutated zombie was opening its wide, drool-covered mouth, its hungry eyes fixed on charging towards Ari. The scene now shifts to the Provisional Government skyscraper, the headquarters of the Special Task Force of the South Korean Ministry of National Defense. A hand knocked softly on the door of a dignified office here. The girl with short, edgy hair and an ice-cold face is an A-rank manager of the Ministry of Defense. The moment Captain UED enters, the commander looks up in surprise and asks, "Here for a status report?" She gives a slight nod to confirm. "Yes, sir. Nothing out of the ordinary, but there is one piece of intel you'll want to hear." Lim Wang Tek immediately cuts her off. "Don't make me ask. Report everything, A to Z." This man is Lim Wang Tek, a core member of the Ministry of Defense's elite A-rank Slazer squad. UED nods, then begins her report. "We haven't received any afternoon reports from the Jingyi construction site in Shanghai. Furthermore, the Nakdong wall opposite Jinyi also reported seeing smoke." Hearing this, he calmly loads a magazine into his rifle with terrifying skill. He then aims the barrel right at her and declares with a steely voice, "The Jingyi wall is a crucial government project. We cannot allow a single mistake." With that, Lim Wang Tek takes a drag from his cigarette and leads his heavily armed unit forward. "I will handle this matter personally." Meanwhile, back in the thick of it with Kim Cheolsu, the fierce battle against the zombie horde is still raging, and tensions are at an all-time high. The non-stop fighting has left his body completely drained, but he has no choice but to grit his teeth and push through. Fortunately, their numbers have dwindled significantly. The vicious slaughter between both sides shows no sign of letting up. Thanks to the workers' efforts, the zombies have been cornered, and the alert about them was sent out just in time. Kim Cheolsu carefully watches the scene as the workers pour every ounce of their strength into containing the disaster. It seems our side is getting things under control. I don't see any new infections either. But suddenly, a feeling of dread washes over him, and he instantly whips his head around. Before his eyes, the barricades are falling into place below, successfully blocking the next wave of zombies. The worker finally dares to breathe a sigh of relief and gives the all-clear signal. As things gradually improve, Kim Cheolsu feels a sense of ease. There will still be losses, but at least we can minimize them and stop the spread, protecting both the wall and everyone here. He quickly glances away, his hand clenching with determination. I can protect them all. But then, his instincts scream that something is terribly wrong. Kim Cheolsu immediately snaps his head in another direction. His eyes land on the sight of a colossal mutated zombie ruthlessly chasing after Ari. Witnessing the massive monster tear through the area, he can't help but feel a chill of horror. "What the hell is that thing?" The girl slams on the brakes of her vehicle and shouts the news. "It's a mutant!" "Damn it, a mutant has appeared." She hastily explains the situation. "That monster destroyed all of our communication equipment. But the workers who escaped towards the Busan wall will report this soon." Her breathing becomes more and more ragged as she speaks, so we should have reinforcements within an hour. The only problem now is, seeing her trailing off, Kim Cheolsu immediately presses her. "Stop beating around the bush and get straight to the point." She asks helplessly. This monster is fully mutated. It has to be at least a B-rank mutant. Can you even handle it? The image of the giant zombie looms large. That grotesque thing is called a mutant. He even recalls what Killer Sam once said. Only a partial mutation, huh? That means it could be a D rank. This dire situation has Kim Cheolsu backed into an impossible corner. Damn it, if I don't do this, everyone here will be wiped out. I have no other choice. He's lost in a whirlwind of chaotic thoughts. The last one he fought was only a C rank. Knowing the situation is hanging by a thread, he shouts a warning. You and the workers need to get out of here now. I don't know how to take it down or how great the losses will be. Ari hears him and nods, but doesn't forget to offer some encouragement. Good luck. I'll do my best too. The opponent before him is a colossal mutant, signaling that a blood-soaked battle is about to begin. Kim Cheolsu quickly observes all of its features. Earthworms usually compress their bodies to achieve maximum speed, but its true size could be. He takes a deep breath, studying every detail. About 35 meters. Its body is many times larger than his own, almost as tall as a 10-story building. This monster keeps calling out for its mother, a sound both unsettling and bizarre. Kim Cheolsu hears its call and lets out a contemptuous laugh. Mother? What the hell? How big is this thing anyway? It opens its cloudy eyes wide and begins to scream relentlessly. Immediately after, the monster opens its maw like a cosmic black hole and charges straight for Kim Cheolsu. He doesn't have time to process what's happening. His mind goes blank. I don't know what move to use against it, but he forces himself to be calm. It's just the natural fear of facing a mutant species. In an instant, his gaze becomes much sharper and more resolute. There's no more time to hesitate. However, Kim Cheolsu doesn't need to think too much. He tightens his grip on his familiar weapon. As the earthworm monster charges, all motion in the area becomes a blinding blur. It opens its mouth and rears its head, but by then he has already vanished from its sight. He has already formulated his own strategy. He allows himself to freefall directly into the earthworm's massive, cavernous maw. Instinct and reflexes guide him as he throws his rope, twisting in midair to prepare a decisive counterattack. A historic moment is repeating itself. Just like the day he went berserk and slaughtered 8,000 zombies, even this earthworm couldn't have predicted this would happen again. Standing defiantly on its head, he raises his weapon and shouts a taunt. So predictable. Big guys like you are always incredibly slow. He unleashes all his strength, bringing down a series of thunderous blows upon the giant monster's head. It feels excruciating pain spread through its body as a long gash tears through its skull. The earthworm continues to roar in extreme agony. A glint of hope flashes in Kim Cheolsu's eyes when he sees the effectiveness of his last strike. The method is simple. Just wait for its speed to drop, then I have to seize the chance to dish out as much damage as possible. But unfortunately, this earthworm is as stubborn as they come. It thrashes wildly, as if trying to fling him off completely. Both his hands are now covered in the red liquid splattering everywhere, but he has no thought of letting go, instead tightening his grip on the rope even more. If it struggles, I'll cling to the rope and dodge. I absolutely will not let it get too far away. Right now, he's hanging in midair, his life depending on a single thin wire. And the monster? It has no clue what's about to happen. It doesn't realize it just provoked an incredibly dangerous opponent. A flicker of shock crosses its eyes, as if it senses something is terribly wrong. Kim Cheolsu rushes right in front of it, laughs, and makes his move. Are you done yet? It's my turn to slice you up, you old hag. The moment he speaks, he opens his mouth wide, raising his legendary shovel. He pours all of his strength into one massive blow against this stubborn beast. This entire breathtaking fight has been watched by a mysterious figure from afar. He pushes up his glasses, commenting with a hint of amusement. Look at him enjoying himself. What an idiot. He doesn't even get that the best part is just beginning. Even our boss struggled against that thing. Suddenly, the earthworm's body starts to swell up slowly. Its face becomes completely obscured by thick, dense muscles. Its face is now hidden by layers of thick fat, making Kim Cheolsu's attack completely useless. He's absolutely stunned, having never seen such a bizarre defense mechanism. While Kim Cheolsu is still confused, trying to figure out his next move, something rises slowly from behind it. He is utterly horrified. Before he can finish his thought, a terrifying punch slams right into his face. And just like that, Kim Cheolsu takes the full impact, sent flying backward in agony. After tumbling through the air, the earthworm's body undergoes another strange transformation. It becomes two giant hands that clamp down on Kim Cheolsu, locking his every move. The second it catches its prey, it viciously slams him straight into the ground, leaving his entire body almost paralyzed. Pain that feels like his bones are being shattered spreads through his body. Only a single thought echoes in his mind. What the hell is going on? Kim Cheolsu endures the pain, calms himself, and slowly stands up. He looks back, ready to continue the fight, but just as he's about to counterattack, the monster has vanished without a trace. Now he's in a state of complete and utter confusion. Where did it go? He has no idea that right behind him, the monster's shadow has silently appeared. The earthworm now looms over his shoulder. This is a situation he could never have predicted. Its speed is so far beyond normal that he's frozen for a few seconds, with no idea how to react. Watching the fight grow more intense, Jiang Hui gets even more excited. Here it is! This is it! A rain of punches from the monster hammers down on Kim Cheolsu, making his head spin. He can no longer think straight. Though he tries to fight back, every attempt seems futile against the monster's overwhelming power. It uses its absolute strength to crush him, giving him no opportunity to counter. He's become nothing more than a living punching bag for the monster to brutalize. Kim Cheolsu is completely helpless, unable to fight back no matter what he tries. I've lost the upper hand. I need something to distract it. Just for a moment. And right then, a crane suddenly appears in his line of sight. The crane's mechanical arm swings hard, slamming right into the rabid earthworm. The operator yells out, "Climb on! Kim Cheolsu!" It seems the monster itself is starting to sense something unusual. It's not just one, hordes of other earthworms are now swarming the area. In this desperate, life-or-death moment, Kim Cheolsu can only fling his ropes forward. He seizes the chance, grabbing an earthworm as if to crush it on the spot. Using the momentum, he throws a fierce punch forward. Take this. The more he fights, the more energized he gets, wanting to pay back everything it did to him. Just die, you bastard! Kim Cheolsu grinds his teeth, unleashing a relentless storm of thunderous punches. Drops of its syrup-like blood splatter through the air, creating a gruesome scene. He follows up with one more fatal blow straight to the earthworm's face. Realizing his bare hands aren't enough, he tightens his grip on his weapon. He raises it high, his face a mask of pure fury and killing intent. Just as he's about to deliver the finishing blow, he feels someone stop him from behind. When he turns, he sees the imposing figure of Jiang Hui standing right there. "You're that Kim Cheolsu, aren't you?" Jiang Hui gives a slow nod. "That's right, but not today. Today, I'm just a gangster, my friend." After the long battle, Kim Cheolsu is nearly exhausted. He mutters a curse. "Damn it, couldn't you all have shown up at once?" But his eyes still burn with determination as he looks forward. The earthworm now lies motionless on the ground, covered in wounds from his assault. Wanting more room to maneuver, Kim Cheolsu leaps down below. Seeing this, Jiang Hui can only let out an exasperated sigh. "Oh man, I climbed all the way up here just to go down again?" He immediately jumps down after him, his heavy, menacing footsteps close in as he drags his blade across the ground, making a chilling scraping sound that raises goosebumps. Standing before Kim Cheolsu, Jiang Hui presses the blade to his neck and smiles. "Since you already took care of that mutant, would you mind destroying this wall for me too?" Kim Cheolsu is about to make a move when Jiang Hui's eyes freeze, noticing something strange. A surprise attack from outside forces him to spin around and react. When he looks back, he sees a sword is now deeply embedded in the ground. Guangtek takes in the devastated scene and shouts in horror. "What the hell is happening here?" The area is in utter chaos, with the bodies of zombies and humans scattered everywhere. Even the corpse of the mutated earthworm is lying there motionless. Terrified workers are fleeing in panic from completely deformed zombies. Jiang Hui remains perfectly calm, observing his opponent. Guangtek explodes with rage at the sight of the destruction. "Did you do this, you bastard?" Information on Guangtek immediately appears. Ministry of Defense Special Forces, A-rank Kim Cheolsu, Lim Guangtek. On the battlefield, he's a terrifying fighting machine, capable of wiping out thousands of zombies. More details are revealed. Nickname, Lim Guangtek. Real name, Im Sora. He was a captain in the Special Forces before the pandemic broke out, decorated with countless prestigious medals. Back then, he led a very close-knit company. This is all captured in a commemorative photo from a 2020 desert campaign. To everyone, Lim Guangtek was the perfect soldier, always performing at his absolute best. His heroic feats went viral online after the special operation was complete. The armed forces had successfully rescued a group of missionaries taken hostage. Lim Guangtek was a soldier of integrity. It was his code, his belief system. Since he was young, his collection of medals was already piling up. But then, the scene suddenly flashes back to the past, to a remote desert far overseas. We're at the strategic unit's base, Camp Davidson, a vast, arid land with no signs of green. Pushing the door open, Lim Wang-tek enters, now with only one eye left after countless brutal battles. Seeing him, the commander stammers out an explanation, "Captain Lim, I'm so sorry about your platoon. I really had no idea." But before he could finish, pure hatred flared in Lim Wang-tek's eyes. He raises his gun. Bang! The bullet rips through the commander's forehead, ending his life in an instant. And just like that, Lim Wang-tek committed a grave crime, murdering his superior officer during an overseas mission. The moment he stepped outside, he was surrounded by soldiers and sentenced to 12 years in a military correctional facility. In a dark prison cell, Lim Wang-tek sits in quiet contemplation, but those cold iron bars couldn't make him waste a single moment. He used every second to train like a madman, forging himself into someone stronger. His eyes burned with determination as he trained relentlessly, never knowing fatigue. While he was deep in his training, a stranger appeared outside his cell, calling for Captain Lim. And this is where it all begins. The burly man speaks with a clear, strong voice. "Are you willing to fight for your country one more time?" The question makes him pause. It's all because of his exceptional skills. In a short time after his release, Lim Wang-tek and his comrades relentlessly wiped out hordes of the undead to protect humanity. The look in his eyes has changed now, shining with a noble ideal for his nation. Recalling Lim Wang-tek's file, Jiang Hui's face shows a hint of unease. Lim Guang-taik, an A-rank slayer. "I just wanted to confirm that Mutant did its job and get out of here," he thinks. He glares at Jun Shu on the ground, silently cursing this damn rookie for holding him up. Seeing his silence, Lim Wang-tek grits his teeth around his cigarette and growls out a question. "I'm asking if you caused this, you bastard. Don't think you can fool me. Answer now." Feeling a direct confrontation would be bad, the guy quickly raises his hands to defend himself. "What are you talking about? I just rushed here because I heard a report about a zombie, that's all." But could such a flimsy excuse ever fool a man like Lim Wang-tek? Lim Wang-tek stares him down and demands, "You were going to stab a person with that zombie blood-covered sword? How do you explain that?" Though he felt a pang of fear, he forced himself to stay calm, refusing to let the major get the upper hand. He gives a faint smile and immediately makes up an excuse. "It's just zombie syrup on the sword. I was just going to teach this guy a lesson for getting ahead of himself." Trying to change the subject, Jiang Hui glances at Lim Wang-tek's uniform and says, "It's just a little conflict between slayers. I'm sure a military man like you understands, right?" Not even bothering to argue further. Suddenly, Jun Shu shouts out in frustration, startling him. Trembling, he points directly at Jiang Hui and accuses him. "This bastard and his gang deliberately released the zombies." His voice is weak, but he still forces himself to point forward. "After I dealt with the mutant, he stabbed me in the back like a coward." That disrespectful punk. Exposed, Jiang Hui's shame turns to rage, and he sends a powerful kick into the kid's side. "How dare you spit lies at me? This damn dog has no dignity as a man." Watching Jun Shu grit his teeth through the pain, Lim Wang-tek smirks, completely intrigued. What an interesting kid. He was just as tough during their first meeting. Suddenly, the memory of Jun Shu's first appearance in front of everyone flashes through his mind. That very incident sparked the interest of Lim Wang-tek and his entire team. Back in the present, Lim Wang-tek chuckles before delivering his verdict. "The cat's out of the bag, you bastard. So, what's your next move?" Realizing he's been exposed with no way out, Jiang Hui raises his sword defensively. "What else can I do? Let's have a little dance." Lim Wang-tek spins the short knife in his hand and makes a formal declaration. According to Article 13, Section 2 of the Anti-Zombie Act, for those who intentionally spread the zombie virus among the community. His eyes burn with rage towards the man who was worse than a beast. "You are sentenced to death on the spot." Jiang Hui doesn't even flinch. He nods in acknowledgement. "Fine. Thanks for the warning, Mr. Soldier. But if you can't kill me, I'll be taking that head of yours." They immediately charge at each other, signaling the start of a brutal death match. Jiang Hui strikes first with a flurry of long sword attacks, but luckily, Lim Wang-tek dodges them with incredible agility. The more they fight, the more Jiang Hui feels something is wrong. Is this guy ranked higher only because that damn system bases points on zombie kills? Lim Wang-tek maintains a completely indifferent expression, while Jiang Hui believes he's killed far more people. Memories flood back of a time when Jiang Hui was a weakling, constantly bullied and pushed around. Unable to bear the shame, he took a sword and stabbed the one who bullied him. His experience with a blade was far longer than his opponent's. Back to reality, Jiang Hui grits his teeth, unleashing a continuous stream of vicious attacks, reminding himself he absolutely cannot lose a one-on-one fight. The sharp blade flashes relentlessly, always ready to claim Lim Wangtek's life at any given moment. He was determined not to fall under any circumstances. The people below watch in silence, completely engrossed in every move of the breathtaking battle. Just as the fight seems about to be decided, Jiang Hui's confidence vanishes when he realizes Lim Wangtek is still calmly holding a cigarette in his mouth, as if none of this was a big deal. No matter how hard Jiang Hui fought, his efforts were useless against Lim Wangtek's masterful evasion skills. He swings his sword wildly, but he can't even touch a single hair on Lim Wangtek's head. On the contrary, Lim Wangtek seems to have a plan. While dodging, he constantly uses his knife to slash at his opponent's skin whenever an opening appears. After a drawn-out struggle, Jiang Hui is running on fumes, gasping for air. He's thinking, is this guy just toying with me? As he watches his opponent gleefully spin a knife. Shouldn't this guy be wrapping things up to deal with the zombies outside? Why isn't he worried at all? Does he not care if this all goes to hell? That complete indifference makes him snap, screaming, "Why are you doing this?" In response, the man just smirks, completely unbothered. Why ask if I'm toying with you? He informs him that orders from the top are to conserve ammunition when killing zombies. With his knife now sticky with gore, he continues, "So I'm taking the opportunity to practice my knife work, and fighting you is pretty entertaining." Suddenly, his eyes turn ice cold, overflowing with killing intent. "You don't need to worry about the zombies. My soldiers are all elite, high-skill operators." Meanwhile, Johann Gun turns to praise his soldiers. "Comrades, your fighting spirit is truly admirable." He flashes a determined smile and announces, "Now that I'm here, you can all stop worrying. Put your weapons down and rest." Just like that, he opens fire on the zombie horde. With precise shots, he quickly mows down the entire annoying swarm of undead. Next up is Soji's moment, as she shows off her sharpshooting skills by blowing the heads off the rampaging monsters. Elsewhere, Chogan stands on high ground, surveying the whole battlefield. In his hands is a meticulously prepared weapon. Taking a deep breath, he dives straight into the middle of the zombie pack. His attacks land like heavy hammers, crashing down on the heads of the undead below. Back at the duel, Lim Wangtek smirks and says, "I bet my soldiers have already taken control of this area by now." Those words just make his opponent even more furious. Thinking all his efforts were for nothing, he charges forward like a madman. "You bastard, I'll kill you." But in that exact moment, the corners of Lim Wangtek's mouth curl into a victorious smile. There it is, the fatal opening that will cost him his life. He knows his opponent's biggest weakness is his hot-headed temper and complete loss of composure. Lim Wangtek calmly takes a long drag from his cigarette. Just as Jiang Hui closes in, he gently blows the ash from its end. The burning tip presses right into his forehead, making him scream in agony. Disoriented by the pain, he can only swing his sword wildly into the empty air. Not missing this golden opportunity, Lim Wangtek grips his knife, ready for the finishing blow. He lunges straight through Jiang Hui's sloppy defense while he's still flailing. His knife work is fluid yet sharp. The blade glides past, light but lethal, and he ends the fight by plunging it deep into Jiang Hui's head. Yanking the blade out, Lim Wangtek coldly says his farewell. "Your life is over now." Witnessing this masterclass in combat, Kim Cheolsu is so stunned, his jaw just hangs wide open. From his high vantage point, he watched Lim Wangtek defeat Jiang Hui far too easily. When the enemy's lifeless body falls right in front of him, Kim Cheolsu is in absolute shock. And get this, after killing Jiang Hui, Lim Wangtek casually lights up a cigarette like that brutal slaughter never even happened. It's only now that Kim Cheolsu truly understands the massive gap between the different ranks. Noticing him staring, Lim Wangtek laughs. "What are you looking at so hard? Are you admiring me or something?" The scene then shifts to the Jing-E Wall construction site, now shrouded in smoke and flames. The corpse of the earthworm lies motionless on the ground. Everything is finally ending thanks to the C-rank Slazer, the demon of Seomun. Kim Cheolsu is still on the ground, his body trembling from exhaustion. It wasn't just him. The other workers also gave everything they had on that fateful night. It was all thanks to their quick reactions. At the same time, the timely arrival of an A-rank Slazer like Lim Wangtek was the final piece of the puzzle. The situation was controlled, and the Jing-E Wall was successfully defended. Lim Wangtek glances at Kim Cheolsu, still lying on the ground, thinking to himself, he looks tough enough, but is he already down for the count after just this? While bandaging Kim Cheolsu's head, he comments, "You've got skills, but you need a lot more training." Suddenly, a report rings out. Commander! Makes him turn his head. John Gunn steps forward with a smile to report the results. The wall area has been cleared. Mission complete. They are the Ministry of Defense's B-rank Slazer Special Forces, the Valiant Marines. John Gunn eliminated a total of 45,337 zombies. Hearing this, Lim Wang Tek just scoffs dismissively. What do you want me to do? Pat your head and tell you good job? Completing your mission is the bare minimum. Don't get delusional. His eyes shift to Kim Cheolsu, still lying motionless on the cold ground. The priority now is to give him first aid and prepare for evacuation. But suddenly, the sharp-eyed Soji realizes something is wrong. She carefully inspects the earthworm's corpse and can't help but offer some praise. The rookie took care of this? Looking at this mutated form, it had to be at least a B-rank variant. No joke. That incredible power makes Kim Cheolsu suddenly seem much more interesting to her. This C-rank Slazer is actually something else. Meet Soji, sharpshooter for the Ministry of Defense's B-rank Special Forces, Blazing Fire, with 30,121 confirmed kills. After her analysis, Soji immediately turns to Lim Wang Tek to question him. If he's skilled enough to take down a B-rank mutant, isn't he more than ready for a promotion to B-rank? Lim Wang Tek just snaps back, shouting an order. If he wants a promotion, he can file the request himself. Are you even listening to me? Call a helicopter and get him back to base immediately. With that, the team gathers around to lift Kim Cheolsu, preparing to leave this desolate place. The quiet man in the ghillie suit, looking like a walking bush, is Chogon. He silently carries Kim Cheolsu on his back, heading forward. He's Chogon from the Ministry of Defense's B-rank Special Forces, Hidden Shadow. His record, 521 kills plus 1 mutant. Lim Wang Tek sighs in frustration, complaining about his team. On this whole team, only that new kid is quiet and knows how to follow orders. Looks like I'll have to restore some discipline around here. Lim Wang Tek's group slowly disappears, leaving behind a ruined, blood-soaked battlefield. Time passes quietly, and the next day dawns at the Republic of Korea Armed Forces Central Hospital. A sign on a room door reads, VIP Inpatient, Kim Cheolsu. After a long and hazy sleep, Kim Cheolsu slowly opens his heavy eyes to look ahead. He's startled to find himself in a patient's gown, lying in a completely unfamiliar place. Staring up at the strange ceiling, he gets lost in thought. Another unfamiliar ceiling. Just how many times has this happened to me now? My mind flashed back to the first time I nearly died in a fight, the first time I was hospitalized. Then came the second, when I had to go all out against that absolute monster of a man. Thinking about it, I let out a long, frustrated sigh. This is the third time now. I've never needed a hospital in my life, so why am I stuck in this damn bed again? I glanced over. What in the world is this? And who are these people? John Gunn was squatting right there, counting out loud as Wang Tek did push-ups. 147 left, 146. Sori was calmly peeling an apple, and Gon was busy trimming his dense ghillie suit. Watching these weirdos, I could only sigh in exhaustion. I had no idea how to handle this situation. I think I'm actually about to go crazy. Seriously, what the hell are they even doing? Wang Tek, pumped up from his workout, suddenly noticed that I was awake. He immediately rushed toward my bed, which seemed to completely stun John Gunn. Commander, why did you stop? You haven't finished your set. Wang Tek quickly signaled him. Be quiet, the rookie is awake. Once he got to my bed, Wang Tek pointed right at my forehead and complained, Hey buddy, I can see your eyes are wide open. The more I thought, the more hopeless I felt. Sighing again. I really don't want to get involved with this crew. Being indebted to that crazy girl is already tiring enough, but Wang Tek clearly wasn't going to just let it go. His expression even showed a hint of annoyance. The room suddenly fell into a terrifying silence. My anger finally boiled over. I shot up in bed and yelled, Damn it, just leave me alone. Wang Tek looked surprised. Why are you so hostile? I just saved your life, you know. I'd just woken up and I was already letting him have it. Anyone who helps me only does it for money. Aren't you just trying to squeeze something out of me too? Seeing that, Wang Tek calmly replied, Do I look like some kind of money grubber to you? That question made John Gunn, standing beside him, freeze up. How did you know that? Are you a mind reader? His words just killed the mood in the room. Everyone went silent, lost in thought. Figuring I had their motive figured out, I dashed towards the window and screamed, I knew it! You bastards are just like the debt collectors. Wang Tek panicked and lunged, grabbing me in a tight hug. It's not about the money, you idiot. Do you even know what floor we're on? After he pulled me back inside and I calmed down, everyone in the room was dead silent. Not a single person said a word. To break the heavy atmosphere, I cautiously decided to test the waters. So, you're not going to collect a debt from me, right? Wang Tek confirmed it again, just to be sure. I already told you no. Have you completely lost faith in life? Seeing the suspicion still all over my face, he patiently explained. The barrier wall project is funded by the state. Although most of the capital is from the private sector, he then laid out the trajectory he'd calculated. The national budget of the Korean provisional government, he then enterprises covers 30% and private enterprises cover 70%. As he said that, his face became extremely serious. That's why we gathered, and as a result, we successfully defended the project. After his long explanation, he quickly concluded. In short, I'm not some thug for hire, and I have absolutely no intention of taking money from your pocket. Hearing that, I let out a sigh of relief. But then, Wang Tek gestured toward, that's just between you and me. The relationship between private companies and the government is a different matter. The government gave a lot of shares to the private sector, with the mandatory condition that the wall must be completed on schedule, without any delays. The terrifying scene from yesterday was still etched in both our memories. But look at the consequences. Resuming construction immediately is impossible, and there are far too many gaps that need to be filled. Clearly, all that high-level explanation was going right over my head. Why are you making things so complicated? Just get to the main point. I dropped out of elementary school. Don't play games with me. Even though I was still completely lost, Wang Tek just continued his detailed explanation. The moment I report this incident, the provisional government will see it as the perfect excuse to revoke our construction management rights. His face darkened, looking incredibly grave. To put it simply, the person who hired you will go bankrupt, and you won't get paid a single cent. Those words hit me like a bolt of lightning, leaving me frozen on the spot. After thinking for a long moment, my mind racing, I finally asked, so what happens to the workers who were there? I suddenly remembered the faces of those desperate workers, clinging to the dangerous construction site just to earn a safe home. Those people poured all their effort into it without demanding any pay, just because they believed in the promise of being given a house. My question, full of concern for them, seemed to stun Wang Tek. Wang Tek asked, bewildered, "You're not worried about what happens to you? Strangers not having a house is more important than your reputation as a slazer?" Hearing that, I immediately clenched my fist in frustration and shot back. Does a reputation give me a safe place to go home to? Does a reputation help me find my family again? My eyes burned with determination as I stated my true purpose. I don't give a damn about that empty reputation, so please don't let them lose their homes. Just report to your superiors that I fell asleep and didn't see the zombies attack. I'll take all the blame. Those words made Wang Tek burst out laughing, and I could see a million thoughts running through his head. Was this foolishness or nobility? Do people like me really still exist in this world? Suddenly, his gaze fell on an old photo of him and his squad. He must have thought that people who lived with such honor had all died out after this world went to hell. The photo had a clear caption, 2020, Desert Campaign Deployment. After a few seconds of consideration, he turned and gave a signal, telling Lieutenant Song to hold off on submitting the report. She immediately stood up to carry out the order. With that handled, he looked back at me and made a tempting offer. As for you, Shovel Demon, what do you think about coming to work for me? The moment he finished speaking, the hospital room door was violently thrown open. The person who charged in this time was Yu Young. She screamed furiously, "Not a chance in hell, you military man." I instinctively backed away a step. It's her. A small world, isn't it? Ari also rushed inside to check on me. I'm so sorry. When I arrived, they said you had already been taken to the hospital. Are you hurt anywhere? I didn't know where they took you. That's why I'm so late. Meanwhile, Yu Young stormed forward, pointing right in Wang Tek's face and yelling at him nonstop. 800 billion. Until that debt is paid, nobody is taking him anywhere. And no, even if you paid it off for him, you still have no right to take him. I found him first. Whether I decide to keep him or crush him under my heel is my business, and my business alone. You damn soldier. Hearing her possessive rant, Lim Wang Tek just scoffs. Still love putting your slayers on a leash, huh? Is it the money addiction, or just trauma from the Kang Ju-ho incident? The moment he says that forbidden name, her fury absolutely erupts. Just as the two are about to tear each other apart, Sang-ho finally steps in to intervene. It is my master's fault for still acting a bit childish and impulsive, but Sang-ho's face turns ice cold, his gaze fixed accusingly on Lim Wang Tek. So why would you purposely bring up a past she desperately wants to forget? Seeing the situation devolve into a tangled mess, Lim Wang Tek is already exhausted by it all. He lifts his head, his voice dripping with irritation. These arrogant little punks are seriously starting to piss me off. Just as the argument hits its boiling point, Chogon makes a surprise entrance, stunning everyone. He quickly holds up a document for them all to see. I don't think it's productive to argue with a potential client, especially one the major happens to need right now. He holds the document out towards Sang-ho and Yang Yi, leaving them both stunned. The proposal on the paper is crystal clear, so why not just rent the Slayer to us? Don't you think this arrangement would be mutually beneficial? This leads to a quick rundown on the Slayer for Rent concept, a contract to hire a Slayer with specific skills. Junsu's profile then pops up on screen. Nickname, Psycho Shirt Junsu. Real name, Kim Junsu. Intellect, not exactly his strong suit. Attitude, disrespectful to superiors, a certified blockhead. Attack power, 4 stars. Defense, 2 stars. Of course, the contract isn't that simple. It's for a set duration for special missions. Everyone in the room understands the rules. This is just a standard corporate contract, a simple business-to-business deal. Lim Wang-tek points a finger at Junsu, closing the deal. I'll estimate his rental fee and send a quote to your company via fax. It seems talking to her after all these years is still pointless, like trying to reason with a child. This is the last straw for Junsu, who leaps to his feet in a rage. Rent me? Who the hell agreed to that? I'm not your damn slave. The second those words leave his mouth, Yang Yi whips around and lays into him. You got something to say? Then cough up the 800 billion you owe right now. Even Lim Wang-tek piles on, hitting him with another verbal jab. Or maybe you'd like me to send that little report of yours? Pressured from both sides by these two powerhouses, Junsu is forced into helpless silence, completely trapped. He just can't take this miserable, unfair life anymore. Lim Wang-tek lets out a roar that echoes through the hospital. What the hell is this? Out in the hallway, Lim Wang-tek storms ahead with John Gunn and Chogon trailing right behind him. Seeing his boss about to leave, John Gunn nervously asks, Major, is our work here done? You're leaving right away? He just nods in confirmation. That's right, he's awake. Recruitment is complete. Our job here is officially over. A twisted smirk crosses his face. You inform the rest of the team. I'm going to go settle my score with that bastard, Kang Duk-chun. The scene cuts to the GDC Group headquarters, a massive skyscraper packed with every luxury imaginable. Inside an opulent VIP room, Duk-chun's wandering hands are busy with beautiful women as he chats. But a feeling of unease settles in. He glances down at his watch. That old man should have called in with his report by now. Suddenly, the president's office doors are thrown wide open. A subordinate rushes inside, completely panicked. Mr. Chairman, it's news about Zhang Hui. The report makes Duk-chun freeze solid. What? Zhang Hui is gone? The secretary hurriedly recounts everything that he knows so far. Not only has Zhang Hui vanished without a trace, but the entire zombie horde at the wall, including the mutated ones, has been wiped out. Duk-chun's mind races. The plan is a total failure. We are in deep trouble. Seeing his boss silent, the secretary is about to ask for orders when a phone suddenly rings, shattering the tension. Duk-chun calmly glances at a notebook filled with classified contacts. He quickly speaks up. I need to make a few calls from this book full of VIP numbers. Army General Kim, an opposition party congressman named Kang, Army Major General KW, a ruling party congressman named Hua. Sensing imminent danger, Duk-chun barks an order for everyone to assemble at the main gate. Now, forget about any of the drunks. The military could raid this place at any second. His subordinate nods frantically. Yes, sir. The more he thinks, the more anxious he becomes. Damn it, it's been a long time since I've felt this cornered. Just then, a luxury supercar screeches to a halt outside the colossal building. Lim Wang-tek steps out, his presence so intense it feels like he could devour the world. Before him stands the massive skyscraper, and even he is a little impressed. Well, look at that. It seems his dirty business pays pretty damn well, huh? Maybe we should quit and start our own company. Aren't you guys sick of our pathetic government salaries? Stepping out of the car, Soji replies, You hit a nerve, sir, but we know you don't really mean that. John Gunn just nods in agreement. A soldier's pay may be low, but it's honest work, and I'm proud of that. Well, Lim Wang-tek says, Cigarette in hand, I do have a problem with the low pay, which is why I get a special kind of satisfaction from shutting down the businesses of rich scumbags like this. The squad gets into formation. Time to move. The moment they step inside, they're met by a wall of bodyguards, all massive and ripped with 8-pack abs. They're all waiting, looking furious. The sight just makes Lim Wang-tek laugh. Hey, you guys opening a new gym on the ground floor? Those muscles look tasty. But he doesn't forget to add a warning. We're here to execute a sentence. Let's not make this difficult. Don't die a pointless death for misplaced loyalty. Clearly, his words fall on deaf ears. Their only response is a series of terrifying, murderous glares. In an instant, the four are completely surrounded by bodyguards, weapons drawn. Noticing a strange smell, John Gunn wrinkles his nose. You guys reek. Soji, situation report. It seems they have absolutely no intention of letting us pass, sir. Understood. Just then, Duke Chun's secretary steps forward. He arrogantly flips them the bird and declares, "The chairman is extremely busy. He won't be seeing you. And just what the hell do you think you're doing at a private facility this late? This just sets Guangtek off. What kind of nonsense are they spouting now?" He fires back, his voice booming. "How about you explain unleashing zombies on a construction site in the middle of the night?" But the guy just keeps playing dumb. "I have no idea what you're talking about. Zombies? What zombies?" Oh, he knows that slippery attitude all too well. Guangtek is furious but keeps his cool. "You're really going to keep up this act in front of me? All right then, time for the hard way." Guangtek whips out the anti-zombie law book and begins reading, his voice clear and steady. According to Article 10, Section 1 of the anti-zombie law, any individual who intentionally spreads the zombie virus, and any individuals who directly or indirectly conspire with them. He'd barely gotten that far when the guards' faces turned deathly pale, torn on whose side to take, terrified of being branded traitors. Guangtek slams the book shut, his voice a low growl. "You want to rot in a cell for the rest of your lives as enemies of the state?" Those chilling words hit their mark. The guards immediately start to hesitate, their resolve crumbling. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, the secretary quickly cuts in. "I repeat, we don't know anything." He desperately tries another angle. "We have the right to protect private property, so we can't let you go up. We hope you understand," but that only fans the flames of his rage, pushing him to the very edge. Sori, standing by his side, lets out a little taunt. "Ouch, that was a harsh rejection. I don't think any anger suppressant can fix a burn like that. He's trying so hard to hold himself back against these freaks." "Hey, you're forcing my hand here. I was trying to show some respect for the dead. I really didn't want to open this bag in the main lobby, but you've left me no other choice." And as soon as he finishes, John Gunn kneels down, ready to unveil the bag's mysterious contents. When the bag is unzipped, Zhang Hui's corpse is revealed for all to see. Still want to deny it? Isn't this one of your company's own people? Seeing Zhang Hui's cold, dead body, the guards are thrown into absolute chaos. "That's Boss Zhang Hui." The furious secretary spins around, screaming, "Shut your mouths!" That bizarre reaction just piques Sori's interest even more. Well, look at that. He's got some anger management issues too. This just got fun. After a brief pause, the secretary starts spinning another web of lies. "I don't know what's going on. But if he was involved, he must have acted on his own, without any orders from his superiors." But Zhang Hui's blood-soaked body just lies there, cold and still an undeniable piece of evidence. The secretary grits his teeth, making one last stand. "If you can't produce concrete evidence and a search warrant, then this has nothing to do with us." Of course, those pathetic excuses only enrage Guangtek even more. He's had enough of this pointless back and forth. He issues a direct order to everyone present. "All units, listen up. I'm going upstairs." His command is absolute. "Subdue these traitors and clear the way." John Gunn cracks his knuckles, a thrill in his voice. "Are we authorized to terminate them, sir?" Sori already has his weapon aimed straight at the enemy. Cho is also in his stance, ready for an all-out battle. Guangtek, cigarette in hand, gives his team the update. "Negative. Like he said, right now it's just a suspicion. No one dies until I find proof on the upper floors. However, they are guilty of obstruction and disrespecting a public official." A dangerous glint flashes in his eyes as he raises his lighter, "So just beat them until they wish they were dead." Hearing that, his teammate nods in response. "That's a bit tricky, but I'll do my best, sir." The secretary standing behind them is losing his mind, with no other options left. He can only scream in sheer desperation, "Stop them at all costs! Don't let them take a single step into the chairman's office." The moment he says it, the guards charge, weapons in hand, rushing towards the four of them like moths to a flame. Obviously, their pathetic struggle is nothing to John Gunn. He casually slams them down one by one. His massive hand easily snatches them by the head like they're little chicks. He even uses their own bodies as living shields for himself. Meanwhile, Cho relentlessly swings his weapon, swiftly taking out every last grunt around him. And Sori, despite being a long-range specialist, calmly dispatches every guard that dares to approach him. Duke Chun's men just keep falling, one after another. In an incredibly short amount of time, the four of them have completely crushed the enemy's will to fight. But then, heavy footsteps echo, signaling that someone new has just entered the fight. A zombie stands directly in Gwangtek's path, its voice a low growl. And where do you think you're going? This is a C-rank Kim Cheolsu from the GDC group, codenamed Grizzly R Zombie. The beast roars in fury. Answer me, you mutt. But before it can even finish its sentence, a brutal combo smashes directly into its face. With just a few basic punches, the grizzly is sent sprawling to the ground. Seeing this utter devastation, the secretary immediately turns tail and flees, frantically shouting orders to his men. Stop them! I'll notify the chairman, just surround them. He scrambles into the elevator, his mind racing in panic. He really thought they could be stopped. If only the B-rank Kim Cheolsus weren't out on a mission. His hands frantically mash the closed-door button over and over. Just as the doors are about to slide shut, Gwangtek's strong hand suddenly shoots out, stopping them cold. In that moment, the secretary vaguely understands his fate has arrived, letting out a blood-curdling scream. Gwangtek glares at him with eyes as cold as a blade, his killing intent so thick it could swallow the man whole. He growls, "Say that to me again." The man is in a full-blown panic, stammering back as if he doesn't understand. What was that? The elevator doors slide open. Gwangtek storms inside, his voice a furious roar. "Go on, say it. Tell me again how this has nothing to do with you." Just then, the elevator begins to move, taking them straight up to the 36th floor. Ding. They've reached floor 36. The doors part to reveal the lifeless body of the secretary lying motionless right there. Ahead is the vast expanse of the chairman's office. Gwangtek strides toward that imposing, power-filled door. He pushes it open and lets out a weary sigh. Honestly, the amount of effort I have to waste just to meet scumbags like you is exhausting. Stepping right up to Duke Chun, he says with a tired voice, "I know you're always causing trouble, but this time, you've gone too far. You're coming back with me to the Ministry of Defense for questioning. Right now." But the man doesn't seem to care one bit about his impending fate. He actually laughs and continues his phone call. "Yes, of course. Thank you, sir. I'll be sure to repay you later." "Yes, sir. You have a good day now." Seeing himself being completely ignored, Gwangtek finally snaps. He flicks his cigarette at the man and roars, "Hey, you punk, answer me." Duke Chun whips around, his face dark with fury. He snaps back, "Weren't you taught to keep your mouth shut when adults are speaking?" Seeing that reaction, Gwangtek just laughs, pulling out a pair of shiny handcuffs. "You still don't get how serious this is, do you? I'm arresting you for treason." But this absolute gangster just smirks, cool as ever. "Treason? What the hell are you talking about? That's a pretty bad joke." His weirdly calm reaction gives the officer pause. "You think this is funny?" The gangster replies calmly. "Contact your superiors. Just ask them how they want to handle this." Those words make the officer realize something is very, very wrong. Gwangtek asks, his confidence shaken, "Who were you just talking to?" Duke Chun answers casually, "Just a high-ranking official." He even waves his hand mockingly, "The kind of low-level government drone like you will never get to meet." The scene flashes to a construction site, thick with smoke and fire. This was the incident at Wall G, where this whole story began, officially ruled as the unauthorized action of a single individual. Duke Chun's people had pinned all the blame on Cheolsu, framing him for acting under orders from the Busan Real Estate Association. At the same time, Sang Daeok was arrested right after the incident, becoming the only one to be cuffed after that massive disaster. Duke Chun's right-hand man, his secretary, looks absolutely thrilled with how things turned out. In the end, Sang Daeok had no choice but to take the foolish way out. But the truth is, he was forced to die before he could ever testify in court, silencing him for good. Time passes quietly until evening. The scene shifts to the temporary government headquarters of the Ministry of National Defense. A flustered Unyoung approaches and bows his head to report. The chairman of the Busan Real Estate Association was found dead this morning, an apparent suicide. The news doesn't surprise Gwangtek, who replies coolly, "Isn't that just fascinating?" He sighs, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Rich guys who can't even tie their own shoes suddenly become experts with a rope the second they get into legal trouble. It's so strange. Helplessness fills her eyes. "I'm sorry, sir. I know you really wanted to interrogate him yourself." The more he thinks about the injustice, the more his anger boils over. He stubs out his cigarette on the desk. Government employees can only shut up and follow orders. It's absolute garbage. Soon, dawn breaks. At the Central Hospital of the Republic of Korea's Armed Forces, a sleek luxury supercar pulls up to the entrance. Bodyguards immediately rush to open the door, respectfully welcoming an important figure stepping out. Baekhyun casually exits the car, glancing around before speaking in surprise. "This is the place?" he laughs, looking around with total disdain. The new savior is staying here, and his info panel appears. Holy Knight of God Slayer, A rank, Pope Baekhyun. Baekhyun and his massive entourage of bodyguards stride confidently into the hospital's main lobby. The moment he's inside, he raises a hand to remove his transparent face mask. The patients gathered in the lobby suddenly freeze, recognizing who just walked in. They all stare in stunned silence. "It's Pope Baekhyun. Is that really him?" One patient suddenly rushes forward, crying out desperately, "Your Holiness, just once, please let me hold your hand." Another person on the opposite side drops to their knees, tears in their eyes, begging, "Pope, I have a terminal illness. Please save me." A bodyguard immediately steps up, blocking the path to Baekhyun. The rest of the guards quickly form a protective circle around him, stopping the frantic patients from getting any closer. He raises a hand to his chin. He thoughtfully considers something, then a generous smile spreads across his face as he looks around. He declares that miracles, salvation, eternal life, and prosperity are all within each person's heart. The patients hang on his every word. He advises them not to just wait for his miracles, but to live with firm belief in their own hearts. The kneeling patient from before is weeping as he continues, saying that he will always pray for everyone. Then, they all begin chanting his praises in unison, emotionally moved as if they've just been enlightened by a profound sermon. And Baekhyun? He just smirks, completely satisfied with the scene. The thing humans fear most is always what they can't understand. It's why demons are scarier than traffic accidents. We see a car with its front completely smashed, a body lying on the ground, but that's still considered less terrifying than the image of a ghost. Why are madmen scarier than organized criminals? A masked criminal pointing a gun isn't as frightening as someone who's lost control, running around wildly with a knife. Humanity's terror of the zombie apocalypse is shown through the image of a desperate woman covering her own mouth, trying not to make a sound. Her whole body is trembling, tears streaming down her face, hiding behind a flimsy wall while a grotesque zombie lurks right behind her. Before the pandemic broke out, on a meticulously crafted musical theater stage where everything from the buildings to the grass looked real, the actors were lost in their performance. Back then, Baekhyun was just an ordinary musical actor. Short black hair, wearing a costume, moving to the rhythm of the music. Suddenly, an actress gasps, backing away to the edge of the stage as if she's seen something wrong. On the steps leading up to the stage, a figure stumbles forward, completely covered in a red liquid. Everyone on stage freezes for a moment, noticing this bizarre presence. The blood-soaked figure keeps their head down, grinding their teeth with a horrifying sound. It's a zombie. Its eyes are blood red. It snarls and then lunges toward the actress with terrifying speed. We see Baekhyun standing frozen in front of a locker, his own costume now splattered with bloodstains. He's breathing heavily, his eyes darting around cautiously. He grabs a tag from a costume in the locker. It reads "The Invincible Nun" for the male priest's outfit. But when the pandemic hit, he decided to give the panicking masses the answers they so desperately needed. Baekhyun puts on the priest's robes, his expression grim, helping them understand the things they couldn't possibly comprehend on their own. Baekhyun walked through crowded streets, standing in the middle of a large square, raising his voice to spread his message. He taught them that zombies weren't to be feared, they were to be destroyed. Not just on the streets, he even created an online forum to spread his teachings, his hair a little longer by then. And just with his words, he led 10,000 people to voluntarily step up and fight. Bak Hun, riding a white horse, majestically leads the vanguard, kicking off the war with his weapons, and the result is 10,000 zombies completely annihilated. Zombie corpses are scattered everywhere, piled up on the streets, blood mixed with flesh until you can no longer recognize what anything is. A sword brutally thrust through a zombie's mouth, red liquid spraying as its eyes roll back. Bak Hun is a new man, completely transformed from his actor days, with long hair dyed a brilliant yellow. His gaze is raised high without a trace of fear as he powerfully waves the yellow flag, a symbol of hope amidst the zombie wreckage. That heroic image immediately gets plastered on the front page of the news. The Holy Knight of God has reclaimed a part of UAN, a holy war under the direction of Pope Bak Hun, who claims he is merely a messenger for God. A group of men in neat black suits sit in orderly rows. Before them, Baekhyun speaks, "Cast aside all your old knowledge of zombies. Whether they are zombies, demons, or humans doesn't matter." He waves his hand. The core principle is, They must be controlled and destroyed. The symbol on the flag appears as he continues. God has mercifully granted this final trial because he pities humanity, which has become so divided. He concludes that the world now only has two sides, the living and the dead. The moment he finishes, the entire room erupts in thunderous applause. Everyone smiles, looking at him with pure adoration. He gives a satisfied, sinister grin, which perfectly matches the expression he wears now, in the present, standing before his patients. A well-dressed bodyguard stands beside an already open elevator, gesturing the way while stepping aside to clear a path for Bak Hun. Your Holiness, this way. In front of the elevator, another group of guards already surrounds him. Even as he steps inside, the bodyguards stick close, never leaving his side. A long line of patients rushes toward the closing elevator doors. They reach out for him, desperately shoving their hands into the narrow gap, knowing it's useless. Through that small opening, Bak Hun flashes a gentle smile and gives a final wave goodbye. At last, the elevator doors slide completely shut. Inside, a guard speaks politely. Your Holiness, may I ask a question? Bak Hun replies instantly. Of course, feel free to ask. It is my role to answer your questions. The bodyguard then asks, why personally come to meet a C-rank slayer? He's not a follower, he's not important, just some low-level C-rank slayer. Bak Hun strokes his chin and says thoughtfully, you have a point, he's not particularly outstanding. In terms of normal strength, he's only like one of our B-rank slayers. For example, he begins to list them off. The Lion King, Hon Rian, a man hidden behind a metal mask, with white cloth wrapped tightly around his head and neck, wearing armor with the cult symbol and gripping a sharp sword. He continues, and the Heresy Inquisitor Pyeongjong, the one with the hawk-like nose and a terrifyingly dark purple face. His eyes give off a purple glow, his head completely hidden by a large, baggy cloak. The cult symbol is prominent on his back. One hand holds a three-branched candelabra still burning, the other a staff with a sharp, cold hook. Then there is Preacher Kim, who wears glasses. His appearance is also unclear. And finally, Okhu, even the head nun, is a more formidable and impressive figure. He instinctively thinks of the trio, Gwangtaek, Daochun, and Aang. Recently, the balance between the Slayer organizations has been nearly perfect because the number of professional personnel is about the same. Suddenly, his hand clenches into a fist. The guard notices this, and Bak Hun says decisively, but I think that balance is about to be shattered by the young man we're meeting today. In his mind, he sees an image of Cheolsu sitting arrogantly on a mountain of zombie corpses. His gaze is fixed forward, yet he still perfectly executes a zombie lunging at him from behind. He adds, he killed 8,000 zombies on his debut day. He continues, after that, he survived the chaotic battle with the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, and Transport. Even though he made an enemy of the government by killing a leader, Bak Hun still clearly remembers the chaos. Cheolsu was surrounded by the tactical team, yet he held someone down, ignoring the relentless punches and kicks. The man he was attacking had his eyes rolled back, screaming in absolute agony. Bak Hun wasn't done yet. He is currently a member of the Choijiang Company but has a feud with the GDC Corporation. He recalls that through the Good Game event, Cheolsu even forged a connection with the Ministry of National Defense. Tilting his head, he asks the guard, have you ever seen anyone like that? Gaining connections with so many major powers in just a few months. His gaze sweeps over the bodyguard with deadly seriousness. Aside from Jiang Shuho, I have never seen anyone shake up the game this terrifyingly. Bak Hun calmly strolls out of the elevator, hands in his pockets, with an extremely relaxed demeanor. That is why I am trying to build a good relationship with him. If he truly is the next Jiang Shuho, making an enemy of him will only bring harm to the church. Standing before the hospital room door, the bodyguard steps forward to open it. The moment the door swings open, Bak Hun calls out enthusiastically, hey, my friend, you've been through a lot. Cheolsu jumps inside the room, startled by the incredibly sudden appearance. Ari, who was sitting by the bed peeling an apple for Cheolsu, asks nervously who he is, while our guy just stares blankly with a piece of apple halfway to his mouth. The man suddenly charges straight for him, moving so fast he knocks Ari aside, grabbing Cheolsu's hand and making him drop the apple. You've achieved something revolutionary, defending the good game wall and destroying a B-rank mutant. You deserve to be called the savior. He relentlessly showers him with praise, calling him an ally for the human race, the nemesis of zombies, a servant of God. I want to express my admiration for your contributions. Cheolsu's brow furrows, looking uncomfortable as this man rambles on that the suffering and lonely battles he's fought at that mediocre company will end today. My friend, Ari immediately grasps the situation, and her expression instantly hardens. A mediocre company? Lonely? Are they trying to poach a slayer? She screams, "Wait a minute," but just then, a hand gently lands on her shoulder, causing her to instinctively spin around. That same bodyguard with a face as dark as a pot's bottom grits his teeth and warns her, "Please keep your mouth shut until the Pope has finished speaking." Ba-hun smiles and holds his hand out in invitation. The demonic slayer says, "My good friend, we at Jehovah's Sanctuary would like to welcome you to our executive board to fight side by side with us." His hand is still gripping Cheolsu's, refusing to let go. Ari stands frozen behind him while the other bodyguards spread around the room applaud enthusiastically to support him. Cheolsu stammers, "You're." The man laughs, thinking he knows what's coming. "Yes, it's just as you think. You'll find it hard to believe, but I am the Pope of Jehovah's Sanctuary, and the only A-rank slayer who has never been tainted, Ba-hun." Cheolsu's face immediately darkens as he yanks his hand back in disgust. "No, I have no freaking clue who you are. Are you trying to drag me into some cult?" He turns his head away, avoiding the man's gaze and muttering, "The world's really ending when even lunatics can wander freely around a hospital." The man waves his hands, flustered. "No, no, my friend, you've got it all wrong." But he cuts him off immediately. "I don't care, and I'm not interested in joining your religion, so get lost." Everyone else in the room is just completely, utterly stunned. The bodyguard tries to intervene, attempting to explain, he is the Pope of Jehovah, but our guy just waves him off, his face scrunched up in annoyance. "Not interested. Beat it." The room plunges into absolute silence once again. Everyone is frozen to the spot. Ba Ki-hoon awkwardly strokes his chin, thinking for a moment. He snaps his fingers, signaling the guard behind him, and continues, "It's fine if you don't know who I am. I'm just here today to thank you for your contribution and to offer a sweet deal." By now, his patience is completely gone. He turns to the man, his voice dripping with irritation, but it's like no one's even listening. "You people keep trying to force your shady schemes on me. I told you." He suddenly stops, his eyes widening in shock, as if he's just seen something impossible. The bodyguard opens a black briefcase, revealing stacks of cash that sparkle like a pirate's treasure. Baek Hee-hun says smugly, "We heard you're carrying an 800 billion won debt. We'll handle it for you." Ari looks horrified, her eyebrows knitted together in extreme tension. The man continues his pitch. "You'll no longer be a slave to the Choi Jang Company, but a high-ranking executive and a pastor of the Jehovah Church." He extends his hand again. "So, will you join us?" Cheolsu stands there like a statue, raising an eyebrow in suspicion. Baek Hee-hun maintains his confident smirk, his eyes glued to Cheolsu like a leech. Ari's mind flashes to Sly Sam, Deox Chun, and Kwangtek. That's way too good of a deal, she thinks. They could easily hire an A-rank slazer with that kind of money. Her gaze shifts to the glittering briefcase of cash. He brought physical money, which means he has no intention of negotiating or bluffing. Sweat beads on her forehead as she sighs internally. What is he planning? Why would he spend so much on Devil's Jaw? A slazer who's a B rank at best. But that doesn't matter. She's the manager for the Choi Jang Company. Poaching another company's slazer so blatantly is completely unacceptable. She hesitates for a second, then musters all her courage to shout and intervene. Her hands are clenched in anger. "Listen here. I don't care if you're the head of a major slazer corporation. This is against the rules. There are ethics in this business, and slazers need an official, proper contract." Cheolsu's face darkens. He holds up a hand in front of her, signaling her to stop. She stares down at him, wide-eyed. "Devil's Jaw, you?" Baek Hee-hun flashes a fake, professional smile. The kid might be clueless about his church, but he can't be a fool who doesn't know how to weigh his options. He pulls out a contract from thin air. The title stands out clearly. C-rank slazer Devil's Jaw from Sean. Exclusive contract. He adds, "That's right. Now let's close this deal." I stopped her, Cheolsu replies calmly, because she doesn't need to waste her breath. He then drops an ice-cold rejection. "I have no intention of shaking hands with you." The man's brow furrows, clearly shocked by the answer. The disappointment is written all over his face. Ari, on the other hand, is ecstatic, a relieved smile spreading across her lips. Cheolsu points a finger right at the man's face, his gaze hard as steel. "You can call yourself a savior or a priest, but what you really want is no different from those loan sharks. I know damn well you're not just giving me 8 billion out of kindness. You're just going to squeeze me dry to make 10 times your investment back." The smug pride on the man's face vanishes, replaced by a stunned expression. "You're not showing respect. You're just using fancier words for the same thing. I may be uneducated and naive, but I've seen more than enough of how this world really works. A slave is just called a worker. Young kids who should be safe with their families are forced to work like animals. They carry heavy loads, their hair and clothes caked in dirt. Some of them, crushed by the weight of bricks on their backs, collapse to the ground, shown no mercy. The homeless are called refugees. A skeletal woman clutches a shivering little girl. They're wrapped in nothing but a thin paper blanket, surrounded by a world of white in the biting winter cold. Huddled against a wall, their only warmth comes from a flickering, fragile flame. This is the supply line for half the city. A line of filthy people shuffles towards a table. A man in a pristine suit sits there smugly, a stark contrast to the people before him. A beggar presses his thumb onto a piece of paper next to an ink pad, looking like he's signing his life away. Suicide is called sacrifice. A man stands on stage, surrounded by a mob of bodyguards spewing propaganda to the masses. He holds a paper, shouting into a megaphone. Below him, a sea of people pushes forward, while a massive banner hangs above the stage. The Sixth Territory Recapture Campaign. Everything is sugar-coated to serve someone's private interest. Cheolsu's cold eyes remain fixed on the man, without a flicker of emotion. That's the pit I grew up in, but I'm sure you wouldn't understand. I can tell you've never had to work a day in your life. The bodyguard, who's been seething this whole time, finally explodes. How dare you speak such blasphemy? But Baek Hee-hun immediately stops him. That's enough. The guard leans in and whispers to him, "But, Your Holiness." The man waves him off, dismissing it. Perhaps my expectations were too high, since he doesn't have faith in us yet. Let's wrap it up for today. With that, he walks straight out the door, held open by his guards, not even glancing back as he says, "Today's offer still stands, for the day you realize just how rotten your company is." Just then, he suddenly turns his head to look back at Cheolsu, that familiar, arrogant look returning. "Give me a call, then." The door slams shut. A moment passes, but Cheolsu and Ari continue to stare at where the men just left, their expressions still wary. Then, Ari breaks into a strange smile. She turns and throws her arms around him in a tight hug, unable to hide her excitement. "Devil's Jaw, I knew you were loyal." Cheolsu is flustered, his cheeks turning bright red as his eyes go wide with surprise. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" He puts his hands on her shoulders to push her away, trying to end this cringy hug, and stammers, "He and your boss are both just creditors. They're two sides of the same coin. I just chose the side that isn't a cult. You scared me for a second. Anyway, didn't you say you had a gig for me?" As if suddenly remembering, her face lights up. "The Slazer rental. I was actually about to tell you that it just got approved. The Ministry of Defense has officially requested to hire you for 20 billion won. She recalls a recent memory, Aang sitting at his desk, arms crossed in thought, while Secretary Park paced back and forth like a nervous wreck. She points to a paper on the desk and speaks softly. "The funds from the Ministry of Defense just came through, Madam Chairman." Ayan gnaws on the end of her pen, her mind a tangled mess, clearly weighing a heavy decision. "I don't want to lend him to them," she thinks. "Those old foxes are definitely planning something." She picks up the pen, her eyes fixed on the document, but she knows she can't let him stay in debt forever. The pen touches the contract. All right, it's settled. At the bottom, there are only 2 lines. The first line, for the Republic of Korea's Ministry of Defense, is already neatly signed by Lim Gwang-taek. Without another moment of hesitation, she signs her own name next to the title, CEO of Choi Corporation. Back in the present, Ari pulls out a carefully bound file. The chairman gave her approval. Cheolsu looks genuinely surprised. "That's wild. I seriously thought she was going to have second thoughts and delay it." He quickly gets down to business. "So, what exactly is my mission?" Ari doesn't hesitate, swiftly pulling a stack of papers from the envelope as the scene cuts to a briefing room. Dong-sun stands at the front, presenting to a group of grim-faced individuals who look like homicide detectives. She announces the operation name, Operation Salamander. On the projector screen, bold black letters spell out the top-secret mission codename. She begins the briefing. "As all of you know, the provisional government and the Ministry of Defense's top priority is maintaining the status quo. Our mission is to act swiftly and neutralize any unexpected variables that might arise." She continues, "This is no different from our day-to-day operations up to now." A man sitting next to Gwang-taek interrupts, "I understand the need to eliminate variables, but can you please get to the point and tell us what you're actually talking about?" She flips to the next slide, revealing an image of a power plant with 2 colossal smokestacks reaching for the sky. "The Uljan Nuclear Power Complex," she explains. "We implemented emergency measures when the zombie outbreak began to keep the plants operating. But the screen tells a different story, showing internal components of the plant, rusted and stained from decay. In her mind, she sees a recon team member using long-range binoculars to survey the facility. The reports they sent back all point to one thing: critical degradation is setting in. Those two smokestacks are now spewing thick, toxic black smoke into the sky. Inside, the cooling system is barely functioning, struggling to keep the temperatures down. She adds, "The most critical danger we're facing is the failing cooling system, which is causing the core temperature to skyrocket. Operation Salamander is a mission to stabilize the Uljan nuclear reactor." Finally, Gwangtaek speaks up. How much hardware and how many lives will this take? She projects a spreadsheet listing 20 experienced nuclear engineers, 100 maintenance workers, and a massive amount of heavy machinery and high-tech equipment, including cranes. Gwangtaek mutters his assessment. "There's no way we can transport all this by air." Dong-sun immediately refutes him. "No, sir. The purpose of this plan is..." Her mind flashes to a vision of two long convoys, crawling down a heavily damaged road overgrown with weeds. The side of the road is a graveyard of vehicles, scattered and broken down the embankment that separates the highway from the wasteland below. Some are crushed so badly they're completely unrecognizable. "We will approach Uljan with a massive armed convoy." The atmosphere in the briefing room instantly turns heavy. Two others begin whispering. One says, "That's going to make a ton of noise and take forever to get there." The other holds up the plan. "That's exactly why we need Lim Gwangtaek and the Slayers from the army providing security." Right behind Gwangtaek, a bizarre, furry shape suddenly appears, holding a stack of blue papers. As it prepares to set them down, he speaks up. "If we approach with an escort convoy, I don't think that's nearly enough." Instantly, those dense green masses split into multiple copies, one now standing behind every single person in the room. Their sole purpose is to place the blue documents on the table. He announces, "From this moment, the Slayers on the blacklist I'm providing you." He concludes, "I want every single one of them to participate in this operation." And on one of the newly distributed papers, the words are crystal clear. Proposed personnel list, internal circulation, Choi Corporation, C-rank Slayer, Kim Cheon-su, Demon Hall, age 23. And right next to it is Cheon-su's ID photo. Cheon-su, wearing a high-collared jacket, stares with his mouth agape and eyes wide with shock, cold sweat dripping down his cheek. Before him is a scene of organized chaos, on a scale that is absolutely monumental. A vast courtyard where squads of soldiers are moving in perfect, disciplined formations, each its own distinct unit. Surrounding them are dozens of large trucks and cranes, and in the distance, a massive wall constructed from towering shipping containers. In front of the massive cranes, a group of soldiers in helmets that hide half their faces carry backpacks with long antenna-like metal rods and mysterious, rugged green blocks. In another direction, a squad in black boonie hats carry rifles, their leader in the middle completely masked. Facing them is an arrogant-looking man with slicked-back red hair and a long coat, and further off, a squad dressed in blue camouflage. Their faces look far less stern and cold than the other two groups. Their leader is none other than Dong Gan, covered head to toe in their signature blue camo. With a cigarette in his mouth, Gwangtaek grins and throws an arm around the still-dazed Cheon-su. "Ever witnessed an operation on such a terrifying scale before?" Cheon-su blurts out, his eyes still glued to the movement in the yard. "It's not that I haven't. The territory reclamation at the J-barrier. But that was a counterattack. This feels more like a defensive battle." Gwangtaek suddenly clenches his fist, shouting with excitement. "This is a breakthrough, kid! We're not just stopping the zombies, we're punching right through their lines." But his smile vanishes in an instant, his voice dropping low and heavy. "Get yourself ready. We're about to walk into the tiger's den. And this might just be this country's last chance." Cheon-su immediately asks, "The last chance?" Gwangtaek says nothing more, simply turning and walking away. "I'll see you later. Good luck with the operation." Cheon-su watches him go, his expression distant as the wind whips through his hair. Top secret mission. Operation Salamander. Vehicle by vehicle, the convoy begins to move out in formation. In the back of the trucks, squads of soldiers sit knee to knee as dust billows up everywhere. The operation is underway. But alongside them is another group, dressed in their own unique gear, looking far more comfortable in a vehicle with proper seats, not crammed into a tight space. Ju's eyes scanned each and every person. His familiar halberd rested across his lap. As he studied the faces on the truck, he made a quick assessment. No military uniforms here. He glanced around again. Every last one of them were private, for-hire slashers. He sank deeper into his thoughts. He'd actually seen some of these faces before, from a list Minari had given him. Suddenly, his memory flashed back to the hospital. Back then, he'd raised an eyebrow at the stack of books tossed onto his bed. He blankly flipped through the pages, asking what the hell these things even were. Ari, after slamming the tall stack down, wiped away her sweat. This, she explained, was a catalog containing information on various slashers. She added that it was mainly for clients looking to hire a Kim Cheolsu. He flipped to a page showing a bald Kim Cheolsu, his hip lined with weapon pouches. He recognized this one immediately. The ghost Kim Cheolsu, a zombie specialist whose fee started at over 2 billion won, an absolutely insane price. She explained why she brought it to him. I thought you might need this. In her mind, she was already picturing the perfect team, each member skilled with different weapons. Once he read it, she said, he'd understand the capabilities of every Kim Cheolsu before joining the escort mission. In other words, he could figure out which partners would complement his own abilities. He kept staring at the book. And not just that, if a Kim Cheolsu attacked him like last time, he'd know exactly what they could do. Ari clapped her hands, totally impressed. Exactly. You're starting to think like a real slasher now. Her sudden praise made him flinch a little. He awkwardly scratched his cheek and looked away. It's nothing that special, is it? Yeah, I guess it is. Back in the present, those thoughts were still running through his head. He glanced at a middle-aged man clutching a rifle, his eyes quietly fixed on the floor. That was Imanhan, a C-rank slasher. His main weapon was a modified air gun that could fire bolts and nuts. The next guy was younger, with dyed black and gold hair and an X-shaped scar on his jaw. He was clutching a matching backpack, his entire outfit and weapons perfectly color-coordinated. That was Jane Horzun, another C-rank slasher, specializing in a custom baton and a backpack that transforms into a shield. Then he looked across the way. In the middle sat a figure in a full-face helmet, holding a bright red hammer. Go Sokui, Kim Gapsu, and 7 others. He leaned his head back, taking another look. Everyone on this truck was C-rank, except for him temporarily rated B-rank and that kid over there. A girl with short, shoulder-length pink hair and straight bangs, whose cheerful expression was a total contrast to the tense atmosphere, was happily humming a little tune. 2 blades rested on her lap, and Sarang, a B-rank slasher. Her record, 12,401 regular zombies, plus 2 B-rank variants. Ju tensed up, clicking his tongue. He remembered reading her file very carefully. Sarang was still staring off into the distance, looking excited. She was famous for being the youngest Kim Cheolsu, and the youngest B-rank to date. Suddenly, she turned and looked right at him, her smile instantly vanishing. The second he met her gaze, he quickly looked away, trying to avoid it. Her voice dripped with sarcasm. Hey, you've been staring down every slasher here, trying to make friends or something? He looked visibly uncomfortable but kept his gaze fixed elsewhere. Her expression darkened, her eyes turning ice cold. Don't bother with pointless things like that. At least half of them will be dead 3 hours after we leave Busan. She continued coldly. And only a quarter of us will survive until the end of the day. His face twisted in annoyance. What? Why are you spouting such pessimistic nonsense? She just smirked, giving him a sideways glance. Haven't you looked at our convoy's formation? I guess a rookie like you wouldn't bother with that stuff. He immediately cut her off, confused. The formation? A diagram of the convoy materialized in his mind. The plow vehicles were marked in pink. Leading the group were heavy-duty trucks, modified to shove wreckage off the highway. In his mind, he saw the plows brutally tossing mangled wrecks, now just unrecognizable heaps of metal, down the slopes beside the road. The diagram appeared again. This time, 2 container trucks in the center were highlighted in pink. Those carried heavy equipment and the engineering team, protected in the very core. Those container trucks were surrounded by layers of other escort vehicles, while wrecked cars littered the roadside. The formation image popped up again, and this time, the ring of vehicles surrounding the 2 central trucks was highlighted. Those vehicles were Humvees, driven by soldiers from the Ministry of National Defense, tasked with protection. Gwangtaek and Angan were on one of those Humvees. The outermost layer in the diagram was marked. And finally, there's us. The trucks carrying hired Kim Cheolsus would guard the rear of the Humvees. Sarang wagged a finger. Get it now? She closed her eyes, showing no fear. We are the meat shields. Ju's brows furrowed, anger boiling up inside him. He shot back a question. So what? His question made her pause, as if she never expected that response. He lowered his voice. What if you're wrong and more than half of us are still alive in 3 hours? She raised an eyebrow, Her voice falls. I'm asking, what if more than half of the people here survive? She squeezed her eyes shut, answering helplessly, No, what I mean is this mission is hopeless. His voice suddenly boomed, loud enough for everyone to hear. You're demoralizing our allies when we're all just trying to survive here. He let out a harsh, mocking laugh. Or are you just too scared to make a bet? You little chicken. Her face darkened as it was her turn to get annoyed. Her mouth twitched in fury. She pointed her weapon straight at him, challenging him. The winner gets to punch the loser right in the face. How about it? He grabbed his halberd, firing back without a second of hesitation. You're on, kid. They glared, practically shooting sparks at each other, their teeth gritted in anger. Just then, the screech of sudden brakes tore through the air. A panicked soldier ran to Ju's truck, his face pale as he shouted, Zombies on the left flank! Ju snapped his head toward the soldier. The man screamed, They'll be on our right flank soon. The left is already engaged. His eyes wide with terror, the soldier yelled, Everyone get Rhea! But before he could even finish, a zombie lunged out of nowhere, grabbing him and killing him on the spot. Everyone on the truck was dead silent, staring with stunned faces, unable to say a word as if they couldn't process what just happened. One down already, Sarang muttered. The Slazers all jumped up, gripping their weapons, but Sarang was already a blur, lunging forward into a battle stance. But he shot her a disgusted look, unable to believe she was keeping a body count right after someone died. Meanwhile, up ahead, the bulldozers were still focused on a single task, clearing the pile of wrecked cars blocking the road. The machines worked relentlessly, their only job to shove the mangled car husks to the side and open a path. The shriek of metal on metal was a piercing headache. Kwangtek raised his binoculars with one hand, the other holding a walkie-talkie as he gave orders. Move slowly, let the Slazers engage. The survivors just had to keep moving forward and protect the convoy. Every mile they gained was paid for by the team's grit. But then, through the binoculars, he saw something that made him freeze. Sarang charged straight into the zombie horde like a hurricane, delivering an endless barrage of finishing blows without a shred of hesitation. Her sharp, angular slashes seemed to dance in the air. From another direction, Cheolsu was also unleashing hell. Unlike Sarang, his attacks moved in circular arcs, slicing zombies in half with perfect cuts. Lim Wang-tek's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Not bad. He knew that scythe of his would be worth the price. But this demon, he was exceeding all expectations. He pictured the UIN factory in his mind. There would be casualties, but they would definitely make it to UIN, and that would be the place they rebuilt their country. Munhan stood like a mountain on the battlefield of corpses, his hand still clamped tight around his gun. He popped the chamber open, and a cascade of nails and screws spilled out. Suddenly, a frenzied zombie broke from the distance, charging right for him. Munhan flinched for a split second before raising his weapon. He narrowed his eyes, certain this was the last one. His finger immediately tightened on the trigger, but nothing shot out from the barrel. He froze in pure horror. What the hell? Was the gas canister empty? Seeing only a weak puff of air instead of a lethal projectile, the zombie seized its chance, lunging forward with lightning speed. The distance between them vanished. He was so terrified, his eyes went wide, his throat locked up, unable to even let out a scream. In his last desperate moment, he squeezed his eyes shut and reflexively raised the gun, a hopeless attempt to block the blow. But right at that fatal instant, a dark weapon suddenly cut in, smashing down on the monster with a thunderous impact. After a few seconds of bracing for death and feeling nothing, he cautiously opened his eyes, his brow furrowed in confusion. Cheolsu was standing there, breathing in ragged gasps. Don't you dare die without my permission, he panted. I still need you to deal with that arrogant girl. Munhan stood silently for a few seconds, then a sincere smile spread across his face. He handed the shovel back to Ju and spoke. Thanks. I owe you one. The younger man considered it, figuring that must have really been the last one. The old man laughed, gesturing towards the truck. All right, let's get back to the vehicle. As he trudged behind him, the hero let out a long sigh and asked, What time is it? How long has it been since we left Busan? Munhan glanced down at his watch. 3 hours and 25 minutes, almost 3.5. Munhan gripped Ju's hand, pulling him up with all his might. He strained to give him leverage, and his companion used the momentum to scramble into the truck bed. His entire body was still limp with exhaustion, each breath coming out like a heavy bellows. He glanced around the truck. Most of the others were in the same sorry state. They were all panting, trying to recover their stamina. Even Munhan was completely drained after pulling him up, bent over with his hands on his knees. Jinho also slowly collapsed onto a seat, looking like he'd burned through all his energy. Only Sarang's face remained a cold, emotionless mask. She scoffed, her eyes sweeping over the truck with disdain. Suddenly, she felt a stare locked right onto her. Looking up, she saw his smug grin, twisted by his own heavy breathing, as he looked down on her with a provocative challenge. She scowled, her voice laced with irritation. If you hadn't helped, half of them would be dead by now. Sweat covered his face from the intense fight, but his expression was painfully innocent. What are you talking about? I didn't help at all. The smile vanished, and he quietly asked her a question heavy with meaning. But is saving people a mistake? She was completely blindsided by such a tough question. For a moment, she was utterly speechless, able to do nothing but glare at him as Manhwa got his breathing back under control. He smiled softly, silently watching the confrontation between the two. She said nothing, a fierce internal battle raging, until finally she looked up, forcing an awkward smile. Are you really going to hit a little girl? He didn't miss a beat, raising his fist and flashing a devilish grin. Let's just call it tough love. Now sit still or I'll crack your head open. Why are you sweating so much now? A sharp thwack echoed in the silence. About 4 hours had passed since the operation officially began. A huge, tender lump was now swelling on Sarang's head. She sat hugging her knees, her face scrunched up in bitter resentment as she pouted, and he just plopped down beside her, groaning as his exhausted body protested. These were Slazers who had never once coordinated together. After the earlier commotion, the Slazers on the truck had all fallen silent, each one seemingly lost in their own thoughts. Manhwa reached into his coat pocket, pulled out a thick cigarette, and gently placed it at Ju's feet. This was the pandemic era, a time when human selfishness had been pushed to its absolute limit, and yet, the other people on the truck also began to reach into their coats and pockets, looking for something to offer. Sarang glanced sideways with a curious look in her eyes, and just like that, Kim Jonsu began to earn their silent respect. But he was already dead to the world, fast asleep. A steady snore came from him. Down at his feet, several small gifts had appeared: candy, cigarettes, energy drinks, cheese, and all sorts of other essential little items. The route from Busan to Uin was clearly marked on the map, with both the starting point and destination located on the coast. But the distance between them was immense. It was a journey of about 200 kilometers, on a highway that hadn't seen care in years. Weeds grew thick through the cracked asphalt. The once white walls along the road are stained black, but the convoy pushes forward, a grim procession that never stops. A soldier reports over the radio. Third escort vehicle is secure, moving on. Another driver quickly follows up. Seventh escort, all clear. In another vehicle, a driver starts his report. 12th escort, secure and proceeding. He stops cold, his eyes catching something in the rearview mirror. In the reflection, a horde of the undead is sprinting toward them at an absolutely terrifying speed. The driver immediately slams his fist against the truck's partition, a desperate emergency signal. Zombies spotted near escort 12. Prepare for combat. The Slazers in that truck instantly snap to attention, weapons gripped tight. The driver screams. I repeat, zombies are closing in on escort 12. On this brutal journey, battles erupt one after another without end. In no time, the zombies have swarmed the truck, forcing the Slazers to fight back. One of them immediately accelerates, planting a foot on the truck's railing to launch himself into the fray. Using that momentum, he smashes a zombie's head right into the steel vehicle. A moment later, a pile of zombie corpses litters the road, none of them moving. This is escort 12. Hostiles cleared. We're rolling again. And just like that, so many Slazers had already fallen in this operation. Lim Wang Tek grimly studies the map file in his hands. He adjusts his eye patch and asks, We've lost the Slazers in escort vehicles 12, 13, 14, and 15, correct? That means our left flank is practically wiped out. Give me a damage report so I can recalculate our strategy. Soren, sitting quietly behind him, replies, illustrating with her hand. On average, we've lost about 2 people per vehicle, for a total of 9 casualties. As for our plan, she continues, I propose we reallocate some personnel from the armed forces Humvees to the Slazer trucks. We can dispatch a few reserve Slazers to fill in the remaining empty positions. Lim Wangtek, a fresh cigarette in his mouth, keeps his hand over his eye patch and nods. Fine, not too bad. Casualties aren't as high as I imagined. His eyes remain fixed on the map, a model of the convoy's current formation playing out in his head. In the original plan, I was pretty sure all the civilian Slazers would be dead by now. I was even planning to abandon the entire outer layer of Slazer trucks. If that were the case, I think we could still utilize the UIN nuclear power plant, Soren adds. As it is, those slayers have adapted to the rhythm of the operation, and the presence of squad leaders seems to have boosted their survival rate incredibly. In his mind, an image forms a pack of snarling wolves looking up at their majestic alpha, who stands alone on a high cliff, a place the pack below could never reach, proud beneath the silver moon. He glances out the window thinking, squad leaders, huh? Yes, that's exactly it. Whenever the slayers start to wear down, a few exceptional individuals begin to stand out. Her feet move in a blur, so fast that all you can see is the air being displaced as her boots pass, her legs becoming completely indistinct. Sarang's face remains an icy, unnaturally calm mask. She gets right in the face of a zombie, its mouth wide open with gruesome sharp teeth, and shows not a single flicker of fear. She launches forward, her weapon a blur, carving beautiful arcs through the air as she slaughters every zombie in her path. She shoots forward like an arrow, her weapon carving a path ahead, furiously hacking apart 7 of the undead. Her eyes are cold, and her hands move with the fluid precision of a killing machine. She lands in a crouch, her expression still frozen, and brings her axe down from above in one clean, powerful strike. A satisfied smile plays on her lips as she wipes out a wave of zombies with her weapon, and he continues to think. Some stand out through overwhelming power and independent combat ability, like those from the Jaguchi Small Business Association. B-rank Slazer, the guillotine Ansarong. A different Slazer sits by the roadside, exhausted and panting heavily. 2 motionless zombie corpses lie beside him. He's so tired his eyes are welling up when suddenly a warm voice calls out, "Exhausted, aren't you?" The Slazer looks up, startled. Lim Wangtek's thoughts continue. Then there are others who win the trust of their comrades and use that to their advantage. Standing before that Slazer is Pedro. He offers a kind smile and an outstretched hand. "Come with me. You'll be left behind if you don't keep up with the convoy." From the Jehovah Church, C-rank Slazer, the preacher, Choi Pedro. In a hidden corner, Jingu's sarcastic voice rings out. Empty plastic bottles litter the ground at his feet. "Everyone, listen up. These zombies are just like a pack of wild dogs." He chugs the rest of his water before continuing. "They only target those who get separated from the pack. Got it? That's why you all need to stick together and help each other out." The Slazers around him just stare blankly. Jingu stares back, incredulous. "Is it really that hard to understand? Are you guys that slow?" A Slazer in the crowd just gets more confused. "Why are we getting a lecture from this guy? Who is that old man anyway?" Another person in a gray sweater chimes in. "I have no idea, but rumor has it that every Slazer who follows that old man's advice has managed to stay alive." The first guy's jaw drops. "Seriously?" A young man in a blue sweater suddenly shrinks back, his eyebrows furrowed in fear. However, Lim Wangtek thinks some have the ability to see the entire operation and grasp the situation perfectly. Jingu is still drinking, an eyebrow raised as he points forward, his tie loosened at some point. From the Small Business Association, C-rank Slazer, the adjudicator, Park Jingu. Lim Wangtek's gaze drifts far away. And finally, there's John Shu. He just finished clearing out a wave of zombies and leans on his shovel, chest heaving as he catches his breath. XO Kuei appears out of nowhere, throwing an arm over his shoulder while Ju steadies him by the waist. "Don't just stand there like you took on that entire horde by yourself. Come on, let me help you back to the truck." Ju finds it strange. He can't figure out why the guy is suddenly being so friendly. "He even gave me candy." XO Kuei flashes a bright smile. "Want another one?" Before Ju can answer, XO Kuei tosses another candy bar over, and Ju instinctively catches it with ease. And then there are those Lim Wangtek muses, who are just born with the qualities that make others want to follow them, almost unconsciously. He rips off the wrapper and pops the entire candy bar into his mouth. "I told you, I'm fine." This is Kim Ju, an unofficial B-rank slayer from the Rang Company. Guangtae sits silently in the car, his eyes fixed on him, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. And among the survivors, the slayers are obviously the strongest. Perhaps it was just luck, but his team suffered the fewest losses here. Guangtae silently acknowledges it. They also had the highest zombie kill count and amazing performance with minimal casualties. This perfectly matches the standard he was aiming for. In the distance, Jeonsu stands below the truck bed. He seems to be talking to someone up top, then a person steps out to the edge of the truck and takes something from him. Guangtae's face remains cold and detached. His ability to judge people is as sharp as ever. From afar, Sarang watches the scene unfold, taking in the sight of Jeonsu and his teammates laughing happily together. Munhan wraps her arms around him, leaning in close to whisper, "Fighting zombies together will make us closer." She stands frozen like a statue, her eyes still locked on him. Her cheeks flush red, a hint of longing shimmering in her gaze. She lowers her head slightly, but her feet feel pinned to the spot, completely unable to move. Before them lies a gruesome scene of ruin, with the bodies of zombies and fallen slayers littering the entire road. The soldiers disembark one by one, and the atmosphere immediately grows heavy and tense. Guangtae glances towards the door and gives a careful order. "All right, distribute the radios to the people I've designated. By giving detailed instructions, we can increase the number of survivors by the time we reach Uljan." Lim Guangtek was definitely right. Giving direct orders to the team leaders made the entire operation run much more efficiently. Jiansu, Sarang, Pedro, and Jingu. The four of them each take a radio, ready for their orders. Killing intent burns in their eyes, and as a result, more slayers manage to reach Uljan alive. A massive blue signpost appears over the highway just as the sky begins to darken. Uljan City, North Gyeongsang Province, the Uljan Nuclear Power Plant Complex. A soldier driving a car opens his door and steps out, clenching his fist, his nervousness obvious. The other soldiers follow his lead, all of them staring forward with anxious expressions. In front of them stands a colossal power plant made mostly of metal, tangled with iron pipes and two huge smokestacks silently releasing thin plumes of smoke. The Uljan Nuclear Power Plant. After driving for so long, young Han seems to be aching all over. He grimaces and does a few stretches while chatting with Sori. Guangtae and a fluffy blue creature stand watching in the cold. "There are more survivors than I expected. What's the Slayer's status?" Sori replies, "Sir, over 80% of the Ministry of Defense Slayers and over 40% of civilian Slayers survived. This was far higher than the initial projection that they would be almost completely wiped out." Guangtae puts a new cigarette to his lips and lights it, deep in thought. The problem wasn't just about the number of people left alive. "I'll observe these Slayers for now. I need to ensure they improve during this campaign." Just then, an announcement blares through the loudspeakers across the plant grounds. The convoy is now parked in neat rows. "Attention everyone, we have arrived. Begin setting up base camp. We won't be entering the plant today, so get some rest first." Everyone quickly gets to work, setting up makeshift tents in the open yard. As soon as they finish, they gather around bonfires, their conversations lively and endless. The camping area is protected by a large circle of vehicles. Inside are small tents and a common area with 3 crackling bonfires. The Uljan escort mission could be considered a success. Ju looks completely exhausted after a full day of non-stop work. He stretches and lets out a huge yawn, tears welling up in his eyes. While stretching, he suddenly notices Sarang huddled in a corner near one of the fires. Her gaze is distant, staring into nothing, her face completely expressionless. He suddenly falls silent, watching her with a complicated look in his eyes. Without a word, he storms over, pouts, and then gives her a hard knock on the head, making her yelp in pain and recoil in annoyance. A large lump instantly forms on her head. She clutches it, rubbing the spot as she glares at him and yells, "What the hell was that for?" He just grins mischievously, his hand still a fist. "You deserved another one of those, since most of us are still alive." She explodes in anger. "Are you a child? That's in the past." All the teasing in his expression vanishes instantly, replaced by that same somber look. The pain brought tears to her eyes, but she freezes when she sees how serious he is. He closes his eyes, shoves his hands in his pockets, his voice tinged with sympathy. "Look, I know why you're pessimistic and isolate yourself, but when a kid like you is always so gloomy, it makes it hard for adults to even talk to you." He pulls a chocolate bar from his pocket and slowly offers it to her. "Learn to rely on others a little and try to fit in. There's nothing wrong with that." His gaze shifts to the flickering fire. "I don't know much about Slayers, but I know everyone lost something important in this zombie apocalypse before deciding to become one." He then turns back to her, his expression unchanged, especially those who chose to step outside the safety of the walls. Hearing those sincere words, she gets lost in her own thoughts. She unwraps the chocolate bar. "If you're going to lecture me, at least wait until after we make it back alive." She takes a bite, her expression brightening slightly. "I don't take advice from people who are going to die before me." A quiet night falls over the factory complex, and after a full night's rest, the morning sun floods the area once more. Everyone is already assembled in perfect formation, uniforms, gear, and weapons equipped from head to toe. Their faces are grim, a stark contrast to the relaxed atmosphere of the night before. Guangtae turns on his heel and walks forward, facing the entire squad with an imposing presence. "Did everyone get enough rest?" he begins, issuing his command. Now, all of you listen up. Today we are entering the nuclear power plant. Below, Sarong hangs on his every word, not missing a single detail. Sori also stands silently, absorbing Guang Tei's speech. We don't know for sure what kind of monsters are hiding in there. The remaining Slayers listen intently, not wanting to miss a single word, or maybe they're just wondering which of them will be the last one standing. He raises his voice, making sure every single person can hear him loud and clear. He declares this campaign will crush a major threat and bring hope back to their nation. Jiansu squints, staring right at Lim Wang-tek as he gives his speech. Or more accurately, Lim Wang-tek is looking down from above, that familiar cigarette hanging from his lips. Today, the battle for survival officially begins. On the map, the Ugin nuclear power complex is marked with a menacing radiation symbol. This used to be one of the biggest nuclear power plants before the country collapsed. Glimpses of its glory days flash by, with brand new gleaming equipment. Workers, clad in black protective suits, watch everything from high above the facility floor. In another sector, you can tell by the uniforms that the maintenance and operations crew are rushing, working hard. The control room is packed with machines and monitors as security guards stand watch. Meanwhile, scientists in white lab coats are locked in a heated debate. But now, the place is just a ticking time bomb. The harsh reality of the plant is laid bare, a filthy, dilapidated ruin. Dust chokes the air as sparks fly everywhere. Zombies wander aimlessly down the halls, and the former staff? All torn to shreds in a horrifying massacre. The maintenance area isn't much better. Zombies contort their bodies, corpses litter the ground. Blood is splattered into every single corner. In the control room, the people in white lab coats now lie completely still. Others stagger to their feet, the transformation beginning. The only thing they share is the dark red blood staining the room and their white coats. Back in the present, Lim Wang-tek stands silently. His thoughtful gaze is fixed on the two massive smokestacks ahead. Then he turns, pulling the cigarette from his mouth. Team leaders know, more precisely, those who I just gave a radio. Instantly, Sarang, Pedro, Jingu, and Jiansu all stop dead. Lim Wang-tek's voice cuts through, ordering everyone to step forward and gather. This is the final strategy meeting before we enter the plant. The Slayers holding radios gather together in a corner. Next to them stand two other top soldiers. Opposite them is Lim Wang-tek, Sori, Yongin, and that strange, leafy green creature. It looks like Lim Wang-tek is explaining something critical. Sarang scowls in annoyance, muttering, "A meeting? Why? We're just gonna sweep the place clean anyway." At that moment, the leafy creature starts flipping through a notebook. It stops on a page and holds it up for her, speaking in a robotic voice. "This is a meeting about allocation," she asks suspiciously. "Allocation?" It continues its explanation. The Ugin nuclear power complex is made of multiple separate plants. It even draws a diagram. This meeting will decide our plan of attack. Who attacks which plant, and in what order? Just as Seon Jong-gun announced earlier, Lim Gwang-tek has already finished assigning all the attack teams. Lim Wang-tek points to the board and begins to lay out the full scope of the Fire Dragon extermination campaign. The team captains include 4 civilian slayers, Jiansu, Sarang, Pedro, and Jingu, and 8 slayers from the Ministry of Defense, including Yongin, Sori, and Chogun. And finally, 4 elite warriors from the Ministry of Defense, wearing helmets with chin straps and a very distinct symbol on them. Each leader will command 5 to 6 members, and each team's mission is to clear the zombies from their assigned area. From the back, Munhan suddenly calls out. "Hey buddy," he says with a grin. "So you're our team captain, huh? This place is kinda strange." Gapsu chimes in to agree. "But if Jiansu's our captain, we're definitely not gonna die. I heard our team has the best survival rate, right?" Sukwei immediately grabs Gapsu's collar. "Don't you dare jinx us. That's just stupid. You're acting like it's already over." Jiansu speaks up to calm things down. "Get it together, guys." Watching the men joking around from a distance, her expression suddenly turns ice cold. She reminds herself to stay quiet. Her team's skills already draw too much attention. Suddenly, a man appears, grabbing her head in a playful taunt. "Well, hello, our new B-rank star. I guess I'm pretty lucky. Sticking with you, there's no way I'll die this time." Sarang's face darkens instantly. She twists his knuckles, forcing a pained yelp out of him. She growls, "If you ever mess with me again, I'll make sure you die of natural causes." The guy immediately yelps, "Yes, ma'am, I get it." By now, the teams have sealed off every entrance to the plant, ready for battle. A flycam drone buzzes overhead, recording the entire scene. Armed soldiers stand guard outside what looks to be a very important command tent. Inside, dozens of large screens broadcast the live feed from the drones. With a cigarette still hanging from his lips, Lim Wang-tek announces, "The operation to reclaim the Ugin nuclear power complex, the Fire Dragon extermination, begins now." Every door bursts open. Sarang leads the Slayers in a brave first charge, with Youngin's team storming in right behind them, spirits high. The Ministry of Defense warriors pour in as well, rifles held tight and ready to fire. But in stark contrast, Jansu's team is much quieter. They move slowly, with extreme caution. Jansu's face is pulled tight with tension, his worried eyes darting everywhere. A Slayer with him asks, "Did you hear anything about how many zombies are in here?" Jansu replies, 12 at the most. "I heard it was only the workers on duty who got infected." Gapsu chimes in, saying that a small number is a good sign. But given the massive size of this plant, hunting down every last zombie will be tough. Should we split up? Jansu stares at Gapsu in disbelief. What did you just say? This is a guaranteed win, unless some kind of mutant shows up. Why would we take a risk like that? Gapsu, a bit flustered, tries to explain. Because if we finish faster, doesn't that raise our survival odds? Manhwa puts a hand on Jansu's shoulder, siding with Gapsu. He's not wrong, Captain. We have to remember, our stamina isn't limitless. His eyes scan the area. The longer this cleanup takes, the more our stamina and focus will drop. That's when the odds of an ambush go up. Finishing safely, with no casualties, is what matters. Jansu puts a hand to his chin, thinking for a moment. Then, he reaches into his jacket, as if looking for something. He pulls out a neatly folded piece of paper. The largest room in the factory is an open space, accessible from multiple directions. He tells the others, "Find me that location." Manhwa takes the paper, a confused look on his face. "An open space? You mean something like a central hall?" The man nods, admitting, "I can't read maps." The older man points to a symbol. According to the map, this is the most open and spacious area, the central hall. From the inner work area to the management office and outer facilities, every section connects right here. Before long, the team arrives at the central hall. It's a massive space. Though the furniture is shattered and destroyed, there's no scent of death in the air yet. Cheolsu scans the area with a flashlight and smiles. "Looks pretty good in here, right?" Manhwa has no idea what he's planning. "Why did we have to come here?" Cheolsu looks back at him. "You know, before the idols turned into zombies, I heard they released a ton of songs, right?" Gapshu replies, "Yeah, but isn't this a seriously wrong time to be talking about that?" The smile on Choshu's face gets even wider before he drops a bizarre suggestion. "Everyone, take turns singing, loud enough for the entire nuclear plant to hear." A lone zombie in a worker's hazmat suit stumbles aimlessly through the vast space. It gurgles, its eyes a milky, soulless white, with no pupils to be seen. Suddenly, it flinches as a song echoes from everywhere. "I think I've fallen for you. Those eyes are a heart." From the end of the hall, behind a massive door, the singing thunders. "Those eyes are a heart." The zombies, agitated by the sudden sound, immediately charge madly towards it. Rewind to the moment Cheolsu made his insane proposal. Take turns singing, loud enough to echo through the whole factory. The entire group had cried out in shock. "What?" He explains his reasoning. "If they want to wipe out the zombies before running out of stamina, luring them here is the only way to hold their formation." Then he points to the writing on the map labeling the central hall. "This is exactly why we chose this open space." His smile never fades, not an ounce of doubt in his eyes. "So, everyone pick your favorite song. Let's take a little trip down memory lane." Back in the present, a zombie's eyes glow red, its mouth wide open, ready to snatch its unlucky victim. The team is completely surrounded by countless more. They pour in from all four sides, there is no escape. They stand back to back, forming a defensive circle with weapons at the ready, while Choshu holds the center position. He shouts reminders to the group. "Don't blink, don't look back. Those eyes are a heart, just keep singing." That's a pretty good song. Seike Hui is so scared his jaw is hanging open. He keeps his voice level so everyone can hear. "Don't try to get them all. Just take down any that breach the circle. Trust your teammates and hold your ground." The zombies are closing in fast. He grips his weapon tight and declares, "I'll handle the rest." Instantly, the entire team launches their counterattack against the living dead. They continuously rotate between defending and attacking. Seike Hui grinds his teeth, blocking a zombie's mouth with an iron bar. As zombies farther out are hit, Manhwa relentlessly aims and fires his gun. He's incredibly tense, sweat dripping down his face, knowing he's out of time to reload. Through all of this, Cheolsu has been standing perfectly still, the axe in his hand spinning with masterful skill. He feels like some kind of cowboy, taking on the entire zombie map by himself, and wonders what it takes to develop such sharp intuition. The axe just keeps spinning in his hand, moving as if by instinct. Munhan screams a warning. "Captain, we're completely surrounded." Someone's hand grips their weapon so tightly their veins pop. This is patience, a vital rule for survival. Cheolsu slowly gives the command. "Now, get down." He tightens his grip on the rope connected to his axe like never before. Munhan senses something is wrong and immediately drops to the ground. Chosu's face contorts into a terrifying mask, his eyes burning with fire as he leaps forward. A deafening sound erupts at the same time as a clean, sharp slice tears through the air. Munhan is stunned, staring at the zombies that were just charging them. Now, their bodies are torn to pieces. One is slashed across the throat, another through the neck, all of them screaming in agony. A moment later, Chu's Slazer team is still crouched on the ground, hands over their heads just as they were ordered. And he is still standing in the exact same spot, not having moved an inch. The only difference? The entire horde of zombies was annihilated in a single blow. Munhan stares at him, stunned. This guy is unbelievably strong. He thinks to himself, watching Cheolsu wipe them all out while casually spinning the rope, his face calm. Munhan swallows hard, his eyes wide. Who could possibly call him a C-rank Slazer? An unevaluated B-rank, maybe? But where could you even find someone this powerful? He's suddenly reminded of the past. Lying helpless on the floor while in front of him, Hua held a sharp, blood-covered weapon. He has seen this attack before. From the A-rank president of the Jigochi Small Business Association, the old fishmonger Han Yunhua. After saving him, she turned back with a booming laugh. "You okay? Don't thank me. We merchants have to look out for each other." His mind immediately draws the comparison. This kid's every move is identical to hers. But just then, Cheolsu cuts in. "Did you get bit? Why are you staring at me like that?" The man just smiles faintly and swallows. He'll definitely tell the old lady about this kid when he gets back. With that level of skill and personality, their company would gain a massive advantage if they could recruit him. Munhan's hesitation is completely gone. He walks over and slaps him hard on the shoulder. "Why didn't you use that move back with the escort team? Why waste your talent like that?" The young man just laughs sheepishly. "This was my first time actually trying it in a real fight. Besides, this isn't a video game. I wasn't sure it would work. On top of that, this time I had the position and responsibility of a commander." Munhan glances around. A strange calm has settled, and the thick stench of death is gone. Now, all that remains are scattered zombie corpses. Come on, how are country folk like us supposed to understand reasons like that? Either way, it looks like we've wiped out all the zombies. Let's check the area one last time and get out of this creepy place. Team A, led by the civilian Kim Chan-shu, has officially cleared the area. Cheolsu and his team walk silently out from the wreckage. The mission to retake the nuclear power plant wasn't actually that hard because the truth of it was a top secret. First, this facility was operated secretly by a very limited crew. Only a few workers were infected inside, so they were never a major threat to any Slazer teams. Sarang breathes out hard, her axe still buried in a zombie's face as she turns. "What? We're done already? I was just getting warmed up, you know." She stands up, glaring at her teammates, making them flinch. They quickly try to praise and calm her down with some seriously forced smiles. Wasn't she happy it was just a few of them? It's good that things went smoothly, right? "Good job, you were amazing." One guy even gives a thumbs up. "Miss Sarang, now that it's over, maybe put the weapon down?" Team B, a civilian squad led by Anne Sarang, has cleared the area. Sarang just scowls. Those empty compliments aren't getting through to her at all. Meanwhile, all team captains have a clear grasp of the factory's layout. A map shows up, and in the middle is Jingu, just chilling and sipping on a milk carton. Each leader got their own map to strategize and move freely without getting lost. Jingu's group moves forward quietly. He's focused on the map, the milk carton still in his other hand. Someone behind him carefully shines a flashlight, while the others grip their weapons tightly, ready for anything. A slurping sound comes from the now empty carton. He crushes the wrinkled box in his hand, then casually tosses it on the ground. He points ahead, announcing the control room is about 30 steps away and zombies could rush out from there. "Be careful," he adds. "Hold the formation and move slowly." Everyone nods cautiously, but one blonde guy on the team looks totally unimpressed. What a useless captain, he thinks, just stands in the back pointing fingers. He suddenly picks up his pace, leaving the group behind. Why are they even listening to this guy? Don't they have a mind of their own? A bunch of losers, he thinks to himself. Jingu shouts, "You idiot, didn't I tell you to maintain the formation?" The blonde guy, now way ahead, jumps at the sound of the yell. He snaps back, annoyed. What? And right behind him, a door creaks open, revealing glowing red eyes inside. The zombies don't hesitate for a second, they lunge right for him. The blonde guy whips his head around in panic, but before he can even react, the zombies grab him, pinning him to the floor with a horrifying scream. Jingu stays perfectly calm. Don't panic. We're far enough away in this narrow hall. We'll be fine. Just hold the combat formation. The air goes silent. The other teammates rush forward to handle the zombies, while Jingu just stands back, casually starting on another milk carton. The guy with the flashlight is still right beside him. He looks down at the foolish blonde guy with pure contempt. Just as he expected, he's already turning into one of the undead. Jingu finishes his milk. I told you to listen to me. He places the empty carton in front of the new zombie. My condolences. He then steps aside, letting the flashlight guy step up, a sharp weapon already in hand. He swings it down hard on the blonde zombie's head. A sickening, dry crack of bone echoes through the hall. Team C, another civilian squad led by Paringu, has now cleared their designated area. The Slayers are much more experienced now. As long as they don't run into a mutated type, regular zombies are no match for them. Over with Pedro's team, his squad is also fighting for their lives. A teammate, covered in syrup-like blood, is on the ground, desperately trying to hold off an attacking zombie. Suddenly, Pedro appears, grabs the monster, and throws it off his friend. He then starts raining down bare-fisted punches on its face. The sticky syrup splatters everywhere, covering his hands. Veins bulge on Pedro's jaw as he keeps punching. He pours all his strength into his fists. On his knuckles are connected gold rings, their symbols looking suspiciously like the ones from Bond's cult. He goes absolutely berserk, landing devastating blows on the zombie, seemingly having lost all reason. His eyes are rolled back, teeth clenched, as gore continues to spray from the creature below. His teammate struggles to his feet, holding out a hand as if to stop him. Father, your hands. They're covered in the thick, red fluid, staining the weapon on his hip. Pedro instantly snaps back to his gentle smile. Brother, were you bitten? The man stammers. No, sir. You saved me. Thank you so much. He offers his blood-soaked hand to help the man up. I'm glad you're safe. I think that was the last one. Let's get out of here. The man grabs his elbow, limping as the group heads out. Let's get some fresh air, Pedro adds. A notification pops up. Team D, led by Petro Choi, has cleared their area. Lim Wangtek watches the monitor, holding a walkie-talkie as he speaks quietly to, sorry, looks like the rifle team is done too. How many teams have cleared their sectors in total? Sorry reports clearly, my team finished first, followed by Jong Gun, Kim Chu, Ansarang, Park Jingu, and finally Pedro Choi. So, a total of 6 Slayer teams. He scratches his head. Everything is going exactly according to plan. Finally, it's my turn to make a move. He asks if the list of the higher-ups lackeys is complete yet. Right on cue, Sorry pulls out a stack of papers. Yes, sir, she replies. I've listed all the military academy graduates appointed through connections and all the powerful nepotism kids in the provisional government and National Assembly. These are the ones who've committed countless crimes and will definitely never surrender. He takes the stack of documents from Sari and skims through them intently. She pictures the Ministry of Defense soldiers getting hopelessly lost looking at their maps. They were all given specially prepared fakes, designed to lead them the wrong way. By now, they're probably running around like headless chickens, sir. On the other side of the factory, a group of soldiers are shouting and cursing. That damn Lim Guangtek. What the hell is this map? We've been walking in circles. All the information is wrong. Is he messing with us on purpose? One of the soldiers keeps staring stubbornly at the map, muttering that zombies could pop out at any moment and they need to get out of there fast. Suddenly, he flinches, hearing an unfamiliar sound. He immediately yells out, "Footsteps! Up ahead!" The whole team instantly raises their guns and aims in that direction. But then, they all just stop. Freeze! The one who shouted cautiously shines his flashlight forward. Right in front of them stands Lim Wang-tek, head bowed, gripping his gun, not moving an inch. Recognizing him, they immediately start questioning him. Major, you gave us a bogus map. What are you doing here? He calmly replies, admitting it's true. But then he tells them to relax, because he already cleared out all the zombies that were heading their way. The guy with the flashlight keeps complaining, saying they went through all sorts of trouble, and threatens to report his poor leadership to headquarters. But his words die in his throat. He freezes, completely stiff. Because somehow, without them noticing, Lim Wang-tek's gun is now aimed directly at all of them. The man's eyes go wide in disbelief, managing to choke out just 2 words, Major. His own eyes lock onto them, wide and completely unwavering. Let's rewind a bit to the surveillance room. After reviewing the files Sari prepared, Wang Tek gives her a light pat on the shoulder and turns to leave. He thanks her for getting everything in order and promises he'll be back soon. Sari quietly calls out his name, concerned. Sari suggests that she and the big guy can handle this dirty work. There's no need for him to personally get his hands dirty, but Wang Tek is already in the armory, quickly grabbing a gun. Then he leaves without a second thought, his voice ice cold. No, a real leader has to get his own hands dirty. That's how it's done. Sari watches intently until he disappears from view. He glances back with a smile, telling her to keep things in order until they arrive. He'll be back soon. Back in the present, he coldly pulls the trigger, firing relentlessly into the crowd before him. Fresh syrup erupts as each bullet tears through their bodies. In an instant, the floor is slick with syrup. Their gear is scattered everywhere, lying useless on the ground, while Wang Tek stands silently in the darkness. The flicker from his lighter is the only thing illuminating his face. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a squad of defense soldiers creeps through a narrow corridor, weapons raised with expert precision. Suddenly, from behind them, a live grenade rolls to a stop right at their feet. They freeze in horror as they realize what it is. But it's far too late. Smoke and sparks are already spitting from the fuse. A deafening explosion rocks the entire area. Another squad nearby screams in panic, wondering what just happened. Then, like a hurricane, Wang Tek descends from behind, leaping onto one of their shoulders. The cold barrel of his gun slams through a soldier's shoulder and neck, making him scream in agony and sending his comrades into a full-blown panic. After the brutal struggle, bodies lie everywhere, syrup painting grim streaks across the floor. And through it all, a straight line of Wang Tek's crimson footprints marks his path. He spits a curse, declaring they're not worthy of being called soldiers, so they can forget about getting a military funeral. He's covered from head to toe in syrup. He slicks his hair back, his sharp gaze unwavering, and utters the harshest words imaginable. You will all disappear, buried along with this rotten country. The scene cuts to another squad, scouting their way through the suffocating darkness. Their commander holds a map, his expression grim. Something is wrong. This damn map is leading them to a nuclear reactor, not the emergency exit. He grabs the radio, his face turning pale with worry, muttering that they've lost signal with all the other SLA civilian teams. More accurately, his mind flashes back to an urgent meeting he attended in a room full of high-ranking officials. It turns out, only the Ministry of Defense's hounds sent to watch Lim Guangtek were led astray. Every soldier in that room had a grim, somber look on their face. A high-ranking official barked out the mission: monitor and contain Lim Guangtek. He knew it wouldn't be easy, but they needed to be there to prevent any incidents. Everyone in the room interpreted his words in their own way. If things go south, use extreme measures. Act first, ask questions later. Understood? A soldier raised his hand. He thought the main mission was to kill zombies, so why were they also babysitting Lim Guangtek? And what exactly did extreme measures mean? The guy next to him clapped his shoulder. Are you dense? That Lim Guangtek has a history of taking out his own commanding officers. He's the guy the Ministry of Defense abandoned because of his insane plans and his habit of recruiting actual killers. No one has a clue what's going on in that head of his. The soldier then turned, annoyed. After all that, you still can't figure it out? They had to watch Lim Guangtek in case he decided to turn on them if things didn't go his way. Another member, a special operative, spoke up, claiming that Lim Guangtek wasn't out of control like everyone thought. His words stunned the room into silence. Even a figure standing in the shadows seemed to be contemplating his statement. He calmly explained that they had served in the same unit back when they were just officer cadets. They shared a very special bond, having been in the same combat battalion overseas, with the desert campaign of 2020 being a particularly memorable one. The operative looked down, avoiding eye contact, admitting Lim can be overbearing and despises injustice. But other than that, he insisted, he is a good soldier. Someone immediately shot back that Lim was just a tool who shouldn't be trusted with power. The superior officer dismissed the operative's comment entirely, declaring he wouldn't hear another word. Just trust and obey. He pressed his subordinate, demanding he accept the order. Is that clear? A soldier's duty is to follow orders from his superiors. Clear enough? Back in the present, the operative holds the map, deep in thought. This is most likely a trap set by Lim Guangtek himself, the most logical explanation for this mess. He looks up at the corner of the ceiling, telling himself there's no reason to believe Lim would intentionally harm them all. His expression hardens as he considers another possibility. Perhaps Lim just wanted the Ministry of Defense's people out of his way. No matter the situation, he came fully prepared. He always has a countermeasure up his sleeve. That would be the Jeon L twins, former S-layers now working as the Ministry's secret cleanup crew. Along with the new operative, former S-layer Binger, and his twin brother, former S-layer Ion. The special operative knows the advantages his squad holds. It's a team that ranks extremely high among the military's special task forces. He is certain that even in the worst-case scenario, this team has more than enough power to defeat Lim Guangtek, and he suspects that Lim Guangtek knows it too. He shines his flashlight into the dark, hidden corners, and the beam suddenly reveals a section of the hallway. Lim Guangtek is there, aiming his weapon, ready to fire. So that's why he rejoined this team at the last minute. The special operative freezes for a moment, whispering, "Lim Guangtek." In response, Guangtek cracks a confident smirk. Now he can finally go all out and have a bloody battle. He instantly pulls the trigger, unleashing a rain of bullets on the enemy squad. The operative immediately screams, "Ion!" Instantly, Ion materializes a shield right in front of them. The bullets slam into it continuously, creating a deafening series of piercing shrieks. The commander screams out an order to the remaining soldiers. "Shields up, get in position and open fire now." Suddenly, a single cold barrel pokes out from behind a shield, and just like that, a vicious firefight erupts. Explosions roar as bullets rain down from both sides like a torrential downpour. But Lim Guangtek's reaction speed is off the charts. He dodges aside to avoid the gunfire, leaving an automatic weapon firing on its own to pin them down. The enemy commander quickly barks another order. Inon pushes forward, using his shield to cover the squad as they slowly close in on their target. On command, Ingon charges ahead, shield first. Lim Guangtek hides in a corner, holding his breath and analyzing everything. He thinks to himself, this commander's actually pretty skilled. He's clearly seen real combat, unlike those desk jockeys. A confident smirk crosses his face. All right then, he thinks. Going all out against them is definitely going to be interesting. He decides to show them a power that belongs to neither the Ministry of Defense nor the Slayers. As the thought crosses his mind, Lim Guangtek lobs a few grenades toward the enemy. The soldiers just stare blankly at the strange objects. The commander screams in panic. "Ing, defuse it now. If you don't, we're all dead." With perfect timing, Lim Guangtek grabs his staff and rushes out. One clean swing of his staff sends the grenades flying right back into the enemy's formation. Then boom, the explosion rocks the entire area. The Special Forces commander thinks Lim Guangtek is cornered and gives the order. He's caught in the blast. Move in and finish him. Thick smoke and dust blanket everything after the explosion. The soldiers try to find their target in the dense fog. The commander covers his nose, wondering if smoke grenades were mixed in. They thought the smoke would clear quickly, but it only gets thicker. Suddenly, Lim Guangtek's ice-cold voice echoes from behind them. "You think this is easy just because there's only one target?" The commander jumps, spinning around with his gun, completely on guard. He desperately pulls the trigger, unloading his clip toward the sound. Lim Guangtek's haunting voice rings out from the darkness again. "But are you sure you're good enough to face another Slayer?" A soldier is suddenly dragged into the thick fog. Realizing the danger, the commander screams, "This is bad. Regroup now." He orders them, back to back. Fire in all directions. Everyone get together. They hastily form a defensive circle, guns still blazing without pause. The soldiers are trembling uncontrollably, cowering in absolute fear. The commander tries to reassure them. "He's only human. We can force him out with firepower." The group then spreads out again to continue their search. But in reality, Lim Guangtek has already blended in with the soldiers, just waiting for his moment. Suddenly, gunfire erupts from right inside their formation. Bullets tear into the commander's body, and he collapses to the floor in agony. As Lim Guangtek slowly approaches, the horrified commander blurts out, "What the hell is this bastard doing?" He can't believe his eyes when he sees his opponent is wearing one of their own uniforms. Impossible. The commander's composure completely shatters. He screams, "It's Lim Guangtek." Lim Guangtek calmly confirms it. "Correct. And you're right. Slayers are only human, which is why I have to use my head." He glances around at the nearly wiped-out squad and continues, "I knew you were sent here to monitor me on orders from the Ministry of Defense." The commander trembles as he speaks. "I trusted you. I thought you would never attack anyone without a reason. I even guaranteed that to my superiors. But it looks like I was wrong." Lim Guangtek lets his gun clatter to the floor, his voice turning cold. "The death of your former commander was a warning of what was to come." Fuming with anger, he lights a cigar, thinking, I thought you were all cut from the same cloth. Lim Wangtek angrily recalls that old philosophy they always preached: sacrifice the few for the good of the many. All those times he was pushed around, used, and exploited by countless dirty political schemes. With the cigar in his mouth and a sharp knife in his hand, he says, "But this time, you're the minority that chose the wrong side." The commander screams, "In on!" Immediately, the massive soldier charges from behind to attack. But Lim Wangtek is faster, dealing with him in a single instant. With that done, he speaks into his radio. "Cleanup is complete. I'm leaving now. Relay a message to Busan for me." A voice replies, "Sorry. Tell me the exact message you wish to send." Lim Wangtek enunciates every single word. "I am Lim Wangtek. I have seized control of the Unjin nuclear power plant, which is facing imminent meltdown. This base, and Unjin, have now become the center of the world's smallest coup d'etat." The scene cuts to the Ministry of Defense headquarters of the Korean Provisional Government. "Report!" A soldier bursts in, his face pale and sweating. "We have an emergency." He stammers, "Sir, it's Lim Wangtek. He's caused a huge problem." The sound of slow, heavy footsteps echoes. A commanding figure emerges from the base. Lim Wangtek is covered in grime, but he walks with his head held high. Everyone immediately snaps to attention, saluting in unison. The soldiers all shout together, "Welcome back, sir." Lim Wangtek just lets out a tired sigh. A man named Sari points to a chair and says, "Everything is ready. Please, have a seat and rest here." He slowly sits down. Out of pure habit, Lim Wangtek pulls out a cigar, getting ready to light it. The recording equipment starts running. A staff member gives a signal. "The camera is ready, sir. You may begin whenever you like." The lens focuses directly on his face. Lim Wangtek's voice is clear and strong. "I am former Lim Wangtek, of the South Korean Provisional Government's Ministry of Defense." His gaze bores right through the camera lens. He continues, "I have launched this coup because I am sick and tired of watching our nation rot. We and the government both have the ability to build a better country. As the truth comes to light, it is time for us to gather our forces for one common purpose." Images flash of thousands of soldiers charging into battle, rifles raised. They all fire in unison, uniting every single base from every region. Frenzied battle cries echo across the land. Some can't bear to face reality, crouching down and holding their heads, trembling and too afraid to look up. What follows is an endless chain of battles and assaults. To unite and rebuild our nation, we could share our scarce resources equally to ensure no one starves to death. But look at the situation now. The armed forces are splintered into factions, all just to protect the seats of those in power. The grim reality descends. Resources are dwindling, all flowing into the hands of a select few. The poor and starving are everywhere, and people are dying every single day. Swarms of flies buzz erratically from place to place. Even the lavish hideout of the political soldiers is stained with misery, and Lim Wangtek remains silent for a long, long time. He clenches his fist, then finally speaks, "I took up arms because it's a soldier's duty to protect our nation and its people." Lim Wangtek is taking over the base. "Right now, the Unjin nuclear power plant is under my control. All engineers and technicians are now my hostages." An engineer pleads with them, "How much longer are you keeping us here? We have to restart the reactor or a catastrophe is going to happen." The soldier just smirks back. "Be patient and do as you're told. Trust me, nobody here wants to become a human firework." Lim Wangtek's broadcast isn't over. "Until my demands are met and this country is stable again, I will not take one step out of this power plant." His gaze becomes sharper, more intense. "If you refuse my demands, I'll activate the nuclear reactor and burn myself to the ground along with this rotten nation." The camera holds a tight, cold close-up on Lim Wangtek's face. He claims he's acting for a noble cause, for his beloved homeland, for the Eternal Republic of Korea. In perfect unison, everyone chants for the Eternal Republic of Korea. They raise their hands in a solemn, powerful salute. "For the Eternal Republic of Korea." The chant echoes across the entire base. "For the Eternal Republic of Korea." Cho just gulps down a mouthful of water. He turns, genuinely curious. Are those soldiers having some kind of ceremony? Why are they wasting their breath shouting like that? Manhwa agrees. "Shouldn't we be the ones celebrating our victory? I mean, our job here is done. It's time to head back to Busan." He grins, absolutely thrilled. "We should also celebrate the fact that we're still alive." Cho adds a little joke. "Hey, I did help keep you guys alive, so you definitely owe me. When you get back, swing by my tent with some spicy water if you've got any." Elsewhere, General Huang crushes a piece of paper in his fist. He's absolutely furious, completely played by Lim Wangtek. Lim Guangtek, that son of a bitch. He's finally shown his true colors. The man's completely lost it. He's always been this way. A subordinate mumbles an apology. I'm sorry, sir. We dispatched some troops as a precaution. But before he can even finish, General Huang explodes. Shut your mouth! Don't you dare blame the soldiers who have already fallen. General Choi chimes in, pointing a finger right in his face. I gave you a direct order to control that mad dog. When this is over, you will pay a steep price for your incompetence. The man can only bow his head low, not daring to look up. General Huang cuts straight to the point. Is it possible to eliminate Lim Guangtik? A soldier wearing glasses reports grimly. Regarding that, sir, we have no available units to deploy. We've already committed our main forces to the Unjin operation. With our remaining numbers, just maintaining security in Busan is a struggle. He's clearly hesitant about the idea of confronting Lim Wangtek's forces head-on. If we don't send a team that's strong enough, he could just overwhelm them and make this whole situation even worse. But the most worrying part is, the soldier trails off. We don't know how many soldiers and officers might actually side with Lim Guangtek. It's treason, I know, but his ideas, some might find them persuasive. General Huang leaps to his feet in a rage, throwing whatever's in his hand right at the soldier's face, who dives to the floor to avoid the hit. The general clenches his fist, determined to stomp out this threat, then purge anyone who dissents. The terrified subordinate accepts the order, shouting back, Yes, sir. General Huang wants Lim Wangtek wiped from the face of the earth. Find a way to eliminate Lim Guangtek, no matter the cost. Put your heads together and come up with something. Another subordinate speaks up cautiously. Sir, are we just going to ignore his demands? We don't know who might be feeding him information. Please, consider playing along to avoid provoking him. Hearing this, General Huang goes still. He had no other choice. Fine. I was already planning to pretend to give in to his demands. For now, he can't figure Lim Wangtek out. What does he truly want? Meanwhile, in another location, Chun is absolutely screaming his head off. You little nobodies, what in the hell do you think you're doing? He's being dragged away by two soldiers, but his mouth just keeps running. I don't know what this is, but I'm warning you, I know your superiors. They haul Chun toward the back of a truck. Do you have any idea who's got my back? Can you really handle the consequences of this? A soldier casually tosses a pair of handcuffs in front of him. Oh, we know exactly who has your back, but right now you're coming with us. But the guy is still acting tough, swatting a soldier's hand away. How dare you treat me like this? You've got a lot of nerve. Instantly, a gun is shoved right under his chin, silencing him. The soldier glares. The entire city of Busan is about to be blown away, along with all of your precious connections. If it wasn't for them, you'd already be meeting your maker right here and now, so be grateful and cooperate quietly. Chun finally breaks, letting them cuff his hands. He mutters in a daze, Busan is going to be blown away? As the truck slowly drives off, Sang-jo watches from another vehicle, reporting on his radio. Inform Lim Guangtak that Gyeok Chun has been apprehended. The demands are being met, one by one. Back at the base, Cho's team is off in a separate corner when suddenly, Dong-go pops up from a bush. Cho, Kim, and Mun-han jump back thinking, did a person just sprout from the plants? Lim Guangtak wants to see you. Cho immediately shoots back. Another meeting with the captains? All we're supposed to do is stand by until it's time to go home. Dong-go then hands him a small notebook. We have something important to discuss. Please, prepare yourself before you come. Cho takes it, a mix of disbelief and confusion on his face. Discuss what? Why do they want to talk to me all of a sudden? Talk about an overreaction. A moment later, they find themselves surrounded, soldiers standing guard right behind them. Cho finally speaks up. What is going on? Pedro can't believe it. A coup d'etat? Did I just hear that correctly? Lim Wangtek replies with a dead calm. You heard me perfectly. Stop pretending you don't understand. Then comes the threat. If you want to live, you will cooperate. Their faces go grim. And you will convince your team members to cooperate as well. This wasn't a request. Join me, and together, we will change this rotten country. But then Sarang suddenly reaches down for something, and Cho's eyes widen in terror. He breaks out in a cold sweat. Are you out of your mind? Did you forget they have guns pointed at our heads? Sarang, however, remains completely unfazed. If they were actually going to kill us, we would have been dead a long time ago. She eyes the soldiers, aiming their rifles right at her, while the man in uniform lays it all out. He needs them to convince the other civilian slayers. They won't shoot, not even if they dropped their weapons and started begging. The soldiers are silent and faceless. a wall of pure intimidation. Hearing this, Lim Wang Tek finds Sarang fascinating. He smirks. Not bad, kid. You size things up fast, but don't try anything stupid. We can let this slide for now, but if you refuse to cooperate, things will get ugly. The tension between them is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Then, out of nowhere, Sarang's hand cracks across his face, snapping his head to the side. Every soldier freezes. Chunchu's team can only stare, wide-eyed. No one saw that coming. Sarang's eyes are blazing as she yells. So you want to start a coup and blow up the nuclear plant if you fail? Are you completely insane? Lim Wang Tek just rubs his jaw as she continues her tirade. We're here to kill zombies, not to be your suicide squad. A soldier behind her immediately jams his rifle into her back, his voice a low threat. You all volunteered for a mission with a high chance of death. This is no different. She admits that, but her voice is like steel. True, we might die to zombies, but we never once complained or showed fear. Kim, Cheolsu, and Pedro watched the whole thing in silence. So why would you think we would now? Because we are slayers. We kill zombies to make a living. That's what we were hired to do. Sarang lays out his crimes, one by one. You surrounded our convoy with armored cars and used us as living shields. She doesn't stop there, exposing everything. You forced us on non-stop missions, running us all into the ground without a moment's rest. Sarang could feel the injustice burning, for her team, for herself. And through it all, we never complained, not once. We followed every order you gave us, as long as it involved killing zombies. She steps right up to Lim Wang Tek, pointing in his face. But this is not our job. This is definitely not our job. She hits him with the most critical point, especially when this could affect Busan, where my family lives. A reminder that she had to leave her home and family behind just to survive out here. Sarang flatly rejects his insane plan to fight the very government that controls their country. I will never, ever join your side. Lim Wang Tek's response is surprisingly calm, with no trace of anger. Yes, it will be hard at first. They'll probably arrest any slayers who join us and threaten your families. He's not trying to hide the harsh reality of what he's asking, but this revolution is for the people. If you don't join, and it fails, it will destroy the future and safety of everyone in this entire country. His expression darkens, his voice laced with pure bitterness. The world will descend into hopeless darkness, with only a few rulers left, and the slayers will just be tools, struggling to survive. Sarang is not convinced. How can you be so sure? For all I know, you're just paranoid. Lim Wang Tek simply raises a hand and calls someone over. Naong Sori steps up, whispering in his ear, Sir, I don't think you should be sharing this information. This is a coup, not a town hall. We can't just leak military secrets to a bunch of civilians. Lim Wang Tek pauses, looking at a notebook in his hand, then hands it to a stunned Sarang. What is this? Your answer? But before she can react, Jin adjusts his glasses and snatches the book. All right, let me see that. Enough of the kid playing hero for all the cowardly adults. Your role here is done. He flips open a page. Leave documents like this to the grown-ups. Pedro leans in, too curious to be left out. Aren't you going to read it with us? Bro, that's gotta be important info. We should all read it. Chunsu just looks confused. Me? I can't read, so you guys go ahead. The three of them huddle around the book. Lim Wang Tek just stands there, calmly smoking a cigar and waiting. Above them, clouds drift across a peaceful blue sky. Jingu slowly takes off his glasses, and the expression on every reader's face becomes incredibly tense. Chunshu asks nervously, What? What is it? Why do you all look so serious? Tell me when you're done. He even jokes with Sarang. I bet you're just curious. It's not like you went to school. She shoots him a look that could cut glass. You're right. I didn't go to school. But that doesn't mean I'm illiterate like you. Then she turns to Pedro. But the illiterate guy has a point. Stop wasting time and tell him. Pedro frowns and begins to read. The report says, this country is on the brink of collapse. The only thing holding society together is the remaining stockpile of food and goods from before the apocalypse. There are massive stores of supplies, but the report makes it clear they're going to run out soon. Chunshu just shrugs. Is that a big deal? It's not that different from how it's always been. Sarang actually agrees with him, Jingu explains. For those of us used to poverty, it might not feel much different, he continues, saying the big problem isn't that resources are gone, but that the current supply chain is just barely enough to keep people from starving day to day. So if that fragile flow of supplies stops, riots are a guarantee. The poor and the weak are still human, and everyone has a breaking point. Lim Wang Tek adds his part. If it were only that simple, we soldiers could endure it. But there are other reasons. Jin speaks up immediately. It's worse than that. Our ammunition supplies are critically low. We're about to hit the minimum threshold. Kim Cheolsu looks lost. What's a threshold? Jingu turns to explain. Once we drop below that number, restoring the country to what it once was becomes completely impossible. According to the data analysis, that number is also the absolute minimum supply needed to forge an escape route out of Busan. Pedro summarizes it grimly. In other words, if our supplies fall below that threshold, the chance of Korea falling is 100%. The time left until we hit that point is both Kim Cheolsu and Sarang go pale, about 1 month. The two of them, who were just arguing moments ago, finally grasp the horrifying scale of the disaster they're facing. Lim Wangtek speaks, his voice grave. He makes it clear this isn't about personal feelings or some sudden impulse. So, what will it be? The room falls silent, everyone listening intently. Now that you know the truth, are you finally ready to join us? After a moment, the four of them break off into a corner to discuss. Jingu is the first to speak. We have to join them. I disagree. I will never be a part of this. Pedro glances at her. You'd rather be executed? But Sarang notes he's already nodding as if he's decided. I also think we should join, someone else adds. Living behind those walls, I had no idea how chaotic the outside world had truly become. Frustrated, Sarang turns to Kim Cheolsu. Hey, what about you? Caught off guard, Kim Cheolsu freezes, scratching his cheek before answering. Maybe I don't fully get it yet, but we don't have to either join or refuse, do we? The other three just stare at him, their expressions filled with confusion. Seeing their looks, Kim Cheolsu quickly explains, the reason these soldiers are trying to persuade us is to avoid the worst-case scenario making more enemies here, right? Then let's just make a deal. That way, we don't have to start a rebellion or get shot. But Sarang just snaps back. What nonsense are you talking about? Jingu, however, slaps him on the back excitedly. You, my friend, are a genius. Meanwhile, in a secret interrogation room, Deok-chun looks up just as the door swings open. A soldier walks in with 2 cups, placing one right in front of him. He then lights a cigarette and announces that his superiors want to let Deok-chun go. Deok-chun immediately grins. So that's why you're being so nice to me? I'll put in a good word so they don't execute you. Maybe you'll just get transferred to some lame unit. The soldier uncuffs him. But there's one condition. A condition? Deok-chun's face immediately darkens. You have to go to the UIN plant and eliminate Lim Guangtak. Deok-chun instinctively shoots back. Go to UIN and kill Lim Guangtak? I don't know what's happening at the Ministry of Defense, but I can't do something like that alone. The soldier replies without a second's hesitation. Then we can't release you. But the gangster just holds up a hand. I just need one more person, he says calmly, making his demand. The soldier asks, confused. Who are you referring to? Deok-chun lays out his terms. I need an A-rank slayer. He continues, I bet you guys know Lim Guangtek has way more combat experience than regular slayers. He's not just a seasoned veteran of the military, he's a genuine, top-tier slayer. An image of Guangtek flashes, standing tall amidst countless corpses. Deok-chun points to his own temple. He's armed to the teeth with modern gear, so a lowlife like me has no chance one-on-one. The soldier squints, finally getting it. So what's your plan? Deok-chun answers casually. I'll cover half the cost of hiring an A-rank slayer. So, can the Ministry of Defense put in the request for me? He grins, making a gesture with his hands. You see, the only thing us gangsters have that can compete with the military is our pull with the Slayer Corporation. In another room, Secretary Park speaks up. Ma'am, we just received a call from the Ministry of Defense hotline. Ah Young is shocked. The Ministry of Defense? Aren't they in the middle of the UIN operation? We've already sent the ghost-faced specter there. Her secretary replies, yes. That's what I told them, but they insisted on hiring another slayer without giving details. Ah, Young frowns, her voice turning serious. What rank are they asking for? Secretary Park answers quickly. A rank, ma'am. They specifically want either Mr. Kim Cheolsu or Chloe Chroma. Elsewhere, Guangtek is carefully reviewing the map with his team. Suddenly, a knock at the door makes him turn his head in surprise. Kim Cheolsu opens it and looks around the room at everyone. We need to talk. Flashing back to a moment before, Kim Cheolsu was completely bewildered. What? Why do you want me to negotiate with them? I already gave you the idea. You guys just have to do your part and execute it. He points confusedly at Jingu. This old man is the real brains here. Sensing something was wrong, he turns to Pedro. And that missionary over there is the smooth talker. Pedro just sighs. Please, don't call me that. Jingu, however, remains calm. I can outline the negotiation terms for you, but you have to be the one to talk to them directly. Kim Cheolsu still doesn't get it. But why me? Jingu's face becomes incredibly serene, his gaze fixed straight ahead. Because Lim Guangtaik thinks you're different from the rest of us. Jingu was already calculating he was planning to team up with Guangtaik. Maybe he saw something in you, or maybe he knew you from before. The time they spent together was enough for Guangtaik to fully trust Kim Cheolsu, and the most outstanding member of their group was, of course, the ghost-faced specter. Jingu then concludes, I think my judgment of people is still pretty sharp. After hearing the plan, Kim Cheolsu is still full of doubt. Really? But contrary to his suspicion, Jingu is completely certain, speaking firmly about Kim Cheolsu's bond with his teammates. As Jingu speaks, images of Kim Cheolsu bonding with the group over a long period appear. In some strange way, he always made them feel close and safe. Hearing this, Sarang gets fired up and turns to yell at him. That's right, stop whining and act like an adult for once. You were pretty convincing when you were lecturing me earlier. Back in the present, Kim Cheolsu approaches Guangtaik, calmly presenting his thoughts. His face is resolute as he speaks, following the script they prepared. Kim Cheolsu's proposal is simple, almost naive sounding at first, but Guangtaik thinks it over for a long time. See, Kim Cheolsu had his entire idea revised with Park Jingu's expert advice before relaying it to the major. The first condition. The Slayers will not be under Lim Guangtaik's command, nor will they be considered military personnel. Simply put, the army is one side, the Slayers are the other. Next, they'll remain neutral in all situations, taking orders from no one, regardless of the conflict. Everything was going according to plan. Third, the Slayers will escort the soldiers safely back to Busan, away from the zombies, until things cool down. After laying it all out, Kim Cheolsu calmly extends his hand toward Guangtaik. We're civilians. We understand you're doing this for a just cause, so I hope you'll agree with our terms. That's what they told me to say anyway. A small, relieved smile forms on Guangtaik's lips. The two men shake hands, sealing their new partnership. The conversation continues, the atmosphere now much lighter. I still wish you could fight alongside me against bigger threats than zombies, but I guess I'm being selfish. I'll make sure you don't get caught up in the war back in Busan. After finalizing the agreement, Guangtaik turns and walks away. But the Slayers will have to stand guard for 3 days. He suddenly recalls Sarang's irritated face and adds, just like that young lady said, your job is to handle the zombies. Seeing his reaction, Kim Cheolsu can only sigh at the mountain of troubles. What a terrible liar. I bet he just wants a good night's sleep. But hey, I think I got what I needed. The new chapter of their story begins to unfold. The Slayers will maintain their neutrality, while the soldiers from the coup prepare for an even longer journey ahead. And the very first thing they do is start restoring their lifeline, the UIN nuclear power plant. Workers and soldiers frantically rush to fix every flaw, trying to stop the plant from overloading right in the middle of a coup. But while the workers are sweating, the soldiers behind them just drop threats. Don't work too hard now, just a patch-up job is fine. You wouldn't want to get arrested for doing unnecessary work, would you? And believe me, it didn't stop there. The soldiers who went into the reactor with the engineers also planted explosives all over the factory as a contingency plan. Many had to go deep inside to arm the preset detonation systems. Everything was slowly, quietly, moving into place exactly as planned. They then started setting up a base in the open areas to efficiently deploy their massive forces. The military's guard around the factory grew tighter and tighter. This wasn't like any typical invasion or coup. This was the start of South Korea's very first defensive coup d'etat. After a long, grueling period of non-stop work, evening finally began to fall over the tense base. Lim Wang-tek kept his eyes glued to the plan in his hand, reminding Sori to note down his instructions and adjust things if she didn't want her soldiers to die needlessly. Sori gave a slight nod. Yes, sir. I will follow your orders. As she turned to leave, he added, Good. Deploy immediately and report back. But just then, Sori's voice stopped him in his tracks. Sir, I have a question. Her face was a mask of deep thought and anxiety as she spoke her mind. Do you think the Busan government will actually attack? Will they ignore our warning about blowing up the power plant and risk an all-out assault? In stark contrast to her worry, Lim Wang-tek remained incredibly calm. Are you scared? The question caught Sori completely off guard. What? Against the vast open sky, his face was unnervingly serene. You've taken down thousands of zombies, and now you're scared of dealing with people? Hearing that, Sori was struck completely speechless. She just looked at him, utterly bewildered. But Lim Wang-tek? He was full of certainty, having clearly bet everything on this one play. Don't be afraid. Their brains are completely rotten. They're no different from zombies. You ask if they'll attack despite our threat to detonate the plant? As he turned his head, Sori saw the burning determination in his eyes. The answer is yes. Like I said, their minds are rotted through. They can't think straight. So get ready, because they are definitely coming for us. The scene immediately cuts to a runway in Busan. The military is on the move, executing their own meticulously arranged plan. From a distance, Deok-chun calmly observes the whole situation, glancing up at the pouring rain with obvious irritation. "What the hell is with this weather?" he grumbled. His aide quickly explained, "Is it a bad omen?" Headquarters said they deliberately chose a rainy day for the operation. He even looked up at the sky and added his own take. "The rain and wind will help us launch a surprise attack. The enemy won't see it coming because they don't have radar." Deok-chun remained indifferent. "And what about the slasers we requested?" As they were talking, a luxury car slowly pulled up. From the gleaming supercar, another big shot steps out. Deok-chun lets out a sigh. "I've got a bad feeling about this, with them hiding the identities of these slasers." While he was stewing in his frustration, Kim Cheon-sam walked up and his voice cut through the air. "So it's you damn gangster." But Deok-chun didn't seem to care one bit. He coolly stepped forward and said, "I don't give a damn what you call me, because right now, I'm in a good mood. I know you could easily take care of that military bastard." The old man, Kim Cheon-sam, was visibly annoyed by the blatant disrespect. "You troublesome punk." The two were glaring daggers at each other, ready to clash, when another voice cut in from behind. "Hello, everyone." A heavy-set man with thick glasses immediately introduced himself. "I am Lieutenant Colonel Jang Seon-jo, the commander of this operation." He was Lieutenant Colonel Jang Seon-jo of the Ministry of National Defense. Surveying the scene, Seon-jo smiled and looked around the wide tarmac. "I'm counting on both of you for this operation. We don't have much time to waste, so let me give you the quick rundown. As you both know, this is a surprise attack." He already had the entire plan mapped out in his head. After a quick head count, all forces would board transport planes and fly straight to Uljin. On Seon-jo's order, both sides began to board the plane heading from Busan to Uljin. He then turned to the soldiers standing at attention. "The Special Forces unit will parachute in as the plane approaches Uljin at 3 a.m. Take out any crew members showing signs of using weapons." Fierce determination was etched on his face. "You two have only one target in this mission. Lim Gwangtaek has been identified as the one controlling the nuclear power plant." In his mind, he was already picturing Lim Gwangtaek's defeat. "Your ultimate mission is to take him down." After speaking, Seon-jo shot a sharp glare at the two men, a silent warning not to hold back. After all, those traitors were already sentenced to death anyway. At this point, Kim Cheon-sam slowly voiced his thoughts. On the way there, he had thoroughly read the files, understanding everything from the plant's layout to the fact that the enemy was holding hostages. Kim Cheon-sam scanned the situation, a flicker of concern crossing his mind about the fate of the slasers who weren't officially part of the Ministry of Defense. Seeing this, Seon-jo calmly pushed up his glasses and explained that those people would be safe if they cooperated. "But," he added, "any fool who sides with Lim Gwangtaek will immediately be charged with treason and conspiracy against the government." For just a second, a cunning, calculating glint appeared in Seon-jo's eyes. He knew Kim Cheon-sam was worried about his company's slasers and his own acquaintances. He promised to spare them if they disobeyed Lim Gwangtaek's orders on one condition. Kim Cheon-sam had to take down his target quickly and cleanly. He was putting all his faith in him. With the plan finalized, Seon-jo urged everyone to move. Seeing that they were all mentally prepared, he gave the order to begin the operation, telling the entire team to board the planes immediately. Several hours later, the transport plane finally approached the drop zone. An announcement blared from the speakers, signaling their arrival at the target point. Not a single second is wasted. The soldiers immediately move into position, weapons hot and ready for the fight. Urgent shouts echo as each soldier leaps from the plane without a moment's hesitation. They all understand the objective. The Ministry of Defense's mission is to retake the UIN factory, and the operation has officially begun. On the ground, watching the battle about to erupt, Lim Gwangtaek lets out a knowing sigh. Hearing the operation has kicked off, he raises a hand to the sky and loudly orders them to fire the flare. Instantly, flares shoot into the air, brilliantly illuminating the entire sky. That light carries everyone's hopes for the plan's next phase. The constant, massive explosions create intense pressure for the paratroopers still dangling helplessly in the air. When they finally look down, they see Lim Wang-tek's forces are already in formation, weapons aimed. Knowing tonight's battle will be brutal, Lim Wang-tek grins, joking they'll be feasting on bullet-riddled Swiss cheese. The moment he finishes speaking, a storm of firepower erupts from the ground. It's aimed straight at the soldiers still hanging in the sky. Flares rip through the darkness, staining a huge part of the night a bloody red. The soldiers descending from above are riddled with shrapnel tearing into their skin. Bullets from below shred their parachutes, sending them into an uncontrollable freefall. One paratrooper is gripped by absolute, mind-numbing panic. All he can do is clutch his rifle. The others also struggle badly as they hit the ground. Lim Wang-tek just watches calmly with a satisfied look. How pathetic. How could those fools possibly hit anyone while parachuting? Did they think just spraying bullets would actually work? The light rain continues to fall, showing no signs of stopping. The enemy forces appear to be in total chaos. Are we about to die? How in the world did they know we were landing here? Lim Wang-tek answers with a grim expression. That's exactly what you're thinking. Of course, the Ministry of Defense is nothing but a nest of corrupt cowards. They probably don't have the nerve to act on their own. However, there were outsiders who had been quietly planning this for a while. A few military men had patiently waited for someone to finally point their guns at the Ministry of Defense, a top-secret affair. A man glances around a library before covertly taking a book and slipping away. On a cracked, desolate bridge with no one in sight, Sang-do accepts the book and shoves it into his jacket pocket. You're doing something great for this country. I can't thank you enough. The other man offers a few words in return. Good luck to you. I'm not the only one who believes this country needs a complete overhaul. They shake hands, sealing their deal. Let me know if you need any more help. A communications machine beeps and prints out a strip of paper. Lim Wang-tek holds up the fresh message to read it. John Won sees this and leans in curiously. His eyes scan the words from top to bottom. He takes a long drag from his cigar and smirks with pure satisfaction. I am very grateful to our informant. Assemble the sharpshooters on my command. Back in the present, the rain has finally started to lighten up. The job is almost complete. Lim Wang-tek grabs the radio, announcing, "We have eliminated nearly all of the paratroopers. From this point on, conserve ammo and hold the enemy at the front line. Logistics are life and death in this business." He then leaves the cleanup to his subordinates. One last thing. Count the number of dead paratroopers after they landed and report back to me, the soldiers shout in unison. Yes, sir. In the dead silence, a soldier hidden in the bushes watches the whole situation unfold, immediately reporting to his superior. You were right, sir. They focused all their firepower on the paratroopers. It seems they haven't realized they're completely surrounded. The lieutenant nods, preparing to launch the counterattack. Excellent. We paid a heavy price, but the plan went off without a hitch. The soldier continues his praise. That was impressive, sir. How did you know all this? Was it because Lim Wang-tek was watching the paratroopers? He speaks up. I just told you we paid a heavy price. But the soldier presses on. Yes, I understand we sacrificed our men as a diversion. But how did you know about the leak, sir? A dangerous glint flashes across the lieutenant's glasses. That's precisely what I just said. We sacrificed many good soldiers just to learn about that leak. They used the most brutal interrogation methods. We brainwashed them for the sake of a greater nation. Suddenly, the lieutenant's brow furrows. But why are you asking? Do you work for that man Lim as well? The soldier startles, completely flustered. What? No, sir, I can assure you that the lieutenant flashes a disarming smile. Calm down, I was only joking. Getting too anxious during a mission can cause fatal mistakes. The soldier is still shaken. You're right, sir. I should just relax. The lieutenant's face instantly turns serious again, a sinister look emerging. Begin the operation. Contact our slayers now. Elsewhere, bodies and parachutes are scattered, backpacks lost in the chaos. Deokchun can't stop complaining. Damn it, that idiot Lim Wang-tek just had to drag me into this mess. First, I get captured by the army. Now I have to jump out of a plane. Everything's a disaster, and it's all because of that bastard Lim. He turns to Kim Cheon-sam, who is coolly adjusting his hat. Doesn't this make your blood boil? The old man simply shakes his head. Not at all, you thug. I believe you were the one who provoked Lim Wang-tek. Deokchun thinks for a moment. So he knew? But how? He shouldn't have any knowledge of our internal affairs. He looks at Deokchun. And personally, I don't think you'll do anything to improve this country. To be honest, I don't care if Lim Wang-tek topples the government or sends you to an early grave. A slayer's job is to kill zombies. That is my one and only duty. The thug pauses, confused. Then what the hell are you doing here? Aren't we all here for the money? Kim Cheon-sam doesn't hide it, answering directly. I'm not here for cash. I joined this mission to make sure a kid I know stays out of this mess. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Deok-chun to stew on his final words. You might throw away your comrades, brothers, and parents for money, but I don't. I count my people in my plans. Deok-chun was so furious he could barely control himself, his fists clenched in pure rage. That stiff-necked soldier and this old man, they were both in his way. Should he just get rid of them both? Suddenly, his phone buzzed. A message from Dong Ryun-hoi. After reading it, Deok-chun shoved the phone in his pocket and jerked his chin. Let's go. They want us to start the mission. Elsewhere, Chun-chu awoke from a deep sleep. He lazily sat up and stepped outside his tent. Chun-chu glanced around, noticing everyone was gathered in one spot. What's that? What the hell is going on? Sarang shot him a cold look. Are you blind? A huge fire raged against the dark night sky. The game had officially begun. It was time to fight. The bodies of the slain paratroopers were strewn everywhere, and the blazing fire lit up the entire sky, visible even from a distance. Jingu reported the situation. The good news? Lim Guangtek was currently defending against an attack. This was a huge advantage, since they were basically on the same side as the Major, Pedro added. The fighting is happening far from our area, so I don't think we'll get caught up in their war. It seemed the Major had shown them goodwill, all thanks to Chunju's negotiation skills. Chunju looked up, his eyes fixed on the sea of flames. So we just sit back and watch the show? Sarang nodded in agreement. Exactly. Stay out of it, just like you did with me before. She turned her face away, her expression somber as she watched the blaze. This isn't a zombie fight. Your shield will be useless this time. This is a real, all-out war. Civilians can't interfere. Hearing this, Chun-chu shot back. Hey, when have I ever meddled in other people's business? Anyway, I'm not getting involved in their fight, so you don't need to worry about a thing. He ignored everyone, turned back towards his tent, and called out to the slayers. As long as we don't interfere, no one will get shot. I'm going back to sleep. On the other side, the enemy was monitoring the situation with intense focus. A soldier standing behind the commander asked, Sir, I think I've spotted the slayers. Should we consider them allies of Lim Guangtek? We should avoid unnecessary battles, and they're just civilians. The man with the binoculars nodded slightly in agreement. You have a point. Those slayers are civilians. Most of them don't give a damn about Lim Guangtek's plans. They're just here to make a living. The soldier immediately followed up. So we should just ignore them, right? The commander raised a hand to his lips, signaling for silence. But what if Lim Guangtek has already won them over? What if they attack our flank while we're engaged with his forces? He slowly explained to his subordinate, then we'll be the first unit in history to be annihilated by a bunch of civilians. That's a disgrace everyone will remember us by. Did we come all the way to Anjin just to tarnish our reputation like that? He flicked the safety off his weapon, preparing for bloodshed. Eliminating potential threats, that was the first rule of any mission. With that, he moved forward, weapon raised. I'm sure the lieutenant colonel will cover for us if things go sideways. His finger gently squeezed the trigger. A deafening blast echoed across the sky. Sarang, with her sharp hearing, instantly recognized the type of rifle. She rushed over to the nearest person. Hey, did you hear that gunshot? As she spoke, her hand landed on Chunzu. She froze. He'd been shot. Those bastards had put a bullet right in his stomach. Sarang's face went pale with horror. Fresh blood poured from Chunju's mouth. Damn it, I just told everyone a minute ago we'd be safe as long as we stayed out of it. His mind spiraled into chaos. Talk about rotten luck. Just then, Chun-shu collapsed. In a flash, everyone panicked and rushed toward him. Hey man, hold on! At that exact moment, government troops swarmed in, firing relentlessly. A hail of bullets tore through their bodies, giving them no chance to fight back. Slayers fell to the ground one by one. A stray bullet slammed into Sarang's arm. She was thrown backward, crying out in agony as she clutched the bleeding wound. Why would they suddenly open fire like that? If they were targeting them, that could only mean one thing. She gritted her teeth, trying to think through the pain. They were from the Ministry of Defense. Hundreds of soldiers, weapons raised, charged forward. A long, sleepless night. But how did it come to this? Weren't they supposed to be fighting Lim Guangtek's forces? Sarang pressed down on her shoulder to stop the bleeding. Did they really split their army just to wipe us out? Others, enraged, grabbed their weapons and charged. You goddamn dogs! We didn't do anything to you! I swear I'll send you all to hell! The commander with the binoculars gave a cold signal. On his command, they unleashed a storm of bullets on the two who had rushed forward. In an instant, they collapsed right in front of Sarang. She stared, teeth grinding with rage. The dying man's eyes filled with tears. Captain, save me. Then his gaze went vacant, and the light faded. Sarang's eyes, pushed to their limit, turned bloodshot. Biting back the pain, she struggled to her feet. I swear, she pushed off the ground, gathering her strength. Hatred boiled over inside her. I will kill every last one of them. As she tried to crawl forward, Chunshu grabbed her arm. No, wait. Now's not the time. She struggled, her fury blazing. You're telling me to stay neutral after what they've done? Are you stupid? They murdered our comrades. We have to do something. He held on tight, pulling Sarang back. The momentum caused her to fall backward onto the ground. Chunshu emphasized every word. I'm not saying we should lie down and wait to die. At the soldiers' feet, their fallen comrades lay motionless. A soldier casually fired a finishing shot into a slayer who was still breathing. Sweat poured down Chunyu's face as he whispered, "You're right, we have to fight to survive. We can't save anyone if we don't fight, and we can't survive without killing the enemy first." He gritted his teeth, trying to convince her, but we have to trust our comrades. We are not just some slaves here. Kim Cheolsu's mind flashes with memories of countless times they faced death together. They always stood side by side, supporting each other no matter what. Like when Pedro held out his hand, they fought with courage to survive, just like our guys now. Even that grumpy Jingu is one of them. Every word Kim Cheolsu speaks is solid and decisive. We wait for the right moment, then we use our comrades as a diversion. Lie low for a bit, don't let them spot you. Meanwhile, Jingu is hiding behind a tent, watching. A few other members are right there with him. Munhan whispers, his voice thick with panic. What do we do now? Just hide and pray they pass us by? Jingu, who is drinking milk, immediately shuts him down. No way. He crushes the carton in his hand. We're dealing with seasoned military veterans here. These are guys who came prepared to ambush us. They're on high alert and won't leave until every single corner is searched. Hiding like this is just waiting to die. Another team member grips his weapon in fury. So what do? Fight them head on? They're a regular army, armed to the teeth. We can't use our anti-zombie gear against them. Jingu glances over at the speaker, his gaze stopping on the weapon he's holding. And that's when a daring idea flashes in Jingu's mind. That's right, you're all used to zombies, not a direct fight with soldiers. Before the other guy can even react, Jingu snatches the weapon away. Why are you stating something everyone already knows? Jingu raises the weapon, his face a mask of cold determination. We fight or we die. This dried up gunk, isn't this zombie syrup? The others are just frozen in shock. Munhan demands an answer. Are you seriously planning to use that against those soldiers? The guy in the cap blurts out. Damn it, I can't believe we're actually doing this. They're not just going to stand still and let us infect them. The idea isn't bad, but how do we pull it off? Jingu nods. True, this won't be easy. The soldiers won't let us get close, but a few of us don't need to. He turns to Munhan. For example, do Munhan here. You've got the gamma gun. Jingu lays out the order. Just one of them. You only need to hit one to start the infection. The moment one soldier starts to turn, the tables will flip instantly. Then, we charge with everything we've got and wipe them all out. Munhan clutches his gun, his anxiety through the roof. But what if I mess up? What if I miss? Or the bullet can't even get through their armor? If our position is revealed, we're all dead. Are you really putting everyone's lives in my hands? Jingu cracks a casual smile, right on the line between life and death. If you miss, we'll all come back to haunt you. But I guess that wouldn't scare you, right? At this moment, he had to admit Kim Cheolsu was right. People are selfish, but slayers are even better at surviving because they've already been through every kind of hell imaginable. All this, while Kim Cheolsu and Sarang are still down, their condition unknown, right after they lost their two respected captains. The Ministry of Defense troops patrol with extreme prejudice, ready to engage anyone with a weapon. A hand quietly picks an item up from the ground. The final choice has been made, they will fight. The man uses a knife to scrape off the dried zombie blood. They aren't dumb enough to throw away their lives for nothing. Jingu decisively cuts his own hand, letting fresh blood drip into a cup. They mix the two together, creating a deadly concoction. Jingu swirls it in his hand, then pours the entire mixture into Munhan's gun instead of splitting it up. As a final step, he cocks the gun, his sharp eyes already scanning for an exit route. One side will appear to lure the enemy, while the other hides in the shadows, waiting patiently for the right time. Jingu repeats the plan. Don't forget, their armor is thicker than you think. The whole plan fails if you hit their helmet or body armor. You have exactly one bullet, one single chance. So be patient. Wait until you're absolutely sure you can get through their uniform, and only then do you pull the trigger. He gives a subtle signal to the others in the tent. As soon as the plan succeeds and the infection starts spreading, the rest of them will launch an all-out attack on the soldiers while they're in chaos. They aren't the last survivors, he's sure of it. There are still comrades out there. So it's time to arm the hidden slayers. Countless bodies are piled up all around, yet some people silently obey, lying in ambush without making a sound. Kim Cheolsu and Sarang are the same, both holding their breath, waiting for the perfect moment. Jingu calls out, "Are you ready?" Munhan grips his gun, trying to control his breathing with his pounding heart. The others have also steeled their nerves, ready to go. Two soldiers on the other side look suspicious, slowly inching forward. They aren't idiots either, quickly moving to the side to prepare for a fight. Suddenly, the whole group's eyes widen in absolute shock, as if they've seen something impossible. The government soldiers react the same way, beginning to move with extreme caution. Syrup sprays violently over one soldier's head, flooding into his mouth and eyes. He lets out a horrific, pained scream as the other soldier lands a devastating punch right in his leader's face. Jingu seizes that moment of chaos and yells to everyone, "This is it! This is our chance, right now. Go!" The team immediately responds, charging forward as one. Suddenly, a figure rushes in front of Kim Cheolsu, throwing up a shield to block an attack. It's Jingu, protecting him. "I saw you two from afar. Thank God you're both still alive. I brought your gear for you." Kim Cheolsu painfully gets to his feet, panting hard, and turns to Sarang. "See? I told you they would distract those dogs for us. Now let's move." She looks over at him, her eyes filled with worry. "Wait, are you okay? You look awful. You need to rest. Maybe just lie down for a second." Kim Cheolsu lets out a cold smirk, the rage inside him still boiling over. "Are you kidding me? Before I go down, I'm sending every single one of these bastards to hell." The soldier with binoculars screams in fury, "You damn traitors!" Right after, something flies out, spewing thick smoke. Kim Cheolsu and Sarang flash right past him, taking off a few heads along the way. Ignoring the screams of traitor, Pedro goes absolutely feral, tearing into the soldiers like a wild beast. One by one, they take down their opponents using the most brutal tactics imaginable. One guy even uses his own face as a weapon of attack. It's completely insane. Something rips through the air, and a spear skewers a soldier straight through the gut. Chunshu gasps, witnessing the gruesome sight. The man with the binoculars starts trembling, stammering, You'll all be charged with treason." The words barely leave his lips before he collapses, logging out of the server as everyone watches in pure shock. Seeing this, Chunshu coldly speaks up, "We wanted to stay neutral, but it's way too late for that now." He immediately rallies everyone. "Get to Lim Guangtek. We have to report the situation and help him out if we can." Not a single person voices an objection. Chunshu takes the lead and shouts, "Let's move." After all, he only came here to find a way to survive this death trap, a battle map covered in endless red X's. Guangtek's calculations were meticulous. We scored some wins, like pinpointing those paratroopers early thanks to the leaked intelligence. That's when he reads some top-secret information on the papers. Lim Wang Tek just stares, lost in thought. Even though they wiped out all the paratroopers without a single friendly casualty, something still feels off to him. Something's wrong. Why do I feel so uneasy after a perfect victory? He can't relax for even a single moment. It feels just like swatting a mosquito. You lie down to sleep, only to hear another one buzzing right by your ear. Just then, a soldier runs up to report, "Sir, we've finished tallying the enemy casualties." He continues listing yesterday's battle results. "We eliminated 82 hostiles. That number doesn't include the troops on the downed plane or those who went missing." Lim Wangtek has total faith in his skills. "When it comes to combat, I can match any of their top generals. I am an A-rank Sacer who sent over 100,000 zombies to their graves." He glances at the soldier, his voice sharp. "Are you telling me they only sent 100 men to take me down? Doesn't that sound ridiculous? I know their command is full of clowns, but even they aren't that stupid." The soldier flinches but replies, "The numbers are suspicious, sir, but there are no enemy survivors. They were extremely thorough. We've identified every single one. They're all from the Air Force Special Operations Unit. If that team had landed safely, it would have been a complete disaster. The enemy is struggling too. The Ministry of Defense has a severe troop shortage, so they've likely run out of reinforcements." The soldier holds up a file, adding, "So Command sent their very best to eliminate the target. That has been confirmed, sir. But it feels like they have another plan, or maybe a secret unit hidden somewhere." Lim Wangtek nods in agreement. "You've got a point. My intuition is never wrong, and your logic is sound because it's based on facts." And yet, he just can't relax. Why does celebrating this victory feel so completely wrong? As night blankets the entire base, soldiers with night vision goggles scan every dark corner around them. Suddenly, a light flashes in the darkness. At this very moment, the government and the Ministry of Defense make their move, pouring 5 times the normal military budget into their plan. The soldier realizes with a jolt they've deployed their last, strongest elite units for a final, do-or-die battle. The men in the tents are still confused. What the hell is that? Before he can finish, a soldier is hit and collapses. A panicked shout rings out. The sergeant in front whips his head around, stunned. "Hey, what do you need?" He freezes, then screams, "Enemy attack!" In that instant, a bullet sends the sergeant to his grave. The rooftop sentries are picked off one by one. From below, a sniper is firing with superhuman skill. Only one unit has that kind of terrifying talent, the Ministry of Defense's special sniper team. Eagle Eye. Han Young watches the situation through his binoculars, coldly ordering his squad to load up, waiting for the command to fire. How did they build such a strong base in so little time? Look at those guard patrols. It's like I'm looking at a textbook military operation. Lieutenant Colonel Han Mi-young, commander of the sniper unit, thinks to herself. But that textbook perfection is exactly what's going to get you killed. Because at the end of the day, we were all trained by the same instructors. I don't even need to look to know exactly where your fatal weak points are. As she observes, she directs her team. 32 degrees to the left, 17 degrees high. Watch the wind. Her soldiers shout back, "Yes, ma'am!" As expected, enemy targets in the distance drop in an instant. Han Mi-young immediately gets on the radio. "This is Eagle Eye. Do you copy? Enemy sentries have been eliminated. We've broken their long-range defense. Now it's your turn to put on a show." Hun Seo nods, satisfied. "Loud and clear. Nice work. Now, the stage is ours." His squad prepares to launch the raid. We still have the element of surprise. Conserve ammunition, maintain absolute silence, and infiltrate. All units. Attacking the base. The Ministry of Defense's anti-terrorist squad, Raging Bull. The commander gives the order in a low voice. Lieutenant Colonel Jian Huno. The colossal men of his unit surge forward like a hurricane. At the same time, the sniper team quickly changes position. The assault team moves with terrifying speed, like arrows slicing through the wind. All their force is focused on breaking through a single point. Meanwhile, soldiers inside the base are still collecting the bodies of those just shot down. They finally look up, curious. An MOD squad with furious faces is charging them. The soldier who sees them goes pale. What the hell? They're attacking from the flank? Alarms roar from inside the base. All units, to arms, we are under attack. Hun Seo smirks, as if victory is already his, and unleashes a merciless hail of gunfire. A fierce firefight explodes. The defenders inside go berserk, returning fire. They take down MOD members as both sides descend into brutal hand-to-hand combat. With the battle deadlocked, a wounded soldier screams into his radio, "This is the North Guard post. The enemy attacked from the flank and is about to breach the base. We're low on men and firepower. We can't hold them, requesting immediate backup." A massive shadow looms forward. Huno grips his axe tightly and growls, "I really hate tattletales." All the soldier can do is choke out a desperate plea. "No, no." Then, a horrific shower of red syrup. Inside, Lim Wang-tek watches it all on a monitor as horrifying screams flood the radio. The southeastern outpost is hit. Enemy forces will flood the central base in just 7 minutes. Wait, isn't Central Command tracking them? The western post is in danger. This is the northwest station we've spotted intruders. He grits his teeth in pure rage. Those bastards. They've sent every last elite unit from Busan. They're trying to box him in, annihilate him from all sides. Then a thought hits Lim Wang-tek. What if the undead attack Busan while all their forces are right here? He's worried. If that happens, how could they possibly handle the security crisis back in Busan? Maybe Lim Wang-tek made a bad call. They've thrown everything they have at him, meaning his proposal is off the table. He completely misjudged them. He slams his fist on the table. This country's leaders are even more incompetent than he thought. They abandoned their own city just because of a threat like him. No wonder its future is so damn bleak. Lim Wang-tek snatches the radio, his voice booming and clear, every word sharp. "All units, listen up. The government has sent nearly their entire force right to our doorstep." He immediately relays his orders. "I need outer ring units to fall back while delaying the enemy. All units in the central base prepare for a full-scale counteroffensive." Lim Wang-tek's tone goes grim. We are facing the puppets of a corrupt government men sent to destroy you and your families. Things are getting serious. It's obvious this is the force the government sent to completely wipe us out. So if we can fight them off here, this victory will spark a fire across other regions. This uprising won't be contained to just Anjin. We'll take it all the way to Busan, right where your families are. Lim Wangtek continues, rallying his men. This is our one chance to change this country's fate. So listen to me, my warriors. If you're out of ammo, use your knives, slash them, stab them. If your hands are cut off, use your teeth and tear them apart. He grips the radio, spitting every word. Don't let a single one of them get out of here alive. Fight to the last man and come back alive. Cold steel slides from sheaths everywhere. I won't hide behind you like those cowards in Busan. Pistols click and lock, ready for action. Lim Wangtek strides forward, prepared for a battle of life and death. Tonight, I fight with you, my brothers, he adds. If things get out of control, just hold on. Wait for me. I am the warrior of this age, the only A-rank slazer in this army. I will come for you. He turns to a soldier. Where's our weakest point? I'm going there. Is it the south? The soldier shouts back. Sir, the south is getting hammered. Lim Wangtek stomps down, bracing himself. And Lim Wangtek is gone a blur of incredible speed. He weaves through thousands of trees, his face a mask of pure determination. Suddenly, a sharp hook shoots out, snagging his collar. Lim Wangtek is yanked off his feet, stunned, dragged across the rough, unforgiving ground. He looks up, eyes wide, at his attacker. Chun Sam just says casually, "Sorry about that." Then Duke Chun immediately barks out a curse. "Hell no, I'm not sorry at all." An armored fist smashes right into his face. The impact is like a fireball, powerful enough to incinerate anything in its path. A cold glint flash. The Ministry of Defense quickly gains the advantage. Everything is going exactly as planned. They use their air force as bait, distracting Lim Guangtek and his team. The battle rages on, growing fiercer in the dark. All their firepower is aimed at the weakest defensive link, as Lim Wangtek dashes deep into the forest. A soldier, hidden behind a tree, watches and reports. Just as predicted, sir. The target is heading south. The voice on the other end confirms. Understood, sir. Awaiting your command. The lieutenant cracks a cunning smile. Everything is falling perfectly into place. They'd found Lim Wangtek's fatal flaw. He would never, ever abandon his comrades. The lieutenant's voice drips with mockery. What good is being a genius if you can't even control your emotions? What an absolute pathetic humiliation, Lim Guangtek. The moment the Ministry of Defense launched its counterattack, they made their move. And it worked. Lim Guangtek made a fatal error. A fist like a 1,000-pound hammer comes crashing down again and again as Duke Chun relentlessly pummels his face. He lifts Lim Wangtek clean off the ground, his feet dangling uselessly. Duke Chun practically crushes him in his grip, delivering a bone-shattering blow. He just watches as Lim Wangtek writhes on the cold ground. A boastful smirk spreads across Duke Chun's face. Guess you didn't see that coming, huh? Thought I'd just rot in that prison forever? Lim Wangtek struggles up. This whole coup is a chess match, and he just made the classic mistake, exposing his king way too early. It makes him a complete joke in front of Duke Chun. Stop crawling, get up. I'm not finished with you yet. Damn it, is that all you've got? You made a fool of me just because I'm some gangster? The radio crackles with desperate calls. Sir, where are you? The western and eastern posts are falling. We need orders. Sir, it has been an honor to serve you. Please, change this country for the better. Their voices are full of faith that Lim Wangtek will save them. We're still holding on at the southern post. The men are still waiting for you, sir. He drags his battered body across the ground, hand still gripping his pistol, his face completely blank. He starts replaying everything. He made a mistake. He should have known this is a coup. If he falls, everything falls with him. He should have stayed at headquarters instead of rushing out onto the battlefield. He tells himself, no, stop it. I can't change the past. Lim Wangtek forces himself to stand as Duke Chun, and Chun Sam slowly close in. There's only one way to save his men now. He has to take these two down and survive. He has to find a way out of this. He has to win and overcome this to save his brothers. Lim Wangtek raises his gun, preparing to fire. Duke Chun's eyes flicker. He instantly sees the move. The gun fires instantly, but Duke Chun just raises a bare hand and stops the bullet cold. He scowls, cursing under his breath. Damn it, I already blocked one of those. Wangtek's gaze is razor sharp, staring down his opponent, who glares back with equal intensity. Then, another bullet screams through the air. This time, Wangtek hits his mark. Duke Chun stumbles, completely losing his balance before crashing hard onto the ground. Wang Tich goes berserk, unloading his clip in a relentless storm of bullets, but Duke Chun just keeps using the same old trick, swatting the rounds away with his hands. From behind, Chun Sam whips out his fishing rod, lashing out at Wang Tich. The attack is so fast he can't react and gets sent flying several meters. Duke Chun turns and complains, "Old man, what took you so long? I was about to get shot to death." The old man calmly replies, "It wasn't that bad." Chun Sam's hands move with incredible skill. The Major is a better man than you think. Even though he knows Wang Tich is trying to overthrow the government, he's perfectly confident fighting him with just a fishing rod in hand. "Just shut your mouth and watch," he says. "He'll be down in a few more moves." And he's right. Wang Tich has been getting absolutely wrecked. A flash of killing intent appears in Chun Sam's eyes. "That's right, just stay down. Isn't being captured alive way better than being killed?" But Wang Tich just spits out another mouthful of syrup. "Please," he gasps, "I'm here to save Sarang, not you." His eyes lose focus as a memory floods his mind, a time when he was desperately trying to save a comrade. "Breathe," he'd urged. "Breathe, damn it." But tragically, that same comrade coughed up the same toxic syrup. Wang Tich had forced a smile. "That's it, hang in there, kid," the man had whispered. "Sir, why were you so late?" His eyes then became just as empty as Wang Tich's are in this moment. The last thing reflected in those dying eyes was Wang Tich's face. He mutters through the pain, "This time, I can't be late again." Suddenly, a sharp knife slices through the air. Chun Sam flinches, sensing something is wrong. He had completely underestimated Wang Tich. This guy was a much bigger fish than he had ever imagined. It turns out his fishing rod line had been severed, and he has to quickly re-rig it. "Buy me some time," he orders. Duke Chun glances back, annoyed. Damn it, he was about to die. How did this happen? Chun Sam replies, "I threw him pretty far away. If he dares to come closer, I will finish him myself." Chun Sam maintains maximum alert around Wang Tich. "Don't underestimate him, you gangster. The man we're fighting is Lim Guangtek. He still has a gun, and he cut my line while seriously injured. He's going to come at us with everything he has." But Duke Chun is far too arrogant. He's probably almost out of ammo. Stop overreacting. With his battered body leaning against a tree, Wang Tich uses every last ounce of strength he has to get back on his feet, gritting his teeth against the agony. As he reloads, Wang Tich worries about his dwindling supply of bullets. He has to survive at all costs, but how can he possibly get past these guys? From his pocket, he pulls out a syringe. This is his final resort. "I have to use it if there's no other hope left." Wang Tich stands, his body covered in wounds, reloads, and takes aim. But right then, Sarang and Kim Cheolsu appear. "Don't shoot, we're allies." "What the hell happened to you?" they ask. He stares blankly for a moment, then lowers his gun. A faint smirk crosses his face. "Never give up." Kim Cheolsu's teammates appear one by one. "Looks like you guys also went through a nasty fight," Jingu explains. "The government forces opened fire without even listening to us. Like it or not, we had to fight back to survive." Wang Tich says confidently, "See? I told you that you should have joined my side." Kim Cheolsu tries to soothe him. "Come on. Are you just going to sit there licking your wounds, or are you going to tell us how we can survive this?" Leaning against the tree, he mutters, "We're about to lose, but it's not too late." The group immediately heads for the epicenter of the battle, the Anzin nuclear power plant. A soldier cautiously raises a small mirror to survey the area outside. On the other side, enemy soldiers immediately duck down and take cover. The soldier in the middle gives a hand signal to targets. All three of them pop up in unison and unleash a relentless volley of gunfire. The enemy is caught in a hail of bullets with nowhere to retreat. They drop back down, tension at an all-time high. "Damn it, we're surrounded. No matter how many we kill, they keep swarming us like moths to a flame. We're going to run out of ammo before we can kill them all." A soldier asks, "Captain, has Lim Guangtek given any orders yet?" The captain replies, "Not yet. He's probably in a much more dangerous place than we are, but right now, we need him here more than anywhere else. Everything will be over if they manage to break through the central area." His face is grim as he warns them, "Watch your mouth. Our mission is to defend this position to the death and have faith that Lim Guangtek will come to our rescue, just like he always does." Memories of previous missions suddenly flood back. Back then, Wang Tich wiped the sweat from his cheek and asked, "Am I on time? Is anyone hurt?" A teammate was so choked with emotion he could only get out 2 words. "Sir." The captain glances back to reassure them. "Don't panic. We still have. At that very moment, Joe Gunn appears, clad in heavy armor, and bellows, "They belong to me." He immediately charges straight ahead. Two enemy soldiers quickly open fire on him, but all of their bullets are completely useless. Jun grabs both soldiers by the head and brutally smashes them into each other. The remaining soldiers, seeing this, immediately unload their weapons on Jun, but none of those bullets can leave even a single scratch on his body. They fire until not a single bullet remains in their clips. One soldier backs away in terror, pleading, "Please, please, don't kill me." Jun roars like a mad lion. "I highly appreciate your courage, but you broke my shield, so from now on you'll have to be my replacement shield." From another direction, a sniper scope is aimed directly at Jun. The sniper scoffs contemptuously. "That's not a slazer, and he's no soldier. He's a monster." His finger begins to squeeze the trigger. "I'm going to end that disgusting monster right here." But at that exact moment, a bullet screams through the air and sends him to the afterlife. Not far away, a spark flashes from a muzzle. "The shot came from Sari," he reports. "All enemy snipers in the central area have been cleared. You can move freely without worrying about being ambushed anymore." Cho Gun stands confidently among Wang Tik's soldiers. Spoils of war are everywhere, piles of ammo clips. He's focused, fiddling with a walkie-talkie in his hands. A soldier snatches it away, annoyed. "You don't even know the codes. Quit messing around. Don't just stand there." He then radios in their status to the other end. "We've successfully infiltrated the ammunition depot supplying the central district." In other words, their entire supply line has been completely cut off. The other end is silent for a moment, then replies, "We can wear them down slowly or just annihilate them with firepower. Either way, victory is within our grasp. Good luck." The soldier breaks into a smug grin. "See, what I tell you. All we have to do is hold our position and keep the enemy pinned down at their base. But now, we don't have to wait. The Slazers are on our side. It's our turn to crush them." Meanwhile, from a distance, the Ministry of Defense watches their every move through binoculars. That team of 4 is still waiting for the signal to move. One of the soldiers questions the plan. "We've baited Lim Guangtek, but breaking their defense is costing us. Are you sure we aren't in any danger?" The second he finishes speaking, a hand clamps down hard on his face. The lieutenant's expression turns savage as he makes a threat. "Watch your stinking mouth, always spouting bad luck." He's just venting his frustration after all. Every piece in this operation has been perfectly placed, each playing its part. He releases the soldier's face and says, "But the outcome will not change. This entire coup revolves around taking Lim Guangtek's head." The man with the binoculars glances at his own hand, muttering, "Their resistance is just about finished." He pictures it now personally grabbing Wang Tich's head after it's been mounted. He growls out an order through gritted teeth, "Contact our Slazers. Now. I want to know exactly when they're bringing me his head." Meanwhile, back with Lim Guangtek and the civilian Slazers, someone asks the big question, "Who were you just fighting?" Jingu has been wondering this whole time. "I thought you were one of the strongest A-rank Slazers out there. Who could possibly do this to you?" Lim Guangtek doesn't hide a thing. "They sent 2 A-rank Slazers after me." Sarong is stunned. "What? 2 A-rank Slazers?" For Pedro, this mission is starting to feel completely impossible. "Are you sure we can even help? If a guy like you struggled, what chance do we have?" Lim Guangtek just smirks, a faint smile on his lips. "That's true. Most Slazers would have died instantly, but I have a feeling we can actually win this." Jingu gives a slight nod, showing he's with Lim Guangtek. "I trust you, of course. But we have 0 experience fighting Slazers, let alone A-rank ones. The power gap is huge. Are you sure this plan will even work?" Wangtik's gaze is unwavering, resolute. "I have a plan." Instantly, everyone around him leans in, hanging on his every word. The other Slazers, including the squad leaders, will follow Park Jingu's command. "You've done well, Park." He starts laying out the strategy. "You'll move to the central district and support our forces defending there." But Jingu immediately spots a problem with that. "I know they need help, but shouldn't we focus on taking out the 2 A-rank Slazers first? We have the numbers, after all." Lim Guangtek answers bluntly, "Sorry, but an army of weaker Slazers won't help me take down an A-rank. It'd be like throwing ants at them." He continues his analysis, explaining that if his own support gets weakened, the whole situation gets much worse. "That forces me to make a tough choice. Let me ask you this. If they became a liability, could you abandon your comrades?" He pauses. "See? I knew you couldn't." The entire group falls silent. Nobody has an answer. He presses the point. Besides, just surviving against A-rank Slazers isn't enough. We have to defeat every single Ministry of Defense unit if we want to win this war. I need you supporting the other units, minimizing our casualties as much as possible. Hearing this, Jingu starts to understand the logic. You have a point, but I'm not sure I'm capable of leading that many people. Lim Wang-tek places a hand on his shoulder, his trust absolute. I know you can do it. You've grown so much since you left Busan. Look around. You're the one who led everyone this far, keeping them alive. Jingu is lost in thought for a moment. Then, resolved, the group begins to move out, putting the plan into action. They split the tasks. We'll divide into 2 teams, one for each A-rank Slazer. Sarang forces a compliment, but her face shows her exhaustion. It's nice to be recognized, but I'm not sure I'll even survive this. Pedro immediately points out the obvious flaw. We can't split Lim Guangtek in half. That means one team has to fight an A-rank Slazer completely without his support, but Chunshu is stuck on another question. I've been wondering, which Slazers did they send? I bet that gorilla guy is one of them, right? Wang Tich looks back, impressed. Good intuition. You're right, that gangster is here. Hearing that, Chunshu immediately volunteers for the job. You want to take down Du Chun, right? Let me handle him. I've got a score to settle with that bastard. Lim Wang-tek doesn't just agree, he accepts instantly. All right, that's the plan. But you guys will have a huge problem with the other one. Chunshu's eyes widen. What do you mean? Lim Wang-tek just nods grimly. I mean exactly what I said. When he reveals the second name, Chunshu's expression freezes. The other one is Kim Cheolsu. Suddenly, Kim Cheolsu's own words echo in his mind. I will help you. I promise to be your master, remember? I heard you two were close. Chunshu's face darkens, completely conflicted. So, all of us will face Kim Cheolsu. Wang Tich offers a reassuring smile, clarifying they won't try to kill him. I've always respected my elders, you know that. Besides, the government must be forcing him to do this, probably offering him something in return. Once we defeat him, I just need you to help persuade him to join us. Chunshu's hand clenches into a fist, the tension unbearable. He clears his throat. His voice becomes firm. He declares he'll never spare his enemies, especially that gorilla. He turns to Lim Wang-tek, asking if that's acceptable. Lim Wang-tek seems pleased with Chunshu's new resolve, saying that's exactly what he wanted to see. Good luck. The night drags on, feeling absolutely endless. Time crawls by, the new day still feeling far away. Sarang and Kim Cheolsu scan their surroundings, on guard for anything, and just as they expected, their enemy finally appears. Model. Well, talk about an unwelcome reunion. Du Chun flashes a brilliant but mocking smile, sarcastically asking if they're happy to see him, then sneers about how that weakling Kim Cheolsu has been doing. Sarang glances over at Kim Cheolsu, trying to read his mood, but she's even more fired up than he is. She throws back a taunt. What, you scared? I thought you'd be tearing him apart by now. Kim Cheolsu just smirks, settling into a fighting stance and replying, Scared? What a joke. Let's do this. And with that, the bloodbath is officially underway as we cut over to Lim Wang-tek. He and Pedro are facing their own opponent. Lim Wang-tek gives the order instantly. Since his last attack did 0 damage, he needs Pedro to act as a human shield for him now. From the shadows, a soft voice drifts out, chiding him for making such a foolish choice. And just like that, another life-or-death battle ignites. The Sizers are aiming their weapons at each other instead of the zombies. Chil Elsam is especially wary of Lim Wang-tek, a major thorn in the side of the Ministry of Defense. Meanwhile, Lim Wang-tek and Pedro are dead set on using this chance to eliminate Chil Elsam for good. Back at Sarang's fight, the showdown between Kim Cheolsu and Jun is about to explode. As they move, they quickly discuss tactics. Kim Cheolsu suggests they improvise, just like they do against zombies. Sarang immediately snaps back. Are you kidding me? A plan isn't some instant noodles you can whip up on the spot. Across from them, Du Chun is sure victory is already his. The two charge forward like moths to a flame, diving into a battle where you either win or you die. The small girl quickly calculates her advantage. She's smaller but more agile, so she'll focus her attacks on his lower body. Sarang's judgment is spot on. Kim Cheolsu is aiming for the guy's head. Just as planned, he uses both his strength and speed to target the upper body. Sarang coordinates perfectly, attacking from below so his strike can't be blocked. It's the most effective battle plan they have right now, but Du Chun stops them cold with a single contemptuous question. Is that all you've got? In his eyes, they're nothing more than weak, buzzing mosquitoes. Du Chun curses under his breath, then roars, Are you treating an A-rank slayer like some kind of joke? His tone shifts to pure mockery, reminding them how he beat them half to death before, and yet here they are, asking for more. Kim Cheolsu grabs a pipe lying in front of him, but Du-chun just asks confidently if they've realized the massive power gap between them yet. He grips the pipe, but his hands are trembling. He tells himself he's tougher and more resilient than their last encounter, but that feeling of complete despair hasn't faded one bit. Memories of the days he was brutally tortured by this man flood back into Kim Cheolsu's mind, vivid images of himself being beaten like a total loser. He thinks in agony that no matter how hard he tries, he'll never be stronger than him. He grinds his teeth in rage, feeling how unfair fate truly is. Sarang, however, remains level-headed. She speaks up to remind him that a fight isn't decided by muscle alone. Is that really all he's learned? She emphasizes each word: strength, speed, and actual combat experience. Kim Cheolsu is forced to remember and apply everything he was taught. Sarang also reminds him of a few things that have changed since they last faced this guy, and a spark of realization flashes in Kim Cheolsu's eyes. That's right, she's right. There are other ways to win. I can't just charge in and burn through all my stamina for nothing. I have to find another way to get to him. His spirit reignited, he prepares for the next attack. Round 2. No more wasted energy. Du-chun starts to notice that his opponent seems different, and he's right. This time, Kim Cheolsu completely turns the tables. The guy silently wonders, is he trying to break my arm? Kim Cheolsu locks both legs tightly around Du-chun's arm. He grits his teeth, pouring in every ounce of strength, telling himself this isn't as hard as he thought. He just has to push aside his worries and remember the moves he's seen before. Kim Cheolsu yells for Sarang to help him, telling her to get over here and help finish this. She was standing a few meters away, but at his signal, Sarang launches forward like an arrow. At the same time, Du-chun throws a punch as heavy as steel. Sarang instantly ducks under it, landing safely on her feet. The two of them then coordinate to lock his arm down from both sides. Du-chun is absolutely livid, cursing these bastards. Kim Cheolsu shouts to Sarang, explaining that he's resisting with pure physical strength, but the second he slips up, that arm is going to snap. Turns out, Du-chun is known for being a very calculating fighter, and surprisingly, the guy breaks into a very strange smile. The two of them are using all their power to hold him, when their biggest advantage is actually their speed. Right now, Du-chun can't escape because they have his arm locked down tight. His original plan was to team up with that old man to kill Lim as fast as possible. But these two chose a battle of attrition instead of using their speed to harass him. A sinister look crosses his face. This situation isn't so bad for him after all. Kim Cheolsu is struggling immensely just to hold onto his arm. Du-chun intentionally slams his own arm against a tree, trying to injure Kim Cheolsu in the process. Sarang is also using every bit of her strength, refusing to let go. She endures the giant's insane, violent shaking. Kim Cheolsu screams a warning. If you let go, we're both dead. Hold on tight. Hearing that, Sarang grips even harder. This only delights Du-chun more as he roars. Keep holding on and let me smash you to death. You pieces of trash. Meanwhile, back with Lim Wang-tek, a glowing object is hurtling straight toward them. He immediately shouts to Pedro, "It's coming, run!" A hook that looks like some alien creature tears through the air, flying right at them. Lim Wang-tek's reaction is lightning fast, dodging the hook as it zips past him. Even Chil El-sam can't help but be a little surprised by that reflex. Without missing a beat, Lim Wang-tek immediately opens fire in retaliation. But Chil El-sam dodges with terrifying ease. Pedro, on the other hand, is having a much harder time, struggling so much to avoid the hook that he collapses to the ground. He lets out a long, exhausted breath. Pedro scrambles for cover behind a pile of large logs, his mind racing, trying to figure out how to deal with that bizarre fishing line. I can barely even see it. How did he know which way it was going? And how the hell did Lim manage to dodge that thing? He has to admit, both of them are total monsters. One wrong move, and he's instantly dead. Just then, Lim Wang-tek suddenly appears right in front of him. Don't let it scare you. You need to try and catch the fishing line at least once. Pedro is instantly bewildered. What? Lim Wang-tek slowly begins to explain Chil El-sam's ability. That old man can see my bullet's path and dodge instantly. No wonder they call him the strongest A-rank slicer. He's on another level entirely. Lim Wang-tek reminds Pedro, and maybe himself too, we have to be flexible. We need to grab that fishing line before he reels it in and use it to pull him over here. Then we take him down together. But Pedro loses his temper, shouting in frustration, "You really think I can just catch that thing?" That fishing line can slice through an entire forest. It would cut me clean in half before I even touched it. Lim Wang Tek calmly replies, continuing his meticulous instructions. Look closely. Its cutting power only works on the target it's aimed at. I'm starting to get it. As the line slows, he guides Pedro. Focus hard and follow its movement. And remember to rub sand on your hands. You're going to need the friction. Still, Pedro feels like this is completely impossible. Are you kidding me? He pants, utterly exhausted. He needs to know if this insane plan is actually possible. All he gets is an answer he's forced to accept. If we don't, that old geezer is going to send us to meet our makers. With that, Pedro scoops up a handful of dirt. You're seriously crazy. You know that? He rubs the dirt over his hands and tells Lim Wang Tek to give him the signal. I can't see the line, so you have to shout when I need to grab it. A cigar still hangs from Lim Wang Tek's lips as he sharpens a knife on his gun stock. Calm down. What are you so afraid of? Didn't your pope say you'd go to heaven if you died? Hearing that, Pedro's spirit suddenly ignites, and he resolves to fight to the very end. No, we only go to heaven if we die fighting zombies. Getting killed by a human gets you nothing. Lim Wang Tek smirks. Well, that's just terrible. Something is speeding towards them. He's coming. The zombie corpses were piled up like mountains. When the outbreak began, the government threw everything they had into wiping out the zombies and building defensive walls. Panicked citizens fled for their lives, but the chaos and lack of security led to the people of Busan fighting each other over basic supplies. With no one having guns or proper weapons, it all devolved into bloody, hand-to-hand brawls. People quickly sought protection from major gang members and other lawless factions. No one was safe from the whirlpool of violence, not even escaped convicts. Everyone fought to survive, and the living were ready to kill each other for it. Overnight, the city plunged into absolute chaos. From a mountain of bodies, a single arm rose up, the one who had stood above all others in that bloody battle. Duchun flicked his hair back, standing atop the pile of corpses and letting out a sigh. Ah, damn, I really thought I was going to die here. His arrogance was on full display. This man was none other than Kang Duchun. His voice sent a chill through everyone nearby. You all wanted to kill me? Duchun's face was pure malice. The two of you will be my underlings now. He possessed a physique that dwarfed anyone else. Toned muscles, overwhelming power, and nearly limitless stamina. Duchun had absolute faith in his fists. That's what made me the king of this city, and I'll kill you both tonight. Chunshu was reaching his limit. I can't hold on much longer. He glanced at Sarang, who was still holding on, amazed the girl hadn't let go yet. If she wasn't trying to break his arm, she wouldn't have to be in so much pain. Chunshu spoke up, plan change. Sarang, let go of his arm and run. Find Lim Guangtek or any slicer from the Ministry of Defense. But Sarang adamantly refused, unwilling to leave Chunshu alone. No, we can beat him together. How can you possibly handle this gorilla by yourself? Hearing that, he renewed her fighting spirit. Is that so? Then hold on tight. I can do something if you can just lock down one of his arms. The moment he finished speaking, Chunshu slammed his heavy boot into the man's face, then let go and landed nearby. Seeing Duchun stumbling, he quickly calculated his options. I have to think carefully. Is there any possible way to fight back? Chunshu was more desperate than ever. If I don't do something, that kid will die, and I'll be right behind her. Or if I die, she'll meet the same fate. This was a showdown between two people with a massive power gap. If Chunshu's chain of attacks faltered for even a second, he would lose instantly. Duchun would have time to turn the tables. Chunshu had to take down the giant in front of him. This was a battle he had to win at all costs. Fight to the last breath. Taking a deep breath, Chunshu decided to fight dirty. It was time for some cheap shots. Duchun glared at Chunshu when suddenly, something flew right into his eye. He covered one eye and yelled, "What the hell was that? Male or female?" Chunshu immediately moved, because every man has the same vital point. No matter how much they train, that one weakness remains. And he was aiming right for it. He smashed a kick right between Duchun's legs, a full-power blow to the groin, delivered from a perfect blind spot. The dirty move caught him completely off guard, since Chunshu hadn't originally aimed there. Seizing the opportunity, he prepared to follow up with a combo. The immense pain would make his abdominal muscles cramp up. A roundhouse kick to Duchun's side, then a hook to the liver. The giant roared in agony. Chunshu stared him down, furious. Even Sarang was stunned in disbelief. How did he do that? A B-rank slicer should never be able to overpower an A-rank, not even for a second. But there was a very clear reason for it. The answer was simple. Chun-Shu had never forgotten the humiliation of that day, the day Du-chun beat him and left him motionless like a log. And the guy was always arrogant. While Du-chun looked down on the weak, Chun-Shu threw himself into training with the single hope of one day defeating him. Chun-Shu's only target had always been Du-chun, but Du-chun only ever saw himself. The desire for revenge had been simmering in Chun-Shu for a long, long time. Since that fateful day, he had thought about how to beat his enemy every single day. Now, with victory almost in his grasp, Chun-Shu roared at Sarang. "What are you waiting for? Break his arm! His arm is weak!" Hearing him, she immediately used all her strength to twist the giant's arm back. Finally, a sickening crack echoed from the bone. The man shrieked in pain. "You filthy brats, damn you!" Du-chun exploded with rage, trying to smash his fist into Chun-Shu's face. Just then, Chun-Shu grabbed a handful of dirt, "You can't catch me," and threw it right in his eyes, aiming to blind him. In that split second, Chun-Shu shouted more commands, giving his enemy absolutely no time to rest or recover. How about losing the other arm, too? Sarang zips around to his other side. She grabs his arm with everything she has and brutally snaps the joint. A sickening crack echoes through the air as Du-Chun-Shu screams, cursing in agony. "Damn it, you bastards!" He completely loses it, slamming Sarang hard onto the cold ground. The impact is so vicious, she spits up blood. Chun-Shu cries out, "Kid!" He can practically feel the bones shattering in his own arm. Gritting his teeth, his gaze becomes daggers aimed right at Du-chun. That little kid, she actually did it. She broke his arm. He pours every ounce of strength into his next punch. He has to survive tonight. A one-armed gorilla can't beat a human, right? With that thought, Chun-Shu charges forward, hammering his fist into the guy's face without mercy. Du-chun can't take it anymore, coughing up a huge mouthful of blood. He gasps, trying to recover what little stamina he has left. Sarang, thrown aside, watches, her heart filled with worry. Chun-Shu's been shot in the stomach, and he's already injured from fighting that monster. It's only a matter of time before he collapses from exhaustion. She tries to shout words of encouragement to Chun-Shu. This is a battle of wills now. You've got an iron will. Come on. Chun-Shu winds up for another punch, heavy as 1,000 pounds. "I'm going to pay you back for everything, with interest. For all the pain Du-chun caused, for every single soul-crushing humiliation he was forced to endure." The image of Ari, of him slapping her across the face, burns in his mind. He remembers his comrades, every single one who fought by his side. He remembers the hopes of the dead who could never return, the deep regrets, and all the people he failed to protect. It was Chun-Shu's own hands that buried the ones he loved. I'll make him feel every bit of this pain. The next punch lands even harder, causing blood to explode from Du-chun's nose. It splatters everywhere, staining the ground red as he stumbles back, completely losing his balance. Chun-Shu's legs finally give out. He can't stand any longer and collapses to his knees. He can feel his own life force fading right before Du-chun's eyes. Sweat pours from his face. Chun-Shu grits his teeth, gasping. "I'm done for. Just fall down, please. Just drop." But the man's eyes are wide, shot with terrifying red veins. Du-chun pants, speaking in broken gasps. You bastard, I'm going to kill you." Chun-Shu barely musters a reply, his voice exhausted. "You monster. How are you still on your feet?" In the dead of night, a figure with flowing hair appears. Sarang gently kneels beside her teammate. She turns to Chun-Shu with a soft, encouraging look. Taking his hand, her voice fills with a sudden hope. "Can you hit him one more time? What if we attack together?" Chun-Shu just manages a weak smirk. Ari once told him to sharpen his skills and build something great. His right hand clenches into a fist, while his left musters every remaining bit of strength. Chun-Shu remembers screaming right at them. "I thought we were born to kill zombies. Isn't that why you all are called professionals?" His face contorts with rage. "But you're just going to sell yourselves out for some filthy cash?" Ari was the one who lit that fire in his heart, telling him he could set this rotten world straight again. He remembers every single word she said, carved into his memory. Chun-Shu summons every last ounce of his being, unleashing a punch like a lightning strike. It almost tears the man's head from his neck. Blood erupts, and the inevitable finally happens. Du-chun finally crumples to the dirt, out cold. Chun-Shu gasps, looking over at Sarang. The death match with Jung Du-chun was finally over. Sarang smiles back, a knowing look in her eyes. They share a celebratory high five, a truly perfect end. The curtains close with a massive win for the team of Kim Cheolsu and An Sarang. Meanwhile, Pedro and Lim Wang-tek are still having a rough time with old man Chio Lam. He's expertly handling his fishing rod, a cold calculation in his eyes. They're moving deeper into the forest. Is this part of Lim Guangtek's plan? A pretty solid move. I bet they're using blind spots to dodge my line. This isn't good. I need to capture Lim Guangtek now and end this pointless game of cat and mouse. Chiu El Sam reels his line in, changing his strategy. Time for a new lure. I'll just tear down every tree if they keep hiding like that. The line's weight begins to gather at its center. This was the exact moment Lim Guangtek had been waiting for. By luring him deep into the forest, they'd force old Kim Chio Lam to swap his fast, compact lure for something bigger. A small lure becomes a heavy-duty one. It's bigger and stronger, enough to demolish the forest itself, forcing an opening while he changes it. The tension is so thick Lim Guangtek can barely stand it. Lim Guangtek waited patiently for the exact moment the line's speed decreased. Chiu El Sam kneels down, busy swapping out his gear. He glances over. I can see it now. The line is suddenly much easier to track. Lim Guangtek instantly gives Pedro the signal. This is it. Go, now. Quick as lightning, Pedro tears off his shirt just as the line flies towards him. He expertly twists the fabric, wrapping it tightly around his arm. With a look of pure fury, he lunges and grabs the line with his bare hands. I've got it, Lim Guangtek roars. Pull! Let's show this old geezer who's really in charge here. Pedro flexes every muscle in his body, trying to drag his opponent over. His feet dig deep into the earth, anchoring his stance. If Pedro can just overpower him with pure strength and drag him here, it's game over. Lim Guangtek starts sprinting like a madman. But I'm not just going to sit and watch. He cuts through the dense jungle where Chiu El Sam is hiding. I'll end this myself while his weapon is completely useless. On the other end of the line, Chiu El Sam is struggling to hold onto his rod. What in the world? Why is there so much tension on the line? His suspicion grows. Did it get snagged on a tree root? Or maybe then the most insane idea suddenly pops into his head. Don't tell me. Is Lim Guangtek actually grabbing my line with his bare hands? And on the other side, Pedro channels all his raw power, refusing to let go. No matter what it takes, he is not letting go of this line. He may be a famous A-ranker, but he was way older than me. At this point, the fight wasn't about skill or courage anymore. It was a simple contest of strength, and there was no way I was losing a muscle contest to an old geezer. Pedro tensed his entire body, each step as heavy as lead, forcing himself forward. Every single step was an agonizing struggle, yet he was slowly dragging his opponent toward him. In the distance, Ju Wol Sam's body was being pulled bit by Pedro's immense force. The old man struggled to adjust his fishing rod, trying to keep his balance and ensure the line didn't snag on trees or rocks. An insane pulling force was clearly acting on the fishing line. It turns out the young man had taken a huge risk, grabbing the line directly to pull back. It was an incredibly gutsy move. Forced into a corner, Ju Wol Sam had to play his trump card. All right, if the kid wants to play rough, I'll show him what this old man is capable of. His arm muscles began to bulge, with green veins and blood vessels popping out as he channeled all his strength into a powerful pull. That sudden jerk instantly broke Pedro's center of gravity, making his whole body stagger violently. He was losing control. What in the world was happening? How could an old man possess such terrifying strength? Pedro gritted his teeth, looked straight ahead, and pushed his power to the limit, telling himself to pull harder and harder still. But surprisingly, all his movements froze for a moment. Then Pedro slowly glanced behind him. An invisible pressure swept through Pedro's mind, giving him the feeling that his opponent was no longer human, but an immovable mountain. He could clearly feel a terrifying power beyond imagination. Ju Wol Sam stood there, proud and calm, not moving a single millimeter. That mountain had stood firm through the ages. Even if he tried until he coughed up blood to move it, the result would only be a miserable failure. Pedro was straining so hard his shirt was being torn to shreds. Dark red blood began to seep from his skin. The harsh truth was that trying to pull the old man only caused his own body more severe damage. Yet, the flame of determination ignited in his heart once more, his eyes flashing with a cold, killing intent. If I can't pull him, I have to pin him in place. Because if Lim Guangtek couldn't win this deathmatch, they would all be wiped out. The memory takes us back to a school in the past. There, bloodthirsty zombies had swarmed in, surrounding them from all sides. Panicked students fled for their lives, trampling over each other just to grasp a slim chance of survival. A small group of lucky students found a safe corner to hide in, temporarily escaping the Grim Reaper's scythe. A male student spoke, glancing at his trembling friend beside him. At that moment, Yang Chon was crying from absolute terror. The other boy smirked. Hey, Yangchon, if you're that scared, just run ahead. I don't think we can hold out here much longer. He looked up, continuing to mock the other's fear. You're always the last one to finish training, always staying behind alone to clean up, right? So if you want to go, just go. Try to survive as long as you can. Hearing that, Yang Jion slowly stopped crying and calmed down. He realized the other student had accepted his own sacrifice to urge him to escape. You have to survive for the rest of us. And that brave friend back then was Pedro. Returning to the present, the shirt on his body was now just tattered rags. He told himself that he would definitely survive. The sharp fishing line tightened, digging deep into Pedro's rippling muscles. I will never run away like a coward again. Pedro roared like a furious beast, using all his life force to hold his opponent in place. He had bet his entire life on this tug-of-war of death. The distance between the two had now stretched to the radius of a large lake. Ju Wolsam thought to himself that such incredible brute strength could only belong to an A-rank seeker, on par with Lim Guangtak. Meanwhile, in another hidden corner, Wang Tek was silently holding a part of that fateful fishing line. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed past Ju Wolsam's position. The old man glanced over warily, but it was too late. The enemy had taken advantage of the opening to close in. Wang Tek, with the speed of a hunting cheetah, immediately lunged to grab Ju Wolsam. He growled, a dangerous smile on his face. Hello, the legendary death angler. He used the distraction of the man pulling the line to launch a surprise attack, but Ju Wolsam was a cunning old fox, clever enough to have anticipated this. He thought to himself, you think I didn't know someone would sneak up on me? He already had another weapon in his hand. Wang Tek continued to charge forward, intending to capture his target. Ju Wolsam was prepared for a 2-on-1 fight, ready to face both Pedro and the ambusher. He immediately raised a black gun, aiming straight at the charging enemy. The surrounding darkness gradually became hazy and eerie. At the base, the sound of rapid gunfire echoed across the sky. The soldiers from the Ministry of Defense stood coldly watching from a distance. The lieutenant gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, why do you guys keep fighting back so stubbornly? After all, Lim Guangtek is going to die here anyway. He squinted with contempt, thinking that the rebels' tiny, sand-like efforts would be crushed and no one would care. So why be so stubborn? Just then, a subordinate rushed over with a radio, reporting bad news. Sir, Kang Yu-chun has been defeated. The lieutenant muttered, his expression one of utter disbelief. Defeated? He grabbed his subordinate by the collar, roaring like a madman. Do you think this is a boxing match? What about Lim Guangtek? Did Kang manage to injure him at all before he went down? The soldier was sweating from fear and stammered, I was told that Kang never fought Lim Guangtek directly. Sir, he was defeated by the surviving seekers from the last attack. Suddenly, the lieutenant remembered another key figure. He immediately growled, demanding, what about the death angler? Is he fighting Lim Guangtek? The subordinate's eyes widened in fear as he replied shakily, yes, sir, but the report says he is also facing a lot of difficulty. As soon as he heard that, he swung his arm and violently shoved the other man away. Slap! He slapped his subordinate so hard he saw stars, screaming a stream of curses. Useless fools! I told you the only target we need to eliminate is Lim Guangtak. You must complete the mission at all costs. His shouts echoed throughout the dark forest. Is that so difficult? Right after, he tossed the subordinate aside like a piece of useless trash. With no other options, he played his most ruthless card, ordering his troops to release that monster. The subordinate just stared, completely stunned. Release. What, sir? The lieutenant's red eyes glared as he spat out each word. I said, release the A-rank mutant, now. The soldier stammered, asking, but sir, where do you want it released? Our current position is too far from Lim Guangtek's. He immediately waved the idea off. Don't release it nearby, that Slicer could switch sides and turn on us. A Slicer's primary instinct is to kill zombies after all. The soldier, still trembling, asked, Then where should we release it, sir? He lowered his head slightly, his gaze drifting down into the valley below, right where the chaotic, frantic battle was currently raging. The soldier's face went pale with absolute horror. What? But what about our troops? Before he could finish his sentence, bang! A bullet tore right through his head. The lieutenant had shot him dead on the spot. The lieutenant coldly holstered his pistol, his face dark and murderous. Release that monster. It will draw the attention of the FedEx slicers. While they are distracted, he commanded, you will gun down every single person below for me. Leave no one alive. His men immediately snapped to attention. Yes, sir. The soldier took his orders and rushed off to carry out the ghastly mission. The lieutenant's face twisted, becoming more vicious than ever. He muttered to himself, "My mission is to eliminate Lim Guangtek and crush this coup. I will not allow failure. Do you understand?" Suddenly, a pair of feet skidded to a halt. The lieutenant's henchman froze in place. Looming right in front of him was something truly massive. It wasn't anything strange, it was the very container used to imprison the creature they called a monster. On its thick, reinforced surface was just a single small hole. The soldier slowly pulled out a key. The guards around him began to panic, frantically asking if he was really going to open that thing. Who gave this order? He ignored every warning, continuing with his task. That's right, the lieutenant had decided this was their only way forward. A guard quickly pushed through, shouting, "Wait, he knows what's inside, doesn't he?" He lunged forward, grabbing the soldier's hand to stop him. "We can only control it by cutting off its oxygen supply, because it's impossible to actually kill it." The guard's voice trembled with fear. "That's an A-rank mutant in there." The horrifying stories continued to spill out. The number of A-rank mutants was incredibly small because the classification standards were brutally strict. The criteria were as follows. 1. A mutant that has killed or infected over 200,000 people. Their power is unbelievable. 2. A type that can single-handedly destroy over 2 regiments or possesses the strength of an entire army corps, spreading death and ruin everywhere. 3. A mutant that has taken over 1 or more cities. And even more terrifying, 4. A mutant that has killed 1 or more A-rank slicers. It was a power nearly impossible to fight. A zombie is classified as an A-rank mutant and becomes a threat to all humanity if it meets just one of the conditions mentioned. However, there are always exceptions. The ancient Roman soldier met 3 of those 4 standards and was considered one of the most infamous mutants in history. To cultivate its power, the Ministry of Defense had imprisoned this creature, sacrificing the lives of thousands of soldiers and slicers, all for their own short-sighted gains. But now, they were preparing to release it into the world, simply because they were terrified of being bitten by the very dog they raised. Despite the guard gripping his hand tightly to stop him, the soldier tried to explain, "Look, I know it's an A-rank mutant, you get it? But if I don't open it, I'll be branded a traitor." With that, he shoved the guard's hand aside, gritting his teeth and saying they would harm his family in Busan. He remained dead set on his mission, muttering that maybe it would work. A crazed smile spread across his face, believing it would cause just enough damage to turn the tide. Perhaps the Ministry of Defense already had a way to control it. That had to be the reason they put it here in the first place. The 2 terrified guards backed away, stepping completely aside. At last, the fateful seal was finally broken. All 3 men reflexively recoiled, their bodies tense with extreme stress. Jaws dropped and eyes widened in utter disbelief. Inside was just an empty box. There was absolutely nothing there. Suddenly, a cold gleam of light flashed from deep within the dark steel container. It shot out, instantly taking the lives of all 3 men. In the blink of an eye, their heads were severed from their necks and scattered everywhere. The creature revealed its sharp fangs, filled with a ravenous hunger, its true form now clear the terrifying A-rank mutant known as the ancient Roman soldier. His gaze turned towards a faint flicker of light in the distance. The ancient Roman soldier's eyes flashed with killing intent as he muttered 2 words, "War." On the other side of the field, the sound of gunfire still roared without end. The Ministry of Defense soldiers were in chaos, screaming orders to reload. "Target's position confirmed. Adjust your sights and fire 3 rounds to the left." A soldier suddenly felt something ice-cold whip past his neck, horrified, wondering what in the world just happened. In a single moment, hundreds of lives were stolen amidst a single, echoing whisper. War. That dark shadow moved with unimaginable speed, repeating those 2 words over and over. War. Another soldier was impaled by the ancient Roman soldier, but his mouth never stopped repeating that one word. War. With its strength alone, it had already swept through and cleared everything that stood in its path. Its mouth still formed only those 2 words. War. A soldier who was lucky enough to survive frantically ran for his life. He screamed desperately for help, yelling that the mutant had appeared. That blood-curdling scream immediately caught Joe Gunn's attention, and he realized with horror that the mutant had truly been released. He stared, stunned, at the horrifying scene before him. The soldier's body had a massive hole punched clean through it. Everyone present was frozen in absolute shock. The colossal figure of the ancient Roman soldier stood tall on the battlefield, making them all doubt the reality of what they were seeing. All of them fell into a state of extreme shock because a notorious A-rank mutant that should have only existed in history books was now standing right there before them. The field fell dead silent. No one dared make even a single sound in front of this terrifying, uninvited guest. The fighting stopped. Every gaze was locked onto that monstrous creature. Joe Gunn muttered a curse, unable to believe those bastards would dare release this monster just to wipe out his side. The ancient Roman soldier then began to show signs it was preparing to move. He lets out a blood-chilling war cry that echoes to the heavens, then dives into a gory massacre. Every single strike from the ancient Roman soldier takes out a swath of people. Anyone too slow to react is sent to meet their maker instantly. The chances of survival are practically zero, and even those who react in time lose limbs. Not even Joe Gunn is spared. His hand is sent flying from a clean cut. A second later, it seems like the only one left standing on the battlefield is the ancient Roman soldier. Jan grits his teeth through the pain, gets back up, and yells out, telling everyone the internal fighting is over. He tries to rally their fighting spirit, screaming that if they want to live, they have to team up and kill that mutant first. Sari gets into position, her rifle loaded and ready. Chun also tightens his grip on his sharp blade. Jun, too. His aura is more intense than ever. But despite its injuries, the Roman soldier exudes a terrifying, deadly killing intent. The lieutenant's radio buzzes non-stop with urgent reports that the mutant strain has appeared on the battlefield, repeatedly confirming the new threat. The man looks incredibly pleased with the situation, smirking as he gives the order. Because all enemy firepower, including their snipers, is focused on the mutant, this is your moment to shine. He ruthlessly commands them to snipe the enemy's key units while they're busy and wounded, then finish them all off. The sniper hesitates the moment he hears the order. His finger leaves the trigger. The sniper quickly analyzes the situation. Sir, if we eliminate the enemy's core units now, our own troops below will become targets for the mutant. He screams his objection, arguing that protecting their allies' safety should be the top priority. The lieutenant's voice drips with contempt. As if I care about that. Oh look, another disobedient little bastard. You work for Lim Guangtek, don't you? And then, a sharp gunshot cracks through the air, ending the conversation in a flash. The lieutenant's voice rings out, ice cold. Now shoot them down before I blow your damn skulls off. A series of rifle barrels begins to rise. A monstrous, horrifying grin spreads across the lieutenant's face. That's right. Our mission is to eliminate Lim Guangtik and his followers. Then we return to the Busan wall. The lieutenant plans a massive slaughter, laughing like a man who's lost his humanity, telling them not to worry about the mutant, just focus all fire on the people. A voice cuts through the chaos from somewhere, rallying everyone's spirit. If you want to live, then deal with that damn mutant first. Sari immediately aims her rifle forward. Chogun also grips his knife defensively. Jun is also in a battle-ready stance. The ancient Roman soldier's face is a mask of pure fury, growling as if it wants to devour them whole. It starts to lower its center of gravity, preparing to attack. The soldier's eyes widen in shock. The ancient Roman soldier launches itself into the air as the men frantically aim and scream, "Die!" It charges with terrifying speed like a land-bound predator, and the soldiers scream in pure panic. The ancient Roman soldier brings a spear down, aiming straight for Joe Gunn's head. The shriek of metal scraping against metal fills the air. He has to use all his strength to block it. It's too strong, I can't push it back. Joe Gunn grimaces, deciding to go all or nothing. He'll use his strength to attack its legs. I'm disarming this thing. The Roman soldier groans in pain, then leaps back to regain the upper hand. Huge cracks begin to spiderweb across the shield. Joe Gunn's eyes go wide in disbelief. I thought shields were for defense. The Roman soldier continues its relentless assault on Joe Gunn. It glances around, and Jan's face twists in horror as he looks back. The scariest thing about this humanoid mutant is the anomaly he spots inside the Roman soldier's body. It has the exact same internal organs as a human. Jan unleashes a series of blows on its abdomen. The ancient Roman soldier is completely unable to fight back. Jan throws another thunderous punch. You're going to die. The blow lands with crushing force. The internal damage makes the ancient Roman soldier spit up a mouthful of black fluid. Jun and Jogun see their chance. It's bleeding. The attack worked. Suddenly, a long thing covered in suckers shoots out from its mouth. The grotesque appendage flies straight for Jogun's shoulder. Jogun watches in horror. It's trying to infect him. He immediately grabs it. The long object suddenly goes rigid. It almost reached Jogun. A B-rank Slazer truly can't face an A-rank mutant head-on. It's like fighting a starving wild bear. That's just one of the natural laws proven by statistics. But anything can happen. The long appendage is crushed to pulp right before Jan's eyes. However, Sari's voice rings out from a few meters away. Hey, pretty boy, trust in my firepower and keep doing what you're doing. We can't stop here. She emphasizes that they are Lim Guangtek's most vital support. Yan narrows his eyes, his expression firm. These Slazers had fought through countless life-or-death battles side by side. Both Joe Gunn and Sari have a look of grim determination, believing that they can absolutely do this. As Jan fights, he shouts to the others that its power is in its legs, giving it incredible speed. I'll try to hold its legs down. From a distance, Sari takes careful aim. Her scope has locked onto the target. Sari holds her breath and pulls the trigger. Got it. A gunshot thunders across the field, and everything is instantly obscured by dust and smoke. Jan, who was right there, suddenly collapses. He stares with wide, stunned eyes, the muscles in his face seemingly frozen. Both Sori and Chogan are speechless at the horrific sight. Even the ancient Roman soldier looks confused, a question mark forming in its mind. Joe Gunn lets out a desperate roar, screaming like a madman. No, sorry, what the hell did you just do? He furiously accuses her. How could you possibly miss? Sari grits her teeth, insisting she didn't miss. She clearly heard another gunshot. Someone else targeted and took him down. She tries to scream her defense in desperation. It wasn't me. Sari, drenched in a cold sweat, tries to figure out who the real killer is. But who could it be? Why would they strike at this exact moment? Then she suddenly remembers the warning from before. Do you think the government in Busan will attack? Will they ignore our warning about blowing up the nuclear plant and risk an all-out war here? Lim Wang-tek had told her with absolute certainty that they would definitely come. Like I said, they can't think straight because their brains have completely rotted away. Sori refuses to believe her own terrifying guess. It's impossible. Why would they kill a Slazer right now, with a Class A mutant on the loose? In that split second of frozen fear, a hidden sniper has his rifle pointed directly at her. Another cruel gunshot echoes. Sori is hit, collapsing in utter shock. How could this world have become so rotten? Is this really the world we're fighting to change? As her life fades, she holds onto one final thread of hope. Lim Guangtek, you have to win. Sori's body lies motionless right before Chogun, who lets out a scream of pure gut-wrenching agony. No, this can't be happening. The ancient Roman soldier's giant shield sweeps out, hammering down on Chogun again and again. A bullet slams into him, the force throwing his body back several meters. Luckily, a teammate catches him just in time, telling him to keep breathing, that they'll buy him as much time as they can. The soldiers form up, charging forward to create a defensive line behind the monster that looks like an ancient Roman. Suddenly, a voice crackles through the military comms. Wait, what the hell do you think you're doing? You're all aiming in the wrong direction. The lieutenant starts giving his own orders. He yells that the mutant isn't the target they came here to eliminate Lim Guangtek. That traitor is the one who started this whole coup. The enemy is distracted by the mutant. This is the chance of a lifetime. A soldier stammers back, trying to explain the situation, saying the mutant will slaughter them all if they turn on the rebels. Aren't we all human? Shouldn't we be fighting side by side? The lieutenant shoves his gun against a sniper's head and snarls an order. Find the guy whining on the radio and shoot him. Now. The lieutenant brings the radio right to his mouth and issues a chilling warning. I'll say it again, your mission isn't to kill the mutant or to save your own lives. Your only mission is to eliminate the rebels. He's using every dirty trick in the book to force their obedience. If you want your families to get a house in Busan instead of being tortured, then you'll listen to me. Otherwise, you'll be shot dead just like those traitors. Hearing this, the soldier grits his teeth in pure rage and points his rifle toward Guangtae's team. The man looks on, completely stunned. What in the world do you think you're doing? The soldier's hand trembles as he holds the gun. I can't let my son live a miserable life in Busan. I have a family. You're a soldier too, so you must understand, right? Though his heart screams against it, he begs the other man to see his impossible choice. Amidst the lush green forest, gunshots thunder like lightning. The wounded soldier struggles with all his might to sit back up. His face is a mask of blood, but his voice trembles as he speaks. We have no chance against that monster without the Slazers, so please, you have to survive. With those last words, the soldier dies. Chogun witnesses the scene and can only whisper, "This is insane." A voice cuts through the chaos, saying this can't be happening. Watching from a distance through his binoculars, the lieutenant cracks a sickening smile. Looks like everything's been cleaned up nicely over here. He orders his remaining men to secure the area, declaring that the rebel forces have been completely annihilated. Now, check if the old man has finished off Lim Guangtik yet. If he failed, we'll do it ourselves. The lieutenant is consumed by victory, thinking this will save them a ton of time back in Busan since all missions are now complete. He's still gloating, calling for more executioners and calculating that 4 or 5 should be enough for the rest, when a voice suddenly speaks up from behind him. And just where do you think you're going? The lieutenant's heart skips a beat. Guangtae's entire team quietly emerges. Manhwa raises his rifle, his face completely unreadable. You all heard what he just spewed. Do we really need to hear any more, or should we just send these scumbags on their way? Jingu immediately chimes in to rally the others. Just shoot them already. All we need is the radio. At this, the lieutenant's true cowardice shows. He trembles and stammers, "Wait, wait. This is all a misunderstanding." Jingu roars back in absolute fury. A misunderstanding? Are you kidding me? He begins to lay out every single crime. You ruthlessly attacked civilians who were trying to remain neutral. Not only that, you eliminated Lim Guangtek's entire platoon by branding them as traitors. Because of you, this entire region fell into chaos, with people fleeing for their lives and conflict dragging on without end. He continues, listing even more atrocities, including hiring Class A mercenaries to make them kill each other. Jingu lists off every one of his disgusting crimes, including releasing a Class A mutant to destroy everything on the battlefield. His voice rings out like a judge screaming a verdict. And now you want to return to Busan all happy that your mission is complete? So tell me, what part of this am I misunderstanding? A single deafening shot cracks the air. The lieutenant collapses to the ground, his body sprawling onto the cold, hard earth. Everyone cautiously moves closer to confirm the situation, but right at that moment, the man's eyes snap open, now glowing a blood red. The lieutenant lunges up and sinks his teeth deep into the neck of the soldier standing closest to him. Jingu's voice is low and firm. It's time for us to do our job. All the remaining members simultaneously rush in to handle the threat. In the chaos, Jingu notices an item the lieutenant's glasses had fallen off, and he scowls in disgust. Unable to restrain his rage, Jingu stomps on the glasses, crushing them. You will pay for the lives you've taken with your own worthless one. Meanwhile, Cheolsu drags his battered body, his strength nearly depleted. Sagang is right beside him, anxiously helping him take each agonizing step. Her eyes dart around, her deep sense of unease obvious. His injuries are too severe. Even at full strength, just fighting a Class A slazer was enough to push him to his very limit. The anxiety in her heart grows with every passing moment. After taking a direct gunshot, he was still forced to fight with everything he had left. It was inevitable that his body would enter a state of total energy depletion, especially after he risked his life fighting Jiang Duzhen. Finally, she can't hold back anymore and speaks softly. Hey, maybe we should stop and rest for a bit. Sagang calmly continues. By now, Lim Guangtek has probably already secured his victory. She reassures him that Lim and the other Slazers are giving it their all, supporting the other units against the Ministry of Defense. Sagang presses on. We took down Jiang Dukchun. Our mission is over, remember? All while Zero keeps dripping onto the ground. Look at him, he's losing it non-stop. Though his body is utterly exhausted, he stubbornly shakes his head. No, we have to keep moving. Trying to convince him is useless. Sagang finally snaps, yelling, Are you deaf? You could die from Zero loss, you know that? And if you keep being this stubborn, you'll just become a burden to everyone. Cheolsu murmurs, the moment we fought for our lives against Jiang Dukchun. He then adds, and when we confronted the Ministry of Defense Forces before that, in the middle of all that chaos and confusion, I had a vague feeling something was seriously wrong. Cheolsu quickly points out the key issue. Both sides were trapped in a hopeless stalemate. They kept clashing back and forth without a clear winner, making it impossible to predict the war's final outcome. He continues to explain, his eyes staring off into the distance. I don't know if I even have any value left to be used, because our very survival depends on it. Cheolsu still remembers Sagang's words. She said their job was to destroy zombies. We are professional slayers. We slaughter the undead for money. We were hired just for that. That is our only reason for being. She listens silently, lost in thought. And that is exactly why Cheolsu desperately wishes for peace. We must end this civil war between humans as soon as possible. We flash back to just a few minutes earlier. On the battlefield, Lim Wangtek is locked in a fierce struggle with Kilosam. You've already lost, you damn old man. At this, Kilosam looks suspicious. Someone else is pulling your strings, aren't they? But the old man just curls his lips into a wicked smile. Did you really think I wouldn't anticipate a surprise attack? Kilosam immediately tenses his muscles, readying himself for battle. From afar, Wang Tek charges in like a whirlwind. The old man expertly maneuvers his fishing line, preparing a counterattack. Lim Wang Tek's eyes flash as he raises his gun, ready to shoot. At that exact moment, a thick smoke screen suddenly spreads from the forest. The very last drop of Zero finally hits the ground. Lim Wang-tek glares at him, and Chelosum returns the look with a mix of disdain and contempt. Lim Wang-tek is quick to take the offensive. He gives the line a slight tug, his voice dripping with sarcasm. You think you're good enough to take down two people at once? Lim Wang-tek continues his taunts, analyzing his opponent's weakness. You have to retract your line before you can cast it out again. He points the barrel right at Chelosum's face. In other words, this is a pistol with a far superior automatic reloading mechanism. Chelosum takes a slight step back to create some distance. He slowly sets his fishing rod down and speaks. Why are you doing all this? Chelosum remains calm, pulling out a cigarette. Are you trying to be some kind of reformer for this country, or is this just simple revenge? He begins to analyze the situation more deeply. Just take a look at the government's actions. They will definitely eliminate you and your entire legion to cover their tracks, ensuring no one ever hears about the coup in Anjin. Turns out Chelosum had already tried to help Lim Wang-tek. Before I was deployed, I asked my superior to find a way for you and your army to avoid a court-martial. He sincerely advises him to give up this madness. If you stop the fight now, you'll live to get your revenge another day. There's no shame in a tactical retreat. After hearing this, Lim Wang-tek remains cold and silent. A long moment passes before he finally speaks, his voice full of sorrow. Because of my rash decisions, I've lost too many precious things. An image of a commemorative photo with his comrades flashes through his mind. Lim Wang-tek's losses have been devastating. I've lost my brothers forever, my loyal subordinates. He's experienced every kind of pain imaginable, but in return for his force's integrity and dedication, all they received was cold betrayal and brutal torture from the government itself. Countless times, Lim Wang-tek had to pour Zero, eroding what little humanity he had left. And the result? He was thrown in a cold prison with nothing but four walls. Lim Wang-tek points directly at Chelosum's face and makes his declaration. I have to cut out the cancerous root that is rotting this country, to save the remaining divisions, and to ensure I don't repeat the painful mistakes of the past. He steps forward, lighting the cigarette in Chelosum's mouth. Lim Wang-tek continues, his voice unshakable. That is why I have to do this. So please, step aside. My mind is made up. Don't force me to deal with you. He snaps his Zippo lighter shut with a sharp, final click. Lim Wang-tek leaves him with a single, ice-cold farewell. I'm leaving. Chelosum stands frozen, lost in thought for a moment before letting out a chilling warning. You will soon see hell on earth with your own eyes. It seems Chelosum still wants him to turn back. But if you crave to see that hell just to realize what you're getting into, then by all means, keep walking. Lim Wang-tek's reply is brief. Good luck to you. In the distance, gunfire continues to rage. Lim Wang-tek walks on, hoping to God the situation doesn't get any worse. Left behind, Chelosum can only let out a helpless sigh. Suddenly, he feels a strange sense of familiarity. It's Sa-gang, helping Cheolsu forward as she calls out to the old man. He is so stunned he stammers, Is that you? Chelosum shouts back, Hey, you troublesome brat! He furiously rushes over and starts pummeling Cheolsu. Get over here, you troublesome kid! We were sent here to earn money, not start a coup and take over a nuclear power plant. He quickly blocks the blows, shouting, How was I supposed to know I'd get trapped in this godforsaken war? Besides, I never wanted to fight the government forces. They were the ones who backed me into a corner and gave me no choice. I was just trying to save our fellow Slazers. Sa-gang blurts out, grabbing Chelosum's hand to defend Chu. It's true, Kui-sign saved many Slazers from death. As a veteran, I thought you'd understand our duties change depending on the client's needs. The old man is left speechless, but he can't just let it go. Burning with impatience, Chelosum demands to know what they've done. Are you two finished? What did you do with that gangster? Cheolsu replies flatly, I subdued him in self-defense and tied him up. Chelosum just clicks his tongue. So, you didn't handle it cleanly. Still, it means you're free to head back now. He desperately wants them out of there. Just go. This place is about to become a sea of Zero. We need to leave before disaster strikes. Sa-gang and Cheolsu just stare, confused. He grabs his radio, ready to make the call. I'll tell Y to send an executioner, or maybe just a ride for us. Cheolsu immediately blocks the radio. They stare each other down, the air thick with tension. Chelosum's voice drops. Don't be reckless, kid. This is way over your head. But he just repeats, I have to go. Old man. It's too late. Chelosum finally snaps, screaming, Stop being so damn stubborn. It's not too late. I'm an A-rank Slazer, remember? I can vouch for you and clean this whole mess up. Hearing that, something clicks inside Chu. He remembers his comrades. His voice is firm. They are still waiting for me. Cheolsu's eyes fill with a deep sadness. And then, Cheolsu begins to speak from the heart. Do you remember how much I wanted a home? Do you have any idea how badly? He scoffs. I'm a fool who never even finished middle school, so I'm slow. In that desperate situation, I left Busan and became a slazer, a professional zombie killer. He remembers getting beaten to a pulp, then getting a shovel smashed into his face. Chu survived countless life-or-death battles before he finally understood why he craved a home. He flashes back to the warmth of his small family. That's why my mom waited for us after school, and where I waited for my dad after work. A home is where family waits for each other. He tries to make Cheolsu understand. Old man, you said your goal was to make your family human again. That means you have people waiting for you too. In Cheolsu's mind, an old promise echoes. Dad will be there soon. Just stay put. Cheolsu's voice cracks with both regret and fury. We didn't lose our homes. We lost the people we love. This damn zombie apocalypse stole them from us. He can't abandon anyone again. And now, I have comrades who are waiting for me. He tells Cheolsu with absolute certainty he sees them as family, and this time, he refuses to lose them. Hearing this, the old man bows his head, then gives his final answer. I can't go with you. If I become an accomplice to this coup, there will be no one left to protect the Slazers. In the end, he offers Chu a compromise. All right, you have 1 hour to handle your business and get back here. I can't protect your new family, but I can get you home safely. Cheolsu then adds a cryptic test. A challenge. If you find someone tied up with a fishing line, you should set him free. Then he turns to Sagang. What about you, kid? The girl glares back, confused. Kid? Cheolsu then entrusts Cheolsu to her. Take good care of him. Meanwhile, on a nearby cliff, Lim Wang-tek scans the area. Bodies are strewn everywhere. His entire body freezes like stone. June is dead. Sari is gone too. He stares, completely unable to accept the brutal reality in front of him. Cheolsu's words from the past echo in his mind. You're about to see hell. And now, that hell is laid bare before his very eyes. The pain becomes too much, and he screams into the night. Looking down at the bodies, his heart feels like it's being ripped apart. His eyes are wide with shock, refusing to believe this is how their day ended. These were the people who trusted him and followed him. A memory surfaces of the day he first led them. They all obeyed his orders without question. Each one of them, full of fighting spirit, stood at attention. They were people who would trade a peaceful life to die for their ideals. But now, back in reality, all he sees are their lifeless bodies. The laughter from yesterday is gone forever. He thinks in agony how these heroic people sacrificed everything only to be left here like piles of trash. Among them were fathers, mothers, the pillars of their families, and now they lie cold on the ground, their eyes staring into nothing. He sees his close brothers too. Their bodies are riddled with countless bullet holes. They were someone's children, who once lived happily with their families. Now they've died horribly, mutilated beyond recognition. They were his loyal subordinates. His eyes drift over each corpse, from John Gunn and Sari to all the others. Every single one of them had been treated with unimaginable cruelty. Lim Wang-tek breaks, screaming in despair. They're just lying there, dead like a pile of garbage. Nearby, Jan, hiding in the bushes, hears a familiar sound. A spark of hope ignites. The major? He quickly crawls out from his hiding spot. Jan doesn't hesitate, scrambling towards Lim Wang-tek and stammering his name. Major? Tears stream down his face, his voice choked with sobs and guilt. It's a disgrace. The three of us tried to stop it. But Lim Wang-tek seems to have regained his composure. His voice is cold, hard as steel. Stop crying. Save your tears. You'll need them for our comrades' funerals. The few other survivors see him and are flooded with relief, helping each other out of hiding. It's the major. He's here. He always finds a way to save us. This time will be no different. Lim Wang-tek stands tall before them, his command sharp. Situation report. A wounded soldier struggles to his feet. Report, sir. The Ministry of Defense released a Class A mutant to create chaos and wipe out our main forces. We were distracted trying to contain it. As he speaks, the soldier grinds his teeth in fury. Most of the Slada, including the commander, were killed. We might be the last ones left. With our remaining strength, we can't stop either side. We are truly sorry, sir. Hearing this, Lim Wang-tek just feels the immense weight of his own failure crushing him. It was all his fault, his arrogance in believing he could wipe out this corrupt government on his own. He finally speaks. Everyone, listen to me. The team just stares back, their eyes wide with shock. Find a place to hide. If I die, take my body back to Busan. That is an order. Lim Wang Tek grits his teeth and continues. That mutant and the bastards from the Ministry of Defense started this insane war. I'll finish them all, and then I'll disappear. With that, he turns and walks off, calling back over his shoulder. Thank you for following a flawed man like me. Jang panics, rushing forward to grab his arm. Major, sir, the kid is an absolute mess. Tears and snot everywhere as he sobs, looking at Lim Wang Tek. What are you even saying? And then, a horrible realization dawns on January. He sees that Lim Wang Tek simply can't hold it together anymore. He tries to swallow his tears, but they fall anyway. Lim Wang Tek clenches his jaw, his entire body shaking violently. Memories flood his mind, old photos of his squad, of the smiling comrades who fought and died by his side. They followed him back then, too, and all met a tragic end. The despair is tearing Lim Wang Tek apart. Is everyone who trusts him doomed to die? His eyes suddenly lock onto Joe Gun, and he calls his name with grim intensity. He steps closer, looking the man dead in the eye, and says sincerely, "You've always been the one quietly protecting me. I have one important favor to ask you." Thinking of the suicide mission ahead, Lim Wang Tek's voice is low and desperate. "While I'm holding that thing off, you will go get the remaining staff and rescue the engineers trapped in the nuclear plant," he adds with emphasis. "And you must survive. I'm counting on you." Hearing words that sound more like a last will than an order, Joe Gun is completely lost. He looks at his commander, his face crumbling with fear. Finally, Jan lets go, accepting the command. Lim Wang Tek's voice is hoarse with emotion. "I am truly grateful to all of you." The words are barely out of his mouth when Lim Wang Tek slams his foot down, launching forward with eyes burning with resolve. Just then, the ancient Roman soldier appears, its every step shaking the earth. It growls a single murderous phrase, "War, total war." In a flash, Lim Wang Tek is right on top of the creature. The ancient Roman soldier immediately swings its arm high, its eyes glowing red with fury as it attacks. The sharp spear lunges, but thankfully Lim Wang Tek raises his sword just in time to block. The monster uses its immense strength to press the spear down, sparks flying as it grinds against his blade. Lim Wang Tek grits his teeth, pushing back with all his might while drawing a pistol. Without hesitation, he pulls the trigger and fires point blank. The bullet slams into the soldier's armored mask, clearly annoying it as its teeth grind loudly. Instantly, it swings its massive shield toward Lim Wang Tek, forcing him to lean back and dodge the blow by a mere inch. Lim Wang Tek plants a hand on the ground for support, his body dropping nearly parallel to the floor to slide under the deadly attack. Seizing the opportunity, Lim Wang Tek delivers a powerful kick that sends the giant staggering, then uses the momentum to perform a perfect backflip. The Roman soldier seems genuinely surprised by his prey's agility as Lim Wang Tek lands safely. He crouches low, his sharp eyes assessing the fight. Seeing this, the monster only grows more furious, charging forward like a savage beast. Lim Wang Tek focuses, tracking its every move and raising his sword to counter. But the creature's speed is terrifying. The spear flashes out, shattering his sword into a million pieces. Now unarmed, Lim Wang Tek somehow keeps his cool, raising his pistol to fire back. But the Roman soldier gives him zero chance, its spear slashing out and slicing the gun clean from his hand. Now, in a hopeless situation, Lim Wang Tek feels a surge of dread, remembering his old belief that war was necessary to protect the people. But before he can even finish the thought, the heavy shield slams viciously into his side. The blow to his abdomen sends agony through him. In that helpless moment, he thinks, "I've never been able to protect a single thing in my life." Lim Wang Tek is sent flying, crashing hard into the ground with a massive boom as smoke and dust erupt everywhere. As the smoke clears, his body is revealed, lying completely motionless. He stares up at the sky, his eyes filled with absolute despair. He thinks in agony, "I knew how to start this war, but I have no idea how to end it." The colossal figure of the Roman soldier looms over him, raising its spear high and aiming it right at Lim Wang Tek's heart. Seeing this, he simply closes his eyes and gives up, waiting for death to claim him. Damn it, it's over. But strangely, after a few moments pass, he still feels no pain. Lim Wang Tek cautiously opens his eyes. Before him, an unfamiliar weapon has blocked the monster's devastating attack. A low, sarcastic voice rings out. "The Major is quite the comedian, isn't he? You beat one guy, Jang Duk Chu, and suddenly you think you can pull this off?" It was Kim Cheolsu arriving just in time. He grunts, straining under the incredible weight. Kim Cheolsu glares at Lim Wang-tek and yells, "Is this that grand ideal you're always talking about, giving up to some mutant?" Suddenly, a brilliant purple light zips in from the side. It's Sajang, her small frame putting every ounce of strength into a deadly slash against the enemy. She frowns, her tone dripping with disappointment. "Seriously? The civilians are out here fighting for their lives, and you soldiers are just lying around." Hit by the surprise attack, the Roman soldier stumbles. At that moment, a long-bodied monster with sharp teeth lunges out for a sneak attack. Bang! A single gunshot rings out, and the monster explodes into pieces. Chunks of slimy flesh rain down on the ground. From the trees, a whole new group emerges. "You two handled that pretty quick," Jingu says as he walks out. Lim Wang-tek just stares back at them, completely dumbfounded. Jingu puts a hand on his hip, wiping away sweat before saying seriously, "Don't worry about the zombies from the Ministry of Defense. We cleaned them all up, including the guy who released the mutant." Lim Wang-tek is absolutely stunned by the sight, asking in disbelief, "No way, weren't you all supposed to be dead?" Kim Cheolsu scowls, snapping back in frustration. "Dead? What are you talking about?" "Yeah, we almost died, but no way we're kicking the bucket in a dump like this. The contract's not done and we haven't been paid, so we're not allowed to die yet. We have to get to Busan, right?" Lim Wang-tek asks, surprised. "A contract?" Looking at Kwang Teach, Kim Cheolsu declared, "I still have to get you and the surviving soldiers home. Wasn't that part of our contract?" A memory instantly floods back. He remembers what Kim Cheolsu said before, that when this was all over, the Sacers would escort everyone safely back to Busan. Kim Cheolsu holds out his hand, ready to leave this mess behind. He lowers himself, his gaze locked firmly on Kwang Teach, and says, "That's a promise. You and your men. We're all going home together." Moved by his unwavering resolve, Kwang Teach freezes for a second before a small, relieved smile forms on his lips. He quickly grabs Kim Cheolsu's hand, pulling himself up, and replies firmly, "All right, let's go home." The scene then shifts to a closed-off secret room where a crowd is hiding. The sound of the door opening sends a wave of panic through them all. Johann Gan enters, helping a wounded soldier, and quickly reassures them, "Engineers, we will begin restoring the nuclear plant as quickly and safely as possible." Hearing that, everyone lets out a collective sigh of relief and begins to file out. One engineer, still worried, approaches the soldier and asks quietly, "I heard gunshots. Who won the battle?" The soldier hesitates for a moment, then answers grimly, "No one won. Our side and the government forces both suffered heavy casualties. Right now, Lim Guangtuk is risking his life to stop an A-rank variant the government released." At this news, the engineer's heart sinks. Did the revolution really fail? Didn't you say that if you failed, the nuclear power plant would overload and explode? Was the bomb just a fake to fool the Ministry of Defense spies? Johann Gan calmly steps in to explain. "From the very beginning, we never had any intention of harming the survivors in Busan." He looks at the engineers with an apologetic expression. "We're sorry for causing you all so much distress. But once this war is over, we promise to find the safest route to get every single one of you back to Busan." The crowd is stunned, deeply moved, but there's still one other crucial matter. Johann Gan lifts his head, his voice like steel. "Our revolution has not failed. Today, most of the soldiers who willingly served as the government's hunting dogs paid the ultimate price right here." Seeing the hesitation on their faces, he continues, "When you return to Busan, you will feel the change immediately. The people who were threatened by knives and batons will finally be freed from the chains of oppression. We have ignited a revolution to change this cruel world, even in the worst-case scenario." The soldiers standing nearby nod in unison, reassuring the civilians. Finally, Johann Gan declares, "Our last mission is to prove we are not terrorists, but protectors who will re-equip this nuclear plant for future generations." Hearing this, the engineers can't hide their astonishment. They turn to each other, their eyes filled with a newfound hope. The soldiers also maintain their solemn expressions, looking up. Before them, the first light of dawn is breaking. From this moment on, a new sun will rise over this country. But the scene cuts back to the brutal reality, where our heroes are standing like stone, braced to face the ancient Roman soldier. As an A-rank Sacer and their top defender, Kwang Teach reaches down, picking up a rifle from a heroically fallen soldier. Now, fully armed, his eyes are more determined than ever. Even though they're just rookies, the two B-rank Sacers who took down an A-ranker, Kim Cheolsu and Sagang, are also gripping their weapons, eyes locked on the enemy. Kwang Tich glances over at Jingu, a C-plus rank with sharp situational judgment. He then looks to Pedro, another C-plus rank known for his incredible endurance. Forged through countless hardships, every single one of them is here, ready to fight side by side. Kwang Tich's breath becomes unsteady, his gaze fixed on the distance as a single thought runs through his mind. If they don't have a plan to capture this A-rank variant, the outcome is already decided. But the real worry is whether the survivors can even hold on any longer. Even the A-rank Slazer has burned through his energy after non-stop fighting. Kim Cheolsu grimaces at a fresh bullet wound, while another B-ranker was shot right in the stomach. Sagang, who was already injured from the last battle, is now covered in bruises. The whole team is gasping for air, completely exhausted from the crushing pressure of battle after battle, their energy almost totally depleted. But in complete contrast, the A-rank variant glares with ferocious eyes, letting out a threatening growl. He just stares, sizing up the prey before him. This ancient Roman soldier was once imprisoned in a giant steel cube, under constant, heavy guard. Now, tasting freedom for the first time in 10 long years, he's at his absolute peak, ready to revel in a feeling he's never known. With a crazed look in his eyes, he roars out a single word, war. In a flash, he stomps the ground and launches forward like an arrow, thrusting his spear straight at Kwang Tich. He immediately raises his weapon to block, but the force is just monstrous, throwing him off balance and sending him stumbling backward. Right beside him, Kim Cheolsu begins to spin his rope with incredible speed, then whips it forward, lashing it straight into the enemy's body. Not giving him a moment's rest, Sagang tightens her grip on her twin axes and swings. She frowns, locks onto her target, and unleashes a lightning-fast charge. But the ancient Roman soldier reacts instantly, bringing up his shield to block it perfectly. In a blink, Pedro executes a wrestling move, lunging forward to grapple the enemy's waist. He grinds his teeth, using every ounce of his strength to hold him tight. Jingu seizes this golden opportunity and screams out the signal. Everyone swarms the ancient Roman soldier from all sides, launching a desperate group assault. But just then, the monster violently lifts its leg. Pedro frantically tightens his grip, trying with all his might to hold him down, when suddenly a brilliant, fire-like light erupts, followed by a blinding explosion. Beams of light shoot out in every direction, piercing through their bodies and sending blood flying. Kim Cheolsu, Jingu, Sagang, Pedro, and Kwang Tich, everyone watches in absolute horror. After wiping out his opponents, the ancient Roman soldier dashes forward. He drives a knee straight into Pedro's face with brutal force, sending him flying backwards before he collapses. Sagang rushes to stop him, but the Roman soldier immediately switches targets, slamming his shield into her side and dropping her to the ground. Seeing the dire situation, Cheonu grinds his teeth and whips out his chain weapon. He hurls it directly at the Roman soldier, letting the chain wrap around and tighten on his bicep. The Roman soldier doesn't even flinch. In fact, he uses the move against him, yanking the chain with terrifying strength. Cheonu is shocked, the incredible force launching him straight into the air. Manhwa watches in horror, his hands fumbling as he desperately tries to reload his gun. Even while collapsing, Manhwa manages to aim his weapon, ready to pull the trigger. But suddenly, he freezes. A quick glance to the side reveals a small monster has already bitten into his neck. Kwang Tich grimaces, grits his teeth, and lunges forward, slicing the small monster and the connecting chain to save his comrade. The force of the swing sends him tumbling to the ground. On the other side, Moon-han also hits the dirt. He clutches his wound, writhing in absolute agony. Suddenly, grotesque blood veins pop up all over his body. Moon-han completely loses control, tears and foam spewing from his mouth. Watching the gruesome scene, Kim Cheolsu is utterly horrified. Helpless on the ground, he can only watch as the man's body explodes, spraying blood everywhere. Jingu's face is a mask of pure terror, his hand gripping his weapon even tighter. In the distance, Kwang Tich is now facing the Roman soldier all alone. Cheonu's teeth grind together, the flames of hatred burning in his eyes as he charges madly toward the enemy. Kwang Tich grits his teeth and endures. Just then, Cheonu's eyes turn completely white. He roars like a wild animal, swinging his weapon in a frenzy. He immediately joins the attack, aiming his gun straight at the soldier. But their combined assault is doing nothing more than just scratching him. Suddenly, the Roman soldier lowers his head, channeling his internal energy. A barrage of sharp spikes rips through his flesh, covering his entire body. The Roman soldier roars a single word: war. Instantly, a violent storm erupts around him, forcing Cheonu to struggle just to shield his face. Seeing this, Kwang Tich immediately prepares himself, quickly backing away to brace for the impact. This situation has gotten way out of hand. He then realizes his blade is severely chipped, almost broken in two. They both stand frozen, eyes locked on the imposing soldier before them. In that moment, he glances at his partner. Cheonu looks completely drained of energy, gasping desperately for air. Kwang Tich looks back, assessing the grim situation. Sagang is covered in wounds, while Pedro lies motionless. The comrades who fought beside them moments ago are now just cold bodies on the ground. His face darkens, a deep sense of dread rising within him as he realizes this is beyond their limits. Kwang Tik stares at the soldier, analyzing him closely. His outer armor seems like wax, growing harder and tougher as it adapts to the battle, allowing its wounds to heal over time. He silently calculates his next move. To take down this monstrous mutation, they need overwhelming firepower, or they have to pin the soldier down and hit him with a lightning-fast blow, giving him no time to heal. But right now, they have no one and no weapon strong enough to do that. Kwang Tik's mind races, desperately searching for a way out. If this keeps up, more people will fall and more will die. He suddenly remembers his duty that some jobs are dirty and someone has to do them, and that someone is the commander. Thinking this, he lets out a long sigh, the one to inherit my will. He places a hand on Cheonu's shoulder. Suddenly, Kwang Tich shoves Cheonu backwards with all his might. I hope that's still you. Now survive. The action leaves his comrade momentarily stunned. Kwang Tich glances back, his voice firm. You have to survive. With that, he charges forward, slashing wildly at the enemy. His sword slams against the Roman soldier's steel-like shield. Immediately after, he kicks off the ground and leaps away. Kwang Tik jumps high and delivers a powerful kick to the soldier's body. The beast stumbles back, dropping to one knee to keep its balance. He lands softly on both feet. Suddenly, Kwang Tik unbuckles his belt. For some reason, he ties it tightly around his own neck. He reaches into his pocket, his voice filled with killing intent. This monster. Kwang Tik pulls out a syringe and, without hesitation, stabs it into his own body while glaring at his foe. I have to pay it back in kind. The second the fluid is injected, his heart seems to stop for a moment. Kwang Tik's eyes fly open as intense pain washes over him, forcing tears to stream down his face. That liquid flows slowly, seeping into every single one of his blood vessels. Before long, it is spread through his entire body. He screams in agony, his cries echoing across the sky. Watching this, Cheonu stands frozen, jaw agape, breaking out in a cold sweat. Both of them are completely stunned. At that moment, his eyes begin to change, glowing with an unnatural light. Suddenly, old memories come flooding back. A notice board displays the list of accepted candidates. A younger version of him stares at it intently, his eyes shining with absolute joy. I once attended the officer academy. In the years that followed, he joined the military, though the reasons weren't anything special. Kwang Tich had studied tirelessly day and night to get into that academy. It was as simple as that. He spent his days running to build his stamina and his nights studying under a lamp. Every day passed in the same repetitive cycle. He sits quietly, staring at an application form on his computer screen. Back then, as a student, I planned to serve the country for a while before returning to civilian life. Time flew by, and in a flash, it was the graduation ceremony. Kwang Tik stands at attention, giving a sharp salute. To me, the duty to protect my country or the military spirit once meant nothing at all. That was until he met Deong Song, the girl who smiled gently at him, and his comrades like Sergeant Kim, Dong, and all the others. Seeing everyone again, John Gan, Cheo Nu, it's like he's been snapped back to the present reality. And just like that, countless tendrils of slime ooze out, slithering all around his body. A wave of regret washes over Kim Cheolsu as he stares in horror. He'd accept anything except not seeing his friends again. Jingu breaks out in a cold sweat, frozen to the spot. But deep down, Kim Cheolsu knew this day would come. In that moment, Lim Guangtak's entire body changes, his physical structure transforming into something that looks just like an ancient Roman soldier. He speaks in a low tone. Forget everything else. This is the path you have to walk now. And yeah, he's talking to Kim Cheolsu. Kim Cheolsu's eyes fly open, his shocked gaze screaming, "What happened to you?" But Lim Guangtak's voice cuts through, cold as ice. "Turn your face away. I'm begging you." He drops to one knee, bracing for the attack. The Roman soldier lets out a maddened roar. "I've secured my neck," Lim Guangtak thinks. "I have to stop this mutation from reaching my brain." So that's why Lim Guangtak was acting so strange. He probably only has about 10 minutes to hold this back at most. He stomps hard, launching himself into the air. In this brutal, desperate fight, the only thing he can do is battle on. Lim Guangtek grinds his teeth and charges headfirst toward his opponent. The Roman soldier, however, remains eerily calm, standing like a stone statue. And then, they both strike. A deafening explosion rips through the forest, unleashing a violent storm of wind. The monster snarls in fury, its eyes blazing as it glares at Lim Guangtak. Lim Guangtak strains his eyes, desperately searching for a fatal weakness. It's an even fight, a brutal clash where neither side is willing to give an inch. Pedro's group watches with their hearts in their throats as Lim Guangtek thrusts his weapon forward, but the Roman soldier parries it with its thick shield. Sagang furrows his brow, not daring to look away from the life-or-death struggle. Just then, the soldier lunges with its spear, but luckily Lim Guangtek's reflexes are insane. He dodges by a hair's breadth. They clash like wild animals, trading deadly blows in a swirling vortex of dust and wind. Kim Cheolsu shields his face, squinting to see what's happening. He knows he has to deal with this variant and get everyone back to the Busan wall safely. That is his final responsibility. Lim Guangtek grits his teeth, his eyes burning with resolve. Has he ever truly taken responsibility for someone before this moment? He suddenly remembers the comrades who died tragically because of him. Lim Guangtek freezes for a second, then his mind is made up. That's right. Let this be the first and the very last responsibility of my life. Suddenly, his pupils vanish, his eyes turning pure white. Lim Guangtek clenches his jaw, pouring every last bit of strength into one final charge. The Roman soldier looks genuinely shocked, and before it can react, Lim Guangtek swings his weapon straight for its neck. The sharp blade sinks deep into the creature's throat, and fresh blood begins to gush out everywhere. But then, the blade just stops, unable to cut any deeper. At that very moment, the soldier moves, stunning Lim Guangtek. In a flash, it stands firm, and with one swing of its spear, it slices clean through Lim Guangtek's arm. Lim Guangtek is horrified. The creature immediately spins its sharp spear and thrusts it directly through his body. Critically wounded, Lim Guangtek coughs up blood from the agony. The monster twists the weapon mercilessly, leaving him completely exhausted and slumped over. The ancient Roman soldier looks down at its prey with pure excitement and roars a single word: war. But suddenly, an invisible force seems to stop it cold. Its arm freezes in midair. It has no idea what's going on. At the same time, Lim Guangtek's eyes have lost all trace of reason. He grits his teeth and leans forward as horrifying slime crawls from his body, wrapping around the Roman soldier's spear like tentacles. Realizing something is terribly wrong, the creature tries to pull its spear back. But it's too late, the weapon is held fast. The Roman soldier's face twists in utter shock. Lim Guangtek's severed arm has just morphed into a cannon aimed right at its face, and it fires a massive blast of energy. The ancient Roman soldier takes the full force of the blast and gets sent flying backward. It looks up in total disbelief, but before it can even recover, Lim Guangtek's fist is already smashing right into its face. He follows up with another immense surge of power, hammering the creature's head. The soldier roars in fury, clenching its teeth as it leaps up to counter, but then it freezes, a look of pure shock on its face. Because down below, Kim Cheolsu is there, full of fighting spirit, his weapon pinning the monster's leg to the ground. He grits his teeth, using all of his strength to hold the enemy down. But the monster refuses to submit, struggling and thrashing violently. Lim Guangtek sees this and panics for a split second before regaining his calm, seizing the precious opportunity to focus all his power into his hand. Lim Guangtek lets out a world-shaking roar, his eyes a terrifying white as strange fragments are pulled together. They shoot forward, completely shattering one side of the enemy's head. Kim Cheolsu uses the opening to drive his own weapon deeper into the target. At the same time, Lim Guangtek unleashes another massive energy blast to finish it off. Suddenly, Kim Cheolsu places a hand on his shoulder and says in a low voice, "Stop." He looks his comrade in the eye. It's over. They both stand there in silence. In front of them, the ancient Roman soldier has been completely burned to ash. A blue flame consumed it so fiercely, not even its head remains. Lim Guangtek breathes heavily, staring at the scene. Kim Cheolsu watches him quietly, his face filled with anxiety. And then, Lim Guangtek lets out a cold laugh, his voice becoming terrifying. Over? What do you mean, over? Hearing that, Pedro and Jingu get a terrible feeling. They stare at him, shouting a warning, "There's a zombie right in front of you!" Sagang also frowns, completely bewildered. Lim Guangtaik looks down at the ground and says, seriously, for this to end, you have to finish me. Kim Cheolsu is absolutely horrified. What? Lim Guangtaik's voice is grim as he repeats himself, his eyes locked on the weapon in Kim Cheolsu's hands. You are the last one. Kim Cheolsu flinches, his face a mess of confusion. Lim Guangtaik looks up at him with pure, heartbreaking sincerity. To him, Kim Cheolsu is the last friend, the last comrade he will ever meet in this life. That's why you have to be the one to end me. Hearing those final words, Kim Cheolsu freezes, his brow furrowed in turmoil. Even though Kim Cheolsu isn't exactly a genius, he knows exactly what Lim Guangtaik is asking. My lips trembled, words failing me. Lim Guangtaik was asking for a cruel favor, the shovel in his hands glinting coldly. Why was he forcing me to do something so horrible? Panicked, I frantically looked to my comrades for help, but Jingu's face darkened as he shook his head fiercely, trying to stop this madness. Slime crawled up the shovel, wrapping tight around the handle. He lifted it, clutching it to his chest as he strode right toward me. Guangtae was fighting the transformation with every last shred of his sanity, his eyes pleading with me. I was terrified, my face drained of all color. He was asking me to free him before he completely turned into a monster. I just stared at Guangtae, my mind a swirling mess of chaos. In the government's eyes, Lim Guangtae was a coup leader. If I took him out right now, all of us slayers would be granted a full pardon. I thought of the peaceful days from before, the seductive image of returning to a normal life inside the Busan wall. I winced, a cold sweat breaking out all over me. In other words, trampling over everything and ignoring this coup was my only way to survive. A memory flashed in my mind of my older brother, who once made the exact same choice. I was just a kid back then, staring blankly at my brother. I was too young to understand or do anything, so I just enjoyed the peace he provided. While my brother broke his back, carrying heavy loads, scraping together every last coin, working himself to exhaustion, right up until his death. I remember his eyes growing distant. I couldn't believe the person on that gurney being wheeled away was really my brother. He had turned into an actual undead. And the one thing my brother left behind for me was this very shovel. I had survived before because someone else died. But now, right in front of me, Guangtae was offering me the same shovel, forcing that same tragedy to repeat itself. I was terrified, refusing with everything I had. I can't do it. I don't want to do something this cruel. Guangtae resolutely pushed the shovel handle forward, his gaze as hard as steel. You have to. It's the only way for everyone to survive, and it will help me leave something meaningful behind. I waved my hands frantically, pushing back. I understand what you're saying, but I won't do it. I don't care who it is or what other slayers are involved. Even if I can be heartless, we've only been fighting together for a few short days. But I remember when I first met Guangtae, he was an incredibly arrogant man. He was always criticizing his subordinates, pointing out every single mistake. How could I possibly kill someone I know, just for a chance to live? We'd thrown our arms around each other's shoulders and laughed together. We'd faced death side by side through so much danger. I squeezed my eyes shut, shaking my head over and over. I can't do it. I absolutely will not, damn it. Suddenly, Guangtae lowered his voice. Don't you understand? That's exactly why I'm asking you to do it. Kim Cheolsu. From the very first time we met, you have never once disappointed me. Hearing those words from his heart just threw me into more confusion. I remembered his fierce expression the first time we met. When I first saw you, he said, you were defending the fortress wall all by yourself. I remembered my face, caked in blood, looking up at him defiantly. You single-handedly stopped a B-rank mutant and a B-rank slayer, he continued, recalling how on the road to Anzin, I had given my all to protect every member of the team. After everything was over, I just remember slumping onto a chair, letting out a heavy, weary sigh. What I mean is, you've already given everything you have. Guangtae clutched the shovel tightly, stepping closer and insisting, it can only be you. My mind flashed to that treacherous lieutenant how even the soldiers sworn to protect people were only looking out for themselves. That officer's sinister eyes reflected a cruel world, one where they would cross any moral line. And I remembered my own naive sense of justice, telling them we should help those people so they wouldn't lose their homes. I even lied, saying I'd overslept and didn't hear the zombie attack as an excuse. Guangtae looked at me gently then and smiled in relief. I wondered if he thought I was a fool, but that fool has managed to stay alive until now. What I mean is, you must never cross the line of being human. His words felt like an impossible choice, and sweat poured down my face as I struggled with them. Suddenly, Guangtae's body seized up violently. I jumped back, watching in horror as his frame convulsed. Then he choked, spitting up mouthfuls of blood. He knew his time was up. He lunged forward, thrusting the shovel at me, his face demanding that I do it. Now. His voice turned grave. In this operation, the army is going to suffer heavy, devastating losses. Guangtae had foreseen a brutal massacre, with bodies littering the streets. The government would be powerless to stop the overwhelming panic among the people. This whole unjust system, this regime, it's probably going to collapse because the power that holds it together is gone. Guangtae's thoughts turned to the government's fall and the chaos that would follow. So many slayers would rush in to fill that power vacuum. When that time comes, the A-rank slayers holding all the power will become a force even greater than the politicians. He glanced at the rookies stepping forward, declaring that they would rise as the new hope for this era. Then his eyes locked onto me, a heavy gaze, as if entrusting me with that very duty. Among them, Captain, you must take the lead, become a powerful leader, one who can take down 2 A-rank mutants at once. I stared at him, stunned, as if listening to his last will and testament. Save everyone. Do the things that I no longer have the strength to do. If it's you, I'm sure you can achieve it. I scowled, lowering my head and grinding out a reply. But you told me to survive, and now you're ordering me to kill you? I don't freaking like it, but if this is a transaction. Nearby, Jingu watched me, his eyes filled with anxious dread. If this is the only way to save the others, the burden you want to leave behind. Pedro and Sagang were silent too, their conflicted eyes fixed on us. My hands trembled as I gripped the cold shovel handle. Instantly, Guangtae dropped to his knees, calmly bowing his head, waiting for me to end his life. Suddenly, I yelled out one last question. What did you really come here to accomplish in the first place? I stopped dead in my tracks, my mind racing as a memory suddenly surfaced of me, saluting the flag with solemn pride. I looked to the sky, as if the answer was already there. And of course it was. A vast blue sky, with the Korean flag waving proudly in the wind. All for a world where the strong protect the weak. A content, proud smile formed on my lips. I lived my life true to the sacred oath I swore on that very day. The scene shifts to the end of the Salamander campaign. Towering factories appear on screen. The repairs on the Anzin nuclear power plant were finally complete. Duangan lay motionless on the cold earth, alongside his fallen comrades from the Ministry of Defense. 17 lives lost in total. So D died without ever closing his eyes. Amidst countless bodies littering the brutal battlefield, 83 civilian S-class hunters were dead or missing. The A-rank, Jiang Duke Chu, who was tied to a tree, had mysteriously vanished. The ancient Roman soldiers were defeated, and the A-rank mutant was officially exterminated. Quang Tich's body lay there, unmoving. Lim Guangtae, an A-rank hunter, and the A-rank mutant were both officially gone for good. The sky slowly turned a brilliant, burning crimson. After this battle, all military operations under the Busan Provisional Government came to a complete halt. Kim Cheolsu's group of 4 walked on, their journey now unburdened. They walked toward the helicopter as Chilom stood at the door, watching their every move. The air hung heavy, draped in a suffocating silence. Everyone's head was bowed as they trudged forward. While making room for them, he saw Cheonu clutching a white bundle in his arms. Chilom glanced at it, confused, and finally spoke. What is that you're carrying so carefully? Kim Cheolsu paused for a moment. He tightened his grip on the cloth and answered in a low voice. It's my luggage. The man just watched him in silence. Kim Cheolsu then added solemnly, From now on, I will always carry it with me. The helicopter quickly lifted off, leaving that place behind. Pedro and Jingu collapsed into their seats, leaning their heads back in complete exhaustion. Sagang sat in a daze, her face deep in thought, while Kim Cheolsu still held that cloth bag tightly. Suddenly, her head snapped toward him, her gaze sharp with suspicion and caution. Sagang gently placed her hand on his, sharing a little warmth. He looked up at her briefly, then his gaze fell again, distant and empty. He glanced over, seeing the sadness in her eyes. Her hand remained there, as if trying to soothe his pain. She shot a worried look at Kim Cheolsu, who simply lowered his head, his brow tightly furrowed. Too many people had to log out for good. Gorgon, sorry, all the comrades they fought alongside were now lying cold, and he himself had taken care of so many people. The bodies of the slaughtered soldiers were scattered everywhere. But the worst part of this war was the loss of their commander, Guangsok. Kim Cheolsu sat on a mountain of piled-up corpses, but what he had won felt like nothing. For the first time, Kim Cheolsu felt disgusted by his own work. Kim Cheolsu was busy counting the money, but he only felt more ashamed of his own poverty, of the constant, desperate worry over every meal and piece of clothing. Couldn't he just let everything go? This situation couldn't continue, but now he was stuck too deep in this mire, and the burden on his shoulders just kept piling up. Kim Cheolsu covered his face in agony and broke down into heart-wrenching sobs. A little while later, the helicopter landed on the field. The four of them walked down in a line. The three behind him immediately stepped aside, waiting for him to emerge. As Kim Cheolsu set foot on the ground, he suddenly looked up, surprised. Soldiers with grieving faces were staring intently at him. Kim Cheolsu hurried over and asked, "Haven't you all gone home yet?" Jingu glanced around and said in a serious tone, "If this is about the commission fee, we will negotiate with the Ministry of Defense, so you don't have to worry. We don't know if we'll get the full amount, but we will try to get the highest percentage possible." Abruptly, all of them bowed their heads in unison. One man spoke in a low voice. "We may have chosen this zombie-killing job, blinded by money, but we still have a conscience." The others chimed in, expressing their own feelings. "That's right. We only survived because of you. At the very least, we must offer our sincere thanks. Please negotiate with the ministry. Let us know the amount. It's nothing compared to our lives." All of them bowed their heads low and shouted together, "We thank you all so much." Kim Cheolsu looked at them and replied softly, "First, let's all go back and rest. You've all worked so hard these past few days." They immediately called back, "Please contact us anytime. Even though we've grown to hate this job, we would really like to work with you all again one more time." "Me too. When you're free, let's go out for a big round of drinks." Jingu raised his milk box for a sip, his face thoughtful as he answered, "We'll probably be seeing each other again soon anyway. After all, in a few days, the Ministry of Defense will summon you as witnesses." Just then, Pedro looked at Kim Cheolsu and spoke seriously. "You're the one who went through the most. When your body has recovered, let's get in touch." Sarang shyly bowed her head and spoke hesitantly. "Hey," she said, her voice full of worried encouragement. "Don't be so down. I always thought you were the one who fought the hardest and with the most passion. Even Lim Guangtek said so." She suddenly froze, biting her lip. Sarang then rushed forward and threw her arms around him. She whispered, her voice choked with emotion, "Please hang in there. And also, I'm sorry." Then Sarang, completely embarrassed, quickly turned and ran away, leaving Kim Cheolsu standing there, too stunned to understand what just happened. Just then, Moonhan walked in from outside. He glanced at him. "That kid seems to have matured a lot. Look at her now, actually thinking about her comrades." Kim Cheolsu frowned, his expression grim and serious as he replied, "I don't want any more comrades. I'm already too busy dealing with people in this crazy world." The older man's eyes immediately narrowed as he spoke in a low voice. "You might not understand now, but you'll realize it soon enough. People don't just follow you because you like them or abandon you because you hate them." Moonhan turned slightly, gesturing. "First, let's head down. We need to get your injuries treated, and we also have to take Lim Guangtek to the Ministry of Defense." The vast city of Korea spread out before them. There was a lot to do to be able to enjoy this fresh air. Kim Cheolsu and another man were sitting before high-ranking military officers. The survivors of the Anjin battle went through an interrogation about the slayers the very next day, but calling it an interrogation was generous. The men were aggressive, constantly pointing and jabbing their fingers. It looked more like a hearing to determine whether or not a person accepted Lim Guangtek's version of events. A spring rain of accusations from those two men showered down on his face. Kim Cheolsu sat there listening, struggling with all his might to suppress his rising anger. Kim Cheolsu followed the advice of his lawyer from the Cheoyang firm. As the lawyer placed a hand on his shoulder, he testified that he had cooperated with the government forces and had personally dealt with Lim Guangtek. The lawyer grabbed his hand and placed it over his heart, swearing a heartfelt oath that made Kim Cheolsu visibly uncomfortable. The Ministry of Defense was in a state where it couldn't maintain security in Busan with its troops alone. The uneven troop deployment chart revealed the Ministry of Defense's current personnel shortage. The incident at the Anjin nuclear power plant had cost the army many lives. This meant they had announced Lim Guangtek's coup as soon as dawn broke. And to calm the chaos among Busan citizens and ensure safety there, helicopters relentlessly dropped news bulletins from above. They announced through the press the existence of slayers, something previously unknown to ordinary citizens. The provisional government and the Ministry of Defense had officially acknowledged the existence of the slayers, professional zombie hunters, and were negotiating to ensure Busan's safety. On stage, they mentioned Major Lin Kwang-tich, the man who triggered the coup, the one who took down an A-rank variant. Chu steps onto the podium. This Kim Cheolsu has become the center of attention, a brilliant new rookie. The soldiers erupt in thunderous applause for him, but Chu's face remains unchanged, his cold eyes scanning the crowd. It was a disgusting setup, but Kim Chun-soo, the man who crushed the coup, got his face plastered on the news. He was now a certified A-rank Kim Cheolsu, and with the government's guarantee, this deal got him everything. First, he gained the power that comes with being an A-rank Kim Cheolsu. The news alerts just kept pouring in. This gave him access to a massive amount of information and at the same time, incredibly profitable missions. Second, the investments were absolutely spectacular. They were throwing money at him like water. The nation itself helped forge his new image as a hero, a rising Kim Cheolsu. With that kind of status, it was more than enough to stir up the greed of investors. Investors, men and women alike, knew a golden opportunity when they saw one. Because of that, tons of investors were willing to drown him in cash just to get on his good side. One investor throws open a chest overflowing with money, a triumphant smile on his face. Third, a massive boost in talent. The black and white pieces on the board were scattered everywhere. The game had completely changed. The Kim Cheolsus who fought with Chu in the Anzin campaign, and even higher-ranked ones, had their achievements completely stolen from them. An aggressive crowd now shoves their profiles at him. Please, take our resumes. Ari stands on guard, protecting Chu. The buried talents were all flocking to Kim Chu, expressing their desire to serve under him. 3 core pillars: status, money, and manpower. And when you connect the 3 corners of that triangle, what kind of monster do you create? The scene shifts to a skyscraper, the headquarters for a Kim Cheolsu company. Bam! A pair of feet kicks the door clean open. Inside, Ah-dong and her secretary Park jump in total shock. Chu strides in with a fiery aura as she stutters out, What is this?" He slams a green card down on the desk. The two of them glance down to see it's a bank card. The account holder, Kim Chun-soo. Ah, Dong picks it up with a very suspicious look. A bank account? What is this? Is he here just to show off his savings? In a flash, her jaw drops in complete and utter disbelief. Ah Dong stares at the string of numbers on the display, a terrified scream ripping from her throat. 800 billion? What on earth did you do to get this kind of money? Chun-soo just curves his lips into a smug smile. I've always wanted to do this, but I held back so it wouldn't hurt our business relationship. He then continues in an ice-cold voice. And by the way, I threw in an extra billion. She's still frozen, her face completely blank with shock. Chun-soo turns and starts to walk away, then glances back over his shoulder. I'll be taking Miss Min Ari with me. With that, he leaves, slamming the door behind him. Secretary Park looks nervously over at Ah-dong and carefully asks, is it really okay for him to take Miss Min Ari away just like that? President, the value and recognition of Kim Cheolsus has skyrocketed. Breaking a contract is nothing to them, but Ah-dong just lowers her head, her brow furrowed and her expression dark with calculation. This world is changing. Chun-soo, meanwhile, strides down the hallway full of confidence as her eyes narrow, her face deeply troubled. The world that he and I once dreamed of. How could he? The thought is cut short by a knife slamming down, slicing a fish head clean off. Ganghwa watches the two of them as she works, a meaningful smile playing on her lips. Her blade flashes with a cold light. So, you're both planning to leave the Small Business Association? The chairwoman of the Small Business Kim Cheolsu Association, an A-rank Kim Cheolsu, the matriarch Han Ganghwa. Sarang and Park Jinggu look on, absolutely terrified, swallowing hard. Ganghwa continues to slice the fish as she speaks slowly. I must say, I'm quite curious about this company that's more appealing than my association. Anyway, I won't pry for details. But it is a real shame. Before long, a plate of fresh sashimi is perfectly laid out. She smiles and gestures for them to eat. The time will come for you all to fly. For now, let's share a farewell meal together. The next scene is the holy sanctuary of Jehovah's Temple, where a crowd is gathered before a pulpit. Pedro bows respectfully to Baek Woo-eun, who motions for him to rise. After the greeting, he immediately turns to leave. Someone speaks up, asking, Patriarch, is it really all right to let Pedro go like that? After all, he's a Kim Cheolsu who did so much for the church. Another missionary chimes in with a click of his tongue. The church is expanding after the army's fall, yet he chooses to leave now. I just can't understand it at all. Someone else immediately chimes in. I've heard the rumors about that. They say the new A-rankers are all flocking to a new company. Baek Woo-eun raises a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. The crowd immediately shuts up as he lets out a sinister smile. Once a believer, always a believer. It wouldn't be so bad if he becomes our man on the inside. But that's enough discussion for now. Baek Wooin glances to the side, a look of anticipation on his face, as if he's already foreseen what's coming. Besides, things are about to get really entertaining. It'll be fun to watch. Amidst the nation's chaos, Pedro, Sarang, and Jinwoo arrive at a port filled with shipping containers. High above them, a figure's silhouette is faintly visible. Chu turns around, his gaze piercing down at them from above. And it's not just the three of them, Ari is also calmly walking toward him. What kind of revolution is he about to start? Chu stands there with an air of absolute authority, the A-rank Kim Cheolsu, demon spade Kim Chun-soo. The scene shifts to a full moon hanging overhead as a tattooed man curses in frustration. Damn it all. Yu Chun curses as he frees himself from his binds. Those damn little brats, pulling a cowardly trick like this. He staggers to his feet. First, I have to get back to the company association. And after that, we'll declare all-out war. Not far from him, a shadowy figure silently watches his every move. That person calls out his name, Kang Yu-chun, in an icy voice that makes him jump. Yu-chun whips his head around, startled, to see a man standing imposingly on the cliff above. He stares down with freezing eyes. The co-founder of the Cheongrang Company, an S-rank Kim Cheolsu. The progenitor Kim Cheolsu, Kang Seo-ho. The moment Yu-chun sees him, he screams in absolute terror. Kang Seo-ho? Why are you here? I heard a rumor that you were dead. Seo replies, his voice like ice. I was, almost. This is all your fault. You dared to leave me all alone in that living hell. Don't you have any conscience at all? Du-chun couldn't stop trembling, his face a mask of pure terror. My voice was as sharp as a blade. Is this what all you self-proclaimed survivors are like? Always selfish and vile just to stay alive. What a worthless existence. But don't worry, I don't have any personal feelings about it. Hearing that, the man shot back immediately. Then why did you suddenly show up here now? His face was a mess of frustration, cold sweat pouring down. Du-chun screamed in a panic. What the hell can you solve by haunting me now? I slowly put my hand in my pocket. That? I pulled out a syringe, staring at it. You'll find out soon enough. The scene changes. On the streets of Korea, people were still bustling about, caught up in the rhythm of their daily lives. That day was supposed to be completely normal. I was just frowning at my phone, but two things happened that flipped my entire world upside down. The screen displayed a confirmation. Congratulations, Kim Chon-min, on your acceptance to Hankook University. I shouted with joy. I got in. I was ecstatic. Such good news, I had to tell my parents right away. But suddenly, a shadow fell over me. I looked up, surprised. Of course, the second event that came crashing down made the first one feel like it never even existed. Before my eyes was a living hell. Buildings burned fiercely, planes and cars were wrecked, and people fled in a panicked frenzy. I struggled to open the door and rushed inside my house. When I got in, my whole family was armed, their faces tight with tension. The moment they realized it was me, they all broke down, overwhelmed with relief and emotion. A little later, my family gathered all our supplies, weapons still in hand, and we snuck out. We ducked into an abandoned convenience store, grabbing whatever food we could find to stock up. It wasn't until late that night that we met other survivors. We all just watched each other warily. I took the watch by the fire so the others could get some rest. In the quiet, I found myself staring at my phone again. My gaze drifted to that acceptance notification from Hankook University. But now, it was completely meaningless. Just then, a sound made me whip my head around instantly. I crept closer and carefully pulled the sleeping bag up over my little brother. A strange noise echoed from the distance. My senses went on high alert as I scanned the area, and there, in the distance, a horde of zombies was madly charging toward us. The others, hearing the chaotic sounds of the undead, quickly woke up. I yelled in panic, urging everyone to get up now. We all ran for our lives, trying to escape the frenzied pursuit of the zombie swarm. Suddenly, my father looked back in horror, his face drained of all color. My mother had stumbled and was left behind. He gritted his teeth and made a split-second decision. Dad stopped to hold them off while I protected my brother and kept running. He shouted, "Chon Min, you have to protect Cheolsu until the very end." I was stunned and looked back. Then, my father shoved my back hard. He stood there, watching us disappear into the frantic crowd, his voice cracking. "I'll see you in Busan. Chonmin, Cheolsu." My brother and I looked back in terror, tears welling up in our eyes. I was frozen for a moment. Then I clenched my jaw, shut my eyes tight, and forced myself to leave. A road sign appeared. 350 kilometers left to Busan. I waited for my parents for 3 long months in front of that wall, surviving on relief supplies and whatever I could beg for. I stood tall, holding a sign, my eyes tired but still searching. During all that time, my parents never made it to Busan. I clutched the family photo in my hand, while Cheolsu shivered from the cold inside a cardboard box. Besides waiting for them, I was forced to work myself to the bone just to survive. Seeing him like that, my heart ached with a sorrow I couldn't ignore. I never stopped trying. I desperately looked for work at construction sites. They needed buildings to replace the workforce that had been bitten, so I worked without rest. But I gritted my teeth and endured, my expression growing darker. A difficult problem had emerged. I sat at my desk while Choshu slept soundly on a mat. All of a sudden, I crumpled the paper in my hand. I had to support 2 people with money that was barely enough for one. I looked over at Choshu, my gaze turning chillingly cold. What infuriated me more than anything was how I felt myself losing it, just staring at him with wide, unfocused eyes. I'd never be able to save a single one until he grew up, and my own future would become completely bleak. Choshu slept on, completely innocent. I remembered the acceptance notification on my phone, and a deep resentment filled my heart. I should be celebrating. Congratulations, Kim Chon-min, on your acceptance. My gaze darkened. I should be going on trips, dating, enjoying a bright college life. But it was clear that if things kept on like this, I wouldn't even be able to afford a single room for myself. The words escaped my lips before I could stop them. I want to run away. I flinched, quickly clamping a hand over my mouth. This was a world where people would do anything to save themselves, where strong men robbed the weak without a second thought. An old man was abandoned by his own children, and even parents could throw away their kids, like that little boy shivering in a pile of scraps. My mind wouldn't stop. My eyes were empty, my soul torn apart. So, maybe I should just run away from here too? The next day, in a hidden corner of the city, I handed my brother a plastic bag and said gently, "Choshu, here, eat this and wait for me for a bit. I just have something urgent to do nearby." With an innocent smile, he happily took it and nodded obediently. He sat on the bench, munching on the snacks. "This bread is so good." I glanced back one last time. Then I turned and kept walking, pulling my hood down. This is for the best, I thought. From now on, I just need to live for myself. I looked towards the train station. First, I'll go as far away as possible. I'll find a newly developed residential area and get a job. I looked up at the vast sky, lost in thought. I have to go there, make money, and live a normal life. To live with my head held high, to rest sometimes, and enjoy life without hunger constantly chasing me. I slowly opened my eyes, waking up from a deep sleep. The train car was completely empty, leaving only his solitary figure. Tron Min sat there silently, his gaze dark. Just then, a security guard stepped in and said with surprise, "Hey student, this is the last stop." He looked up at the guard. "If you fell asleep, you'd better get off and catch the return trip. The train is about to depart again. Are you getting off or staying?" Suddenly he froze, unable to utter a single word. In that exact moment, a familiar voice echoed inside his head. Tron Min came the image of his father. "You must protect Chan Shu until the very end." He was stunned, realizing he had nearly forgotten that promise. The promise that their family would reunite in Busan, the vow to protect Chan Shu with his last breath. He used every ounce of strength to run back the way he came, his face a mask of anxiety. Tron Min ran, telling himself that even if his parents never returned, he could at least keep that one promise. Then, he suddenly skidded to a halt. Because right there, Chan Shu was still sitting obediently in the same spot. Despite the biting cold that wrapped around him, the boy refused to leave. He just tucked his head into his collar, waiting for his big brother. Seeing this, Tron Min was struck with absolute horror and immediately rushed over to Chan Shu, his eyes filled with guilt. Chan Shu looked up and called out softly, "Brother." Tron Min burst into tears, hugging his little brother tightly. "You idiot! You should have gone somewhere else. Why are you still waiting here?" Chan Shu just smiled innocently. "You told me to wait here. You promised you'd come back for me." Suddenly, the boy held out a bag of pastries. "I only ate half. I saved the rest for you." Tron Min froze, staring in surprise at the small bag. Tron Min's face contorted, showing clear torment and self-blame. He held his little brother tightly, and the scene shifts to a residential area late at night. Carrying his brother on his back, Tron Min whispered gently, "Chan Shu, when I save up enough money, I'll buy a small house." He gave a radiant smile. "What do you think?" Would that be okay? But the little brother on his back had already fallen asleep some time ago. Chonshu's breathing was steady and peaceful. Tron Min tilted his head slightly, smiling with affection. He then looked up, a fierce determination burning in his eyes. He vowed, "A house to protect you, and to wait for our parents to return." The scene changes to a small rustic house. Chonshu stood quietly by the window, his expression deep in thought. For a moment, his eyes turned cold and sharp. He then turned his head slightly. He looked towards a photo on the table and spoke softly, "Brother." It was a picture capturing a moment when their whole family was happy together. "I finally bought a house, just like you wanted." Chonsu's mood suddenly dropped as memories of that fateful day came flooding back. It seemed Chonshu had long guessed everything. He watched his brothers retreating back. "That was the day you planned to leave me. But even if you hadn't come back, I would never have blamed you." It turns out that on that night, when Tron Min lost control and blurted things out, he had overheard everything that this world was too harsh for anyone to live a normal life. And that's why from now on, Chonshu lifts his head, his gaze fixed on some distant point. He remembered the old days, his brother, his family. Images of needles and name tags flash by, and of this country itself. The desolate image of Kwang Teek lying dead, someone joyfully showing off an ultrasound picture. All the things that people had lost and forgotten. Scenes of people gathering together, the sound of cheerful laughter, and Ari's sad gaze from that year. I want to find all of those things again. The image of Kwang Tik kneeling at his feet, the moment he clutched the white cloth bag containing Kwang Tik's body. Chonshu slammed the photo down on the table. Next scene, a hand opens a door, a luxury car, a steady foot steps onto the ground. That's why I decided to establish a company. Now, a group of men in sharp black suits stand respectfully in 2 rows. A crowd has gathered for the event. Sarang glances at him and offers a smile. Formerly of the Small Business Association, BM rank Slazer Pedro is here with a new hairstyle, as is former Jehovah's Church C rank Slazer, missionary Choi Pedro. Ari looks at him with a bright smile. And the former manager from Choi Jiang Min's company, Ari Jinggu, speaks up with excitement. "Even if I'm just a figurehead president, I have to show some class so other companies won't dare look down on us, right?" Formerly of the Small Business Association, C rank Slazer, the Judge Park Jingu. He announces in a booming voice, "Everyone, bow to the president." The crowd immediately bows down respectfully. "Greetings, Mr. President." His eyes radiate absolute resolve. "Please support me so that everything goes smoothly." The founder of the Slazer Fan Company, Kim Chon-shu. On the map, the headquarters for Kim Chon-shu's company is located in Jina. There were quite a few reasons for choosing this location. Because the Jina Wall incident happened here before, a group of men with aggressive faces glared at him. He charged forward recklessly, and because of that, Kim Chon-shu's reputation here far exceeds other Slazers. Chon-shu had bravely faced the giant monster all by himself. Besides that, after the wall was completed, the workers and construction company reclaimed this place. They looked at the structure before them, everyone beaming with joy. It was finally finished. Those people agreed to let Kim Chon-shu rent the land and their buildings for free. The two sides stood before each other to negotiate. Chon-shu looked at the building, stunned. "There are more new buildings than I thought." Ari glanced at his flustered expression. "Plus, the location is incredible. Are they really letting us use buildings like this for free?" The project manager replied with a bright smile. "Before the wall was built, this mess wasn't worth anything anyway. The one who protected that wall was you, Mr. Chon-shu. You at least deserve this kind of treatment. We're not giving it away, just leasing it. It's not that big a deal." They looked at each other for a moment. Chon-shu gave a slight nod, feeling the heavy pressure settle on his shoulders. Another person pointed and laughed cheerfully. "If you feel awkward, just add one more condition. From now on, if zombies invade the Jina area, we'll entrust everything to Mr. Chon-shu's company to handle it, okay?" Lately, with the army's numbers dwindling, there are rumors that the wall's security is under threat. After hearing this, the two of them exchanged looks and smiled in relief. So that's how it is. The two stand tall before the temporary headquarters of the Slazer Fan Company. The door suddenly swings open. Chon-shu walks calmly down the hall. Ari points excitedly. "As of today, 32 Slazers have joined our company. Of those, 19 have agreed to sign a 2-year long-term contract. Everyone who sees him greets him enthusiastically. Oh, it's the president," she adds, noting the others signed 6-month cooperation deals. Ari glances at Jo-hoo, sizing up the situation. Seeing our Kim Cheolsu count grow, she thinks that with a little more time, they'll be a proper mid-sized company. He looks at her and fires back. "I like having more people. but we need the jobs to support them. What's the situation on that front? Jin gives a serious report. Ansarang and Petro are on it. We have 7 small requests and 3 mid-tier ones that need over 3 slashers each. And finally, 1 major commission that requires 7 slashers, including you, Mr. President. The growth chart is trending up. And while the workload isn't massive, the steady increase is a huge morale boost. A flicker of a smile appears on his face. After all, in this day and age, a good reputation is everything. Now, they just need to nail these jobs. Word will spread that they're efficient and affordable, and the contracts will start rolling in. The 3 of them chat strategy while heading up the stairs. We have enough capital to last until then. Don't you worry. Money is great, sure, but you always have to be ready for the unexpected. Joe pauses, his expression hardening. When investors come calling, you have to be ready to pay them back on the spot, not ask for an extension. You have to be able to refuse them. That's the only way to stop them from tying you down with their money. Remembering Secretary Park's smug grin, a chill runs right down his spine. Never again. That will never happen again. Jin processes this, then says, "So you're saying you don't plan on losing a single battle of wills?" "Exactly. All right, I'll review our plans and find a way to get us more commissions." Behind them, Ari watches with a worried expression. He lays out his vision. A company free from corporate ties, with strong cash flow. Once they have the manpower, their real plan begins. The 3 arrive at the president's office. Joe pushes the door open, a wary look on his face, only to find 2 people already waiting inside. He can't hide his surprise. Well. Jae sees him and closes his book, giving a friendly wave. "Mr. President, a pleasure to meet you." Joe gives Jingu a suspicious look. "A new commission?" He whispers back, "We don't have any new commissions, do we?" Hearing this, Joe turns his gaze on Ari. "Then who is he? A new slasher? Why have I never heard of him?" She avoids his eyes, hesitating. "He is a Kim Cheolsu, but it's complicated." Ari glances nervously at Joe. She continues, "You just mentioned it yourself, the unreasonable demands from our investors. Well, you can think of him as part of those demands." The young man just sits there, flashing a look of pure confidence at Joe. The elite, a class of people willing to do anything to protect their wealth. A little girl, locked in an iron cage, her face a mask of pure terror. That means they're even willing to risk the lives of their own children. Outside, her father casually smokes a cigarette. Back in the old days, they sent their kids to brutal military academies. A father proudly leading his son through the imposing gates. When the elite controlled the best schools, they enrolled their children without a second thought. Another wealthy father, beaming as he walks his kid to class. And when studying abroad became the next big thing, they shipped their kids overseas in the blink of an eye. Now, in the middle of a zombie apocalypse, nothing has changed. A father forges his own child into a deadly weapon. In a world where the military is losing its grip and Kim Cheolsus are gaining power, the chairman of the Egon Group, Yu Cheon-sang, casually scrolls on his phone. Chairman Yu Cheon-sang, a man who inherited immense fortune just before the world fell apart, has the exact same idea. He declares, "The time has come. Every family must have at least 1 Kim Cheolsu to maintain their status." Hearing this, Joe-hoo's face twists in disgust. "So that's it? That old bastard is forcing this kid on us for that reason alone?" Ari watches him cautiously. Jae just gives a cheerful smile, waving his hand. "Mr. President, just call me Yu Jae. E-rank Kim Cheolsu Yu Jae, reporting for duty." Joe just ignores him, pointing a finger with pure annoyance. "And E-rank? Has he even been in a real fight, other than killing a few zombies as an intern? What is this, a daycare?" Jinu glances over, his voice ice cold. "You don't need to play parent," the bodyguard says flatly. "They've already hired someone for that role, me. C-rank Kim Cheolsu, Doberman Gojinsu, 572 confirmed targets." Joe just grimaces, the headache already starting. "Parent? What the hell? I'm not taking responsibility for this. Get out. And from now on, don't ever accept a commission like this again. Got it?" But Jae just smiles. "I heard you're getting some extra funding soon, and a new commission. I'm not doing it, so give my family's investment back. I don't know your company's finances, but I'm sure that would be difficult for you." The kid looks him dead in the eye. "Mr. President, my father, the chairman of the Egon Group, invested 200 billion here all by himself. And because of the Egon Group's reputation, you secured another 200 billion in investments on top of that." Ari leans in, explaining apologetically. "Sir, we already used that money when we split from Choi Kang. I don't think we have a choice but to accept him. Jo-hoo presses his fingers to his temple, his face a mask of frustration as he thinks, I started this company so I'd never have to bow to arrogant bastards again. But in the end, nothing is free, and nothing ever goes my way. Fine. So he joins. I don't actually have to give him work, right? Ari stammers. Well, about that. She forces a smile. The Egon group said we have to assign him commissions, and that he requires special training from you, sir. Jo-hoo's eyes fly open in disbelief. A little while later, the three of them are in the basement training room of the Slan headquarters, surrounded by dummies. Every single training dummy is marked with a red X over its head and chest. Jo-hoo points at them, his voice cold and flat. First, start attacking those dummies. It's the most basic way to understand your attack range and get used to your body. He turns away, already bored, giving a dismissive wave. Go on, hit them until you collapse. But then Jae-ha speaks up. Mr. President, Jo-hoo glances back, surprised. The kid looks at him and says, I've done this plenty of times before I ever met you. Jae-ha grins, full of excitement, his eyes fixed on the chairman. So, would you be willing to fight me directly, sir? Cho-shu's eyes narrow as he growls. A direct match? Annoyed. He barely keeps his cool and tries to explain. You seem to be misunderstanding something. I'm here to assist your training, that's it. Simply put, I work for money, not because you have some special talent or anything. Jae-ha just smiles calmly and offers a deal of his own. If I lose overwhelmingly, I'll pack my bags and leave the company with Jinwoo. I also promise my father won't pull his investment from fans. Hearing that, the chairman falls silent, a thoughtful look crossing his face. After a moment, his lips part, his deep voice cutting through the tension. Making a condition like that means there's something you want, doesn't it? Jae-ha pauses, then states his terms. If I win, you have to let me and Jinwoo handle the next commission together. Cho-shu studies him with a sharp gaze, thinking to himself that this kid has laid down some seriously favorable terms. This means he's either fully prepared for this fight, has some other trick up his sleeve, or he actually has the skills to back it up. A sudden, excited smile spreads across his face. Now this, he likes. If this kid has a scheme, I'll just have to crush it completely during the fight. But if he really has talent, then I'll keep him and train him properly. Cho-shu agrees with a spark in his eye. All right. Get your weapons, be back here in 30 minutes. Jae-ha watches him intently, and so does his guardian. Jinwoo, hearing the outcome, turns in total disbelief. Cho-su's face gets serious. Go. Get ready. A little while later, in another room, Jae-ha is fully geared up, gripping a chainsaw tightly as he stares straight ahead. Across from him, Jinwoo is also ready with his own weapon, his expression grim and focused. Cho-shu stands before them and lays out the rules. It's simple. You both attack me at once. He looks them both in the eye, his tone deadly serious. And if I get hurt, don't worry about it, just keep coming. The shriek of the chainsaw rips through the air like thunder. Jinwoo drops into a combat stance, his gaze fixed coldly on Cho-su. The chairman glares back at them, his voice firm. So, are you two coming, or should I go first? He glances at Jae-ha, thinking the kid looks hopelessly naive holding that chainsaw, probably underestimating him. Still, proposing this training was his plan from the start. Jaeha's brow furrows as he assesses the situation, a single thought in his mind. We've already got a plan to take you down. The demon shovel, huh? A confident smirk plays on Jaeha's lips. Go ahead and come at us, but before he can even finish his sentence, bam! Cho-su is already in motion, slamming into Jinwoo. The insane force sends Jinwoo flying in an instant, smashing him into the back wall so hard it shatters, sending dust and debris everywhere. Jae-ha is just standing there, stunned, not even processing what just happened. Jinwoo is literally pinned to the wall, the blade of a shovel flashing. Cho-shu's voice is ice. What's wrong? He glances at Jae-ha and lets out a dry, mocking laugh. Did things not go according to your little plan? It turns out, before the fight, Jae-ha had predicted that Kim Cho-shu's personality combined with his A-rank pride made the chance of him accepting a 2-on-1 fight 200%. And that's exactly why he made his conditions so specific. And sure enough, just as he'd calculated, Cho-shu said it. The rules are simple. Both of you attack at once. He was dead serious. Don't worry about injuring me. Just swing your weapons freely. Jae-ha's plan had analyzed it all. Jinwoo, with his incredible speed, would rush him, while Jae-ha's chainsaw could deal a fatal blow with a single hit. The two of them would coordinate their attack. With a triumphant smile, Jae-ha would seize the unexpected opening. Jinwoo would unleash a control skill, using his weapon to break Kim Cho-shu's shovel blade and lock it in a single move, the sound of scraping metal filling the air. With his weapon neutralized, they'd land a spectacular finishing blow. Cheolsu, caught off guard, would be too stunned to react, ending the first phase of their brilliant strategy. Jae-ha would smile victoriously. Our next request is to accompany you, Chairman. They would quickly become the right-hand men of an A-rank Slazer, rising as star rookies. The news would explode. The second son of the Egon Group, a phenomenal new Slazer talent, makes his debut. It would be the perfect springboard for Egon to flex its power in the Slazer world. That was the master plan Jiha had laid out. He would be celebrated by everyone, because as they say, everybody has a perfect plan until they get punched in the face. Back in reality, Cho-shu had attacked before Jeha finished his second sentence. He just stands there, stunned, staring at Jinu, who's now embedded in the wall. Cho-shu's voice is pure ice. What's the matter? He scoffs. Things not going according to plan? Jeha bites his lip, panic washing over his face as he grips the chainsaw and charges forward. The chainsaw blade swings down fast. Cho-shu just leans back slightly to dodge it, his eyes already analyzing every flaw. That slash was slow, with no basic technique. His skill level is just enough to take down a few normal zombies before getting bitten and infected himself. Jae-ha misses, stumbling off balance, his face a mask of shock. Cho-shu thinks he's flustered, so he swung too hard and lost control to the momentum. Suddenly, Cho-shu raises his weapon high. In a panic, Jae-ha instinctively squeezes his eyes shut, bracing for the blow. But after a long moment, nothing happens. He's stunned, slowly opening his eyes to see what's going on. He sees Cho-shu just standing there. Did he stop? Is he going easy on me because I'm a rookie? But then Cho-shu lets out an amused smirk. Seeing it, Jae-ha freezes. He's completely bewildered. Is he laughing at me? Suddenly, Cho-shu throws his shovel to the ground. He stands before Jae-ha, his voice dripping with contempt. You're even worse than the guy I just blew away. You're not even worthy of my shovel. He scowls, glaring down at him. Just how much do you look down on this profession? Cho-shu unleashes a torrent of scorn. You're some rich Chibol kid, aren't you? You lived a cozy life inside the safe walls, eating hot meals, so you think you can cheapen the resolve of those who struggle to survive out here? Those words hit Jae-ha like a physical blow, leaving him completely and utterly frozen on the spot. Cho-shu's voice turns ice cold. Does Jae-ha really think he can just steal the fame built on the desperate struggles of others? He makes his decision. I'm going to teach you a lesson before I throw you out. The words barely leave his mouth before a fist crashes into Jae-ha's face like a thunderclap. He's sent flying backward, blood exploding from his nose. Before Jae-ha can even recover, Cho-shu rushes in again, his face a mask of pure, murderous intent. He lands another brutal blow, making Jae-ha cry out in agony. He's knocked completely off his feet, pain shooting through his entire body as he crashes hard onto the unforgiving, cold floor. The impact is so severe he coughs up blood, his face twisted in pain, but his attacker's words cut even deeper, rubbing salt in the wound. Jae-ha's eyes lose focus, a single question echoing in his mind, is this really all I am? Suddenly, an image of his father appears, standing imposingly before him. Jae-ha, this is the last chance for a pathetic child like you to shine. Because of your low-born mother, you couldn't inherit all of my intelligence. The least you could do is learn my toughness. All Jae-ha could do was stare back at him, completely overwhelmed. Back in the present, Cho-shu shows zero mercy. He unleashes a powerful kick that shatters the chainsaw, snapping the chain and sending Jae-ha headfirst into a solid wall. His face is a mask of pure frustration. I've failed my father again. Is this really the best I can do? Jae-ha finally collapses beside Jinsu. As Cho-shu slowly strides closer, his voice drips with fury. Don't you dare look down on this place or mock what we do. He's suddenly reminded of his comrades who have fallen, fueling his rage. Because being a slayer, this is the last refuge for those pushed to the absolute edge of despair. He glances down at Jae-ha and gives his cold, final verdict. Go home, now, you're just a kid. With that, he grabs his gear and turns to leave. Jae-ha just keeps his head bowed to the floor. But just then, a chain whips out of nowhere, wrapping tightly around Cho-shu's neck, shocking him completely. He instinctively ducks, trying to break free. Cho-shu spins around, stunned. Jae-ha is staggering to his feet, struggling to stay upright. He bows his head. Like you said, Chairman, I don't know the despair of starving day after day. He tightens his grip on the chain in his hand. I don't know the desperation of freezing to death outside that wall. Jaha's face darkens, but his eyes burn with a fierce new light. Because I was born with a golden spoon. He clenches his fist. But I have my own kind of despair. His mind flashes back to that day his mother, walking away silently in the heavy rain, leaving him completely alone. Cha Sang stood on the balcony above, his hand on Jaha's shoulder, his eyes fixed on the woman's retreating back. He watched her disappear with a cold expression, his hand gripping Jaha's head, forcing him to watch as tears streamed down his face. Isn't it ironic, my son? Your mother is being thrown out because of your own uselessness. The house servants all smirked and laughed. Cha Sang's cold voice cut in again. But that's not the whole truth. You get to stay because you carry my blood. She's being kicked out because she's an outsider who gave birth to a talentless son like you. As his mother's silhouette finally vanished, his father's words burned into his mind. Carve the sight of this day into your very soul. Because if you continue to be a failure, you'll see this scene over and over until you're sick of it. In the hallway of Jaha's lavish home, the walls were lined with family portraits. A famous doctor, a star journalist, a major contractor, a high-ranking police officer. Suddenly crack, Cha Sang slams his fist into a portrait, shattering the glass everywhere. He spoke, his voice filled with irritation. I heard the fourth child died in Anin. This is your chance. His voice was a flat, cold growl. Perhaps you inherited my luck. If you become a famous slayer, I will allow your mother to return. Jaha's eyes flew open in terror at the memory. Back in reality, he finally lets out his frustration, choking back a sob before letting out a roar. I'm desperate, and I have nowhere left to run. Jaha swings the chain with all his might, but Cheolsu instantly dodges, avoiding the deadly strike. Cheolsu pivots, his eyes scanning Jaha in a flash, then he explodes forward like the wind. In a split second, he's right in front of Jaha, who is frozen in pure terror. He stares in a panic. Even though I remember why I have to fight, is this really the limit of my strength? Is it not enough to close this massive gap in our skills? At that moment, Cheolsu's fist is already clenched, launching a powerful punch straight for his face. Jaha squeezes his eyes shut, gritting his teeth for the impact. I'm sorry, Mom, but the blow never comes. Instead, Cheolsu just lightly flicks him on the forehead. Jaha is completely bewildered, staring blankly, trying to process what just happened. Cheolsu looks at him. That last part wasn't half bad. He puts his hands on his hips. You use a chain? You'd be pretty useless without it. Cheolsu looks him dead in the eye. I'm talking about your expression, your will, and that thing you've been suppressing until it almost exploded. That rebellious nature of yours. Their backgrounds, their age, their family situations, everything about them was different. An image of a lone child waiting for his parents flashes in his mind, but Kim Cheolsu can feel it. Deep down, this kid is the exact same type of person he used to be. He'd lost something precious, the memory of himself screaming in agony at the sky surfaces. He was fighting desperately to get it back. Jaha's pained scream was identical to his own from the past. In other words, Cheolsu realizes, this kid has the potential to go far. He holds out his hand and says gently, I'm not going to kick you out. Jaha just stares at the offered hand. Cheolsu gives him a serious look. Instead, you're going to start training properly. Jaha is stunned for a second, then immediately grabs his hand and replies eagerly, Thank you, Chairman, but Cheolsu isn't quite done. Oh, and stop acting rich. Slayers hate spoiled. Golden spoon kids. Ah, yes, sir. The scene shifts. Jaha is now training relentlessly, his face contorted with effort, sweat pouring down. Jinu's eyes dart around before he swings his shield with terrifying force, aiming right for his opponent. Jaha instantly leaps back, deftly avoiding the blow. But before he can recover, a kick comes flying at him, making him stumble. Jinu coldly follows through with another powerful kick. But suddenly, an expression of pure shock flashes across Jinu's face. Because in that exact moment, Jaha had raised his staff, blocking the attack perfectly, and on his lips, a confident smirk. Jinu squints, analyzing Jaha's every move. After sparring with Chairman Kim, the kid's movements have completely changed, and it's not just about more power and endurance. He remembers the old Jaha. This is nothing like the simple weapon wielding of the past. Now, it's like his entire body fuels every single motion, and just then, he charges straight at Jinu. Jaha swings his club, and Jinu instantly dodges to the side. He's stunned. These movements show real understanding and a powerful will to fight. It hasn't even been a week. How could Jaha possibly have transformed this much? In that moment, Jaha's eyes turn ice cold. Jinu realizes he's been on the defensive the whole time, retreating until his back hits the wall. A flicker of panic. Since when? Startled, he quickly assesses the situation. This is bad. Jaeha leaps high into the air, bringing his club smashing down. Jinu grits his teeth and raises his shield to block. The club slams into the shield with a deafening crash. For a moment, they're locked in a fierce stalemate. But then, in that instant, Jaeha suddenly slips. He stumbles, losing his balance with a completely bewildered look. Huh? Jaeha face plants hard onto the ground. Furious, he whips his head around to find the culprit. Man, he was so close. Who sabotaged him? Cheolsu casually steps forward. That would be me, kid. Jaeha's jaw drops. The chairman? The chairman puts a hand on his hip, his voice sharp with annoyance. I told you to practice killing zombies, not to spar with people. Jaeha scrambles for an excuse. Well, I was just taking the opportunity. I heard you have a lot of experience fighting slazers beyond the wall, right? Hearing that, Choshu's temper flares and he smacks Jaeha on the head. Those were special cases. A brat who can't even kill a zombie wants to fight slazers? That's like a baby trying to ride a bike before it can walk. You idiot. Jaeha winces in pain, while Jinu quietly observes him, deep in thought. Still, his movements are improving at a frightening pace. Jinu's confident he'll soon be a capable right-hand man. He speaks up. Get changed. We're heading out. We have somewhere to be. Jaeha asks, surprised, where are we going? But Choshu just stares at him, saying nothing. The silence leaves Jaeha completely bewildered. Suddenly, the chairman bonks him on the head again and yells, You're dressed like that? I told you to treat training like it's real. Ow! Jaeha yelps. And now, the scene shifts to Jagochi City, home of the Jagochi Small Merchants Association and the Jago International Market. The place is absolutely packed, buzzing with the sound of chatter and laughter as the view pans across a food stall. Choshu's group is covered head to toe, sneaking through the crowd like a bunch of thieves. He wonders where this meeting with Anarang is that requires going so deep into the market. Man, why is it so ridiculously hot? Ari glances at them and warns, We're almost there. Keep your hoods up, no matter what. Remember, this is another Slazer's territory. If we get spotted, we aren't leaving in one piece. Just then, she seems to spot something in the distance. Ari cheerfully raises her hand to wave. Sarang turns to the others with a smirk. Judging by your faces, you're thinking it would have been easier to call the engineer to us. But this old man can't leave Jagochi Market. He's always being watched to keep his identity secret. You should all be grateful we even got this meeting. Cho-Su immediately pictures it in his mind, a dumbfounded look on his face. A legendary engineer? Sarang just keeps on talking. If it wasn't for this preachy old guy and me being a former member of the Jago Association, this never would have happened. Suddenly, she spots Jaeha. Wait a minute. Who's this kid? A new hire? Jaeha glares, fuming internally. She called me a kid? Cho-Shu calmly replies, He's the rookie I'm training. Sarang shouts, What? You've already started training a disciple? Oh my god, have you completely lost your mind? Huh? He immediately shoots back. What the hell are you talking about? The company is just short-staffed, so I have to, Cho-Shu explains. I hear we're getting lots of Slazer applications, but most of them are C or D rank. Sarang looks skeptical. Are you sure? Other companies offer amazing benefits. They wouldn't let any B rank or higher Slazers get away. Cho-Shu's voice turns serious. That's why we must develop the assets we already have to increase our power. That's my conclusion. He then tells her to stop hiding away to train and only showing up for missions. Take one of the rookies and train them. She turns away, completely annoyed. Oh, come on, you saw me in Anjin. I'm horrible at leading people. I'd rather charge into a horde of zombies by myself. He calmly replies, When we founded this company, I made you a director. The least you can do is handle this. Sarang starts grumbling to herself. Geez, give someone a tiny bit of power and they never stop ordering you around. Jaeha, who's been walking silently beside them, watches the whole exchange. Ari then comes over with a smile to clear things up for him. Let me introduce everyone. Ari looks towards Sarang. The pink-haired girl is director and Sarang, one of the company's co-founders. She then nods towards Pedro, and the big guy walking behind us is Director Pedro, also a co-founder. Ari points to the man in the lead. And finally, that's Director Park Jingu. Hearing this, Jaeha gets a huge, excited grin. They're all high-ranking Slazers, heroes of the Anjin battle. I feel like I'm way out of my league here, he admits. Ari just smiles encouragingly. You just have to work hard to reach their level. She adds, Also, the chairman carries a lot of old wounds, so it's not easy for him to open up to new people. But the very fact he acknowledged you and brought you in is a huge accomplishment, so don't sell yourself short. Jae-ha listens carefully. Then, Cheolsu speaks. We're here. They stop in front of a workshop. Brotherhood Steel Fists Equipment Workshop, part of the Jago Small Merchants Association. The group pushes open the door and slowly steps inside. Jae-ha scans the room. Cheolsu seems to have spotted something, his gaze fixed straight ahead. In front of him is a frail man lying back on a bed. So this is him, the legendary equipment engineer of Brotherhood Steel Fists, Old Man Garu. Cheolsu stares, comparing the reality to his imagination, his face clouded with doubt. That's the engineer? He's completely different from the image I had in my head. Sarang runs up, shouting cheerfully, Grandpa, it's Sarang. I'm here for the weapon Grandma Zhonghua ordered. Hearing this, the old man immediately booms back. Ha? Sarang, you're here. The old man climbs out of bed and heads over to another corner. Just a moment. Cheolsu gives her a worried look. Grandma Zhonghua, you didn't use the Jigochi Merchant Association president's name to order these, did you? What if we get caught? Sarang just laughs it off. Relax, Kim. It only matters if we get caught. If you're that scared, you can just go hide back at Jane E. Just then, Siru wheels out an object completely covered in cloth. He whips the sheet off and starts rummaging inside. First up, Sarang's. Siru pulls out a pair of black axes and starts his analysis. Dual axes are great for swinging, but then he suddenly clicks them together, and in a flash, they morph into a totally different weapon. However, because the handles are so short, it's tough to generate real power. But if you connect them like this, Garu enthusiastically spins the weapon to demonstrate. The handle can extend, and when needed, it spins like a deadly blender blade. Sarang happily grabs it, immediately trying out a few basic swings. Meanwhile, Garu reaches back into the crate to find the next item. Now, for this good young man. Since he isn't exactly a frontline fighter, the perfect item is, he pulls out a gleaming silver gun. This is a flare gun, designed specifically to hinder the enemy. Garu excitedly holds up a long magazine as he explains. But unlike the green, red, blue, or black rounds, these aren't flares, they're shotgun shells. Think of it as a minimum line of defense, and remember to alternate your shots. Jingu quickly takes it and gives it a close inspection. After Jingu's turn, he immediately pulls out an incredible set of heavy-duty armor, calling to his muscular friend. This armor is made from the exact same alloy as the one I made for Gang Deok Chun. Even if your body gets crushed, the armor and gauntlets will be perfectly fine, so go all out. After that, Garu shouts for Chu and hands an item to the tall young man. Hey, tall guy, take this and give it a swing. Chu immediately reaches out and takes the weapon. After a few test swings, his face shows pure, unconcealed surprise. For something this sturdy, it feels incredibly light. He wonders aloud, did you use a new kind of material for this? He asks with doubt, since it looks exactly like his old shovel, just slightly bigger. Did you only change the material? Garu immediately barks back. What a short-sighted thing to say. Try turning the handle a half turn. Hearing this, he immediately follows the instruction. Now, give it a powerful swing. Cheolsu, though still not fully convinced, does as he's told. And in that instant, the two joints on the shovel suddenly pop apart, his face a mask of utter shock. The shovel's head launches forward with terrifying speed, forcing Sarang and Jingu to frantically dive out of the way to avoid getting hit. The old man points and explains, I heard your fighting style is wild, like a prehistoric man's. You're always tying a chain to your shovel handle, right? From now on, just treat it as one complete unit and use it however you want. And for the final item, Garu pulls out a saw and pushes it right in front of Jaha. The young man's eyes go wide with shock as he stares at the weapon. Huh? Seeing his teammate just standing there frozen, Cheolsu calmly prods him. What are you doing? Hurry up and take it. Jaha, still stunned, blurts out, There's a share for me too? He offers a small smile and replies, I was the one who accidentally broke your old chainsaw. Think of this as compensation. Now take it. Jaha grips the new weapon, his face completely bewildered. Garu adds his analysis. It's much lighter than your old saw, and its simpler design makes it way more durable. To be honest, this one took the most effort to design. The kid practically jumps for joy. Just then Chu approaches the old man and says quietly, Thank you for all your hard work. So, how much do we owe you for all these weapons? The old man looks surprised. Huh? The price? Garu begins to mumble, The price is, when a cold, sharp voice suddenly cuts him off. If you want to pay, you'll be paying us. A group of intimidating thugs marches in, their bone-chilling laughter filling the room. Just then, Jianghua slowly steps forward, her low voice dripping with menace. You have some real nerve, coming into my territory and buying up every single weapon. She flashes a cold smile, her eyes fixed on the group with a threatening gaze. You must have a death wish. What a bunch of naive, foolish kids. An almost suffocating pressure radiates from her entire body. She's known as the ghost of Jiaguqi Market, a place that was once a bustling, crowded marketplace. Han Donghua used to take commemorative photos with everyone there, a living legend tied to the very history of Jiaguqi that practically everyone knew. People whisper that she's been holding this ground since even before the zombie apocalypse broke out. While everyone else in the market fell in a gruesome slaughter, she alone remained standing tall. Even when the zombie catastrophe hit, she absolutely refused to leave the market. Back in the present, Duang Hua steps forward with that same cold smile, flanked by a group of hulking young men acting as bodyguards. Her voice is pure intimidation. You've got guts, storming my territory to buy up weapons filled with an engineer's soul, and you even used my name to do it? So what exactly are you planning? Duang Hua's gaze is razor sharp, her tone dripping with threat. You must have eaten a bear's liver to dare pull a stunt like this. You naive little fools. The moment Ari sees her, she screams in terror. It's her! Jinu is just as shocked. That's right, it's really her. Chu stares at her, suddenly remembering something Uji once said. This is the oldest A-rank slazer, and also the president of the Jagoi Merchants Association. This is Han Donghua. She stands there with an imposing aura, her eyes slowly scanning the group before her. Hearing their panicked whispers, she speaks calmly. From the way you're all talking, it seems you know who I am. There are even some among you who have sat and shared a meal at my very own table. Sarang looks incredibly guilty, her eyes darting away as cold sweat drips down her face. She mumbles, I didn't mean to take advantage of your name. Suddenly, the woman's voice drops, heavy with pressure. Jeha, answer me. Duang Hua's voice is stern as she interrogates him. You came to my territory, bought weapons filled with my engineer's soul, and even used my name to place the order? Just what are you planning? Absolutely furious, Jeha grits his teeth and glares at Sarang, but she just nervously avoids his gaze, whistling and pretending she knows nothing. Cheolsu wondered if he should just lie and say they were only his followers, but he wasn't acting as an individual anymore. He kept silent. For now, at least, Han Songhua saw him and his people as a single, unified force. Folks, this is the first time I've officially formed a company and stepped into another Slayer's territory. He let out a quiet sigh. I can't afford to be looked down on here. That's right, Cheolsu met her gaze, raising a hand to explain his actions. There are two reasons I needed my old contacts to get my foot in the door here. The first reason is this. I've heard that your weapon crafting techniques are the absolute best in the entire country. Garu scratched his head, embarrassed. Flattery won't get you anywhere with me. He then cautiously glanced at the woman and continued. Second, I figured doing this would force you to show yourself in person. The head of the Jiaguqi Merchants Association listened in silence. She had always maintained absolute neutrality, ignoring the chaos outside the Jiaguqi market. But of course, this was just a bluff, a story Kim Cheon-soo cooked up on the spot. The truth? He was really just here to buy weapons. But if he admitted that, his position would become completely hopeless. It's gone this far. I have to approach this as a business partnership now. A flicker of nervousness crossed Cheon-soo's face as he carefully watched her reaction. I've already thrown the dice, so I have to see it through. Let's turn this crisis into a priceless business opportunity. The men behind her exploded in anger. You dare break the rules between Slayer companies for such a flimsy reason? Does that little punk want to die? You think she's just some kind old lady? Suddenly, Han Songhua cleared her throat, silencing them. Everyone be quiet. Stop this noise. You all look pathetic. Her words made them all flinch. She looked at him and then burst into hearty laughter. Still trying to look so brave, are we? What reason could possibly bring you all this way to see me? That little punk? Cheon-soo feigned a moment of deep thought before answering. Because you're the head of the only Slayer group we can maintain a peaceful relationship with. His answer left her looking genuinely surprised. Inside the Jiaguqi Market workshop, Han Songhua asked his purpose for coming. After a moment, Cheon-soo spoke up. As you know, in the Slayer world, I'm seen as a threat, a loner. Compared to being a nameless rookie, I climbed to A rank at an unbelievable speed. He recalled an article that had been written about him. Cheon-soo continued. During that time, rumors spread that I was a pawn for the provisional government. The article had said as much. Kim Cheon-soo was recognized as a near A-rank Slayer under the guarantee of the Busan provisional government. At the time, a woman had approached him with a suitcase full of cash. Remembering that, he went on, I also received a huge investment from those who oppose the current Slayer system. Furthermore, there are rumors I eliminated Lim Guangtek and Kang Deok-chun, who were A-rank Slayers, creating vacancies that I then conveniently filled. Standing behind him, Min Ari heard his words and looked over at Cheolsu. She thought to herself, that's a lie. It's a justification he's making up on the fly. But not only is he grasping the situation with shocking clarity, he's actually saying things that could really persuade Miss Han right now. Minari looked away from him, still thinking. If he claims he's doing this for some greater good, it's not just disrespectful, it's unbelievably bold. Han Songhua just stood there, saying nothing. Min Ari's thoughts raced based on public opinion. Cheolsu could tell Miss Han was still waiting, so he spoke again. That's why I wanted to meet you in person to ask for a favor. Please, maintain a peaceful relationship with us. Cheolsu's brow furrowed, his expression deadly serious. As you know, I'm in a difficult position with my former employer, the Choi Gang Company. The Choi Gang Company, Jehovah's Church, and the Daishion Company. That cult leader took over the Daishion Company, which was already collapsing after Kang Deok-chun's absence. This entire situation has created a scenario where I'm forced to confront them, at least in name. The group stood perfectly still, listening intently as he analyzed the powers at play groups led by A-rank Slayers that still held significant influence. But the only one who can remain neutral with us is your group right here, the Jagachi Merchants Association. The tension on Han Songhwa's face slowly began to ease, his eyes filled with hopeful anticipation. He thought, whether this makes sense or not, the chess piece is on the board. Now it's time to hammer it in. Suddenly, Cheolsu bowed low before her, a move that stunned even Han Songhua. Ari and Jinu exchanged baffled, wide-eyed glances. Immediately, the rest of the group followed his lead, bowing deeply before her as a sign of immense respect. Seeing this, her subordinates were all flustered, staring with confused expressions. One of them quickly stepped forward, leaned in, and whispered in her ear, "Don't be swayed by his words. Ma'am, we have no idea if he's really here with good intentions. If we accept his offer, the other Slayer companies will isolate us just like they do him." Han Songhua didn't reply, lost in thought for a long moment. Then, she finally spoke. "Ask if Dong-suk's restaurant has room for a large group." Her men were shocked by the command. "Yes, ma'am," they replied. She broke into a warm, hospitable smile. "Well, we have to eat dinner first, don't we? Business is best done on a full stomach." The scene changes to Dong-suk's restaurant. Everyone is seated, and fragrant dishes are being brought out one by one. The subordinates remained on high alert, their glares so intense that Petro and Ja started sweating, clearly intimidated. Cheolsu's group was also seated, but everyone was as stiff as a board, too nervous to even move. Suddenly, Dong Hua let out a huge, refreshing laugh and offered a warm invitation. "Please, eat, don't be formal," she added cheerfully. "The food here is delicious, so dig in. Looking at you, Sa-gang, you look healthy, you must be treated well." Sa-gang looked flustered and hesitated before asking, "Ma'am, you're not angry with me?" Han Songhua smiled gently and replied, "Of course I'm angry. I'm angry you snuck into my market without a proper greeting. But that's all." Then, her gaze shifted over to Cheolsu. "Young man, I really don't think you're the type to take out Lim Guangtek and Gang Dokchun just to become an A-rank Slayer. No matter what the rumors say, I didn't raise Jingu and Sa-gang to be fools who'd follow some power-hungry opportunist." And with that, she lets out a hearty laugh. "Kid, you're asking if I can back you up, right? Before I answer that, I have just one question for you. What were Muon's final moments like?" Hearing that sends a jolt through him, his face turning grim as the memories come flooding back. He remembers that brutal battle, the image of a small monster sinking its teeth into Muon's neck. His voice drops, thick with pain and regret. "He passed away while trying to protect me." For a moment, images of the good times they shared, filled with laughter and jokes, flash through his mind. Jun Shu says quietly, lost in thought, he was too good a teammate, better than anyone. Hearing those words, Duang Hoa offers a gentle smile. "He used to work under old Slagaru, the very man who made your weapons." Her mind then drifts back, lost in old memories of Muon. "It took a while, but he sharpened this knife for me so meticulously. He once said that if being a slayer didn't work out, he'd become a blacksmith to make a living." Suddenly, Doang Hoa speaks up. "Just consider the weapons you got today as Muon's handiwork." Junshu looks up, stunned. Her voice then becomes incredibly sharp. Doang Hoa stares him down and declares, "I will back you, because you were a solid rock for one of my own." Everyone is completely shocked by her announcement, staring with wide eyes as if they'd just heard the impossible. Junshu is overjoyed. Not only did he get enhanced weapons, but he also pulled the head of the Jigochi Merchant Association to his side. An incredible and totally unexpected win. However, she continues, you have to do something for me first. Kid? Junshu just looks at her full of questions. What is it that's so important? Doang Hoa lowers her voice, explaining that they are about to launch a massive campaign to retake Yan City, and their Jago Merchant Association is the one bidding for that zone. Her tone suddenly turns heavy, filled with a chilling seriousness. Jehovah's Way has officially taken over Dokchun's company. Doang Hoa tilts her head, her eyes full of meaning. During this reclamation, a clash between them and the Jigochi Merchant Association is unavoidable. So kid, when that time comes, I need you to be my sharpest blade. The scene shifts to a church, the air thick with tension. A missionary runs in frantically, shouting, Your Holiness! Your Holiness! His face is a mask of pure terror as he reports the latest intel that Han Doang Hoa met with the new rising A-rank slayer. Meanwhile, Baekhyun is deep in prayer. At the news, his eyes snap open, their coldness absolutely chilling. His voice is deep and thoughtful. Oh, what a shame. In a flash, his face turns monstrous. If we can't recruit him to our side, he says coldly, then we'll just have to eliminate him. Back at the meeting, Jihai awkwardly raises a hand to intervene. Wait, everyone, hold on a second, she says, clearly flustered. We are all incredibly grateful that you overlooked us secretly buying weapons and for your goodwill in trying to build a good relationship. But, Jihai glances nervously at Junshu. What do you mean by your sharpest blade? What exactly are you asking us to do? He calmly explains that the cult has already absorbed a group of gangsters and has now become the biggest power in the region. Sagang adds seriously, if the Jago Merchant Association is forced to use violence, I truly hope we can count on your help. Jingu excitedly chimes in as well. I knew it. Your plans have always been the kind that leave people completely speechless, haven't they? You mean if our partners make unreasonable demands, we should be ready to return the favor, right? Hearing that, Doang Hoa lets out a delighted laugh. Your mind has gotten much sharper since you started the company. Besides, Jingu, I never thought you could be so quick on your feet. You're quite perceptive. Suddenly, her face darkens, her voice turning ice cold. Jehovah's Way. Those heretics have grown far too powerful. So powerful that other Slayer companies, political forces, and even the provisional government can barely keep them in check. Doang Hoa calculates silently. After the army was wiped out in Ulsan and Slayers became public knowledge, the force that rose fastest to fill the power vacuum was Jehovah's Way. Rankings flash on screen. Why wasn't it the Choi Gang Company, the Jago Association, or the freelancers? Why was it Jehovah's Way? The reason is surprisingly simple because they're a religion. The image of a person praying earnestly appears. A massive crowd kneels in unison, praying with absolute reverence. Because in a nation that's lost all faith, the only thing that can fill the void isn't a person. It's a religion. Led by Baekhyun. Behind him stands a powerful and mysterious force of slayers, followed by countless believers. Jehovah's Way has become a new kind of power, forged from the combined strength of slayers and religious faith. By providing an explanation for the zombie disaster after the Ulsan incident, this place has attracted at least 1 million followers. More than 2,000 slayers have gathered here, giving the organization the influence of a nation, not to mention the hundreds of political and business leaders they've recruited. Junshu suddenly offers a serious analysis. Ma'am, although it bothers me that they absorbed Gang Dokchun's remnants and have a money is power mindset, considering they're just expanding their operations, are we getting ahead of ourselves by worrying about them attacking other Slayer factions? At that, Doang Hoa laughs heartily. Kid, I hope things aren't that bad either. Her voice then drops as she taps her temple. But when you live this long, you develop instincts based on experience. A horse with no one holding the reins will inevitably trample someone to death. An image flashes in her mind, a younger Baekhyun, frantically beating another person, lost in a blind and furious rage. He used to be a guy who couldn't even handle a single zombie properly, but his insane ambition got him to A rank. After hearing that, I fell into deep thought while Jingu watched me quietly. I frowned, realizing I couldn't underestimate a veteran's experience. All right, our company is in. We'll join the campaign to retake Yan City. The car kept moving steadily down the road. Inside, I sat awkwardly, stealing glances at the person next to me. What's with her? I was so flustered I started sweating and finally had to ask, why have you been staring at me for the last 20 minutes? I looked at Dai, confused, and tried to explain. We escaped Jago Market safely, got weapons, and even formed an alliance. That was a totally smart move, right? Dee's voice was full of frustration. You should have just stopped there. She scowled, pointing a finger as she yelled. The Jehovah's Church isn't just the biggest Kim Cheolsu group, they're a political power now. Are you saying we have to go head-to-head with a monster like that? Dai's eyes were filled with anger as she let out a stream of complaints. On top of that, you did this without any of our consent. You decided everything yourself, like a dictator, without asking a single person. I covered my ears, feeling helpless, and quickly tried to justify my actions. Like you said, the risk is huge, but we're only going to act as support for Miss Zhonghua when they attack the Jigochi Merchant Association. Meaning, if they don't start trouble and keep to their side, there won't be any direct confrontation. I recalled what I had witnessed before. I saw it in Yusen. An enemy on the inside is 1,000,000 times more dangerous than zombies or mutants. At that, DI finally started to calm down, listening closely to my analysis. So if I find out that Cult is the same type of enemy, not just for the Jago Merchant Association, but for my beliefs and for that person's, my face turned cold, my eyes burning with resolve. I will annihilate them completely. Seeing my determination, she thought for a moment, finally sighing in acceptance before turning away. Next time, you absolutely have to discuss things with me before deciding. I may not be a Kim Cheolsu, but I'm still a co-founder of this company. I smiled brightly, reaching out to pat her head. I'm sorry. I swear I'll remember next time. My sudden gesture made her jump. Her face instantly flushed red. Dai bit her lip in embarrassment, then quickly changed the subject. I'll make a list of the Slazers participating in the Yan recapture campaign. When it's ready, please review it quickly. We only have 2 weeks left. The situation was clearly getting intense. The campaign to retake Yongsan City, a place situated between the Busan and Jinhae walls, was an operation to wipe out all the zombies and mutants lurking inside. The scene changes to a skyscraper, a meeting point for all the different factions, from Duanghua and me to Bun. I sized up the other guy, while Bun just grinned excitedly, clasping his hands together like he was waiting for a show. The Jago Merchant Association's A-rank Kim Cheolsu, Han Joanghua, looked completely calm and authoritative. The near A-rank from Fan Laser Company, Kim Junsu, wore a grim expression. And the leader of the Daochun Remnants, a missionary for Jehovah's Church, B-rank Kim Cheolsu Jian Chongsong. The guy gave off a strange, mystical vibe. And finally, the leader of Jehovah's Church, A-rank Kim Cheolsu Bun. He looked absolutely ecstatic. Someone began to explain the rules. The Kim Cheolsu's mission was simple. Eliminate the massive number of zombies in Yongsan, including 3 C-rank mutants and 5 B-rank mutants. The assault team included 3 A-rank Kim Cheolsu, 27 B-ranks, and 100 others. Everyone was filled with fighting spirit. A hideous monster opened its mouth and charged. I just casually swung my shovel, slicing its head clean off, sending gore flying. And with that, we officially completed the recapture of Ysan City in just 12 short days. Suddenly, someone spoke up, puzzled. So, are we done now? Our group stood before a cracked road, the corpse of a giant monster lying ahead. Jingu, hands in his pockets, coolly replied, We are. Counting the ones we took care of earlier, this is the 8th mutant. So the job is finished, Chairman. Jeha suddenly noticed the gore on his clothes. Zombie blood. This stuff is so sticky and hard to wash off. I turned to him and asked gently, How did you feel about your first large-scale campaign? Jeha answered a bit awkwardly, It's a real battle of stamina. I realized I need to be careful not to gas out against the zombies. And you, he trailed off, glancing in another direction. Behind them was a massive pile of monster corpses stacked high. Jeha stared at it and blurted out, The Kim Cheolsu in our company are really monsters in human skin, aren't they? I glanced at him and gave some serious advice. You didn't do bad for your first time out, but like you said, focus on improving your poor stamina and slow hand speed. Jeha smiled, taking it in stride. Yes, sir. I turned to Jingu. What's the status on the cult and Gangdok Chun's remnants? Jingu quickly replied, Surprisingly, nothing special to report. I narrowed my eyes. If they were planning to clash with other Kim Cheolsu during the recapture, they should have been preserving their forces. Instead, they didn't seem to care about casualties and were aggressively hunting zombies to claim more territory in Yongsan. Jingu raised a hand, analyzing seriously. Also, when it comes to arguments or conflicts with other companies' Kim Cheolsu, they've been acting perfectly clean, nothing suspicious, like true Kim Cheolsu reclaiming land. Sagang then offered her guess. Maybe the old lady was just worrying for nothing? No matter how fanatical they are, why would a Kim Cheolsu think about killing another Kim Cheolsu? People in the same line of work have to maintain some professional ethics, right? She pictured the streets swarming with Kim Cheolsu. Besides, if the Kim Cheolsu population drops because of that, it would immediately threaten Busan's security. I cut in, my voice sharp and serious. All right, I understand. But don't let your guard down until we're back safely. Something isn't right. I have a gut feeling this isn't as simple as it looks. Just then, the radio in my hand crackled to life. To all participants in the Yan City recapture campaign, we have confirmed the final zombie concentration area has been cleared. The voice on the radio continued, ordering all Kim Cheolsu to gather at the rendezvous point for evacuation back to Busan. All the slayers quickly gathered at the starting point, and what was shocking was the sheer, breathtaking number of followers. All slain. Board the vehicles immediately. We are about to depart. Kim Cheolsu was squeezed tight in a sea of cultists, thinking to himself in frustration, "Ugh, this damned cult. There are way too many of them. It's so noisy my head is splitting." After a ton of pushing and shoving, he finally got on the bus, slumping against a seat and letting out a sigh of relief. Honestly, fighting through a crowd like this is more tiring than fighting zombies. Suddenly, a voice called out from afar, "Is the chairman here too?" The sound immediately pulled his attention in that direction. Jaha walked over and plopped down into the seat, letting out an exhausted sigh while complaining non-stop. They chartered a bus, but it still packed this tight. "Seriously," he continued. "Plus, the Jehovah Church has way too many people. I heard they're an organization that overwhelms with sheer numbers." Kim Cheolsu grumbled back, annoyed. "Why are you sitting next to me? It's so loud." Jaha just grinned in response. "What? Is it not better than having a stranger next to you?" "Looks like everyone from our company got separated." Utterly drained, Kim Cheolsu ordered, "I'm so tired. Just be quiet." The bus began to move, just as night started to fall across the sky. The vehicles slowly snaked their way around winding mountain roads. After the long, intense battle, Kim Cheolsu had fallen into a deep sleep. In the seat next to him, Jaha was also completely passed out. The cultists quietly got to their feet. They exchanged discreet glances and a slight nod, then immediately drew their weapons, their faces filled with murderous intent as they advanced on the two. On a podium somewhere else, BCH Hyun's voice boomed with oppressive force. "This is quite a mess, isn't it? The zombies we are currently facing. They act as a single, unified organism, do they not?" The believers below roared in fanatical agreement. "Yes, that's right." Hyun continued his psychological manipulation. "If we humans are to fight against zombies like that, we too must act as one united collective, correct?" The crowd answered in unison, "Yes, that's right." Without missing a beat, he then declared, "Therefore, those who do not act as part of that unified whole are enemies of humanity, are they not?" They immediately screamed back, "Yes, that's right!" The scene cuts back to the bus, where Kim Cheolsu is still fast asleep. Jaha too is completely lost in sleep from pure exhaustion. Those slayers who do not join our church and who possess power of their own, what should we do with them? In that exact moment, the cultists crept forward. Every single one of their faces was twisted with malice, each hand tightly gripping a weapon. Must they be dealt with? The scene shifts to bus number 2, also on its way back to Busan. A man is stirred from a hazy sleep by the commotion. He rubs his eyes, annoyed, and glances around. "It's so loud. Don't you know this is a bus? A bus! This is public transportation, you know." Suddenly, a cultist with a savage expression appears right in front of him, pointing a knife straight at his face. A second later, blood splatters across the window. Cut to bus number 3, heading for Busan. The atmosphere inside is just as chaotic. The cultists launch their surprise attack in the dead of night, giving the others no time to react. Blood flies everywhere. The driver at the wheel glances into the rearview mirror. He remains completely silent, but on his collar, the church's emblem flashes into view. The bus just keeps speeding down the road to Busan. The scene shifts again, this time to bus number 14, where Kim Cheolsu and Jaha are. While Kim Cheolsu is still asleep, a cultist sneaks up from behind him, raising a sharp knife high. He grits his teeth, pouring all his strength into his arm to plunge the blade down. But in that exact instant, Kim Cheolsu grabs the seat adjustment lever. He yanks it, causing the seat to recline back violently, making the attacker stumble back in shock. However, with nowhere to retreat, he's slammed by the seat back, letting out a pained and desperate scream. Kim Cheolsu grabs his shovel and slowly stands up. The surrounding cultists see this and are utterly terrified, blurting out, "No way." The whole group begins to scream in a panic. "You dared to pretend to be asleep to trick us? Are you even a pastor anymore? They fly into a rage and charge forward. Die, you bastards. Kim Cheolsu's eyes flash with a cold light. He swings the shovel in his hand with incredible force, and a powerful shockwave erupts, slamming straight into the cultists. Before the attack even finishes, blood splatters everywhere. The cultists all collapse to the floor in agony, clutching their wounds and wailing miserably. Kim Cheolsu frowns, taking a deep breath before shouting, "Jae-ha, wake up, you rookie." The kid is still groggy as he slowly opens his eyes. The moment he does, a scene drenched in blood fills his vision, making Jae-ha scream in horror. Kim Cheolsu scolds him, annoyed. In a chaotic, life-or-death situation like this, you can still sleep so soundly? If you don't wake up now, the next time you open your eyes will be in hell, kid. Jae-ha, still not fully out of his daze, mumbles nonsense. Chairman, don't tell me you're just going to slaughter any group you don't like. Hearing this, Kim Cheolsu explodes in anger. What kind of person do you think I am? It wasn't me. Those bastards were the ones who started this fight. The remaining cultists are now wary and afraid, but they still grit their teeth and aim their weapons at the two of them. Seeing their overwhelming numbers, Jae-ha glances at Kim Cheolsu, completely flustered. What do we do now? Can we even fight them all? If it's just you, Chairman. Is it even possible? Kim Cheolsu stares dead ahead at the cultists and replies, I'm an A-rank slayer who specializes in zombies. Against people, I have no idea what rank I'd be. These bastards are human, not zombies. It's not the same thing at all, is it? Hearing this, Jae-ha stammers, hesitating. Then what should we do? Just then, a look of surprise crosses Kim Cheolsu's face. He looks off into the distance, then suddenly barks out an order. Get down! Fasten your seatbelt right now! He tightens his grip on the shovel, spinning it. Jae-ha just stares at him, confused. What was that? Kim Cheolsu says urgently. I said buckle up if you don't want to die. His hand grips the shovel shaft until his knuckles are white. Kim Cheolsu's eyes dart to the driver's seat. He thinks to himself, no matter what happens, the bus doesn't stop. It keeps moving at the same speed. They're definitely all on the same side. Right then, his shovel transforms, sprouting a long chain. He grimaces and, with all his might, launches it forward. The shovel head whips past the cultists, flying straight for the driver. It pierces right through the man, who looks down in utter shock. A second later, he collapses onto the steering wheel. With no one in control, the bus immediately swerves off course. The cultists all lose their balance, stumbling and falling over as they scream in the chaos. One of them, burning with rage, lunges forward with a knife, roaring, "You son of a bitch!" By now, Junshu was firmly in his seatbelt buckled tight. He glanced at the cultist and sneered, "Too late, you low-class morons." In a flash, the car shot forward, smashing directly into the guardrail. The vehicle slammed through the barrier and plunged straight down into the deep, dark abyss. A massive, earth-shaking explosion roared out. A moment later, at the bottom of the ravine amidst the dense trees, the car was a mangled, smoking wreck. A cultist managed to crawl his broken body from the wreckage, groaning in agony. "Leader, it hurts so much. Leader, save me." He suddenly froze, seeing Kim Cheolsu and Jae-ha completely unharmed before him. Jae-ha, having just gotten out, was immediately throwing up, whining in disgust. Ugh, this is way worse than any roller coaster. Just then, Junshu spotted him. "Hang on a second," he said. "There's one still alive." The cultist was seized by absolute terror, crying out in despair. "Leader, I beg you, don't come over here. Stay away from these wretched heretics." Junshu quickly strode forward, coldly grabbing him by the shoulder. He hurled the man away, making the cultist scream in pain. Junshu's face was filled with fury, his eyes burned with killing intent, his voice low and threatening. "Now, start talking. Tell me what the hell is going on." The cultist lay on the ground, squeezing his eyes shut as if surrendering. "Just do it. I'm a faithful child who's already dedicated my life to the leader. I'm ready to accept my death." But then, a cold voice cut in. "No, you're not dying just yet." The man glanced up in shock. "What?" Junshu's lips twisted into a sinister grin, his expression chilling him to the bone. "I just had a very interesting idea." He slammed a shovel blade down right beside the man's shoulder. "If you don't spit out your plan," Junshu's voice was ice, "then I'm gonna carve you into pieces." He continued his psychological assault, listing the parts, from your toes, your ankles, to your thighs, knees, and even your privates. Your hands too, from the fingers to the shoulders. I'll slice it all. The cultist's face instantly went deathly pale, his eyes darting fearfully to the sharp shovel next to him. Kim Cheolsu just smiled, full of excitement. And when there's nothing left to cut, I'll inject you with zombie serum and turn you into one of the undead. I mean a zombie, writhing in agony like a larva. Watching from a distance, Jae-ha thought to himself that the Jehovah Church believes anyone turned into a zombie is a sinner to become a zombie, and die is to be forsaken by God. Just then, Jun-shu let out a wild, excited laugh, threatening the cultist. Hurry up and tell me, what's your choice? He watched himself closely. I wonder if the chairman actually understands their doctrine, but this mental torture seems pretty effective. A while later, the sky fell strangely silent once more. He stepped out of the bushes, and Jae-ha immediately asked, Did you get any information? The chairman replied instantly, This is much more complicated than I thought. Jun-shu frowned, his expression extremely troubled. These bastards are determined to go all out. The ones who are left are incredibly dangerous. The scene shifts to the city center, a landscape of ruins and desolation. Amidst the darkness, a car with its headlights on appears. Baek-hun sits inside, a look of pure satisfaction on his face as he gazes out the window. A cultist beside him spoke up cheerfully. It's probably starting now, right, leader? The man glanced at him and gave a short reply. Probably. The Great Slazer Purge has officially begun. On bus number 4, heading to Busan, the cultists are frantically sowing death. Over on bus number 5, also heading to Busan, the situation is just as tragic. Moving to bus number 6, bound for Busan, the scene is still absolute chaos. A few people who woke up in time fought back desperately, but in their helplessness they were ultimately killed. Back in Baek-hun's car, he's beaming. If this operation goes off without a hitch, our SLA organization will finally be on the same level as the Choi Company, the cultist eagerly added. Of course. They're just an organization that can be bought off with money. He looked at his leader enthusiastically. The Jigochi Merchant Association, with its rigid principles like loyalty and ethics, refused to ally with us, and the Pans Company has also been eliminated. As expected of our leader, your calculations are truly remarkable. How could you possibly devise a battle plan to eliminate all that filth in a single sweep? Baek-hun gazed out the window, a cold, knowing smile on his face. This is hardly what I'd call a battle plan. Those Slazers might be skilled at fighting zombies, but they have absolutely no experience fighting other people. Back on the battlefield, Sa-gang cursed in frustration. On bus number 11, bound for Busan, Pedro Choi and Choi Sa-gang are desperately fighting back. She growled in anger. How many more do we have to deal with? They're as numerous as ants. Pedro by now was clearly exhausted, drenched in sweat. This is why blind faith is the most terrifying thing. They no longer know fear, willing to throw away their own lives or ignore the lives of others. Baek-hun smirked. Normally, when humans attack their own kind, there's a mix of guilt and fear, so they can't fight at their maximum potential. The cultist then held a radio up to his leader's face. We have a direct connection. It seems they have something to report. Let's listen in. Leader. A voice crackled over the radio. This is Area C, the Lion King of Area C. All of Old Lady Han Zhuanghua's loyalists have been completely wiped out. She's also critically injured and is expected to log out soon. Everything is proceeding exactly according to your will, leader. Hearing this, Baek-hun smiled with immense pleasure, his lips silently forming 2 words. Amen. The scene cuts to bus number 1, heading to Busan, where Han Zhuanghua is. The situation is absolute pandemonium. Bodies are strewn everywhere. 3 imposing figures stand behind her, their faces etched with murderous intent. B-class Slazer, Marcel Jung-hee, has taken 30,829 lives. B-class Slazer, Judge Rubiang, has sent 53,211 people away. B-class Slazer, Lion King Sim-hone, has executed 9,999. Zhou Enghua clutched her wounded body, pointing a knife at them as she choked out a scream. You damned bastards! You aren't even human anymore! Honyang spoke coldly. For a heretic like you to survive this long is quite impressive. We made sure to put our most elite believers on this bus. He glanced at the pile of dead cultists. And yet, you managed to kill them all and survive? Honyang's voice suddenly deepened. It seems you're about to collapse. With all due respect, I'll end this for you quickly. Not far away, a powerful foot slammed down on a rock outcrop. Su-hon assessed the situation from a distance, growling in annoyance. Oh, for God's sake, these crazy bastards! Behind him, a massive and powerful monster materialized as his voice turned to ice. What a complete and utter mess. The masked man sits there, speaking calmly, almost like a philosopher. In the end, humans always end up slaughtering other humans. History repeats itself. It's been the same story throughout all of humanity. Even now, in this zombie apocalypse, that vicious cycle just keeps spinning, a bleak painting of a world on the brink of total collapse. Inside the lab, every last scientist has been killed by zombies. But wait a second. Was this virus created by humans to begin with? No, that's not it. That's not what I mean. The bodies of zombies and humans lie mixed together, piled high like mountains. And get this, literally more people were killed by their own kind than by zombies. During the brutal civil war, they even herded innocent civilians into Area High. The victims of that conflict died horribly, in the most brutal ways imaginable, and that was the true beginning of everything. It was all planned from the start. A new notification pops up on the list, the correlation between refugee population control and shelter locations. Level 1 alert. On top of that, a classified report was sent around that same time. The report proposed purging anyone who no longer had labor value, and the president actually approved it. After reading it, President Bang Huang turns to his secretary asking, "Is this for real? Is something like this even possible?" The secretary just nods firmly, then points forward and begins to explain. "The higher-ups have already agreed, sir. It's not a question of if, but how we must do it. Besides, the protests have already started. Movements to escape the country are spreading like wildfire. With essential supplies dwindling, they've hit a dead end. Their reserves ran dry, forcing them to slash the budget to the bone." The truth slowly started to surface. I wasn't going to say it, but perhaps it's time to reveal a shocking secret. An image of a ruined facility appears a supposed vaccine production center, a specialized zombie vaccine that could be mass-produced. When they tested that vaccine, it pulled survivors back from the brink of death. It could even revert all infected individuals and mutants back into humans. But then, of course, everything took a turn for the worse. The government suspended all mass production. On the table are the approval files for the ZomVez vaccine budget and personnel, but every single one has been canceled. This plunged everyone into absolute despair. But why? Was this even a question of morality anymore? To research a cure and turn zombies back into people required an astronomical amount of funding. And it wasn't just money. The sheer manpower needed for production was another massive hurdle, demanding huge capital and a vast workforce. But even when people were brought back from the edge of death, their return sparked another chaotic war over the massive burden of social welfare. The military even started forcibly confiscating supplies from the public, leaving them to cry out in pure desperation. There was no other choice but to force the survivors to sacrifice every single thing they had left. A breaking news report hits the screen, announcing the confiscation of all private property. A nationwide mobilization order is now in effect. The wave of opposition surges, and the political situation spirals into chaos. Desperate citizens hold up signs with slogans like "Welfare for the living, not for zombies," and "Get out, President, resign." All of it is really happening. An image appears of countless dead soldiers, their eyes wide open just like what you all did in the Yusen battle. It's a desolate scene, with bodies piled everywhere, just like how you abandoned me and my comrades back at Soon. An old photograph flashes up, capturing a moment when a team stood united, commemorating the first Soon recapture campaign. In the end, the root of all tragedy is always people. Humans are slaughtering each other with their own hands, even when they have the means and the opportunity to save themselves. We cut back to the present, where Suho, wearing a helmet, lets out a long, thoughtful sigh. "Now I get it. Your pain, your world. I can feel it all." Hearing Suho's words, the man below him gasps for air, pleading, "So please, I'm begging you, spare my life." Suho sighs softly, then looks down to speak his mind. "I meant to tell you this the first time we met, but the thought of killing anyone never once crossed my mind. It was only when Deok-chun showed up that he understood." "Ah, so that's what you're afraid of?" This time, he offers a calm smile and explains, "I didn't mean for that to happen. Or maybe he just mutated and hasn't learned to control his strength yet? Put him down, Deok-chun. You're scaring the guy." Following the command, the creature instantly lets go, dropping the man right in front of him. Suddenly remembering something, Hwan Yu-hyun turns her head and calls out, "Sister?" Suho, sitting to the side, looks up with sarcastic surprise. "Hey, you guys were the ones slaughtering each other here first, you know. Now you're begging me for help like I'm the one who caused this whole mess." To any outsider, the whole scene would look incredibly ironic. He keeps his gaze fixed on Doang Hwa, who is still standing there motionless. "Right, old lady? I just saved you from a pretty nasty beatdown. You were about to get logged out, weren't you?" She lets out a sigh, completely unable to process what in the world is going on with Suho. When they first met, he was just a strong, healthy young man. How did it come to this? Kang Suho, how are you able to control that mutant creature? But her words only seem to push him closer to the edge. He springs to his feet, annoyed, and fires back a complaint. See? It's impossible to have a decent conversation with this old woman. Seriously, can you please stop saying things that are so misleading? He takes a slow step closer to her, making his purpose perfectly clear. I'm not here today to execute anyone. I just need you to help me pass along a message. Just as he finishes speaking, a sharp shovel slices through the air in a surprise attack. It happens so fast that even Suho is caught off guard. He immediately jumps back, raising his guard to block the potentially fatal blow. The shovel smashes into the wall with terrifying force. Just imagining it is enough to know if Suho hadn't dodged, he would have been sent straight to the afterlife. He lets out a weary sigh, glancing over at Junsu, who just appeared. See? Not even a minute has passed, and some clueless idiot who misunderstood everything has already shown up. Without a moment's hesitation, Junshu unleashes his chain and signature shovel, launching a relentless barrage of attacks. His face is etched with worry as he glances at Duang Hoa, who's still frozen to the spot. Honey, are you okay? But the sight of Shu Ho makes his blood boil, his expression turning ugly. You bastard, what the hell do you think you're doing? But his eyes land on the colossal form of a mutant, and he's completely, utterly shocked. That mutated thing. The face is somehow familiar, and with that giant build, he's horrified. Could that possibly be Jiangok? 1,000 questions are screaming in his head, but he forces himself to stay calm. He'll deal with this thing first and figure out the rest later. With that thought, Junshu yanks his weapon back toward him, but it's caught fast. It seems to be stuck, completely refusing to retract. He frowns in confusion, glancing back with pure astonishment. At some point, Kang Suho had grabbed hold of his weapon, refusing to let him pull it back. The sight leaves Jaeha stunned, barely able to believe it. His mind reels what kind of monster could block the chairman's attack with just one hand, and so easily? Suho rips the weapon from his grasp and declares loud and clear, "Today, I really just came to deliver a message." He even takes Kim Cheolsu's own shovel and slams it hard into the ground. This little toy is confiscated for now. The shovel bites deep into the earth, a clear display of his absolute authority. Kim Cheolsu gets the message. He's furious but knows he can't just charge in recklessly. Just then, seeing how tense things are, Jaeha leans in to whisper to Kim Cheolsu, "Chairman, shall I provide support to buy you time to retrieve your weapon?" He immediately shakes his head, refusing. "No need. I will handle him myself." Silently observing his surroundings, he begins to analyze the situation. He could have easily used the shovel head to attack me, but instead, he just stabbed it into the ground. I bet he isn't here to fight, but for a different reason. Hearing that analysis, Shuho bursts out laughing and claps his hands in delight. "Well done. Fantastic. I must say, I'm very impressed with that brain of yours." Kim Cheolsu still doesn't fully understand what Suho is trying to say. And then, Shuho continues the conversation he left hanging. "I was worried whether you'd even survive with that battered body to crawl back to Busan. But now this works out. Pass a message on to the people in Busan for me." Hearing this, Junshu frowns, staring at the man in the hat, confused. Pass on a message? No more beating around the bush. Shuho raises a single finger and makes his declaration. "In exactly 1 month, I will breach the wall and enter Busan with my endless army of zombies and mutants." The declaration of war leaves Kim Cheolsu frozen, too shocked to believe his own ears. Of course, Jaeha standing beside him is just as horrified. Suho adds one more sentence to seal the deal. That's right. The goal is to send every last survivor in Busan to their graves. Honyang also slowly turns his head, listening intently to every word. Doang Hoa can also vaguely sense the atmosphere growing darker and more unstable than ever. The more Junshu thinks, the more he feels something is deeply wrong. He confronts the man before him in bewilderment. You're a human too, right? You're not just targeting one person. You want to purge all the people in Busan?" Shu Ho remains as calm as ever, replying with indifference. "Me? Of course I'm human." Suho's voice continues its steady rhythm, forcing him to listen to every word. Suho points at Junshu, then at Jaeha, and delivers a cold conclusion. "Survivors like you can no longer be considered human." From the start, Doang Hoa has only stood there, trembling in fear as she hears those words. On the contrary, the infected, those mutants, they are the real victims who were deceived by you, led astray, and now drown in endless darkness. That's the first time Jaeha feels a dangerous, murderous aura radiating from the mysterious man. Because they made a sacrifice, they deserve to be called true humans. As he finishes, Su-ho clenches his fist with determination. Therefore, I will dispose of you all. I will wipe you out, cure those who were turned into zombies, and then from those ashes, I will rebuild this nation. Before leaving, Kang Soo-ho doesn't forget to deliver a final warning, so you'd better get back to Busan and deliver my message properly. After hearing everything, Jun-shu becomes extremely serious. He understands perfectly that Shu-ho isn't bluffing. The people outside the wall that you all so heartlessly abandoned, they once risked their lives for you. Shu-ho's voice suddenly drops, becoming haunting as he declares all-out war on the filthy humans inside the city. Piecing together everything Shu-ho just uttered, Jun-shu is utterly bewildered. He said it's a declaration of war? Is he really planning to slaughter every resident inside the wall? He suddenly recalls the sight of zombie hunters and military helicopters always protecting the civilians. It's insane, because no matter how strong he is, Busan still has hundreds of elite slayers. The military may have been scattered, but their forces in Busan are still massive. Not to mention the citizens have also armed themselves with the necessary tools for self-defense. If Busan is ever in danger, the survivors will surely take up arms to protect their own lives. The more Jun-shu calculates, the more absurd it seems. How can one individual, or a small group he leads, possibly confront all the survivors? It's almost impossible, so why is he so confident? His intuition tells him Shu-ho is not the type to joke. If he said it, he'll do it. Could this really be happening? In this life-or-death situation, he looks at Dong-hoa and gets lost in thought, trying to process everything logically. The most crucial thing now is to accept this declaration of war, then get her back inside the safe wall. He's been considering a lot about this mysterious man named Shu-ho, but reason is screaming at him that if he chooses to avoid this and ignore him now, their next encounter will be the worst-case scenario. After a moment's hesitation, Jun-shu tightens his grip on his weapon. Or should I just ignore it and leave? The entire space seems to hold its breath, waiting for Kim Cheolsu's decision, but he's still hesitant. If he risks a little fight now, couldn't he gather some intel to better prepare for the future? Furthermore, even though they are injured, the coordination between an A-rank and a B-rank slayer is nothing to be taken lightly. As if reading his thoughts, Su-ho starts to lose patience and speaks up. Are you scheming something? He jumps, completely caught off guard, unsure how to react. Su-ho then adds another comment. So all masters think alike once they reach a certain level, huh? Su-ho's expression remains dead serious. With your power level, you could easily save them all and ensure a safe retreat right now. But through the thick smoke and dust, Su-ho delivers a bone-chilling threat. If you let this situation get any worse, I will personally send every single person here to the afterlife. His eyes turn ice cold as he states his intentions directly. The only reason I'm sparing you guys is to see the survivors make it to the very end. No, scratch that it's because I want to witness the true nature of humanity. It has nothing to do with pitying scum like you, so be smart and go back to Busan while you still have the chance. Either way, our paths are destined to cross again. We'll be seeing each other soon enough. Just when it seems things have settled, Su-ho turns to leave, but suddenly remembers something important. Oh, and one more thing. He glares forward as he adds a final warning. Ariam, give my regards to Choi Ariam and tell her I'll be coming to see her myself. Time passes quietly, and the bright moon now hangs high overhead, illuminating the main road. Kang Soo-ho is now helping Hon-young, guiding him step by step. Meanwhile, Ji-ha struggles to support the heavily injured Jun-shu. Once he figures they're a safe distance away, Hon-young quickly speaks up. We should be fine here. He looks at Jun-shu with immense gratitude. Thank you. I will carve this debt into my very bones. But before he finishes, Jun-shu violently shoves him, sending him staggering backward. Jun-shu's face is twisted with pure rage as he screams, You damn fool, are you out of your mind? They were the ones who attacked us first, dragging my company and the Merchants Guild into this mess. Even if that armored psycho hadn't shown up, and even without using a slazer, all of you were already destined to die right here on this spot. After letting out his anger, he immediately turns to Hon-young and asks with a commanding tone, Do you have a way to contact your superiors? Get those cult freaks on the line and report everything with your own mouth. Thinking of the absolute chaos about to unfold, he can only let out a long, frustrated sigh. This is no time for humans to be killing each other. It's a time when we should be trying to save every last slazer we possibly can. It seems Hon-young is finally starting to understand the meaning behind his words. With no other option, he nods in agreement. I get it. I'll try to persuade the Pope to stop this meaningless war. The scene cuts to a flashy red supercar speeding down an endless road as Bun's voice comes over the line from the other end. Sitting in the car, His eyes are glued to the radio as he asks in disbelief, "Did you just say the name Jang Soo-ho?" His mind instantly floods with worst-case scenarios. Jang Soo-ho has returned. The image of Soo-ho sitting arrogantly atop a massive figure flashes in his mind, his presence completely overwhelming. He could even control Chun at will, displaying a terrifying ability to command the mutant species. Every time they recall the warning Soo-ho gave, a shiver runs down their spines. It was nothing short of a stark declaration of war that he would wipe out every living soul left in Busan. Finding himself in such a bizarre situation for the first time, Bun is utterly bewildered, with no clue how to proceed. But as he grasps the situation, an idea flashes in his mind. He bites his lip until it bleeds and comes to a conclusion, as if everything had already been secretly planned. This is not the time for fights like this to be happening. If we make one wrong move, this battle will turn into a blood-soaked purge. It will lead to a severe drop in the number of slayers, and I might become a traitor. I could become a thorn in everyone's side. A traitor, nothing more. I'll be seen as the savior of the survivors, only to instantly become a traitor to all of humanity. The thought is too much for Bun to bear, and he calls out for Priest Stephen. Hearing his name, the priest frantically responds, "Yes, yes, Your Holiness." After a moment of thought, the Pope makes his decision. "Because you have followed me faithfully, contributed greatly to dealing with the zombies and strengthening the church, you will undoubtedly ascend to heaven." Hearing these sacred words from Baek Hun, Stephen immediately clasps his hands and bows his head to vow. "Ah yes, Your Holiness, your words are a great honor to me. From now on, I, Stephen, will continue to trust the church and walk this path." But before he can finish his sentence, the Pope cuts in with another question. "But you have to perform a martyrdom for my sake, don't you?" The words leave Stephen stunned and utterly confused, unable to grasp the hidden meaning behind Bun's words. He asks again, "I'm sorry, what?" The Pope then issues a new command. "Go to the Slayers and attack them to make them stop." Things are going off the rails, and someone has to take responsibility, right? So I hope you, the priest, will be the one to bear that burden. Hearing this request, Stephen falls silent, unable to utter a single word, as if lost in deep thought. While he's still lost in his own world, Bun gently places a hand on his, but the Pope's face reveals a cold, calculating expression as he gives the order. "Your martyrdom will be remembered in the heart of the church for all time. You are a devout child of God," as if hypnotized and brainwashed. Stephen immediately nods his understanding. "I will obey." The luxury supercar continues to speed down the long road as an announcement is heard from within. "To all believers, we will stop this battle here." As the car speeds by, Stephen is shoved out, tumbling painfully onto the ground. This battle was started by Priest Stephen, who was possessed by Satan. Blood from his body spills continuously onto the cold pavement. "This has nothing to do with my will, so please take note and cease fighting immediately." The crowd is furious upon hearing the news, but in the end, there's nothing they can do. I repeat one more time, all believers are to cease combat and return to Busan. They immediately tighten their grip on the blades in their hands, but as if compelled by some invisible force, they begin dropping their weapons to the ground one by one. It's the same on this side. A knife clatters to the ground, abandoning Sajang and his comrades who are still fighting with all their might. One of the men flashes a friendly smile and offers a suggestion. "I think you've misunderstood something. We won't attack you anymore, so let's all return to Busan safely." This sends Sajang into a furious rage, and he starts screaming curses at the lunatics. "Seriously?" Right beside her, a teammate asks in disbelief, "You actually believe a word they said?" Time passes quietly, the moon now high in the sky as Doang Hoa slowly awakens from her daze. She bolts upright, panicked, as if from a terrible nightmare. Seeing Doang Hoa's eyes open, Ari quickly reports, Chairwoman, the old lady is awake." Jun Shu simply sighs and replies, "I'm awake too." The more she thought, the more helpless she felt, letting out a long sigh. How did things end up like this? He then calmly began to explain everything. "We brought you back to a hospital inside the Busan wall, so you are safe and sound." She's incredibly moved by what he did for her. "I owe you for this. It's because of you that I managed to survive." Junshu replies calmly, a hint of sadness on his face. "It was nothing. You sided with us from the very beginning, so protecting you was simply part of the contract. I'm just sorry I couldn't save anyone else." Suddenly recalling a crucial detail, she urgently asks, "What's the situation now? Did you inform the government about Jiang Shuho's appearance?" He immediately nods. "Yes, I did." Remembering Stephen's face, he proceeds to tell her the entire story. Ultimately, Baek Hun made Priest Steven the scapegoat for the battle, which allowed us to successfully shake them off our trail. His voice remains level. This is not the time to have any shortage of Slazer forces. And in the current situation, with their power growing at an unbelievable rate, punishing them is no easy task. That makes Doang Hoa furious. Those rotten. Junshu cuts in. There's one more thing. Seeing he isn't finished, she looks at him, confused. He lifts his head, his gaze firm as he declares, "The Slav Friendship Association has been convened. It seems he already guessed the purpose of this meeting." Of course, this is no simple get-together. The venue is the temporary headquarters for the Ministry of Defense. The gates slowly swing open to receive the important guests. Baek Hun and the others step inside, all focused on stopping the origin Slav, Jiang Shu Ho. Every single face in the room is tense and solemn given the current crisis. An enemy has declared all-out war on Busan, and so a strategy meeting has been called. Sam's expression becomes incredibly serious, his eyes darting around, observing everything. He carefully studies every person present. Cho Young and Chun-shik are silent. Doang Hoa knows this fight is more dangerous than ever. Only Junshu shows no fear of the challenge ahead. After a moment, they all sit down to focus on planning their next course of action. Junshu, seated next to Chun-shik and Baek Hun, breaks the heavy silence. He slowly recounts that day's events. How Shu Ho, wearing a helmet, relentlessly blocked all of his attacks. Sam and Cho Young listen intently as Doang Hoa relays the entire story to everyone. From the moment Shu Ho issued his challenge and vowed to destroy the world, naturally, Chun-shik and Baek Hun still appear rather nonchalant about the whole thing. Even so, they all understand that Shu Ho is an extremely dangerous and difficult opponent. The room is plunged into silence. Chun-shik remembers Chun's mutated zombie form, and after hesitating, he finally asks, he can turn people into a mutated species, not just regular zombies, and he can even give them orders? At this, he lets out a heavy sigh, his frustration at its peak. Just one of those abilities is enough to destroy an entire country, and he has both? Instead of planning a counterattack, our chances of survival might be higher if we just start running now. Seeing his extreme reaction, Sam immediately warns him, "Sit down." An A-rank Slazer abandoning their post in Busan is an act of treason. You want to be turned into a beehive before Jiang Shu Ho even gets to you? Hearing that, he lowers his head, sighing and complaining. Death by bullets, or death by Jiang Shu Ho's mutated species. Wait, maybe the odds of dodging bullets are higher. As the two bicker, Doang Hoa cuts in with a laugh. He definitely turned Janggok Chun into a mutant, and we all saw him control it with our own eyes. But if his control was limitless, he would have destroyed Busan by now. Hearing that assessment, Sam silently concurs. That's right. With that level of hatred and ambition, he'd have no reason to wait. She continues to voice her deduction for everyone to hear. There must be a limit to both creating the mutants and his ability to control them. His mentioning a 1-month deadline must be because he needs that much time to prepare. Junshu nods, then quickly comes to a conclusion. Simply put, he isn't invincible. With the right strategy, we can stop him. He sighs, glancing at Chun-shik, who is still standing. So don't even think about getting scared and running away. You're a grown man, not a child who can't hold it in. Hearing that sharp-tongued taunt, Chun-shik's face flushes with anger. Listen to this little brat running his mouth when he couldn't even handle 100,000 zombies. Still, Chun-shik adds, I'll admit, something feels wrong. Fine, I'll open my ears and listen to what they're chirping about. The atmosphere in the meeting room is stretched thin like a wire, when suddenly Baek Hun claps his hands loudly, silencing the crowd. After signaling for order, he calmly presents his bold idea. Well, so it's settled. All of you here have decided to make Busan the stage for a death match with the heretic Jiang Shu Ho. His mouth just keeps on moving. In that case, I think you should all put your heads together and start forming a strategy. Sam sits there, silently observing everything. He then glances over at Doang Hoa, deliberately prefacing his words with a comment that is obviously grating and annoying to her. Right after mentioning his next condition, his expression turns strangely dangerous as he finishes with a completely nonchalant statement. If the demand I am about to make is not accepted, the Jehovah Church will have to sit this defense out. That declaration explodes in the room, making even Sam flinch. Doang Hoa's eyes widen in disbelief. She can't believe Baek Hun would dare say something so treacherous. Chun-shik turns to look at him, completely stunned, but the man just calmly repeats himself, as if afraid they didn't hear him clearly. I'll say it again. No deal. We don't play. We're not fighting. Baek Hun glances at the soldier on guard, casually bringing up the Busan incident, which makes the poor guy break out in a cold sweat. The military is at its weakest, losing soldiers left and right. How could they possibly handle a full-scale war now? Jae-sam just listens as the man's presentation drags both Choi and Gang's companies through the mud. He then begins to analyze the state of their six-person alliance. Sure, Choi and Gang are known for training elite S-rankers, but you can count their members on one hand. The quality is top-notch, definitely. But a full-scale war? That's going to be tough. No sooner had he finished, Baekhoon turns to mock Zhanghua. And the Jigalchi Merchant Association? She freezes at the mention of it. Too bad they were shattered after clashing with us. Is that tiny organization even worthy of being called a powerhouse anymore? Unable to contain her anger, she immediately swears without any hesitation. A conflict, my ass, you bastard. That was a one-sided ambush from you guys. That incident alone was enough to make the woman from Jigalchi Market completely lose her cool. He just smirks mockingly. Hey now, the government officially concluded it was a conflict, so I'm just calling it that. What's wrong with it? If you're so upset, you should have just offered me a bigger bribe. He then turns his attention to Junsu, scorning his fan company for trying to get involved in big matters so soon after its founding. Chunsik also looks at Junsu. You're still sitting there quietly. Clearly, Baekhoon has done his research on him. Your promotion to A rank was nothing more than a temporary fix, a desperate move to fill the void left by Lim Guangtaek and old man Gang Chun. Even when attacked directly, Junsu doesn't say a word. After that long speech, Baekhoon waves his hand and raises his voice. But ladies and gentlemen, what about me and this ridiculously huge Jehovah's Church? He even pretends he's about to leave, stunning everyone. While other factions are collapsing from this war of attrition, we are thriving like never before. A vision appears of people flocking to join the church, its followers growing at a rate never before seen in its history. With them came a massive influx of military power, money, assets, and a huge network from donations. Our weapons and heavy gear are now on par with the Busan provisional government. Don't joke around. After that display of bragging, Jae-sam calmly asks, So, what is it that you want, you little upstart? He gives the man a look of pure contempt. So you're saying if Busan falls, your god will only protect your group? We're discussing survival strategies, and you're here making conditions? Baekhoon immediately lifts his head and replies, We are confident that we're immortal, completely unaffected by anything. It seems he's already prepared all his escape routes. We have already sold off our land. We have massive ships docked at Busan's port right now, more than enough space to carry all the followers of the church. At that, he bursts out laughing mockingly. Do you all understand the situation now? Hearing that, Zhanghua sinks into deep thought. This means if things get intense, they'll just board their ships and flee, abandoning this battlefield to its fate. Chun-sik, sitting beside her, is speechless. Is this guy insane? He has his perfect escape plan ready and he's still making demands from a position of power? Seeing the heavy atmosphere in the room, Baekhoon says with delight, Look at your faces, I guess it's finally sinking in, right? In that case, allow me to state my first condition. His eyes gleam triumphantly. You must appoint me, Baekhoon, as the supreme commander in the defense of Busan next month. He then glances over at Jae-sam to add more emphasis. Second, if we succeed, you must declare the Jehovah's Church the national religion for contributing the most. Just hearing that makes Zhanghua grind her teeth in fury. As Baekhoon is about to state his third condition, Junsu unexpectedly gets up. He silently walks straight towards him, leaving everyone completely baffled. The man lets out a weary sigh. Do I have to get ugly right now? He continues to taunt him. How stupid must you be to think of leaving during a critical moment that concerns the nation's fate? But Junsu isn't leaving. He walks straight up until he is standing right in front of him. Jae-sam feels a dense killing intent, a terrifyingly familiar feeling from years ago. Despite that, Baekhoon still won't shut his mouth. I haven't finished explaining my conditions yet. In that moment, Junsu's fist is already clenched. The very next second, he unleashes a thunderous punch right in the man's face, sending him flying backward. The scene leaves Jae-sam, who had a faint guess, utterly stunned. As for Zhanghua, her eyes are wide open, unable to utter a single word. Chun-sik watches the punch with clear satisfaction, while Cho-young remains expressionless. Caught off guard, Baekhoon crashes face first onto the floor, dazed. Barely conscious, he coughs violently and screams, You're insane. I'm the one with the upper hand in this negotiation. How dare you attack me? With that, he points at Junsu and yells, Where are my slicers? Hurry up! Seize this guy and take care of him! This is how a real negotiation begins! But his order is met with deafening silence. None of his men move an inch. They all just stare as he gets beaten. Junsu then grabs his collar and yanks him up, terrifying him completely. Even at that point, the guy couldn't understand why Junsu hated him so fiercely. Junsu tightens his fist, winding up for another punch. The others around them are still frozen like statues, no one interfering to stop it. They just silently watch Baek-hun get punched repeatedly. Because for a long time, all of them had been hoping someone would step up and teach this arrogant little monster a lesson. The scene then cuts to the president's office, where Ari is shouting in outrage. What? You're saying you'll deal with Baek-hun? The president's office, the Slayers Guild, and the government won't let this slide. But Junsu remains calm, having already calculated everything. If the conditions are right, who would dare stop me? Seeing she's still confused, he explains that the attack on the Merchants Association was a setup, and both the government and A-rankers knew Baek-hun was the mastermind. Standing before Ari, he says in one breath, they are well aware of his nature. There is no guarantee he won't pull another stunt. Moreover, if we don't stop him now, his ambition is to swallow this entire national government whole. Junsu's voice rings out, cold as ice. Everyone knows he must be stopped, that this parasite must be exterminated, but no one dares to do it. Ari finally understands. It's because everyone is only trying to protect their own interests. To conclude, Junsu's face becomes harder than ever. But what about my position? The moment she hears that, Ari's mind immediately starts calculating. To the government, he is the man who defeated Lim Guangtak. As for the former followers of Choi and gang, Junsu has a reputation and a sense of justice that they have to respect. On top of that, he has the Jagalchi Association backing him. Junsu nods, confirming. If we don't deal with this guy quickly, we'll waste an entire month on pointless political infighting. If I don't take out the trash, who will? Back in the present, Kim Cheolsu's got Bun by the throat, lifting him off the ground. Even beaten to a pulp, the guy just smirks, taunting him. You? You think you're enough? Without the Jehovah Church, how could you possibly stop Jiang Shuhuang? Tears stream down his face, his voice trembling. It's not too late, just run. But before he finishes, Kim Cheolsu lands another brutal blow, plunging the room into dead silence. Everyone understands this is a massive gamble, an incredibly dangerous move. Memories of the church facing the zombies alone come flooding back. The image of the nun and the old pastor pulling Honyang's strings flashes in their minds. Although the Jehovah Church had become a formidable power, challenging A-rank slayers and using humanity's very survival as a bargaining chip for their own selfish ambitions had crossed a sacred line. You see it clearly now, Bun manipulating everyone with his twisted schemes while his thugs ran wild, oppressing innocent civilians. Neither Baek-hun nor the Jehovah Church had ever stooped this low before. He was so meticulous, he even had a dye-haired body double prepared. Bun was always the cautious type, a coward hiding behind a savior's mask. So the big question is, why is he suddenly acting so reckless and making such fatal errors? The answer, it turns out, is devastatingly simple: method acting. A technique where an actor merges with their character so completely, their thoughts and feelings become one. In his hand was a script for his role. The Pope of the Jehovah Church, the savior of mankind in a zombie apocalypse. The cover even spelled it out, Zombie Apocalypse, starring actor Baek-hun as the cult's pope. By diving too deep into the role, Baek-hun slowly lost himself without a clue. As time passed, after getting Jiang Shuho under control, he was overcome with euphoria, absorbing Jiang Zioka's remnants and tipping the scales of power dramatically in his favor. He even allied with the military to expand his influence. He was convinced the government was helpless, unable to touch him for his mountain of crimes. Bit by bit, Baek-hun was corrupted by his own actions, until every last shred of insecurity vanished. He began to believe his own fiction, the fantasy world he created. Standing alone in the vast cathedral, Baek-hun thought his ideas were the only ones that mattered. He genuinely believed he was the Messiah, sent down by God himself to save the world. He justified every conspiracy and crime as a necessary evil to save humanity. At the same time, as mysterious symbols appeared, his belief in his own omnipotence grew even stronger. In the crushing silence, Baek-hun lets out a sigh, claiming he was never acting at all. It was like he'd become a different person, convinced he'd finally found his true purpose. Back in the meeting room, the air is thick with death after Kim Cheolsu's insane move. Even the heavily armed soldiers are frozen solid, not daring to make a sound after what they just witnessed. Bun's face is a bloody mess, lying completely still. After this, the military's authority is shattered. Images of innocent bodies litter the ground, and the government is powerless to stop the rising wave of public fury. On the outside, Society itself is collapsing as people flood the streets in protest. The corrupt regime and its unfair system are doomed to fall now that the power enforcing them is gone. Kim Cheolsu's eyes burn with determination, as if he could end this at any second. His fists rain down like sledgehammers, beating Baek-hun until there's no fight left. The other guild members gradually fall silent, realizing that this chaos is actually working in their favor. With the government weakened, that power vacuum will inevitably be filled by the Slayers. The already powerful A-rankers are about to seize influence far beyond any politician. Suddenly, Kim Cheolsu recalls the last words Wangok had left for him, a heartfelt plea for him to step up and take on the role of leader. Those final words felt like destiny itself. Everything I prepared for you, use it to save Busan. I'm sure you will finish what I started. After taking that brutal combo, Baek-hun can't move, just stands there muttering that he's Baek-hun, the savior of all. His eyes are filled with absolute despair, his own blood splattered across his face. With just a few basic punches, Kim Cheolsu had utterly defeated Bun in front of everyone. After it's over, he hoists the motionless body and declares that if this man lives, he'll just seize power again before Jiangshu-ho even reaches Busan. His voice rings out, sharp and clear. Just like he tried to destroy the Jagoi Merchant Association, he'll use violence to control everyone. Manhwa just stands there, listening in silence. Everyone can see the future endless civilian revolts, a tragedy where humanity just tears itself apart. Another brutal, self-destructive war between factions is about to ignite once more. At this, Kim Cheolsu turns his question to the crowd. You all know how this will end, don't you? If I don't kill this man today, we will have destroyed ourselves long before Jiang Shu-ho and the mutants arrive. He makes sure to clearly state his reason. I'm just doing what has to be done. Does anyone have a problem with that? Then, he drags Baek-hun's lifeless body and calmly walks out, leaving everyone stunned. Realizing the situation is spiraling out of control, Chun-sik frantically calls out to him. Hey you! You just started a war! Where do you think you're going? The military, just as shocked, demands an answer. We want to know too. What the hell do you plan on doing now? Slayer Kim Cheolsu meets all their expectant gazes and states it plainly. I'm going to unite the entire army. That answer leaves Cheol-sam completely floored. Unite? You've been planning this from the start, haven't you? To gather all the slayers and survivors to fight Jiang Shu-ho. Like I said, someone has to step up and take on this responsibility, right? With his plan finally in motion, Kim Cheolsu's first target is the Jehovah Church Cathedral. Inside, a truck suddenly smashes through, destroying everything in its path. Inside the church, the followers are thrown into absolute chaos at the terrifying sight. Panic spreads like wildfire, no one has a clue what the hell is happening. Hearing the noise, Hon-young rushes outside and yells, "What's going on? Are we under attack?" But the moment he sees the truck that smashed right through the solid wall, his eyes bulge in pure shock. The truck door opens slowly, signaling an extraordinary arrival. Everyone falls silent, holding their breath, waiting to see what monster will emerge. Junshu's feet calmly touch the ground, and an intense pressure radiates from him. He immediately tosses Baek-hun's stiff corpse to the ground, then declares loudly, "This is the man you called a savior, the one you all worshipped." The move freezes Hon-young and the entire church in place. Junshu, without a hint of fear, stands over Baek-hun's body and says, "I sent him to meet his maker." His voice booms across the hall. Now, it's time for you to decide. The words turn every single person in the church to stone. He gives them their final choice, either pledge loyalty to this fraud and die with him, or live and fight with me. The brutal truth laid bare before them sends the followers into absolute shock. Baek-hun, the man they believed was their savior, is now dead as a doornail. Their own scripture even prophesied he would win the final battle against the zombies and ascend to heaven. They're completely lost, with no idea what to do next. All they can do now is stare at Baek-hun's motionless body, their almighty leader, killed by some random nobody. It's like they're all hypnotized, just staring at each other in dead silence. But the strange thing is, nobody is angry about Baek-hun's death. Instead, they're silent as the grave, their faces just blank masks of shock. One of them finally starts to panic. He's gone, so what do we do now? The others are just as lost and confused. Wasn't he supposed to be God's messenger? I just got promoted to priest. I haven't even enjoyed the benefits yet. How could it all end now? Just then, someone rushes up to the priest, asking frantically, "Father, what are we supposed to do?" Startled by the question, the priest flinches, sweat pouring down his face. totally clueless about what to do next. After a deep breath to regain his composure, the priest suddenly screams, "God has sent a new pope to save us!" That blatant lie stuns the entire crowd for a second time. Even Jun Shu, the guy who caused all this, is speechless at that level of shameless audacity. Watching the crowd's reaction, the priest gets nervous. Maybe that lie was a bit too much? Another man slowly looks up at Jun Shu and speaks, "Father, there's no going back." The man decides to play along. "You're absolutely right. This is the replacement for the old corrupted pope." Even the priest himself is taken aback. Another person immediately catches on, turning to the crowd and shouting, "It all makes perfect sense. He's been acting so strange lately, hungry for power. The old pope must have been possessed by Satan." The crowd desperately latches on, making up any excuse to prove their faith wasn't for nothing, just to hold on to their sanity. Seeing everyone had taken the bait, the priest lets out a smug grin, his position now secure. Those fools are already deluding themselves. Even Honyang can see the tide is turning. He looks over at Junshu and thinks to himself, they're all lost. But if he doesn't control this narrative, the church will fall, dragging society into chaos. Suddenly, the memory of Gang Yu-ho pinning him down and mocking him comes flooding back. If this continues, that psycho Gang Yu-ho will slaughter everyone in Busan. At that thought, his gaze snaps to Junshu, his eyes burning with determination. Seeing Honyang marching toward him so aggressively, Junshu is confused. Before he can even process it, Honyang grabs his hand, thrusts it high into the air, and announces, "My brother, Kim Junshu, the man who became an A-rank Kim Cheolsu in just 6 months, is our new savior." The room falls silent for 5 seconds, then the air explodes with the sound of the entire crowd roaring in thunderous applause. The scene leaves Junshu totally dumbfounded. His plan was to hit them with a harsh dose of reality, then negotiate. He never saw a plot twist this insane coming. Regardless, the objective of his trip is more or less complete. He glances away, wondering if he's truly on the right path. Inside the truck, Sarang, Ari, and Jiha are all waving their hands, celebrating his victory enthusiastically. The scene cuts back to the meeting. After hearing Junshu's entire unbelievable story, everyone is floored. Chil-sam slowly turns his head, a completely bewildered look on his face as he asks, "You subjugated a heretical cult, and now you plan to persuade us?" Junshu quickly nods. "That's exactly right." This time, his eyes turn to Aryung, a silent request for her to finally tell him the old story. She looks up at him, slightly confused by the sudden attention. His gaze is firm as he cuts straight to the chase, asking what happened between Gang Yu-ho and the people from Seoul. Secretary Park immediately interjects, "What did you hear from Gang Yu-ho?" But then she seems to doubt herself. "Wait, no. Whatever he told you, why would you think we would believe a single word from our enemy's mouth?" At that, Aryung remains stern, simply raising a hand to silence her. The gesture startles Secretary Park, who mutters, "Chairwoman?" Aryung ignores her, cautiously asking Junshu, "Gang Yu-ho, what did he tell you?" Junshu replies, "He told me that you survivors, the very people he trusted and called comrades, ruthlessly abandoned him." He continues to explain, "That was the trigger. It was the moment he lost all faith in anyone who survived." Hearing this, the entire room falls deathly silent. Aryung glances at Chil-sam, who simply nods in confirmation. Then she finally makes a request. "Before I tell you the story, you have to promise me one thing." This confuses Junshu. "What is it?" Aryung's expression darkens, becoming more guarded. She tells him that after hearing the truth, he must make the right judgment. No matter how disgusting and vile the truth may be, for the sake of the people inside the walls, you have to continue being an A-rank Kim Cheolsu. You have to remain their hope. Junshu looks up at her, his eyes filled with unwavering conviction as he makes his own declaration. "I know I can't save everyone inside those walls. I came from nothing, after all. But despite that, I am determined to fight for them, and I'm giving it everything I have." He told me it was all ancient history, and he wouldn't let it shake his will. His answer left me speechless for a moment. So I began to speak about Kang Soo-ho. I told him Kang Soo-ho was once a genius, a man with an unparalleled talent for killing zombies. In my eyes, he was the first survivor of the territory reclamation campaign. He was also the one who created the Kim Cheolsu profession, a way to make a living by killing zombies. Soon after, he became the core force of the Kim Cheolsu organizations, thanks to his overwhelming power and brilliant leadership. The company he and I founded took on countless missions and made a fortune. I remember one evening a few years back, we were in these cold, abandoned skyscrapers after we had completely wiped out the zombies. Our team stood before two massive doors, sealed shut with layers of locks. I told them these were ownerless assets, lost outside the walls. When the doors finally opened, the sight of countless gold bars stacked high made me gasp in astonishment. I explained how we acquired a huge amount of land after signing a contract with the government, which led to many more soldiers joining us for support. Back then, I believed we had hit it big, and we just kept pushing forward, stronger than ever. And just like that, Kang Soo-ho and I were always side by side, completing every mission we set our minds to. I truly believed that in a place like Busan, where hope was fading, we were the only ones achieving a different kind of success. I remember when our group would gather, the atmosphere was always so lively. Thinking back to how happy and close-knit we all were then, I felt we were not only doing necessary work for the world, but also earning an incredible fortune. I told myself we were the ones who shined the brightest. That day, I happily said, "Let's have a toast, and the president has to be the one to give it." My suggestion made Kang Soo-ho a little flustered. He shyly refused. "What are you doing? I can't do that." Seeing him, the whole group just smiled warmly, looking at him with absolute trust. Finally, he gave in, lifting his glass and saying reluctantly, "All right then." He gave a small nod, showing complete faith in his companions. Kang Soo-ho raised his glass high and declared, "To a peaceful world." Hearing that, every single one of us fell silent, absolutely stunned. Our reaction confused him, and he asked why no one was raising their glasses. But the mood quickly became lively again, and we continued the party. I believed his strength and leadership were no longer just influential among Kim Cheolsu. His name was becoming a legend among the army and the public. Then, on another night, as our team arrived at a harbor filled with shipping containers, we all had a sudden realization. Everyone started clapping and cheering wildly. I truly thought that if there was one person who could return this zombie-filled apocalyptic world to how it was before, it was him, the man in the helmet. At the same time, in the most luxurious skyscraper, a high-ranking officer was looking down thoughtfully. He finally spoke. "Isn't that a bit dangerous?" His subordinate immediately replied. "You mean the Kim Cheolsu's reclamation campaign? You don't need to worry, General. This is just an internal civilian matter. So even if they fail, it'll be easy for us to handle the aftermath. Besides, the profits we're getting from them are much larger than we expected. When we renovated a part of the UAN territory not long ago, we made a hefty sum thanks to them." But the officer immediately cut him off. No, why can't you understand what I'm saying?" That attitude made the subordinate a little suspicious. The officer gave him a cold, sharp look. The officer spoke through gritted teeth. "What I'm asking is, are you planning to use all of this to jump into politics?" Only then did the subordinate understand, and he stammered, "Politics, sir? You mean those zombie-killing Kim Cheolsus?" The officer's reply was short. "That's right," he continued. "After they established their company, I heard they planned to buy up all the land in Busan. Not only that, but after completing the tasks we give them, they receive a significant amount of land in return." The officer concluded, "Most importantly, aren't they becoming the largest armed force outside the government's army? They are a very real, potential threat." He worried that if the man in the helmet ever seized power and ordered a rebellion in these chaotic times, Busan could completely collapse. The subordinate tried to interject. "Although I thought you should have this information as you requested, but he was cut off by the officer again." "But what?" The subordinate answered cautiously. "Their usefulness is greater than we thought, sir. Ever since this so-called Kim Cheolsu profession appeared, securing supplies in areas we once thought were impossible for our troops to enter has become feasible. It's becoming more possible by the day. I'm certain there are others in higher positions who will need them." Hearing this, the officer let out a satisfied laugh and replied, "I never said we should eliminate all of them. I'm not the type to stop things so extremely." This surprised the subordinate. "Colonel Yoon?" Then, the high-ranking officer slowly gave his order, "Just use a moderate hand. Enough to create mutual restraint while expanding our own influence a little." He laid out a cruel plan. To achieve this, the best way was to eliminate the bastard in charge, and the key target of this operation was none other than Kang Soo-ho. At that exact moment, Kang Soo-ho was scratching his arm. "Is someone cursing me?" he muttered, "or is it just sweat under my helmet? My arm is suddenly so itchy." His actions made me feel conflicted. I believed Kang Soo-ho had done nothing wrong. No, if he did make one mistake, it was becoming a leader that everyone looked up to. Then, one day, I suddenly burst through the door to Kang Soo-ho's room with a face so excited it startled him. I shouted, "President, President!" Hearing this, Kang Soo-ho, who was lounging with his feet on the table, asked, "What's wrong?" I excitedly delivered the news. I heard you have a new commission, but Kang Suho just replied, no one with a face that happy is talking about being commissioned. Aryung, he said. I was waiting for a special kind of commission, you know. That's when I pulled out a piece of paper that immediately caught his attention. I explained enthusiastically, this isn't just some ordinary commission, it's an exclusive contract from the government of the Republic of Korea. In Aryum's hands is a contract, a partnership between the Choi and Kang Company and the Provisional Government's Ministry of National Defense. She won't stop talking about the insane profits, saying this is just the beginning, and there's more. The reward is an economic monopoly worth 50 trillion, and they'll even buy over half the company's shares to turn it into a massive corporation. All this enthusiasm is met with nothing but silence from Kang Suho. Seeing Aryum so overjoyed, she adds that success would guarantee their social status. Mr. Kang Suho? But all he can think is that she's been completely blinded by all the glamour. Social status. The kind of thing that lets anyone, even a murderer or a slazer, live comfortably. Kang Suho finally speaks. I know the terms are great, and since it's a government contract, we're guaranteed to get paid. But what's the actual mission? Aryum's excitement doesn't fade one bit, which takes Kang Suho by surprise. What is it? He asks. We have to go from Busan all the way to Seoul? The Gyeongbu Expressway. Kang Suho gets it instantly, they're clearing the entire highway. Aryum confirms the final objective is to build a guard post right inside Seoul. With a surge of energy, Aryum declares it the Seoul Recapture Campaign. The scene then shifts to a small diner where the whole team is gathered. Kang Suho presents the proposal to all the members. After a moment, Cheolsu admits the conditions are definitely good. Someone else chimes in, and that's not all. A brawny member of the group can't hide his excitement, shouting, you think this is just about money? Hell no. Opening a road that runs from the north all the way to the south? It's possible, but on a scale this massive? Seeing this, Ari, sitting beside him, playfully joins in. I guess there are times I can agree with a gangster. Just then, another voice cuts through the noise. This is no time to waste. We need to close the deal. Word is, a lot of people are trying to steal this job from under us. Donghua guesses this is no simple task. That must be why every single one of them was called here today. Kang Suho immediately agrees, saying the terms are too good to pass up. If we get official government backing out of this, it'd be perfect. He argues that while killing zombies used to be repetitive manual labor, now the pay and compensation for slazers will be on another level. Kang Suho even brings up the company shareholders, who get rich without ever leaving the safety of the walls. He considers that maybe gathering intel from the outside world will become easier too. Hearing this, Cheolsu falls into deep thought. Finally, Kang Suho concludes, however, we need to consider what this mission will cost us. At those words, every single person in the room is visibly stunned. Kang Suho breaks it down. From Busan to Seoul, the shortest route on the Gyeongbu Expressway is about 400 kilometers. Even if we're lucky and avoid high-level variants, we'll still have to clear hundreds, maybe thousands of zombies just to make it to Seoul. He warns them to be ready, because it's very likely many of them will die along the way. He even admits the campaign could end in total failure. Then, his voice grim, he asks the entire group, so, are you willing to trade your lives to take on this contract? This requires a majority vote from all slazers to proceed. If most of you say no, I will cancel this campaign. A moment later, the room fills with anxious whispers. Conflicting opinions erupt. So, are we doing this or not? Why did he have to put everyone in such a tight spot? It's a reality check. The money's good, but this is a life or death mission. If you die, your career as a slazer is over. Since when did you become so afraid of dying? It's dangerous, but there's always a way. You bastard. Suddenly, someone slams a fist into the wall. The sharp crack silences the entire room. The brawny man from before roars in fury. Damn it! Are you all saying you want to tuck your tails between your legs and run from this chance? Are you insane? His eyes blaze as he screams. Since we started making a living killing zombies, haven't you always fought to the death? Now you're getting precious about your pathetic lives? Is this empty life really that valuable to you? He presses on, his voice raw with anger. If we don't take this deal, do you think the Ministry of Defense will just offer us another one? They'll just find other slazer organizations, gather them up, and train them to take our place. The room goes dead silent as his words sink in, with some even nodding in agreement. Pounding his chest in frustration, the big man shouts, we'll drop from number 1 to number 2, then to 3rd. The contracts will dry up, and so will our influence. In just 5 years, we'll be forced to crawl right back into the gutter we came from. He's practically boiling over with passion, trying to rally them. Right now, we have to seize this once-in-a-lifetime chance to live like actual people. Otherwise, we go back to being trash at the bottom of a well. After that fiery speech, the big guy is panting from exhaustion, but his passionate words have forced everyone to seriously reconsider their position. Finally, he gives them one last reminder. We can't go back to how things were. The government might just blacklist us. If we don't obey, we're disposable.